Chapter 236. The gift from the master. Quickly tell me, where is the handprint left by the emperor? At this moment, Lei Shiqing exhibited none of the composure expected of a powerful being. His aged face was a canvas of excitement and urgency. He unleashed a terrifying energy shield, isolating others from his presence, fearful that someone might seize this precious information from him. Many formidable figures lamented their misfortune, realizing they had fallen a step behind Lei Shiqing. If it was indeed the emperor's handprint, it would be worth not just 100, but even 1,000 laws, an absolute boon. Provide me with a flying vessel valued at 100 laws. Jiang Ping'an calmly articulated his terms. You insolent brat, do you think I would renege on a deal? Speak quickly. Lei Shiqing grasped Jiang Ping'an urgently, shaking him with fervor. Unmoved, Jiang Ping'an replied, deliver the goods first, otherwise, I shall seek another party for this transaction. There was no recourse against such a powerful being's potential deceit. He had to secure Zhou Fei first. Lei Shiqing was infuriated. He had indeed been contemplating deceit. Seeing that this youth was not easily fooled, he gritted his teeth and reluctantly produced a transparent orb. The orb, palm-sized, was a unique storage treasure designed specifically for holding flying vessels. Within it floated a small purple ship. This is my frequently used vessel, surpassing many nascent soul cultivators in speed and embodying both offense and defense. I shall place it in your possession for now and later provide you with a vessel worth 100 laws. Now, tell me where the emperor's handprint is. Lei Shiqing's eyes reddened with urgency. If he could comprehend the handprint left by the emperor, it would greatly enhance his cultivation. Jiang Ping'an secured the vessel and transmitted a message. It is located at the emperor's former residence, specifically on the doorknob inside. Lei Shiqing's expression froze. The emperor's former residence? Wasn't that territory currently under the control of the Lei family? This young man was bartering with something from their domain for a precious flying vessel. Without a moment's hesitation, Lei Shiqing transformed into a streak of lightning and vanished. The most pressing matter was to study the handprint left by the ancient emperor. He would deal with this youth later. Several powerful figures followed suit, hoping to seize some advantage from the situation. Once Lei Shiqing had departed, Jiang Ping'an retrieved the flying vessel and approached Meng Jing. Here, his intention in requesting the vessel was to gift it to Meng Jing. He remembered her previous desire to acquire a flying vessel. The last one he had seized was regrettably reclaimed by the Tianfu sect. Now, he aimed to provide her with something even better. Seeing Jiang Ping'an offer such a valuable item for her sake nearly moved Meng Jing to tears. Humph, I refuse. She did not reach for the vessel, crossing her arms defiantly and turning away from Jiang Ping'an. Do not think that a mere gift will earn my forgiveness. I am still quite upset. Those behind Meng Jing could see the glimmer of tears in her eyes, evidence of her emotional turmoil. The onlookers were at a loss for words. You hardly appear angry at all. A woman whose words contradict her heart. At that moment, Jiang Ping'an suddenly sensed something and looked up at the sky. A familiar aged figure emerged. Master. Upon seeing Wang Run, Jiang Ping'an was taken aback, a flicker of joy illuminating his calm visage. Wang Run descended, his wrinkled face adorned with a gentle smile. Peace, Master is about to embark on a lengthy journey. During this time, you must exercise caution. Impulsiveness is to be avoided, and any grievances should be set aside until you have matured. The Master, lacking your innate talent, has little to impart to you, but has procured a treasure suited to your needs, which he presents to you. With that, Wang Rin produced an ancient, ebony battle armor, its surface gleaming with a metallic sheen, adorned with archaic runes that danced like serpentine dragons. The battle intent armor. The moment this armor emerged, it was instantly recognized by those around, their expressions filled with envy and desire. Created by the great emperor for frontline soldiers, this armor boasts formidable defensive capabilities while simultaneously enhancing the wearer's offensive prowess. It is a treasure that embodies both attack and defense. Clearly, this battle intent armor is of considerable rank, valued at no less than 200 laws. My aspiration has always been to acquire a striking set of battle intent armor. But alas, the cost is prohibitive. Witnessing Wang Rin bestow such a precious gift upon Jiang Ping'an filled the onlookers with admiration. While everyone has received gifts from their elders, few have had the fortune of receiving something so extraordinary. Master, this is far too extravagant, Jiang Ping'an remarked, puzzled by how his master could afford such a costly item, especially since the surrounding people claimed it was worth at least 200 laws. having recently broken through to the void refinement stage. It seemed implausible that his master could amass such wealth. Yet, Wang Ren paid no heed to Jiang Ping'an's hesitation and proceeded to don the armor upon him. The ebony armor enveloped his vital areas, and the black cloak billowed dramatically in the breeze. Jiang Ping'an, already tall, appeared even more imposing in the armor, the runes shimmering and enhancing his noble demeanor. The female cultivators, including Meng Jing, were left utterly captivated. Jiang Ping'an, already handsome, now exuded an aura of gallantry reminiscent of a seasoned general. The formerly modest Jiang Ping'an now radiated an undeniable charisma. Wang Ren gazed at Jiang Ping'an with a smile that crinkled his eyes, stroking his beard in delight. The once naive youth had now made a name for himself across the realm, and in a few years, he would stand independently. Well done, indeed, Wang Ren praised, his satisfaction evident. Noticing his master coughing, Jiang Ping'an invoked the power of his eyes to scrutinize Wang Ren's condition. Upon perceiving the master's health, his expression darkened. He realized that the master's lifespan had been compromised, and contrary to what Lei Shiqing had claimed, it was not merely a loss of 1,000 years, but 2,000. Wang Ren, observing Jiang Ping'an's troubled countenance, inquired, "What troubles you? Are you dissatisfied with the battle-intent armor? If so, I can exchange it for another treasure at the Wealth Source Merchant Guild." No, I am quite pleased," Jiang Ping'an quickly replied, forcing a smile. "As long as you are satisfied, I shall not disturb your cultivation further. Should you require anything, communicate via the jade slip." Wang Ren scrutinized Jiang Ping'an deeply, as if imprinting his likeness into memory. "Wait, master, I have something for you." Suddenly, Jiang Ping'an thrust a storage ring into Wang Ren's hand. "What is this?" Wang Ren queried. Curiosity piqued as he probed the ring with his consciousness. Upon discovering it filled with a multitude of fire lotus enlightenment seeds, even after living for millennia, Wang Ren was taken aback, unable to conceal his astonishment. So many fire lotus enlightenment seeds. Even the great powers like the ancestral families and holy lands do not yield such a quantity annually. How could this disciple possess so many fire lotus enlightenment seeds? Wang Ren was taken aback and about to refuse when Jiang Ping'an earnestly said, "I have many more of these. If my master does not accept them, then I shall forego the armor you promised." Wang Ren opened his mouth. His aged eyes filled with emotion as he gazed at the young man before him. With no children and nearly all his relatives turned to dust, he had not felt such care for a long time, causing what felt like sand to enter his eyes. "Then I shall accept them." The opportunities this disciple had acquired were beyond his imagination. Jiang Ping'an then revealed a smile. Both Wang Ren and Jiang Ping'an were not particularly loquacious. After storing away the spatial ring, Wang Ren turned and soared into the sky. After watching his master depart, Jiang Ping'an sent a thought transmission to Princess Lei Shiqing, asking, "Where is master headed?" He refrained from inquiring directly with Wang Ren, fearing the latter might not speak the truth. Lei Shiqing replied through the transmission, "Your master has borrowed a substantial sum from the Treasure Source Merchant Association and will work for them for 500 years. He is now preparing to venture into the endless mountains in search of mineral deposits. Although Wang Ren is one of our own in the Great Xia and will receive a salary, certain resources still need to be earned independently. Even I, as a princess, must earn money when funds are insufficient." Jiang Ping'an's heart jolted. So, the funds for the battle armor his master purchased for him came from this. His master, with only 1,000 years left to live, was sacrificing 500 of those years to procure a treasure for his disciple. The more his master cared for him, the deeper Jiang Ping'an's hatred for the devouring crocodile clan grew. Had it not been for them, his master would have had a brilliant future. Yet, all of that was ruined. "Damn the devouring crocodile clan. You shall pay dearly for this, and I shall come for you shortly." Jiang Ping'an imprinted his consciousness onto the armor. With a mere thought, it shimmered with a dark light and swiftly transformed into a pair of exquisite black bracers. When the time came to don this battle armor, he would only need to think, and it would envelop him entirely. Extremely convenient. An elderly woman addressed the gathered prodigies. "Is there anyone else who wishes to continue the challenges?" This contest was not mandatory. Anyone wishing to change their rank could challenge another. For instance, Nangongshan sought the top position and thus challenged Jiang Ping'an, but he was unsuccessful. With all the challengers having competed, no one else stepped forward. Observing the silence among the cultivators, the elderly woman said, "Since there are no further challenges, return and prepare. In 3 days, We shall head to the endless mountains to hunt beasts and engage in true combat. The past 5 years of cultivation have merely been ordinary training without the threat of death. The next 5 years will mark the true beginning of our cultivation. Jiang Ping'an turned back to resume his training. With the star manipulation technique successfully mastered, he was now to attempt compressing the spiritual energy within him, seeking a method to take the next step. "Hey, wait up, you rotten wood," Meng Jing called out, hastening her steps as her long legs propelled her forward, her ponytail swaying rapidly. The onlookers gazed at Jiang Ping'an's departing figure, their expressions a tapestry of complexity and sentiment. Jiang Ping'an was undeniably formidable. With merely a flick of his star-pulling technique, he had effortlessly wounded Nangong Shun. The final handprint that obscured the sky left an indelible impression on everyone present. Among his peers, who could rival Jiang Ping'an, he was truly the rightful leader. In the presence of Jiang Ping'an, the talents of sacred lands, noble families, and dynasties seemed to pale in comparison. "Who is Jiang Ping'an?" A thunderous shout erupted in the sky, followed by a radiant beam of light resembling the blazing sun descending to the ground. It was a young cultivator at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. His long hair billowed, and behind him shone a brilliant sun, exuding an intense heat that caused the surrounding temperature to rise dramatically. The Shaoyang divine body. Upon seeing him, some immediately recognized his extraordinary talent with astonishment. The sun and Shaoyang, both supreme yang bodies, ranked among the most elite in the cultivation world. The first offspring of the sun divine body was the Shaoyang divine body. Both were considered the pinnacle of the yang bodies. As the latest round of talent selection concluded, the gravity prison welcomed its new prodigy. "I am Feng Xian, the leader of the nascent soul cultivators," he declared. "Who is Jiang Ping'an? I have heard he defeated the sun divine body. I shall vindicate the Shaoyang divine body. The previous sun divine body was nothing but trash. Our lineage of supreme yang is not inferior to any." Feng Xian, brimming with confidence, displayed his unrestrained aura, a radiant sun flickering behind him, an astonishing spectacle. 5 years prior, Feng Xian had boldly proclaimed his intent to defeat Jiang Ping'an. Today, he returned to fulfill that promise. Nangong Shun, lost in despair, suddenly grinned upon Feng Xian's arrival. "I'm here to fight you." He had been holding back a pent-up frustration, finally finding an outlet. Feng Xian, with disdain, looked at Nangong Shun. "Are you Jiang Ping'an? I can defeat you even if you're not." Without hesitation, Nangong Shun launched an attack, employing his techniques with lethal intent. Feng Xian sensed the overwhelming power of his opponent, his expression turning serious as he quickly countered with his own techniques. A fierce battle erupted, divine light flashing everywhere. Nangong Shun unleashed a torrent of top-tier techniques, leveraging his superior combat strength to force Feng Xian into a series of retreats. The other cultivators watched sympathetically as this new prodigy faced an elder like Nangong Shun. The Shaoyang divine body was indeed powerful, yet it was up against the seasoned Nangong Shun, who was eager to vent his pent-up rage. An hour later, Feng Xian lay on the ground, his bones shattered, coughing blood, utterly defeated. Nangong Shun's mood finally lifted. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough. It was merely that Jiang Ping'an was too monstrous. Looking down at Feng Xian, he scoffed. "You think you can defeat Jiang Ping'an? I couldn't withstand even 3 moves from him. What about you? 1 slap would suffice to end you." Feng Xian, sprawled on the ground, trembled violently upon hearing this, his face a mask of shock. This individual was so powerful that he couldn't endure even 3 moves from Jiang Ping'an. This was impossible. There could not exist such an overwhelmingly strong nascent soul cultivator in the world. Feng Xian began to question his very existence. Perhaps there truly do not exist such formidable nascent soul cultivators in this world. However, what relevance does this hold for the spirit sealing realm? The nascent soul stage and the spirit sealing realm are entirely disparate realms. Brimming with youthful vigor, Feng Xian arrived at the gravity prison, only to begin questioning the very essence of life. "Stupid wood, why are you rushing so fast? Wait for me," Meng Jing exclaimed as she leaped to follow Jiang Ping'an. Clinging onto him, Jiang Ping'an shook his head helplessly. "How old are you? Still needing someone to carry you? Humph, you still recognize that we've all grown up." Meng Jing's delicate hand slipped over Jiang Ping'an's shoulder, her slender fingers gently resting on his firm chest. Feeling the warmth radiating from him, a blush crept onto Meng Jing's cheeks. Leaning closer, her red lips brushed against Jiang Ping'an's ear as she whispered in a barely audible voice, "Let's find a room." Without much thought, Jiang Ping'an acquiesced and returned to the previous training room. Two avatars were engrossed in their cultivation. Noticing the absence of onlookers, Meng Jing seized Jiang Ping'an's arm, pushing him down onto the ground, her clear and exquisite eyes fixating on his mature and handsome visage. Stupid wood. Today, I shall bind you tightly and see where you can escape. Meng Jing channeled the longing of the past 5 years into fury, forcefully tearing open Jiang Ping'an's garments. Observing her actions in silence for a prolonged moment, Jiang Ping'an eventually retrieved the 4 symbols killing formation flags, erecting a barrier to obscure their actions from prying eyes. Adjacent to the prison, 3 stunning figures gathered, with Lei Lan holding a crystal ball. This crystal ball was a rare treasure, capable of revealing the desired scenes. The images within the barrier next door were laid bare before them. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? The usually aloof Yuan Huang blushed slightly upon witnessing the unfolding scenes. Little girl, go play elsewhere. Don't gaze indiscriminately, or you'll get needle eyes, Xia Qing admonished, pushing Yuan Huang aside. Unwilling to relent, Yuan Huang leaned back in. Who is small? Xia Jia, don't you also lack a man? This princess is different. I simply do not desire a man, Yuan Huang retorted. Her demeanor far from that of a typical princess, as she fixated intently on the crystal ball. These two are truly foolish. I must offer guidance to my daughter later, Lei Lan remarked, observing the crystal ball with the wisdom of experience. Yuan Huang gazed at the two with incredulity. One was the 9th princess of the great Xia, and the other, a former divine maiden of the Lei family, yet they engaged in such disgraceful conduct. She felt embarrassed for them both. Holding her breath, Yuan Huang's dreamy eyes remained glued to the crystal ball. Chapter 238. Compressing spiritual energy. 3 days later, a warship carried the first batch of Eastern Domain elites, departing from the gravity prison en route to the Endless Mountains. The Endless Mountains span the entirety of the Eastern Domain, harboring countless treasures of heaven and earth, while simultaneously giving rise to numerous enigmatic and unpredictable demon tribes. Among them, the sky-devouring crocodile clan stood as one of the most formidable forces within the Endless Mountains. However, the objective of the gathering was not the sky-devouring crocodile clan, but rather their subordinate faction, the Triangular Bull clan. Recently, this Triangular Bull clan had begun to expand outwards from the Endless Mountains, annihilating a small human nation and claiming the lives of millions. Our purpose this time is to confront the Triangular Bull clan and diminish their power. Lei Shiqing briefed the selected Eastern Domain elites on the relevant circumstances. This operation serves as a profound test of life and death. Based on the number of enemies you eliminate, a ranking will be established and rewards will be distributed accordingly. The prospect of rewards has stirred great excitement among these exceptional individuals. Given the substantial backing of the 3 major factions, the rewards are certain to be significant. Seated in his chair, Nangong Shun cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Ping'an, his face brimming with determination. While he may not surpass Jiang Ping'an in strength, he is resolute in his belief that he can outdo him in slaying foes. Mastering myriad supreme techniques, he can effortlessly identify the methods to counter his enemies, not to mention his access to various formidable area of effect spells. In contrast, Jiang Ping'an primarily relies on his physical cultivation and one-on-one combat techniques. Nangong Shen's goal this time is to surpass Jiang Ping'an and claim the top position. Lei Shiqing, with a stern expression, cautioned, "Do not let the allure of rewards cloud your judgment." The Triangular Bull clan possesses formidable defenses. Certain late-stage Yuaning members, such as Sheng Lingling, boast physical resilience comparable to that of an average early-stage human cultivator. The horns of the Triangular Bull clan hold the power to breach laws. Should you be struck, your body will undoubtedly be pierced, and ordinary artifacts will be of no use. When the Demon clan reaches a certain level, they instinctively grasp the laws, making it exceedingly difficult for us humans to compete. This will be a genuine battle, and there will undoubtedly be casualties. Lei Shiqing's words jolted the crowd back to reality. The Triangular Bull clan is akin to a formidable mid-tier power among humans, and they should not be underestimated. All right, everyone, board the warship, find your quarters, and rest as needed. We face a 3-month journey ahead. After Lei Shiqing finished speaking, his gaze settled on Jiang Ping'an and Meng Jing. Observing Meng Jing nestled against Jiang Ping'an's shoulder, Lei Shiqing's expression darkened. The two clearly had something going on. Jiang Ping'an, come here. Grandfather Wu, why are you shouting? What if you frighten someone? Meng Jing retorted, displeased. Lei Shiqing's face twitched. Is Meng Jing already speaking up for a man before she is even married to him? Senior, what is the matter? Jiang Ping'an approached respectfully. What matter? What do you mean? Have you consumed our Lei family's treasures and are now feigning ignorance? Thankfully, your talent is commendable, or I might have dealt with you directly. Lei Shiqing's tone was severe. Where's the flying vessel I gave you? Return it to me. I shall exchange it for another. 3 days prior, in pursuit of news regarding the Emperor's seal, Lei Shiqing had entrusted his prized flying vessel to Jiang Ping'an. That vessel was worth 200 laws, and parting with it had pained him deeply. He had specifically purchased a cheaper vessel, intending to trade it back. The vessel has already been given to me by Mu. It is now mine. Meng Jing asked with a pitiful expression. Is Grandfather Wu wishing to reclaim it? Lei Shiqing's expression froze. Little Jing, do not jest, Grandfather Wu. Never mind, I understand. Grandfather Wu is not as kind to me as Grandfather C. I shall return the vessel to Grandfather Wu, and later, Grandfather C will provide me with an even better one. As Meng Jing spoke, she appeared ready to retrieve something from her storage ring. Who said that Grandfather Wu treats you worse than Grandfather C? It is merely a flying vessel. How could Grandfather Wu possibly be unwilling? I do not want any of Grandfather C's worthless items. Lei Shiqing's mustache bristled with indignation. He was acutely aware that this was a trap, yet he refused to lose face in such matters. Meng Jing's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, Thank you. Granduncle, you're the best. Lei Shiqing managed to smile, though his heart bled. In that moment, he could only pretend to be strong. He cast a fierce glare at Jiang Ping'an, blaming the young man for his significant losses, regardless of what transpired between you and Xiao Jing. Until you reach the realm of refining the void, our Lei family will never acknowledge you. Despite Jiang Ping'an's formidable combat prowess at present, to be candid, his future potential pales in comparison to that of ordinary divine bodies. Lei Shiqing coldly addressed Jiang Ping'an. Abandon the misguided path you are currently treading and return to the right course. Our Lei family can offer you some resources. He suggested that Jiang Ping'an follow a more conventional path of cultivation, which could lead him to become a powerful figure in the future. Should he continue down his self-created road, he might not even reach the stage of transforming the divine. Senior, I am not ready to give up, Jiang Ping'an replied. His current strength was earned by walking this path. Abandoning it would cause a drastic decline in his abilities. Not ready to give up? Do you fancy yourself an ancient emperor, a sacred king, or a divine being? Stop dreaming. These 3 greats only began to forge their own realms after achieving fame. What are you? Lei Shiqing was incensed by Jiang Ping'an's obstinacy. Granduncle, why must you speak so harshly? Meng Jing reproached with a hint of sorrow. Lei Shiqing sighed. It is not that I speak harshly. It is merely the truth. His path is flawed. Flawed. Then find a genius of the same level who can defeat him. Meng Jing retorted. At a loss for words, Lei Shiqing was taken aback. Meng Jing, who had previously been so endearing, had now openly defied him multiple times for Jiang Ping'an's sake. He shot a menacing glance at Jiang Ping'an, warning, while you remain stagnant in this realm, others will break through to become divine transformers. Let us see how anxious you become. With that, he ceased his counsel and strode away. Meng Jing clung to Jiang Ping'an's arm, saying, Don't be upset, Granduncle isn't bad. He just has a bit of a temper. Jiang Ping'an shook his head. It's all right. Anyone could see how difficult the path he had chosen was. It was only natural for others to doubt it. However, he could not afford to waver in his convictions. Just as Meng Jing was about to say more, her mother, Lei Lan, approached and pulled her aside. Dear, it's time to learn some family techniques. Meng Jing's eyes sparkled. Is it a high-level lightning technique? Since it's a family skill, it must be formidable, capable of defeating Jiang Ping'an. Lei Lan smiled. Excited by the prospect of learning something that could surpass Jiang Ping'an, Meng Jing turned to him and said, you should continue your training. I'm going to learn some advanced skills from my mother. Jiang Ping'an nodded and entered the cabin of the flying vessel. Selecting an empty training room, he activated the barrier and began his cultivation. The time he spent mastering the star-pulling technique was not primarily to enhance his combat strength, but rather to seek a pathway toward taking the next step. Sitting cross-legged on the training platform, he activated the star-pulling technique, compressing the spiritual energy from a meridian in his palm. Under the immense influence of gravitational force, the essence and vitality within the acupoints began to diminish. Jiang Ping'an felt a surge of excitement. The fact that the energy could still be compressed implied that it could store even more power. as the energy shrank to 2/3 of its original size. Beads of sweat emerged on Jiang Ping'an's forehead. When it reduced to half its original volume, the energy in his palms experienced violent fluctuations, and his expression shifted dramatically. The energy within the acupoints could no longer be contained. It was about to explode. He swiftly opened the room's barrier and soared outside the flying vessel, casting the energy sphere into the sky. Boom! The compressed energy detonated completely, creating a thunderous explosion in the heavens. The terrifying force dispersed the surrounding clouds, and the turbulent winds caused the flying vessel to shake violently, activating the defensive formation, with runes enveloping the craft. The occupants of the vessel were taken aback. Such a powerful surge of energy. An enemy attack? Newly boarded cultivators rushed out, weapons in hand, on high alert, scanning for adversaries. Coughing awkwardly, Jiang Ping'an explained, "It's not an enemy attack. It was an accidental mishap during cultivation. My apologies." The crowd fell silent, bemused by the chaos he had caused, initially believing they were under siege. Lei Shiqing sneered, "I knew your cultivation would come to a misstep. Do you think you can continue on this path?" Chapter 239, The Emperor's Heart Sutra. Jiang Ping'an disregarded Lei Shiqing's remarks, pondering the implications of this failure. Compressing the essence and vitality to half its original size led to uncontrollable explosions. Was the path of compressing essence and vitality also unfeasible? Lei Shiqing coldly advised, "Listen to me, boy. Tread the straight path and avoid unnecessary troubles." Do not heed his words. Follow your own path. A gentle voice interrupted, cutting through Lei Shiqing's counsel. Jiang Ping'an looked up to see a figure clad in white, smiling warmly. Liang Ping encouraged, "Geniuses are often misunderstood. This old man is merely envious of you. Do not listen to his nonsense. Persevere, and you shall forge a new path." Lei Shiqing's countenance darkened. "You scheming old fox, begone." Liang Ping, undeterred, continued to smile. "You wish to stifle genius. You are the true cunning one here." Lei Shiqing, unwilling to engage further with Liang Ping, turned to Jiang Ping'an and said, "This man is Liang Xiaohong's father, Liang Ping, and also the father of Liang Shi, who is impervious to all laws. He encourages you to persist solely to elevate you to destruction." Having said his piece, Lei Shiqing chose to withdraw, leaving the matter behind. Liang Ping patted Jiang Ping'an on the shoulder. "Ignore that old fox. You must have sensed it too. He is the one with a petty heart. Strive along your own path. I have great faith in the realm you will create. If you can carve your own way, you shall stand alongside the ancient emperors, saint kings, and the transcendent beings, earning renown across the world." Liang Ping's smile was endearing, though Jiang Ping'an, capable of sensing the murderous intent within others, remained cautious. This powerful perception, now integrated into his being, stemmed from his right eye. "Indeed, I possess an ancient tome, a classic of cultivation concerning meridian pathways, which may aid you in unlocking new realms of understanding." As he spoke, Liang Ping pressed a jade slip of cultivation techniques into Jiang Ping'an's hand. "Persevere," he encouraged, his expression radiating support before he turned to depart. Yet, as he turned away, a shadow flickered in Liang Ping's eyes. His investigations revealed that Jiang Ping'an was vengeful. Meng Qua had been maliciously slain at the behest of the elder son of the asset department, and retribution was inevitable. The younger son, Liang Shi, being invulnerable to all forms of attack, had been humiliated by his recent defeat at the hands of Jiang Ping'an shortly after his birth. With Jiang Ping'an now aligning closely with the ancient Lei family, he might soon become one of them, thereby augmenting their strength. Thus, Jiang Ping'an must be eliminated. The technique bestowed upon Jiang Ping'an was an ancient art, seemingly formidable, yet fraught with peril. Should he pursue this cultivation, he would inevitably suffer ruin. Liang Ping was confident that Jiang Ping'an would be tempted to practice it, for its power was undeniable. Many cultivators, even aware of its flaws, would still seek to master it. The thought of Jiang Ping'an's downfall only brightened Liang Ping's smile. Jiang Ping'an, expressionless, watched Liang Ping's retreating figure and then cast his gaze downward at the jade slip. He sensed that Liang Ping harbored intentions of his demise. Thus, this technique must surely be flawed. Nevertheless, curiosity piqued his interest regarding the nature of the art. As he delved into the contents of the jade slip, he read, "The Human Emperor's Heart Sutra, Meridian Chapter. The human body is akin to the cosmos, and the meridians resemble stars. To store greater energy, One must forge the meridians into resilient vessels capable of containing vast amounts of spiritual energy, even the essence of stars. Upon reading the initial lines, a jolt surged through Jiang Ping'an's heart. Was this not his very own contemplation? He continued to peruse further. However, the capacity of meridians to accommodate spiritual energy is limited, and their fortitude insufficient. One must forge the meridians into robust containers, enabling them to hold an ocean of spiritual essence, even the very stars. With the power of divine runes, forge the meridians, infusing them with the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, the human form as the universe, the meridians as stars. As long as the spirit endures, the human shall not perish. As he absorbed the text, Jiang Ping'an's breath quickened and his heart raced. His foremost dilemma was the stagnation of spiritual energy intake through his meridians. Yet, this technique offered a solution. Moreover, it provided a comprehensive method of cultivation. Gradually, Jiang Ping'an's fervor subsided. If the teachings inscribed in this Heart Sutra were to be believed, then this technique was indeed of the highest caliber. However, the most pressing concern remained. Liang Ping could not possibly extend such a generous gesture without ulterior motives. This technique was undoubtedly fraught with danger. Jiang Ping'an noticed Xia Qing engaged in conversation with a cultivator at the transformation stage not far off. As he awaited the conclusion of their dialogue, he continued to study the Human Emperor's Heart Sutra, Meridian Chapter. After a while, Xia Qing, having noticed Jiang Ping'an's presence, excused herself from the transformation stage cultivator and approached him. "Brother, did you miss your sister?" she inquired. Her grace and beauty as captivating as ever, every smile and frown exuding an irresistible charm. Jiang Ping'an directly posed his question. "Sister Xia, have you ever heard of the Human Emperor's Heart Sutra, Meridian Chapter?" The Heart Sutra of the Human Emperor is well known, and the acupoint chapter is said to be one of its components. Although Xia Qing was unsure why Jiang Ping'an inquired about this topic, she proceeded to elucidate. The Human Emperor was the first sovereign left behind by the human race after the ascension of the great emperors. In the present day, the Human Emperor dynasty remains the foremost power among the human clans in Zhongzhou. The Heart Sutra of the Human Emperor was composed by this eminent figure, who, recognizing the arduousness of ancient cultivation and the inadequacy of the cultivation system, devised numerous methods of practice that have greatly influenced subsequent generations. Both the cultivation systems established by the Holy King and the Taoist of Divine Void drew inspiration from the Heart Sutra of the Human Emperor. Suddenly, Xia Qing switched to telepathic communication, asking, "Why do you seek this information? Have you perhaps acquired the Heart Sutra of the Human Emperor, acupoint chapter?" Jiang Ping'an, without reservation, recounted the events that had transpired earlier. Xia Qing's brows furrowed in concern. She urged him not to practice it, asserting that the old fellow surely harbored ill intentions. Liang Ping's son bore a grudge against Jiang Ping'an, and it would be highly suspicious if he were to provide him with cultivation techniques without ulterior motives. Jiang Ping'an nodded in agreement, stating that he would return for now. "Please, do not cultivate it. I will inquire further about the Heart Sutra of the Human Emperor." Acupoint chapter, Xia Qing cautioned. Upon returning to the cultivation chamber, Jiang Ping'an resumed his attempts to compress the spiritual energy within him. Yet he could only condense it to 2/3 of its original amount. Any further compression would lead to the acupoints within his body being unable to withstand the pressure, resulting in a catastrophic rupture. Although he had successfully augmented his spiritual energy storage by 1/3, Jiang Ping'an remained unsatisfied. After numerous attempts, he ultimately ceased his efforts. It seemed that even with the use of the traction technique, he could only achieve this level of compression. His current spiritual energy reserves might even exceed those of an average cultivator at the God transformation stage. However, merely achieving this was insufficient. He needed to transcend further, at least quintuple his current spiritual energy, and prove his worth to the heavenly Tao. While others merely needed to comprehend the principles and possess ample resources to gain the heavenly Tao's recognition and ascend to the next realm, he could not afford such luxury. He must forge his own path without the validation of the heavenly Tao or the guidance of predecessors. He had to be sufficiently powerful to demonstrate that he had pioneered a new realm. The contents of the Heart Sutra of the Human Emperor. Acupoint chapter involuntarily surfaced in Jiang Ping'an's mind, refusing to dissipate. What potential issues could this formidable technique possess? Perhaps he should conduct a trial, focusing solely on a single acupoint for experimentation. Even if there were dangers involved, the risks should be minimal. Resolving to proceed, Jiang Ping'an began to recall the technique's contents, internalizing the divine patterns and constructing them within the acupoint of his palm. At that moment, a sudden knock at the door interrupted him, and Xiaqing's urgent voice penetrated through. Do not practice that technique. Otherwise, you will become a cripple. Chapter 240. Reconstruction of the acupoints. Upon hearing Xiaqing's words, Jiang Ping'an's expression shifted, and he hurried to open the door. Before he could begin his inquiries, Xiaqing, her countenance grave, implored him. Under no circumstances should you cultivate the Heart Sutra of the Human Emperor, Acupoint Chapter. It is an utterly harmful technique. According to the information I have gathered, the Acupoint Chapter is the most detrimental section of the Heart Sutra of the Human Emperor. As long as one practices, the meridians within the body will inevitably be affected. In mild cases, they may become blocked, and in severe instances, they may even vanish. Should one cultivate using this method, they are destined to become utterly incapacitated. The meridians, the unique conduits through which practitioners channel their spiritual energy, are forged by the cultivators themselves. The caliber of the cultivation techniques employed profoundly influences the number of meridians one possesses. Every practitioner of spiritual cultivation will inherently have meridians. If these meridians are rendered ineffective, the practitioner will be unable to wield any techniques, thereby leading to their downfall. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping'an's previously anxious heart suddenly found solace. He was startled to learn that the meridians could be destroyed. However, that no longer concerned him. He practiced the hidden universe technique, wherein spiritual energy merged with blood, flowing through the body's vascular system rather than the meridians. If the meridians were to fail, so be it. Is that the only danger? Jiang Ping'an inquired further. Is that truly the only danger? The response came, this is already quite serious. Xiaqing, noticing Jiang Ping'an's nonchalant demeanor, playfully tapped his head. Of course, this is merely the most significant danger. Another risk, although considerably less consequential, is that one's weight may fluctuate post-cultivation. Typically, when practitioners absorb spiritual energy, their weight remains constant. However, with this technique, the situation diverges. The body may undergo peculiar transformations, and as spiritual energy accumulates, one's weight will increase, which can be quite troublesome, making flight cumbersome. Nevertheless, since the meridians would already be incapacitated, this drawback becomes trivial. Xiaqing spoke with a flicker of ire in her eyes. That Liang Ping is truly despicable. It is evident he seeks to render you incapable. Thankfully, you have not engaged in his practice. Jiang Ping'an was taken aback. Cultivating this technique would lead to an increase in weight? Wasn't this precisely what the predecessors of the great Qian dynasty yearned for, a gravitational physique? While weight gain may pose a nuisance for others, for Jiang Ping'an, who possessed the laws of gravity and the star tethering technique, it would have little adverse effect. In fact, it could serve as a formidable weapon. Which room is Senior Liang Ping'an? Jiang Ping'an queried. What are you doing? Don't act impulsively. He is an immensely powerful being, capable of obliterating you with a mere strand of hair. Do not seek trouble, Xiaqing quickly interjected, concerned about a direct confrontation. It's not impulsive. I merely wish to express my gratitude to him in person, Jiang Ping'an replied candidly. The techniques bestowed by Liang Ping had brought him double joy. Not only did they resolve his most pressing concern regarding the storage of spiritual energy, but they also presented him with the opportunity to augment his weight. Express gratitude? Do you think I'm foolish? This grudge can be avenged later. For now, focus on your cultivation and steer clear of the Human Sovereign Heart Sutra, Acupoint Chapter. Xiaqing cautioned Jiang Ping'an once more before turning to leave. Jiang Ping'an's expression grew complex. If that old coot Liang Ping were to learn that the malevolent technique he had gifted had inadvertently aided him, he wondered what his reaction would be. With a heart now at ease, Jiang Ping'an resumed the formation of the barrier, continuing to inscribe divine patterns within his acupoints. A cascade of divine patterns surged into his palm acupoint, incessantly transforming it. This process of modification spanned over 2 months, culminating in the successful creation of an acupoint. The surrounding divine patterns shimmered, exuding an aura of mystery, as if harboring boundless secrets. Jiang Ping'an could hardly contain his eagerness as he began to infuse the space with vital energy and blood essence. Due to his cultivation of the Tsangyu technique, his body had transcended the distinctions between physical and spiritual training, adhering instead to the ancient path of spiritual cultivation. The energy and essence within him surged forth like a torrent, multiplying in intensity, 2-fold, 5-fold, 9-fold, until the acupoint was saturated with the original 9-fold capacity. Jiang Ping'an was exhilarated. Yet he felt a lingering dissatisfaction, as if something was still amiss. Utilizing the star pulling technique, he compressed the energy within the acupoint. Gaps appeared, allowing further influx of vital energy and blood essence. When the energy reservoir reached 10-fold, he finally paused, and a smile broke through his previously expressionless face. Jiang Ping'an was overwhelmed with gratitude, wishing he could send 100 laws to Liang Ping as thanks. The techniques bestowed by Liang Ping had unveiled a monumental opportunity for him to take his next step. From here, if he could transform all his acupoints, he would be able to officially unlock the second realm. What should this second realm be named? Perhaps the Liang Ping Appreciation Realm? Of course, such thoughts were merely whimsical. The naming of the second realm would not be so trivial. With 360 major acupoints on his body, transforming each one would require over 2 months. At most, he could transform 6 acupoints in a year, meaning it would take approximately 60 years to fully remodel his acupoints. 60 years is not an extensive period. A Yuanying stage cultivator breaking through to the Huashan stage a millennium ago is considered quite commendable. Those who achieved the Huashan stage a century prior are deemed geniuses. Jiang Ping'an raised his hand, distinctly sensing a weight akin to bearing a mountain. As Xiaqing had mentioned, the storage of vital energy within him had changed, leading to an increase in absorption, thus rendering his arms heavier. Applying the star pulling technique to his right arm, the burden suddenly lifted. He no longer needed to exert force. A gentle strike of his arm upon the ground was enough to crack the earth beneath. Suddenly, the cabin of the vessel shook violently, enveloped by a chilling aura of murderous intent. A dozen terrifying beings, part crocodile and part human, surrounded the flying ship and launched a frenzied assault. Our luck is remarkable. We stumbled upon a human vessel. One exclaimed. I spotted it first. This ship is mine. I relish human flesh. Just hand over the people inside. Most of these abyssal crocodiles were at the Yuanying stage, with a few at the Jindan stage. Their reptilian eyes fixated greedily on the vessel, their faces brimming with avarice. As the human race would say, they had struck it rich today by encountering a human ship in this territory. It seemed that these humans were unfortunate, having ventured into the lair of the demon race to seek their demise. Lei Shiqing emerged, cursing under his breath. This wretched ship has attracted all manner of riffraff. Had they boarded my vessel, we wouldn't have these nuisances. It's that scoundrel Jiang Ping'an who tricked me out of my ship. As a host of human cultivators and prodigies exited the ship, the astonished abyssal crocodiles stood frozen in disbelief. Were they dreaming? How could there be so many formidable beings aboard this small vessel? A plethora of Huashan stage experts was present, alongside even more fearsome ancient entities. They had believed they were fortunate, only to find themselves confronting a grave misfortune. These revolting abyssal crocodiles. Nangong Shun unsheathed a magnificent sword, sweeping it with a casual flourish, unleashing a wave of sword energy that obliterated over a dozen sky-eating crocodiles before they could even emit a cry of despair. A human cultivator, filled with ire, remarked, "The sky-eating crocodile clan has grown increasingly audacious. Just 2 years ago, they emerged from the endless mountains, devouring 2 nations without sparing even the common folk. The casualties are incalculable. When will our human race eradicate the sky-eating crocodiles?" A female cultivator sighed. The sky-eating crocodiles are akin to a sacred-level threat. Annihilating them is nearly impossible. Moreover, the menace from the eastern sea poses a greater threat. That is our primary adversary. These detestable demon clans. While the divine void Taoist was still among us, acted submissively. Yet, with his departure, they revealed their true, sinister nature. Disdain for the demon clans was evident on the faces of the cultivators. Although there were conflicts within the human race, the enmity with the demon clans overshadowed them. Neither side could discern right from wrong, both simply yearning for the other's demise. Lei Shiqing turned, stroking his beard, and addressed the assembly with a booming voice. "We have now entered the territory of the Triangular Bull clan. Everyone, stay alert. Each of you must wear a recording stone. In the end, your ranking will be determined by the number of demon adversaries of the same rank that you have slain, with corresponding rewards. I repeat, do not be complacent. The Triangular Bull clan is formidable." Unbeknownst to those present, while Lei Shiqing spoke, Jiang Ping'an discreetly discarded a spirit beast storage bag from the flying vessel. Chapter 241. The Immortal Human Race. The spirit beast storage bag cast aside by Jiang Ping'an hung from a tree. As the flying vessel soared into the distance, the bag emitted a peculiar gleam, and suddenly, a figure materialized, none other than Jiang Ping'an himself. According to the intelligence provided by Aunt Lon regarding the sky-eating crocodiles, their territory lay to the west of the Triangular Bull clan, approximately a few months' journey away. Jiang Ping'an secured the storage bag at his waist and darted westward with great speed. For the injury inflicted upon my master, I shall slay a myriad of sky-eating crocodiles. He caressed the battle armor on his wrist, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. His target was the sky-eating crocodiles. This matter could not be disclosed to Meng Jing and the others, for they would certainly disapprove. He had to proceed secretly. On the flying vessel, everyone's attention was fixated on Lei Shiqing, oblivious to Jiang Ping'an's subtle maneuver. Nangongshan approached Jiang Ping'an's wooden clone, challenging him. Let us compete and see who can claim first place. He was unwilling to remain overshadowed by Jiang Ping'an and sought to surpass him in the number of triangular bull demons slain. Not interested, Jiang Ping'an declined. Do you look down upon me? Nangongshan's expression turned icy. Jiang Ping'an ignored him, moving towards Liang Ping of the Heavenly Zeal Sacred Land. Observing Jiang Ping'an's demeanor, Nangongshan clenched his fists, vowing, just wait. This time, I will surpass your enemy count and trample you beneath my feet. Reaching Liang Ping, Jiang Ping'an clasped his fists in salute. Senior, I am grateful for the techniques you have bestowed upon me. He was a person who understood gratitude. How could he not express thanks for such significant assistance? Liang Ping regarded Jiang Ping'an's approach with a furrowed brow. If Jiang Ping'an had come to berate him, he would have felt a certain satisfaction, yet why was the young man expressing gratitude instead? The martial arts bestowed by the elder, which would render others incapacitated, presented for me a pivotal opportunity to take my second step. Jiang Ping'an expressed his joy, acknowledging that without the elder's teachings, such progress would have been unattainable. Now, advancing to the next level is merely a matter of time. Upon hearing this, Liang Ping's expression stiffened. The techniques he had gifted were beneficial to Jiang Ping'an, and they had aided him in discovering the means to progress. Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. Was he concocting a ruse to deceive me? Does he think I can be fooled? In truth, you have not cultivated at all, have you? Liang Ping found it hard to believe that a harmful technique could be of any assistance to Jiang Ping'an. This young man likely understood the detrimental nature of the art and was deliberately provoking him with such statements. Jiang Ping'an smiled, turning back, aware that the elder's son would witness the efficacy of his father's teachings in overcoming him. Liang Ping, observing the confidence radiating from Jiang Ping'an, felt his pupils constrict. Could this truly be the case? That the harmful Emperor's Heart Sutra would prove advantageous to Jiang Ping'an? Jiang Ping'an refrained from further elaboration, clasping his fists in gratitude once more before departing with a smile. Liang Ping, watching Jiang Ping'an's arrogant demeanor, clenched his fists tightly, a surge of murderous intent bubbling within him. He longed to eliminate Jiang Ping'an, but could not act directly. Jiang Ping'an was a prodigy nurtured by the three great powers to combat the demon race. If he dared to strike such a talent, the other two factions would accuse him of jeopardizing the future of humanity. Such a title would be terrifying, and even the holy land of Tianzi could not shield him. Thus, Liang Ping resolved to provide Jiang Ping'an with the dubious technique, ensuring that if anything went awry, he could feign ignorance to evade responsibility. As Liang Ping fixated on Jiang Ping'an's retreating figure, his murderous thoughts swirled, contemplating methods to deal with him. At that moment, a voice cried out, "There are triangle bull demons below." The crowd rushed to the railing of the flying vessel, peering down. A group of bull-headed demons was seen dragging a number of humans through the forest. These triangle bull demons, towering at least 2 meters high, bore 3 sharp horns atop their heads, exuding a formidable aura. Among them were a group of bound humans, their faces etched with despair and helplessness. Just as those aboard the flying vessel looked down, they witnessed one of the demons preparing to swallow a human infant. In a flash of red fury, Meng Jing dashed forward, snatching the infant away and simultaneously slaying the triangle bull demon, unleashing the wrath within her. The human race was under attack. Upon seeing their comrade slain, the triangle bull demons bellowed in outrage. Who dares to harm our kind? Seeking death. Haha, such a beautiful human. Let her come to me. I have a particular fondness for human women. These triangle bull demons remained oblivious to the grave situation at hand. It was only when human cultivators began descending from the vessel, emanating formidable auras, that the sinister grins vanished from the faces of the bull demons. How could there be so many powerful human warriors here? It was over. Their doom was sealed. In a flurry of blades and flashes of light, none of the triangle bull demons escaped. They were cleaved into pieces. The captured humans, upon witnessing the emergence of the human cultivators, transformed their despair into unrestrained joy. Tears streaming down their faces uncontrollably. The human warriors have arrived. Salvation is at hand. Thank you, thank you. I thought I would become food for these monsters. A woman, her gaze fixed upon her child rescued by Meng Jing, rushed over in tears, kneeling before Meng Jing in gratitude. Thank you, revered elder, for saving my child. Meng Jing hurriedly helped her to her feet, gently returning the child to her, saying, "It was merely a trifling effort. There is no need for such formality." At that moment, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard suddenly knelt before Meng Jing. "I beseech you, esteemed elder, grant me a blood ignition pill." The blood ignition pill, a potent elixir that ignites life in exchange for strength, is a last resort for cultivators pushed to the brink, a gamble of life for life. Meng Jing replied, "Rise quickly, you have been saved. Depart from this place at once, your family awaits you." The man trembled, his gaze vacant, his voice hoarse and low. "My wife and child have been devoured by a triangle bull demon. My father perished in battle, and my mother took her own life. I am bereft of kin. My talents are limited. Reaching the foundation establishment stage is my pinnacle. Even if I return to cultivate, I shall achieve nothing significant. I implore you, grant me a blood ignition pill. I seek vengeance." His forehead struck the ground heavily, tears welling in his eyes. They say a man's knees are worth gold. Yet he has knelt only this once in his life, and it shall be the last. Meng Jing's heart quivered intensely, her eyes reddening. She wished to speak further when her mother, Lei Lan, approached, using her spiritual energy to present a red blood ignition pill before the man. "Thank you, revered elder." The man grasped the pill with both hands, bowing deeply to Lei Lan 3 times in gratitude. "I beseech you, grant me a blood ignition pill." Several other liberated cultivators fell to their knees, faces resolute in the face of death. Their loved ones were gone. They now sought to use their final strength to avenge them. "You despicable humans, how dare you invade our territory? You seek death." With a thunderous roar, a multitude of triangle bulls appeared. The powerful members of the triangle bull clan, sensing the presence of the crowd, led their kin in a charge. The ground trembled as these beasts rampaged, uprooting trees, a formidable force with an overwhelming presence. The man who received the blood ignition pill did not hesitate, swallowing it whole. As the elixir coursed through him, his life ignited, his aura surged. "Wife, little Bao, parents, I shall avenge you." Facing the countless triangle bulls, he bore no fear, his countenance reflecting a resolve to embrace death. Without a weapon, he transformed into a streak of light, hurtling toward the throng of demons. "Humanity endures," he bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder. He soared before the triangle bulls and detonated himself. A brilliant crimson light enveloped a multitude of triangle bulls, leading to their mutual destruction. "Humanity endures." The other cultivators who received the blood ignition pill harbored no thoughts of survival, fueled by their overwhelming hatred for the triangle bulls. They exchanged their final brilliance for the lives of their enemies, avenging their kin. Waves of radiant life surged forth, igniting the murderous intent within the hearts of many prodigies. Kill. Originally, these extraordinary individuals came with the intention of enhancing themselves, striving to secure an esteemed position and acquire valuable resources. However, upon witnessing the self-detonation of numerous lower-tier cultivators, a surge of fury and murderous intent consumed them, propelling them into the fray. Meng Jing summoned boundless thunder. With bolts of lightning cascading from the heavens, obliterating countless triangular bull demons, Nangong Shen swept his sword, vanquishing 3,000 foes with a single stroke. Yun Huang unleashed the divine phoenix flames, reducing the triangular bull demons to mere ashes in her wake. Each prodigy displayed their ultimate skills amidst a cacophony of clashing blades and gleaming spears. The battle cries reverberated throughout the realm, marking the commencement of the slaughter. Chapter 242. Fearless in the face of death, the powerful forged ahead, paving the way against the formidable triangular bull clan. The laws trembled as myriad spells danced through the air, claiming numerous lives. Fueled by rage, Yun Huang carved a path of destruction. with countless triangular bull demons perishing in her divine flames. As the pressure mounted, she suddenly realized her perilous position, encircled by a dozen triangular bull demons. These demons, adept in a unique cooperative technique, exhibited a significant increase in both offensive and defensive capabilities when fighting in unison. Armed with weapons crafted from bull horns, such as long spears, they possessed the ability to breach laws and defenses with remarkable power. The bull demons fixated on Yun Huang with eyes filled with anger and greed. This woman is quite formidable. Let us capture her alive. Her beauty is worth preserving. They urged one another to remain vigilant. A group of several nascent soul triangular bull demons launched a joint assault on Yun Huang, seizing the opportunity to breach her defenses with a bullhorn spear that pierced her back. With a thunderous impact, Yun Huang was slammed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. However, she remained largely unscathed, having heeded Jiang Ping'an's advice to learn body-refining techniques. Otherwise, that strike would have undoubtedly pierced her through. As she observed the approaching bull demons, her expression darkened. Just then, the dozen bull demons suddenly collapsed, crashing heavily to the ground and flattening a swath of trees, sending debris flying. Seizing the moment, Yun Huang unleashed the ancestral secret techniques of the Phoenix clan. A divine phoenix flame surged forth, incinerating the bull demons into charcoal. With the threat neutralized, Yun Huang sighed in relief and glanced toward Jiang Ping'an in the distance, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. The reason those bull demons had fallen was due to Jiang Ping'an manipulating the gravitational laws to assist her. Had it not been for his intervention, even if she managed to break free, she would have sustained injuries. Focus on the battle. I will manage the rear, Jiang Ping'an replied calmly. At those words, Yun Huang felt an unprecedented sense of security and soared back into the fray, charging at the enemy. Jiang Ping'an refrained from engaging in direct combat, instead supporting Yun Huang and Meng Jing from the rear. His rationale was that this body was merely a wooden deity avatar, possessing limited combat prowess. He had no interest in vying for first place. Ensuring the safety of Meng Jing and Yun Huang was his primary concern. With Jiang Ping'an's support, Yun Huang and Meng Jing seemed to abandon all thoughts of retreat, charging forward like goddesses of war. Soon, the triangular bull demons were nearly obliterated. However, this skirmish was merely against a small tribe, and their elite fighters were not particularly numerous. In pursuit of the judicious allocation of resources, larger populations tend to be more dispersed, only converging in exceptional circumstances. Take, for instance, the human race, which is scattered far and wide. The triangular bull clan is akin to a mid-tier force among humans, occupying a territory no smaller than that of the Great Xia Kingdom, hence their considerable dispersion. It is likely that, before long, the chieftain of the triangular bull clan will receive news urging the gathering of their kin to confront the impending threat. The formidable warriors of the three major forces, accompanied by numerous prodigies, engaged in fierce combat against the triangular bull clan, obliterating tribe after tribe. Within a mere month, news of these events spread among those who had been rescued. The Qingfeng sect, which recently faced near annihilation at the hands of the triangular bull clan, saw half of its disciples either dead or wounded in their desperate escape, with the sect leader having fallen in battle. They prepared to abandon their ancestral home, which had stood for thousands of years, fleeing to other nations. Who would wish to leave their homeland unless compelled by dire necessity? Is it true? Are there truly powerful beings attacking the triangular bull clan? The vice sect leader, upon hearing the scouts' report, wore an expression of disbelief. Which force dares to assault the triangular bull clan? Have they lost their minds? Indeed, I witnessed it with my own eyes. That group has already annihilated several tribes. Their strength is terrifying. One individual can vanquish more than 10 triangular bull demons. The scout exclaimed, brimming with excitement. To convince the vice sect leader, he presented a recording stone containing images of the battle. This vice sect leader, a formidable being at the void refining stage, had once roamed the outside world. Upon viewing the scenes captured in the recording stone, his eyes widened in shock. The divine bird, the phoenix. This is the divine phoenix body, the divine thunder. There are members of the ancient Thunder clan. Is that not Jiang Ping'an, who previously swept through the emperor's ruins, defeating the prodigies of the Swallowing Sky Crocodile clan? The vice sect leader had accompanied sect disciples to the emperor's ruins and had witnessed the battle between Jiang Ping'an and the Swallowing Sky Crocodile clan, thus recognizing him. Such formidable individuals must surely be the prodigies selected by the three major forces. The three major forces have launched an attack against the Triangular Bull clan. The vice sect leader was moved to tears, issuing commands to all disciples to halt their retreat and return to exact vengeance for their sect leader and fellow disciples. The Triangular Bull clan had devastated their sect, slaying their leader and countless disciples. This vendetta must be avenged, though they had initially planned to withdraw to safety. Witnessing the powerful beings of the three major forces battling against the Triangular Bull demons, they could not allow these warriors to fight alone. Not far away, within a cave, a group of humans were hiding from the Triangular Bull clan. Clad in finery and exuding an air of nobility, they had once held esteemed positions, but now appeared utterly disheveled. "Your Majesty, do not return. It is too perilous," a woman cried, grasping the arm of a one-armed man. "My kingdom has fallen. My people have perished, and several of my sons have died in battle. As a sovereign, how can I continue to survive in such shame? Now that powerful beings are rising to action, it is the perfect opportunity for revenge." The man gently pushed the woman aside, casting a tender glance at the child in her arms. "Survive and preserve the royal bloodline." With that, his expression hardened, and drawing his sword with his remaining arm, he called out to the weary soldiers, "All warriors, heed my command and follow me to battle." "Yes, Your Majesty." The men bid farewell to their wives and children, soaring towards the endless mountains, their hearts filled with determination and a willingness to embrace death. The invasion of the Triangular Bull clan nearly led to the annihilation of this nation, forcing countless cultivators to flee. Upon hearing that powerful factions were retaliating against the Triangular Bull clan, these scattered cultivators resolutely returned, plunging into the endless mountains, following the might of the three great powers to engage the enemy. Though aware of the peril, they charged forth like moths drawn to a flame, hoping to extinguish that inferno with their own bodies. Meanwhile, Jiang Ping'an, traversing towards the territory of the devouring crocodile clan in his true form, witnessed through the avatar of the wood spirit the profound hatred these cultivators harbored towards the Triangular Bull clan, as well as the reason humanity ascended to the pinnacle of the cultivation world. Even in the face of death, these cultivators were determined to take a piece of the enemy with them. Jiang Ping'an's animosity towards the devouring crocodile clan was no less fervent than theirs, a sentiment that compelled him to brave danger and venture into their territory, primarily for retribution. To ensure his safety, he altered his appearance to mitigate potential risks. After all, many from the devouring crocodile clan had seen his visage at the emperor's ruins, and being recognized could summon formidable foes, heightening the danger. Suddenly, as Jiang Ping'an advanced towards the territory of the devouring crocodile clan, he sensed a disturbance, his expression sharpening. Surrounding ruins flickered and swirled, swiftly enveloping him as a dozen cultivators emerged from the shadows, their auras formidable. "He bears no demonic energy. He is human," one cultivator exclaimed. "Human? A lone human dares to venture here?" A cultivator clad in white armor scoffed, brandishing his sword in an attack on Jiang Ping'an. This strike bore little lethality, merely intended to ascertain whether Jiang Ping'an possessed any demonic energy. Jiang Ping'an unleashed his own power to block the blow, confirming he indeed bore no such energy, prompting the cultivators to exhale in relief. "What a stroke of bad luck. We wasted so much spiritual energy to activate the formation, thinking he was a devouring crocodile. What business does a human have here in the territory of the devouring crocodile clan?" grumbled a cultivator in green robes who controlled the formation. After 2 months of travel, Jiang Ping'an finally reached the domain of the devouring crocodile clan. Unexpectedly, upon arrival, he encountered humans rather than the anticipated crocodiles. Among the group, one cultivator was at the initial stage of the transformation god realm, while the others were at the nascent soul stage. Just as Jiang Ping'an prepared to take flight, the transformation god female cultivator positioned herself before him. Clad in blue armor, she exuded an air of heroism, even with half her face concealed by a blue helmet. Her eyes sparkled with a clarity akin to tranquil waters. "Friend, you are headed the wrong way. There is a small tribe of the devouring crocodile clan that direction," Cheng Xin cautioned. "That tribe hosts 2 formidable demons at the initial stage of transformation god, along with numerous nascent soul experts. With your cultivation level, proceeding there would be fatal." Recognizing Jiang Ping'an's nascent soul cultivation, she offered her warning with goodwill. "Thank you," Jiang Ping'an replied. for he was indeed searching for the tribe of the devouring crocodile clan. To avenge his master and awaken his devouring avatar, he needed to locate the tribe. Jiang Ping'an deftly maneuvered around the blue-armored female cultivator and continued on his original course. As Jiang Ping'an continued to soar towards that direction, Cheng Xian was momentarily taken aback. She swiftly intercepted him, inquiring, "Did you not hear what I said?" Chapter 243, Companionship. Within the vast primal forest of the endless mountain range, towering trees cast an impenetrable shadow, where a dozen cultivators surrounded one of their own. Cheng Xian reiterated her previous warning. Ahead lay a tribe of the devouring sky crocodile, home to two formidable beings at the transformation stage, making it exceedingly perilous. Jiang Ping'an nodded, affirming, "I heard you clearly." "Then why are you still going?" interjected a nearby nascent soul cultivator, unable to suppress his astonishment. "It is precisely because I heard that I am going," Jiang Ping'an replied. The crowd fell silent, bewildered. "You know the risk yet still proceed? If you were a transformation stage expert, it might be understandable. But a mere nascent soul cultivator trespassing into the devouring sky crocodile's territory is tantamount to courting death." Cheng Xian articulated the thoughts of the others. "Are you intent on seeking your demise? My master was gravely injured by the devouring sky crocodile, and I seek vengeance," Jiang Ping'an declared with calm conviction. Upon saying this, he maneuvered around Cheng Xian once more, preparing to take flight, only to be grasped firmly by her. Cheng Xian regarded him with exasperation. To put it charitably, he was a devoted disciple. To be less kind, a fool. Even if you yearn for revenge, you must recognize reality. Can you truly defeat those two transformation stage experts? "I do not intend to confront them directly. I will launch a surprise attack," Jiang Ping'an responded, lacking a concrete plan, opting instead to take things one step at a time. Even a surprise attack will not guarantee the death of a transformation stage expert. "Has your master not warned you never to act impulsively?" Cheng Xian paused momentarily, then clenched her fists, speaking with solemnity. "Our nation has lost billions to the devouring sky crocodile. We harbor even greater desires for revenge and loathe them more than you do. Yet we do not act with such recklessness." At the mention of this calamity, the 10 surrounding cultivators gritted their teeth, their faces etched with hatred, while several female cultivators' eyes glistened with unshed tears. Had they not ventured to the emperor's ruins in search of opportunity, they too would have fallen prey to the devouring sky crocodile's might. Their entire nation, billions strong, devoured whole. Although Jiang Ping'an remained composed, the gravity of her words shifted his expression. He could scarcely fathom the fury that would have consumed him had the great Xia been annihilated by the devouring sky crocodile. These individuals were undoubtedly burdened with immense hatred. It is all Jiang Ping'an's fault. It was he who slaughtered so many devouring sky crocodiles at the emperor's ruins, provoking their wrath against our nation. A male cultivator bellowed in indignation. Cheng Xian gazed gently at the young man. "Brother, do not place blame where it does not belong. Even without Jiang Ping'an, the devouring sky crocodile tribe would have eventually risen to threaten us. They are the true enemy we should despise." Hearing his sister's words, Cheng Yuchen turned away, still fixating on Jiang Ping'an's role in inciting the tribe. Cheng Xian opened her mouth, opting not to argue further with her brother. Turning back to Jiang Ping'an, she proposed, "If you seek revenge, let us join forces. The more of us there are, the stronger we become. In 10 days, the tribe will awaken their devouring talents in their descendants, and we shall strike then." Cheng Yuchen immediately countered, "No, the more people involved, the greater the risk. This individual could disrupt my plans." Clad in blue armor, Cheng Xian remarked, "However, should he seek vengeance now, it would undoubtedly disrupt our plans." Cheng Yuchen felt reluctant. Yet the truth remained. They could keep him close, but revealing their specific strategies was out of the question. Cheng Xian nodded and turned her gaze back to Jiang Ping'an. "Esteemed friend, we too desire retribution, yet your vengeance may thwart our intentions. Regardless of your agreement, you must accompany us in our endeavors. We hope for your understanding." With that, she subtly emanated her early-stage transformation aura, a testament to her formidable strength. Jiang Ping'an remained silent for a considerable time before ultimately nodding in acquiescence. This group possessed a greater understanding of the sky-eating crocodile clan than he did, since they also sought to vanquish foes. Aligning with them would undoubtedly ensure his safety. Moreover, it was evident that they would not permit him to depart so easily. The woman in blue armor continued, "In 10 days, A minor tribe of the sky-eating crocodile clan will awaken their devouring talents, providing an opportune moment for us to advance. Cheng Yuqian coldly warned Jiang Ping'an. Be compliant and do not jeopardize our plan. With that, she soared to a nearby tree. The others dispersed to conceal themselves. Cheng Xian chose to remain, perhaps to oversee Jiang Ping'an. Esteemed friend, how would you assess your battle prowess? She inquired. In my tier, I have few rivals, Jiang Ping'an replied candidly. Cheng Yuqian, perched on the tree, could not contain herself and burst into laughter. Forgive me, I recalled a jest. She then glided to the other cultivators and whispered, that fellow truly boasts, claiming few can rival him at his level. Perhaps he is not merely boasting. Being from a lesser region, he may have encountered weaker opponents. He must believe himself formidable, else he would not foolishly venture into the territory of the sky-eating crocodiles, another cultivator suggested. The others dismissed Jiang Ping'an's claims entirely. Few rivals? How audacious! Even the most gifted from the three great powers of the Eastern Domain would not dare to make such a statement. Cheng Xian retrieved a vial of elixirs and offered it to Jiang Ping'an. This is a bottle of nascent soul pills, designed to replenish spiritual energy. We are on the brink of a significant battle, and this potion will prove beneficial to you. Until then, we ask for your patience and cooperation here. Jiang Ping'an declined the nascent soul pills. They were intended for practitioners of the nascent soul stage and were of little use to him. Currently, he replenished his energy with the Xuanqi pills meant for early-stage transformation cultivators. He settled on a nearby tree, entering meditation as he continued to utilize the patterns from the Human Emperor's Heart Sutra acupoint chapter to forge acupoints in his right arm. Each acupoint he opened would allow him to store vast amounts of spiritual and blood energy, in addition to increasing weight. Once he successfully opened all 30 acupoints in his right arm, he could hurl his limb with such force that it could obliterate a multitude of nascent soul practitioners. Of course, no one would actually discard their arm in battle. They would only strike with their fists. Seeing that Jiang Ping'an was a man of few words, Cheng Xian refrained from conversation, positioning herself nearby to oversee him while she practiced her own techniques. The impending battle in 10 days was fraught with peril. For the sake of lost loved ones and billions of citizens, vengeance must be exacted. In the ensuing days, Jiang Ping'an remained utterly motionless, and at last, on the 9th day, he succeeded in forging the second human sovereign node. The designation human sovereign node was a thought conceived by Jiang Ping'an to honor this formidable figure. Had it not been for the esoteric techniques left behind by this predecessor, he would have struggled to find a way to take this pivotal second step. The weight on his right arm further intensified. Now, the combined mass of the two unique nodes was equivalent to that of 2 mountains. He imbued his right arm with a star-pulling technique, ensuring that it would not impede his bodily movements. Cheng Yuqian, the brother of a manifestation stage cultivator, approached Jiang Ping'an. The time for action was imminent. During the forthcoming endeavor, no rash movements were permitted, and strict adherence to my sister's directives was mandatory. Should the plan be compromised, we shall undoubtedly execute you. Jiang Ping'an opened his eyes, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded the individual before him. From the moment of his arrival, this person harbored animosity towards him, clearly apprehensive about jeopardizing their scheme. Cheng Yuqian tossed a talisman to Jiang Ping'an. It was an invisibility talisman, meant to be affixed to his person as preparations for action commenced. Jiang Ping'an observed as others adhered their talismans, rendering their bodies invisible, their presence undetectable. Naturally, this was without the use of his ocular powers. A mere flicker of his gaze would render such invisibility utterly ineffective. Everyone, maintain your composure. We must not expose ourselves, Cheng Xian coldly reminded. The group nodded, instinctively casting brief glances at Cheng Yuqian. Jiang Ping'an sensed a myriad of complex emotions in their gazes. Yet he remained uncertain of their true nature. He affixed the talisman to himself and followed the others as they glided low through the air towards the tribe of the devourer crocodiles. This endeavor promised perilous challenges. For the sake of his master and the awakening of the devouring clone, they had to proceed. Chapter 244. The offensive plan. A day later, they finally arrived at the tribe of the devourer crocodiles. The architecture of this tribe was remarkably primitive, consisting solely of houses haphazardly constructed from trees animated by spiritual energy. To call them houses was flattering, for they resembled mere tree hollows. Most demon clans within the realm of cultivation eschewed the art of construction, and their weaponry was equally rudimentary. They preferred to plunder the abodes and armaments of the human race. This tribe boasted a population of several million devourer crocodiles, their malevolent aura pervading the atmosphere, quite irksome to behold. The group, guided by their instincts, cautiously infiltrated the heart of the tribe, where they beheld a colossal altar shrouded in mysterious runes. The altar emanated an enigmatic and incomprehensible force of order, upon which lay the untransformed young of the devourer crocodiles. These untransformed beings were engaged in a ritual of awakening. Surrounding the altar was a multitude of devourer crocodiles, with dozens at the nascent soul stage, their malevolent energy overwhelming. At the very center of the sacrificial site stood two devourer crocodiles in the early stages of manifestation. These two had fully assumed human forms. One of them wielded a white bone staff, or rather, a colossal tooth, towering half a man's height, resembling a bone rod, adorned with incomprehensible demon inscriptions. According to intelligence reports, each tribe of the devourer crocodiles conducted a ritual of awakening every 6 months, bestowing enlightenment upon the newly born younglings. Awakening necessitates two essential components, an altar and a medium crafted from the runes of the demon clan. The colossal tooth before them serves as the awakening medium fashioned by the sky-devouring crocodile clan. Under Jiang Ping'an's watchful gaze, a sky-devouring crocodile in the early stage of transformation brandished the tooth, aiming its sharp tip at the brow of a nearby crocodile. The moment they connected, the small sky-devouring crocodile emanated a formidable demonic aura, a surging power of devouring awakening within it, while the spiritual energy of the world fervently poured into its being. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Ping'an felt his heart race with excitement. This was the awakening he so ardently desired. Should the devouring avatar achieve awakening, coupled with the bloodline left by the ancestors of the sky-devouring crocodile clan, his combat prowess would undoubtedly soar to unprecedented heights. Dressed in blue metallic armor, Cheng Xian observed the sky-devouring crocodiles, her fists clenched, her crimson eyes gleaming with resentment. She turned to a group of a dozen individuals and conveyed through thought, "Proceed as planned." What was the plan? Jiang Ping'an inquired mentally. They had only one early-stage transformation warrior on their side, while their adversaries boasted two, both formidable, sky-devouring crocodiles. What scheme could possibly counter these behemoths? At that moment, Cheng Yuqing, amidst the crowd, suddenly produced a formation flag. The flag erupted in radiant brilliance, its runes cascading through the air, forming a vast barrier that enveloped their group. The silhouettes of the dozen individuals materialized abruptly, while Cheng Yuqing retreated with haste. Sensing the surge of power, the thousands of sky-devouring crocodiles surrounding them turned in unison to gaze upon them. The two early-stage transformation sky-devouring crocodiles immediately locked their sights on them. Jiang Ping'an's heart sank. He had never anticipated such a turn of events. Cheng Yuqing was, in fact, a traitor, having orchestrated their betrayal. "Retreat!" Cheng Xian bellowed. She drew a sharp blade from her waist and struck the barrier with force. However, the barrier was exceedingly resilient, remaining utterly unmoved. They were trapped. Even the early-stage transformation warrior could not break free. Everyone's expressions shifted to one of disbelief as they gazed at Cheng Yuqing outside the barrier. "Yuqing, what are you doing?" Cheng Xian shouted angrily at the figure beyond the barrier. Cheng Yuqing, unable to meet Cheng Xian's gaze, replied, "I'm sorry, sister. I was captured earlier, and they implanted a devouring insect within me. If I do not obey them, I will perish. I do not wish to die." By the end of her explanation, her voice faltered, her head bowed in shame. The devouring insect, a peculiar creature that cohabits with the sky-devouring crocodiles, would take control of the nascent soul of any cultivator it infested. The sky-devouring crocodile merely needs to will it to eliminate the host. Once infested, the only way to be freed is by the command of the controller. Otherwise, escape is nearly impossible. The two early-stage transformation sky-devouring crocodiles approached, their faces contorted in maniacal grins. "Fools, did you think we were oblivious to your ambush? In the vernacular of your kind, this is a classic case of playing right into our hands." The bound Cheng Xian and the other dozen cultivators wore expressions of despair. Another early-stage transformation sky-devouring crocodile fixed its gaze upon Cheng Xian and coldly remarked, "I did not expect remnants of the divine weapon kingdom to still exist. I have heard tales of a mysterious technique that enables you to cultivate weapons. Surrender the secret, allow me to implant the devouring insect, and serve me. I may spare your life. Otherwise, death awaits. Cheng Xian disregarded the devouring crocodile, instead focusing on Cheng Yuqian, tears welling in her eyes, filled with profound sorrow. I am your elder sister. Other cultivators shouted in anger. Cheng Yuqian, you wretched scoundrel. I shall haunt you even in death. Cheng Yuqian, you traitor. Our nation has been ravaged by this rabble, and yet you choose to serve them like a dog. Confronted by the furious accusations of her comrades, Cheng Yuqian turned away, tears cascading down her cheeks. I am sorry. I only wish to survive. The other devouring crocodiles finally grasped the situation. Apparently, the tribe leader had laid a trap, luring a group of humans, startling them into thinking it was an enemy attack. They had long claimed that the human race feared not death. How laughable it was to discover they were merely cowards. It was all mere boasting. I have consumed countless humans, and each time before I devoured them, I told them to kneel and beg for mercy, and they truly believed it, kneeling down in desperation. Such amusement, ha ha ha! The devouring crocodiles erupted into laughter, mocking the humans as fools. In the midst of their raucous mirth, Cheng Yuqian turned her gaze back, casting a gentle glance at her sister and companions within the barrier, whispering, farewell. Before the devouring crocodiles could react, a mysterious rune of light erupted from Cheng Yuqian's being, an energy as formidable as the full-force strike of a mid-transformation god-level cultivator. The energy instantly enveloped the devouring crocodiles, reducing those who had been laughing to mere ashes. The heavens darkened, winds howled, and the terrifying energy spread for miles, illuminating the sky beyond the stars. The entire tribe, comprised of millions of devouring crocodiles, was ensnared by this energy. The barrier near the explosion trembled violently, and the dozen or so cultivators inside were moved to tears. Jiang Ping'an, contemplating how to escape, was left utterly stunned. Cheng Yuqian was no traitor. In that moment, he finally comprehended the true nature of the plan. Cheng Xian knelt, overcome with grief. A month prior, they had ventured into the territory of the devouring crocodiles, seeking to slay a few in a fit of rage. However, her brother had been discovered by a transformation god-level devouring crocodile, implanted with a devouring worm, intended to control him and ensnare them all. Knowing he could not survive, he had feigned rebellion, planning to use a talisman containing the power of a mid-transformation god-level attack to perish alongside those two god-level beings and the millions of devouring crocodiles. This was the ultimate plan. From beginning to end, Cheng Yuqian had not betrayed humanity, nor her country. Cheng Xian, her vision blurred by tears, recalled the conversation she had shared with her brother that day. Brother, are you afraid? Cheng Yuqian had smiled serenely. To kill the enemy and serve the nation. What is there to fear? Death is indeed terrifying, but when loved ones perish and the nation falls, what does death matter? Cheng Yuqian once had a promising future. Yet fate is unpredictable, leading to a tragic demise, her body reduced to ashes. Jiang Ping'an remained silent, solemnly observing the sight of Cheng Yuqian's self-detonation, filled with admiration. Crack! The barrier shattered. This barrier had not been to imprison them, but rather to protect them. Suddenly, Jiang Ping'an caught sight of something, his pupils contracting as he shouted. Those two god-level beings are still alive. Upon hearing these words, the hearts of those steeped in sorrow trembled violently, swiftly shaking off their grief. A despicable horde of human pests. I shall savor the pleasure of devouring you alive. Amidst the billowing smoke, an enraged roar resounded. Chapter 245, Still Alive. The terrifying aura emanating from the sky-devouring crocodile dispersed the dust, revealing their blood-soaked forms. The two sky-devouring crocodiles on the altar, their bodies charred and many areas reduced to charred bone, bled profusely. The altar beneath them radiated a peculiar glow, intercepting the surprise attack of the talismans and dissipating a significant portion of the energy. Otherwise, they would surely perish. Cheng Xian and the others' faces paled, their eyes reflecting sheer terror. The two strongest sky-devouring crocodiles had survived. The two sky-devouring crocodiles swiftly consumed precious elixirs to restore their strength. The one on the left tore away the burnt flesh from its body, glaring menacingly at Cheng Xian and his companions, roaring with fury. I shall devour you all. I will hold the rear. Run swiftly. Cheng Xian gripped his blade tightly, his eyes bloodshot. Cheng Yuqian had sacrificed herself, yet she had not slain the two sky-devouring crocodiles. She had merely inflicted severe wounds upon them. Though grievously injured, they remained far more formidable than ordinary initial-stage transformation cultivators. Cheng Xian resolved to hold back, allowing the others a chance to survive. A dozen nascent soul cultivators exchanged glances, a glimmer of determination flashing in their eyes. They did not flee. Instead, they tossed their storage treasures to Chengxian and charged directly at the two sky-devouring crocodiles. Princess, survive. You must avenge us. You are the final hope of our divine weapon kingdom. They understood the dire consequences of confronting the two sky-devouring crocodiles. Yet there was no trace of fear in their eyes, only resolve. The two sky-devouring crocodiles regarded the charging nascent soul cultivators with disdain. These mere cultivators posed no threat to them. Boom, boom, boom. The rushing cultivators had no intention of fighting. All their energy surged into the nascent soul, triggering a self-detonation. Boom, boom, bang. A horrific explosion soared into the sky, engulfing dozens of miles. No, Chengxian's voice, hoarse with anguish, echoed in despair. These few were the last remnants of their divine weapon kingdom. Princess, I implore you, flee. Do not let our sacrifice be in vain. The final female cultivator uttered a last plea before following suit in self-detonation. The self-detonation of the dozen cultivators formed a thick wall of energy, consuming the strength of the two initial stage transformation experts, granting Chengxian a fleeting glimmer of hope. Blood and tears streamed down Chengxian's anguished face as she, laden with boundless sorrow and fury, grasped the only remaining companion, Jiang Ping'an, and fled rapidly. The self-detonation of nascent soul cultivators was dreadfully potent. The immense energy generated was such that even the two initial stage sky-devouring crocodiles dared not withstand it directly, resorting instead to erecting an energy shield for protection. Cursed pests. The self-detonation of the dozen cultivators only bought a moment's respite. As the explosive energy dissipated, the two initial stage sky-devouring crocodiles, seething with rage, transformed into streaks of light in pursuit. However, having been ambushed and further hindered by the self-detonations of the nascent soul cultivators, their energy had been significantly depleted, rendering them unable to catch up to Chengxian. At that moment, a colossal devouring crocodile, spanning 3,000 meters, obstructed Chengxian's path. The third initial stage devouring crocodile made its appearance. It had merely been passing nearby, puzzled by the commotion, only to discover that a daring insect had encroached upon the territory of the devouring crocodile clan. A chilling and terrifying aura locked onto Chengxian and Jiang Ping'an. The flicker of hope that had just ignited within Chengxian's heart was extinguished. She never anticipated such misfortune, encountering a passing devouring crocodile. Had it not been for this creature's arrival, they would have surely escaped. However, considering the circumstances, it was only natural to encounter another devouring crocodile in its domain. Chengxian forcefully hurled Jiang Ping'an away, urging him to flee. She understood that their chances of survival were grim. If even one of them could escape, it would be preferable to both perishing here. Jiang Ping'an swiftly distanced himself, propelled by her force. Attempt to escape. None shall succeed. The gargantuan devouring crocodile opened its massive jaws, revealing a gaping black void, a terrifying suction that drew in the very essence of the world along with Jiang Ping'an. With urgency, Chengxian raised her blade, channeling her full strength towards the devouring crocodile, her intent slicing through realms as she sought to save Jiang Ping'an. The devouring crocodile lifted its claw, covered in impenetrable scales. Her strike met it with a metallic roar, failing to breach even its armor. Having tempered my form in molten lava for a millennium, my physique is unparalleled. Do you truly believe such a feeble assault could harm me? The creature's fearsome gaze was fixed upon Chengxian, filled with disdain and scorn. Chengxian, witnessing Jiang Ping'an nearly engulfed, bore a look of despair. It seemed that none would survive today. Besides this devouring crocodile, there were two more behind them, making escape impossible. The divine weapon kingdom would inevitably become a relic of the past. Just as Jiang Ping'an was on the verge of being consumed, he raised his fist and struck out. The devouring crocodile noted his movement but dismissed it entirely. A mere nascent soul cultivator, incapable of even scratching my hide, let alone inflicting any real damage. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Ping'an's right hand became enveloped in tribal totem patterns, amplifying his strength twofold. The third tier of the battle god technique activated, doubling his combat prowess. The laws of power and battle intent enveloped his entire being. All his strength coalesced in his right arm. As he unleashed his punch, the very fabric of space warped around him. The devouring crocodile finally sensed the impending threat, its pupils constricting sharply. It attempted to evade, but it was already too late. With a resounding explosion that reverberated through the heavens and the earth, a powerful force unleashed a tempest, shattering countless mountains, and Chengxian was cast aside. The massive head of the devouring crocodile detonated, blood raining down like a crimson storm. In despair, Chengxian and the two pursuing initial stage devouring crocodiles stood frozen, their minds blank as they beheld the scene. In a daze, they even questioned whether they had misjudged Jiang Ping'an's cultivation level. Yet, their perceptions were not mistaken. Although his aura was peculiar, it was unmistakably that of a nascent soul cultivator, not a powerful figure of the transformation stage. How could a mere nascent soul practitioner possibly obliterate an initial stage devouring crocodile with a single punch? Most of the demon clan possess superior physiques compared to the human race, particularly the Sky-Eater crocodile, which stands as a paragon among them, even surpassing the dragon clan during ancient times. Although the Sky-Eater crocodile has since declined, this particular specimen boasts extraordinary strength. Just moments ago, Chengxian unleashed a full-force strike, yet could not breach its defenses. However, this formidable physique was shattered by a mere nascent soul stage cultivator. Had this Sky-Eater crocodile been more cautious and defended itself, it might have avoided such a fate. It never anticipated that Jiang Ping'an could wield such immense power. Yet, in reality, there are no what-ifs. Who would conceive that a cultivator at the nascent soul level could possess such terrifying strength? Observing the tribal totemic patterns adorning Jiang Ping'an's body and sensing the aura of battle and unique energy emanating from him, Chengxian's heart trembled violently. He had witnessed the clash between Jiang Ping'an and the Sky-Eater crocodile firsthand. Though their appearances differed, it was undoubtedly Jiang Ping'an. Only he could possess such overwhelming power. Only he could exude this peculiar aura, characteristic of the spirit-sealing realm. Be cautious. He is not dead yet, Chengxian shouted urgently after a brief moment of shock. Upon reaching the transformation stage, merely destroying the head does not suffice to eliminate a being. One must obliterate the nascent soul within that is transitioning to the primordial spirit. The Sky-Eater crocodile, with its head shattered, lifted its claw and struck at Jiang Ping'an. In a flash, Jiang Ping'an transformed into lightning to evade the attack. Although the third-tier lightning flash covers a distance of merely 10,000 meters, its speed is astonishing, akin to teleportation. Theoretically, as long as he can continuously employ the lightning flash, his speed would undoubtedly surpass that of an ordinary early transformation stage expert, effortlessly dodging the assault. Jiang Ping'an produced a formation flag, infusing it with energy, and a plethora of runes enveloped a 100-mile radius, encircling all living beings present. This was the Four Symbols Killing Formation, confiscated from a cultivator of the Black Tiger Valley. The Black Tiger Valley had invested centuries of resources to acquire this formation in order to combat the Heavenly Axe sect. This formation is capable of withstanding attacks from late transformation stage experts. Enemies within would have their spiritual energy continuously siphoned, while the practitioner would receive a steady influx of energy. After years of refinement, he had long since mastered it. Jiang Ping'an stood resolutely in the void, his expression devoid of emotion, coldly gazing at the three Sky-Eater crocodiles. I have vowed that for the injury of my master, I shall annihilate your entire lineage. The three Sky-Eater crocodiles trembled violently, a ludicrous thought arising within their minds. Three early transformation stage experts were being besieged by a mere nascent soul stage cultivator. Chapter 246. Battle of the Transformation Stage. Jiang Ping'an's countenance was stern as he addressed Chengxian. I will handle one. You take on the other two. Is there a problem? Before Chengxian could respond, the enraged nascent soul within the shattered head of the Sky-Eater crocodile bellowed furiously. You little insect. Do not be arrogant. I was merely careless moments ago. I shall rend you into pieces. The humiliation of being defeated by a nascent soul stage cultivator weighed heavily upon him. If this news spread, he would find it impossible to maintain his standing within his kin. Channeling the energy within him, the destroyed head began to visibly regenerate at an astounding pace. Upon reaching the transformation stage, regrowing severed limbs is a relatively straightforward process, though restoring the head requires considerable energy. However, the remaining energy was sufficient to confront a cultivator in the nascent soul stage. Let us unite and devour these two wretched insects. The three injured sky-devouring crocodiles, filled with rage, charged at the two individuals. These dignified early-stage transformation gods had endured such humiliation before mere humans. It was an affront to their pride. Even slaying the two would not suffice to assuage their anger. Cheng Xian was equally consumed by hatred, the downfall of the divine weapon nation, the tragic deaths of friends and his younger brother. All of it lay at the feet of the sky-devouring crocodiles. Gripping his blade tightly, he advanced towards the two early-stage transformation gods. Jiang Ping'an faced the sky-devouring crocodile he had previously injured. The crocodile unleashed its claws with all its might, a tempest howling, its terrifying strength nearly tearing the fabric of reality. Filthy insect, die! Though the human before it possessed considerable power, he was still merely at the nascent soul level and would surely perish with a single strike. Jiang Ping'an did not evade. Instead, he raised his fist to counter the attack. The crocodile regarded him as a fool. Even if this human was strong, could he truly withstand a clash with a transformation god? Transformation gods had begun to comprehend second-stage laws. The collision of second-stage laws with first-stage laws would invariably favor the former, unless the opponent could unleash two or more first-stage laws simultaneously. They would struggle to counter the might of second-stage laws. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly be obliterated. The overconfident fool. The crocodile's claw shimmered ominously as it approached Jiang Ping'an. Yet, Jiang Ping'an remained calm, and in that fleeting moment, he communicated with the battle armor on his wrist. The cold, obsidian armor enveloped him instantly, the cloak rustling ominously, and his aura surged fourfold, reminiscent of an ancient soldier, cold and merciless. Boom! The two forces collided, and an astonishing scene unfolded before Cheng Xian and the other two sky-devouring crocodiles. The gargantuan crocodile, spanning 3,000 meters, was forcibly repelled, while Jiang Ping'an stood unwavering. Upon witnessing Jiang Ping'an's armor, Cheng Xian and the crocodiles were struck with awe. Fourth-tier battle intent armor. Those present recognized the armor Jiang Ping'an donned. The battle intent armor, an amalgamation of offense and defense, was crafted by the great emperor and has since played an indelible role in the history of humanity's rise. Even today, it remains one of the most sought-after armors in the cultivation world. It is worth mentioning that Cheng Xian's blue armor was also battle intent armor, albeit not as formidable as the one gifted to Jiang Ping'an by Wang Ren. Cheng Xian wore second-tier battle intent armor, while Jiang Ping'an's was fourth-tier, capable of amplifying both strength and defense fourfold. Jiang Ping'an's armor could also shrink for easy transport, a feature absent in the second-tier version. The most significant distinction of battle intent armor is that the stronger the battle intent, the greater its power. It is a perfect match for one who can comprehend the laws of battle intent. This was precisely why Wang Ren had bestowed this treasure upon Jiang Ping'an. With the double power from totem patterns, triple combat prowess from the battle god technique, quadruple strength from the battle intent armor, and 4 additional laws, Jiang Ping'an felt no fear in facing an early-stage transformation god. After the initial collision, feeling the terrifying presence of the divine transformation stage, sky-eating crocodile, Jiang Ping'an's fighting spirit was ignited. A towering battle soul projection, standing at 100 meters, appeared behind him, distinct from any previous manifestations. This battle soul was adorned with an ethereal projection of armor, emanating an even more formidable and commanding aura, and, most significantly, it had been enhanced. Jiang Ping'an was taken aback by this unexpected development. The holy body. Upon witnessing the battle soul, several sky-eating crocodiles gasped in astonishment. Even though they were formidable beings of the divine transformation stage, the moment the battle soul emerged, they could not help but feel a profound tremor in their hearts. The might of the holy body reverberated throughout the myriad races. The most renowned holy body was that of the human emperor. In ancient times, when the emperor and numerous cultivators ascended to immortality, the beings of various races believed this was their opportunity to eradicate humanity, uniting in an effort to annihilate the human race. Clad in battle-intent celestial armor and wielding the heaven-splitting axe, the emperor cleaved from the center of the continent to the western regions, traversing the cosmic depths, and swept through the ranks of formidable beings. Countless strong foes perished, shaking the very foundations of all races and securing a peace for humanity that lasted for centuries. It was then that the myriad races comprehended why the emperor and his powerful allies dared to ascend. It was also at that moment that they recognized the terror of the holy body. Merging with the battle soul projection, Jiang Ping'an commanded the colossal battle soul to charge at the sky-eating crocodile. The once arrogant beast was now filled with dread. Today, I am in a good mood and shall spare you. Depart at once. How laughable. Jiang Ping'an remained unfazed, his enormous fist barreling forward. You seek death. The sky-eating crocodile roared, conjuring a golden axe from its maw, transforming into human form to seize the weapon, and clashed with Jiang Ping'an. One reason these demon beasts transformed into human form was to manipulate treasures with greater ease. This golden axe was no ordinary artifact, inscribed with numerous runes. It radiated divine light, clearly crafted by humans, though it was uncertain how this particular sky-eating crocodile had acquired it. Boom. The golden axe collided with Jiang Ping'an's battle soul fist, unleashing a terrifying force that swept across dozens of miles, obliterating countless mountains. Just as the sky-eating crocodile prepared to swing the axe again, it suddenly felt an overwhelming heaviness, struggling to lift the weapon. Its pupils constricted in alarm. What was happening? Why had its body become so heavy? The law of gravity. The moment it sensed the gravitational force, Jiang Ping'an's fist struck down. Bang! The sky-eating crocodile was smashed into the ground, causing the earth within a 10-kilometer radius to shatter, with magma surging forth from the depths, fiery and terrifying. Jiang Ping'an pressed the attack, empowered by the battle-intent armor and battle soul, advancing like a god of war. The sky-eating crocodile was unable to retaliate. Though it attempted to cast spells, the fluctuating gravity disrupted its internal energy flow, hindering its ability to perform incantations. Coupled with Jiang Ping'an's relentless assault, it was nearly impossible to unleash its techniques. The sky-eating crocodile was consumed by terror, realizing that as an early-stage divine transformation cultivator, it was being suppressed by a mere nascent soul practitioner. Meanwhile, Chengxian and the two other sky-eating crocodiles stood in stunned disbelief. A nascent soul dominating a divine transformation. No one would believe such a tale if it were told. Through this battle, one can discern why the demon race covets the treasures of the human race. A single precious artifact can significantly elevate a cultivator's combat spirit, even enabling them to engage in battles beyond their level. Jiang Ping'an relentlessly struck the sky-eating crocodile with his fists, each blow inflicting injury. Should the adversary refrain from using spiritual energy to heal, not only would their movement be hindered, but they would also be at risk of bleeding to death. However, if they opted to heal with spiritual energy, their energy consumption would accelerate, ultimately leading to their demise. You pesky creature. You think you can wear me down? The sky-eating crocodile was aware of Jiang Ping'an's intentions. Suddenly, a bizarre scene unfolded. In an instant, the energy lost by the sky-eating crocodile was restored to its peak. Haha, caught off guard, are we? The sky-eating crocodile cackled, for our storage artifacts reside within our bellies, allowing us to replenish energy with spiritual stones and various heavenly materials at any moment. The energies within the other two sky-eating crocodiles had also recovered significantly. Possessing formidable devouring abilities, the sky-eating crocodile could swiftly digest the energy from spiritual stones and heavenly materials, converting it into its own. Even a typical transformation stage cultivator would find it challenging to vanquish one, let alone a creature of such extraordinary lineage. Chengxian, while battling two sky-eating crocodiles, shouted to Jiang Ping'an, "You control the formation, hurry and retreat. I will hold them off." Regardless of how powerful Jiang Ping'an might be, he was ultimately a nascent soul stage cultivator. Continuing this way could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 247, Slaying the Transformation Stage. Jiang Ping'an appeared oblivious to Chengxian's words, continuing to swing his fists at the sky-eating crocodile. "Hurry and leave. Don't be foolish." Chengxian, exasperated, felt compelled to scold him, even if he was a genius. He was still merely a nascent soul cultivator and could not outlast them. Is Jiang Ping'an truly a fool? He could escape, but chooses to fight against the transformation stage sky-eating crocodiles. Jiang Ping'an cast a glance at him, coolly stating, "Focus on your battle. I am executing the four symbols killing formation. Regardless of what formation this is, it is of no consequence." Chengxian faltered. This is the four symbols killing formation? Realizing that his absorption of spiritual energy was faster than usual, he fought for quite some time without experiencing any depletion of energy. The four symbols killing formation, one of the most renowned formations below the void refinement stage, was indeed familiar to Chengxian. With the knowledge that this was the four symbols killing formation, his worries dissipated, and his beautiful eyes, now filled with murderous intent, fixated on the two sky-eating crocodiles before him. I will avenge my brother and the citizens of the divine weapon kingdom. No longer concerned about energy consumption, she unleashed her full strength with her blade. The battle intensified. Mountains crumbled. The laws danced chaotically, resembling a scene of world annihilation. The three sky-eating crocodiles, previously brimming with confidence, soon realized that the consumption of energy within them was accelerating. In the midst of the four symbols killing formation, their spiritual energy was depleting at an alarming rate. In contrast, these two humans were hardly exhausting their energies, continuously unleashing powerful spells to assault them. This is the might of the four symbols killing formation. However, the capabilities of the four symbols killing formation extend far beyond this. It is termed a killing formation for it harbors immense destructive power. As the four-symbol killing formation absorbed an ever-increasing amount of energy, a sword of condensed runes suddenly materialized, thrusting toward the devouring crocodile before Jiang Ping'an. The crocodile, quick to react, swiftly evaded the strike. At that moment, Jiang Ping'an exerted his full power to employ the star-pulling technique, augmenting the gravitational force upon the devouring crocodile and slowing its movements. With a piercing sound, the sword pierced through the crocodile's primordial spirit. Had it not been for the elevation to the integration stage, being impaled in such a manner would have spelled certain death. The devouring crocodile roared in terror, its voice reverberating through the heavens. As a being of the transformation stage, it had roamed for a millennium. Yet it found itself defeated by a mere cultivator of the primordial spirit level, a bitter pill to swallow. Resolved to take its adversary down with it, the crocodile prepared to self-destruct its primordial spirit in its final moments, seeking to drag Jiang Ping'an into the abyss alongside it. Even in death, it craved a sense of vengeance. The self-detonation of a transformation stage powerhouse would be cataclysmic, encompassing a radius of 100 miles, leaving no chance of escape. It paid no heed to the potential harm that might befall the other two devouring crocodiles. All that mattered was to perish together with Jiang Ping'an, to unleash the fury surging within. However, Jiang Ping'an would not allow such a fate to unfold. Uttering a single word, a series of mental chains ensnared the devouring crocodile, freezing its body and spiritual essence in an instant. This was the pinnacle mental technique, Heaven's Seal, which Jiang Ping'an had exchanged for in the gravity prison. Since mastering the star-pulling technique, he had diligently studied this art. The initial layers of this technique were easier to grasp than the star-pulling technique. The first and second layers could seal objects within sight, while the third layer could imprison energy, including spiritual and blood essence. The fourth layer could seal laws. The first three layers did not involve laws, making them relatively simple to learn, and with Jiang Ping'an's immense mental power, he mastered them with ease. However, the fourth layer began to engage with laws, thus slowing his cultivation speed. He found himself, at this juncture, just as physical and spiritual cultivation required the power of laws, so too did mental prowess. The laws related to mental strength were largely contingent upon one's innate gifts and were classified by attributes. Possessing mastery over the laws of combat intent, strength, gravity, and wood, the mental power he manifested also bore these aspects of rule. This meant that for the crocodile to break free, it would have to shatter these four types of law. Moreover, Jiang Ping'an was simultaneously manipulating the star-pulling technique, intensifying the pressure upon the creature. As the devouring crocodile sensed the mental energy binding it, its pupils constricted sharply. This human possessed an astonishingly vast mental power, a triple cultivator of spirit, body, and soul. How unfortunate it was to encounter such a prodigy. The devouring crocodile, unwilling to succumb, fervently urged the energy within its body with its fading consciousness. These bindings could not possibly restrain it. Indeed, for a cultivator at the initial stage of transformation, while there would be some effect, total suppression was impossible. Nevertheless, Jiang Ping'an was not without action. In the instant the crocodile was ensnared, Jiang Ping'an's true form surged forth, racing to confront the creature, delivering a mighty punch aimed squarely at its primordial spirit residing in its dantian. With a resounding impact, the primordial spirit that had been pierced by the rune sword erupted under the force of that devastating blow, releasing a torrent of energy in chaotic waves. No, the devouring crocodile, filled with endless resentment, has completely fallen, its soul dissipating into the heavens and the earth. It never anticipated that it would meet its demise at the hands of a mere nascent soul cultivator. It was merely a passerby, Had it foreseen such an outcome, it would have never ventured to this place, merely seeking to join the commotion, only to find itself consigned to the netherworld. With the death of the devouring crocodile, an abundance of spiritual energy erupted from its body, restoring it to its original form, a colossal creature spanning 3,000 meters. The other two devouring crocodiles, witnessing this scene, were struck with terror and despair. A cultivator at the initial stage of spirit transformation had been slain by a nascent soul. If anyone had suggested before today that a nascent soul could defeat a spirit transformation expert, they would have scoffed, deeming such a notion absurd. Yet, this was the stark reality unfolding before them. The two devouring crocodiles lost all will to fight, opting instead to flee. However, the surrounding four symbols killing formation sealed their escape. They frantically attacked the formation's barrier, but their efforts only consumed their spiritual energy, merely feeding the formation. Jiang Ping'an and Cheng Xian surged forward, unleashing a relentless assault on the two devouring crocodiles. Bolstered by the formation and their battle-intent armors, the creatures were grievously wounded. "Do not kill me. I am willing to be your slave," one of the devouring crocodiles cried in terror, desperation etched across its face. Cheng Xian and Jiang Ping'an remained unmoved, both burdened by their vendetta. In their eyes, the devouring crocodiles deserved to die. The battle raged on for nearly half a day. As the formation's energy reached its peak, Jiang Ping'an unleashed the sealing heaven and star-pulling techniques to exert control over the foes. Simultaneously, he commanded the formation to concentrate all energy into a colossal sword spanning 1,000 meters. The runic sword descended, cleaving the two devouring crocodiles in half. The barrier of the four symbols killing formation dissipated due to insufficient energy. As the battle concluded, the world fell silent, the air thick with the scent of blood. Gazing upon the three corpses of the initial stage spirit transformation devouring crocodiles, Cheng Xian felt a moment of dazed disbelief. She had not anticipated such a result. She had actually survived, and it was all due to one man. Cheng Xian turned her gaze toward Jiang Ping'an within the battle spirit. This man resembled an ancient war god, his power suffocatingly formidable. The three initial stage spirit transformation devouring crocodiles had all met their end at Jiang Ping'an's hands. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, Cheng Xian could hardly believe that a nascent soul, nay, a spirit-sealing realm cultivator, could be so powerful. Although Jiang Ping'an had relied on the battle-intent armor and formation flags, even if those were given to other nascent soul cultivators, they could not possibly exhibit such combat prowess. Was this truly the pinnacle of prodigies in the Eastern Domain? Chapter 248, Life and Death Moment. Despite having slain 3 spirit transformation experts and millions of devouring crocodiles, Cheng Xian felt no joy. Compared to the lives of billions in her country, a mere few million devouring crocodiles were insignificant. Moreover, these were merely the weaklings. Incapable of threatening the core of the devouring crocodile lineage, it was akin to plucking a single hair from their body, merely a release of pent-up emotions. The true devouring crocodile clan resided in a special miniature world, while the tribes outside were merely remnants of discarded bloodlines. Gazing upon the desolation and the raging flames, Cheng Xian's heart was inundated with boundless sorrow. She was the sole survivor of the divine armament kingdom, her kin having perished, and the path ahead was one she must traverse alone. Taking a deep breath, she buried her solitude, grief, and anger deep within, then turned to Jiang Ping'an and said, "Friend Jiang, we must hasten our departure from this place. Should the devourer crocodile reappear, it would spell danger. You should leave now." Jiang Ping'an had other matters at hand. He soared towards the carcass of the devourer crocodile, his mental energy tearing into their bodies in search of storage treasures. These monstrous beings frequently altered their forms, rendering it impossible to wear their belongings. They could only swallow them. Typically, these beasts possessed multiple stomachs, some even having specialized spaces for storing treasures. Jiang Ping'an sought a medium capable of awakening the power of devouring, intending to return to the altar for this purpose. "Since that is the case, I bid you farewell. Friend Jiang." Cheng Xian understood that Jiang would continue his quest for vengeance. She too harbored a desire for retribution, yet her strength was limited, and remaining here served no purpose. She resolved to return to her ancestral land, seeking her father's stored wealth, with hopes of one day restoring the divine armament kingdom. In a flash, Cheng Xian transformed into a streak of blue light and vanished into the horizon. At last, Jiang Ping'an discovered the medium crafted from the tooth of the devourer crocodile. He collected the bodies of the three beasts, deciding to investigate their treasures later. The immediate priority was awakening. He flew back to the center of the previous tribe, which now lay devoid of life. All structures had been obliterated by the forces of the talismans, leaving only an altar. Remarkably, this altar, the origins of which were unknown, remained unscathed amidst such terrifying devastation. Jiang Ping'an's devouring identity emerged from the spirit beast storage bag, standing upon the altar infused with demonic energy. At that moment, he could distinctly sense the unique power contained within the altar. With a heart laden with trepidation, he held the awakening medium and pressed it to the center of his forehead. In that instant, the blood of his devouring doppelganger surged, and the altar trembled violently, unleashing an unending cascade of demonic runes that soared into the sky, as if to illuminate the entire world. Jiang Ping'an's expression changed abruptly. He had not anticipated such a tremendous commotion. He wished to flee with his devouring doppelganger, but the awakening was not yet complete. Departing now would lead to failure. He contemplated taking the altar with him, but its construction was a mystery, rendering it immensely heavy and impossible to move. In haste, he unleashed the four symbols kill formation to shield against the terrifying radiance. From the moment the light erupted until it was obscured, merely 3 breaths had passed. Nevertheless, this spectacle had already drawn the attention of many creatures. The devourer crocodiles from nearby tribes acutely sensed this aura and looked up in unison. How could the altar unleash such a terrifying phenomenon? This is the first time I have witnessed such a sight in 1,000 years. Could it be that someone has awakened an ancient bloodline? How infuriating that such a genius did not awaken within our tribe. Otherwise, we could surely enter the ancestral land. We must hurry to offer our congratulations. The emergence of such an anomaly surely heralds the revival of an ancient bloodline. This individual is destined to become a significant figure. Numerous formidable warriors from the neighboring tribe of the devourer crocodile, consumed by jealousy and resentment, flew over to extend their congratulations. Cheng Xian, who was retreating rapidly, sensed an aura behind him and abruptly turned around. Upon witnessing the beam of light, his expression froze momentarily. Wasn't he this emitted from that tribe just now? Could it be the work of Jiang Ping'an? Indeed, Jiang Ping'an had slain Kong Yinshan and obtained the bloodline of the devourer crocodile ancestor. He must be awakening. Cheng Xian's countenance darkened. Such a commotion would undoubtedly attract the attention of numerous powerful figures from the surrounding tribes. Jiang Ping'an was in peril. 2 months' journey away, within the territory of the Triangular Bull tribe, 3 major factions led various prodigies in an assault on the next domain of the Triangular Bull tribe. As they sensed something amiss, their gazes collectively turned towards the terrifying beam of light soaring into the sky. Lei Shiqing's aged face was grim. This radiance was a manifestation of the devourer crocodile's sacrificial rites, signaling the awakening of a super genius on their side. Liang Ping's expression grew serious. Such a significant disturbance likely indicated a pure-blood resurgence. Alas, the human race faced increasing difficulties. The ascendant Taoist ascended too early. He should have eradicated these monstrous beings before departing. Witnessing this phenomenon, the assembled powerhouses could not suppress their anxiety. The ancient devourer crocodile had once dominated all tribes, rendering even the dragon clan seemingly ordinary in its presence. Meng Jing scoffed dismissively. What a farcical genius. My wood can obliterate them. Leilan shot her daughter a glance. You have no idea how powerful the devourer crocodile truly is. What of it? Wasn't it still obliterated by my wood last time? Meng Jing raised her small face, wearing an expression that proclaimed her wood's invincibility. Leilan shook her head. True geniuses of each faction seldom emerged easily. The Kong Yinshan that Jiang Ping'an had defeated previously had only just inherited his legacy. Even so, it took him 3 arduous days to slay him. If Kong Yinshan fully digested his inheritance, even your wood would find it challenging to contend with him. In the past, the ancient emperor expended immense effort and allied with numerous strong individuals to deal with the devourer crocodile ancestor. Meng Jing fell silent for a moment. Glancing at Jiang Ping'an beside her, Wood, do you have confidence in winning? I have gained some insights. I shall return to my quarters to cultivate. Jiang Ping'an solemnly returned to the training room. Observing his serious demeanor, Leilan turned to Meng Jing. Did you see? Your wood has sensed the pressure and now understands how terrifying the pure-blood devourer crocodile truly is. Meng Jing pouted, Regardless, my wood is invincible. Leilon looked at her daughter in exasperation. This girl must have been thoroughly impressed by Jiang Ping'an's teachings to idolize him so. Jiang Ping'an's wooden avatar returned to the training room, transforming instantly into a piece of wood. From here on, he would focus entirely on battle, ensuring the complete awakening of his devouring avatar. This opportunity was akin to acquiring the judge's pin in the right eye. He could not afford to miss it. Meanwhile, in the territory of the devourer crocodile, Jiang Ping'an organized all his trump cards, his eyes flickering with determination. He needed to endure for just half an incense stick's duration. As time passed, he had never felt time drag on so intensely. Sweat poured down his forehead, and his expression grew increasingly austere. Half the time had elapsed, and the inevitable had arrived. 4 initial stage transformation gods of the devourer crocodile emerged into his line of sight. The 4 devourer crocodiles gazed in astonishment and confusion at the destruction of their surrounding tribe and the human upon the altar. What has transpired? Why is this human able to awaken the innate abilities of our devourer crocodile lineage? Jiang Ping'an suddenly declared, I am a devourer crocodile. You may return. One of the devourer crocodiles, seething with rage, retorted, Do you take us for fools? You bear no trace of our kin. Jiang Ping'an fell silent for 2 seconds before responding. This is merely the body I have recently seized. He is stalling for time. One of the devourer crocodiles quickly discerned Jiang Ping'an's intent. Those who have reached the transformation stage are certainly no fools. For reasons unknown. This individual has acquired our noble lineage. Let us eliminate him, and that exalted bloodline shall belong to us. The remaining devourer crocodiles, upon realizing that Jiang Ping'an was not one of their own, were filled with insatiable greed. Whoever could obtain such a prestigious lineage would ascend to greatness and return to their ancestral lands. The 4 transformation stage devourer crocodiles surged toward Jiang Ping'an with remarkable speed. Chapter 249. Cheng Xian sacrifices life, a terrifying aura locked onto Jiang Ping'an. To these 4 transformation stage beings, confronting a mere Yuanying stage cultivator was as simple as eating and drinking. No matter how exceptional this Yuanying stage cultivator may be, he could not withstand 4 transformation stage adversaries. At that very moment, the 4 symbols killing formation's sigils flickered, and a barrier materialized, repelling the 4 initial transformation stage powerhouses. Damn it, it's a formation. I detest such things. One of them exclaimed. Enough chatter. Quickly break the formation, or when others arrive, we shall gain nothing. The 4 transformation stage beings, in a frenzy, unleashed their most potent techniques, relentlessly assaulting the barrier. Within mere moments, cracks began to appear, culminating in a catastrophic explosion of energy waves. The 4 transformation stage powerhouses once again displayed insatiable greed and madness. This bloodline and the formation flag were theirs. At the instant the barrier shattered, Jiang Ping'an's quasi-saint avatar, shrouded by the energy waves, swiftly maneuvered behind them. In his grasp was a golden staff pulsating with dark, demonic energy. With a single swing, the heavens trembled, space warped, and storms brewed. The transformation stage powerhouses sensed impending doom and hastily conjured energy shields. With a thunderous crash, the staff struck, obliterating one devourer crocodile. The ensuing energy tempest sent the other 3 hurtling dozens of miles away. Staring at the earth-shattering demon staff in Jiang Ping'an's hand, the remaining 3 transformation stage powerhouses, after their initial shock, were not deterred by fear, but rather consumed by greed. Is this a secret treasure? It appears to be a superior artifact. Whether a secret treasure or an artifact of utmost quality, both held boundless allure for the 3 transformation stage beings. A Yuanying stage cultivator wielding an artifact of such caliber was akin to a 3-year-old child clutching the keys to a vault. Moreover, this individual possessed their devourer crocodile clan's exalted bloodline and a high-tier formation flag. Only avarice remained in the hearts of the 3 transformation stage powerhouses. 2 of them charged toward the earth-shattering demon staff, while another rushed toward Jiang Ping'an, who stood before the altar, his gaze icy and his hair billowing. In an instant, Jiang Ping'an was enveloped by the armor of battle intent, activating the totemic patterns and 3 fundamental laws, executing the war god technique and the star pulling technique. With a single strike, the charging devourer crocodile was forcefully smashed into the ground, causing the earth to convulse and an endless torrent of rocks to soar into the sky. Yet, the devourer crocodile remained alive. Vast amounts of spiritual energy surged from within Jiang Ping'an, infusing the four symbols killing formation. As a colossal sword spanning 1,000 meters descended mercilessly, the creature was cleaved in two, its nascent soul exploding into fragments. Meanwhile, two other devourer crocodiles lunged toward Jiang Ping'an, their bodies ensnared by mental chains, momentarily halted. In that fleeting instant, the tremor demon staff descended, obliterating their forms. In just 2 strikes, the blood vitality was drained from the bodies of the quasi-saint beings, their strength utterly depleted. The heavens and earth rained down scalding blood. As Jiang Ping'an stood resolutely amidst it all, resembling a sovereign. Within the brief span of 10 breaths, all 4 devourer crocodiles had met their demise. However, Jiang Ping'an's expression darkened further. He gazed upward at 2 more devourer crocodiles hovering in the sky, one in the early stage of transformation and the other in the mid-stage. These 2 creatures stared at Jiang Ping'an in stunned disbelief. Who was this human? Despite not yet reaching the transformation realm, he had slain 4 formidable beings. Such news was unprecedented. After the initial shock, an insatiable greed consumed them, their eyes gleaming red as they fixated upon the formation flags, the tremor demon staff, and the awakening Jiang Ping'an. Each of these precious items could drive even the most powerful beings beyond the void refinement stage into a frenzy, let alone these transformation stage devourer crocodiles. Acquiring such treasures would herald their ascendance. Jiang Ping'an hastily maneuvered his quasi-saint avatar back, recognizing that it was now devoid of strength. Should it come under attack, it would surely perish. Unlike other avatars, his was intrinsically linked to his essence. If one fell, the others would too. However, the mid-stage transformation devourer crocodile was too swift, instantly closing the distance to Jiang Ping'an's quasi-saint avatar. In that critical moment, a blue light surged forth, colliding with the enemy and sending it flying. Enraged, the mid-stage crocodile bellowed, cursing the audacious insect that dared to obstruct its path. The blue light revealed itself to be none other than Chengxian, who had initially intended to flee but, witnessing the unfolding calamity, hesitated before ultimately returning. The quasi-saint avatar swiftly rejoined with Jiang Ping'an, merging their forms. Jiang Ping'an urgently called out to Chengxian, urging him to depart at once. For more powerful foes were sure to arrive soon. Yet Chengxian did not retreat. Instead, he invoked a forbidden technique, comet, igniting his life force to blaze like a comet, brilliant yet fleeting. Jiang Ping'an sensed the rapid depletion of Chengxian's vitality, his body trembling violently. Chengxian, resolute and unyielding in the face of death, proclaimed that for the sake of his master, he would brave the territory of the devourer crocodiles, revealing himself to be a man of profound loyalty. My talents are limited, and perhaps I shall never exact vengeance in my lifetime, but you are different. You possess limitless potential. I am willing to sacrifice my life to protect your path. I implore you to annihilate as many devourer crocodiles as possible. Jiang Ping'an opened his mouth, sensing that the other party need not be so impulsive. They had not yet reached a point of no return. However, the adversary showed no hesitation, offering no chance for persuasion. Chengxian's tone was calm, devoid of regrets or despair that one might expect in the face of death. Fellow cultivator, may I borrow your weapon? I shall protect your path. Without a moment's pause, Jiang Ping'an tossed the magic staff over, acknowledging the favor. Thank you. Chengxian beamed a breathtaking smile as she handed over her storage treasure to Jiang Ping'an. Her own resources had been exhausted. Just moments ago, the once arrogant sky-swallowing crocodile, witnessing Chengxian disregard her own life to ignite her blood, was terrified into a frenzied retreat. Madwoman, she is truly insane. You lot, all of you shall perish. Chengxian pursued, brandishing the earth-shattering demon staff. In the hands of a formidable cultivator at the transformation stage, the staff exuded an even more terrifying might. With a single strike, the heavens cracked open, obliterating the mid-transformation stage sky-swallowing crocodile. This was the power of a formidable artifact, the strength of a potent forbidden technique. Even against an opponent of a higher realm, she could vanquish them with a single blow. Another early transformation stage sky-swallowing crocodile attempted to ambush Jiang Ping'an, but Chengxian swiftly intervened, piercing its Yuan Ying and ensuring its demise. More and more strong members of the sky-swallowing crocodile tribe converged, their overwhelming demonic aura coalescing. Chengxian stood resolute in the void, radiating resplendent light that surpassed the stars, resembling a divine warrior. The approaching sky-swallowing crocodiles were filled with greed. Yet none dared to approach, not even the two late transformation stage crocodiles. All waited for Chengxian to exhaust her life force. Advancing now would be unwise. Flames engulfed Chengxian, her form gradually turning to ash. As she diminished, the sky-swallowing crocodiles drew nearer, their eyes glimmering with increasing avarice. Jiang Ping'an clenched his fists. The light atop the altar dimmed further, with only 100 breaths remaining until complete awakening. Yet, Chengxian was left with only a head and an arm. At the moment when her head and arm were nearly consumed by the flames, an endless surge of demonic energy erupted. This supreme treasure is mine. It belongs to me. Two late transformation stage, sky-swallowing crocodiles charged toward the earth-shattering demon staff, hearts racing with excitement and desire. In that fleeting instant, the staff, seemingly ungoverned, suddenly moved. With a single swing, the laws shattered, and the heavens altered in hue. Boom! The two late transformation stage cultivators met their end, dissolving into blood mist. The remaining sky-swallowing crocodiles were left aghast. What just happened? Why did this weapon attack the enemy on its own, despite no one controlling it? Jiang Ping'an was equally stunned, realizing he was not the one guiding it. Could it be related to Chengxian? Indeed, it was connected to her. Chengxian was the princess of the Divine Armament Kingdom, and their realm's most potent secret technique allowed a weapon to autonomously enhance itself and launch attacks. The prerequisite for employing this technique was that a master of the secret art must merge their soul with the weapon, granting it sentience. Chengxian had infused her soul into the earth-shattering demon staff. However, as it was a recent fusion, it could only strike once. That single swing had slain two late transformation stage, sky-swallowing crocodiles. Chapter 250, Complete Awakening, The Descent of the Earth-Shattering Demon Staff. Boom! The earth was pierced. The terrifying gravity caused the staff to plunge deep into the molten core beneath. Upon witnessing the staff's descent, numerous devouring crocodiles erupted from the ground in pursuit. Some even charged towards Jiang Ping'an. As Jiang Ping'an beheld the advancing devouring crocodiles, he held his breath. Only 70 breaths remained until his awakening was complete. He unleashed 1,000 sealing talismans, inscribed with the might of transcendent beings. These talismans were among his carefully prepared trump cards. However, despite their formidable power, slaying opponents of the same realm proved exceedingly challenging. Even if the talismans were of a higher tier than the adversary, it would be arduous to claim a life if the enemy was on guard. This is one reason why few invest heavily in talismans. Their efficacy is limited, and they come at a steep price. Most individuals would be fortunate to possess but one or two. These talismans were not purchased by Jiang Ping'an. Rather, he had replicated them, incurring minimal resource expenditure. Even if these talismans failed to vanquish the devouring crocodiles, they would suffice to impede their advance. A myriad of talismans transformed into fiery projectiles, hurtling towards the devouring crocodiles in all directions. The creatures were momentarily stunned. They understood the exorbitant value of a high-grade talisman, and even among their ranks, few would dare to procure such treasures. Yet here stood a human who flung forth 1,000. He must be an heir to a formidable power, otherwise, such wealth would be inconceivable. Faced with this deluge of assaults, the devouring crocodiles dared not underestimate the threat. Hastily erecting energy barriers and retreating. Boom, boom. The flames erupted, enveloping the land for miles, painting the heavens red as if intent on scorching the sky. The attacks arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. As anticipated, not a single transcendent being fell to their might. You little vermin, let us see what you're capable of. A throng of powerful entities surged forward once more. The 1,000 talismans had only bought them 10 breaths of time. 60 breaths remained for Jiang Ping'an to complete his awakening. He produced another 1,000 talismans, casting them forth without the slightest hesitation, their terrifying sword energy sweeping across the sky, nearly cleaving reality itself. Damn it! One of the devouring crocodile warriors cursed, retreating in a frenzy. Gazing at the multitude of talismans, the others stood bewildered. How could this individual possess so many talismans? What immense wealth he must have. Their eyes burned with envy. Had they been able to seize these talismans, they could have exchanged them for abundant cultivation resources. Yet, all were squandered by this youth. One unfortunate soul, charging recklessly, was cleaved in twain by the sword energy, meeting a swift demise. 2,000 high-grade talismans were expended to fell a single devouring crocodile, a dismal exchange rate indeed, having only stalled the onslaught for 10 breaths. As the sword energy dissipated, the retreating warriors returned, their expressions twisted with rage. "I refuse to believe you possess more talismans," one of the devouring crocodiles bellowed, his voice laced with fury. What was once thought to be easily attainable treasures had now become an infuriating waste of time. In Jiang Ping'an's hands, 1,000 talismans reappeared. Witnessing this spectacle, numerous formidable beings were momentarily rendered speechless. Is this lad truly the head of the Fortune Merchants Association? Such an abundance of talismans is beyond the financial reach of even the most ordinary of void refining experts. Yet, this nascent soul practitioner has already produced 3,000. What an immense expenditure of spirit stones that must entail. Jiang Ping'an flung the talismans towards the ambushing sky-eating crocodiles. A furious tempest erupted, with thousands of whirlwinds appearing as if to shatter the very heavens and earth, forcing many of the sky-eating crocodile warriors to retreat. After 10 breaths, the sky-eating crocodile forces returned, and they were even more numerous than before, with at least 30 to 40 of them. All eyes were fixed intently on Jiang Ping'an, uncertain whether he possessed any more talismans. There remained 40 breaths until the awakening. However, Jiang Ping'an had but a few high-grade talismans left. Observing his lack of further talismans, the sky-eating crocodiles displayed a covetous glint. "You little pest, toss out more talismans." A throng surged forward once again. Jiang Ping'an released 1,000 high-grade crystal stones. Each high-grade crystal stone equated to 1,000,000 spirit stones. Thus, 10,000 high-grade crystal stones represented a staggering 100 billion spirit stones. He activated the array flags, absorbing these crystals to replenish the 4 symbols killing formation, establishing a defensive barrier. Witnessing such high-grade crystals being consumed, the group of spirit transformation experts was driven nearly to madness with envy. How could this lad possess such wealth? Has he unearthed a celestial tomb? Let us attack together. This human surely harbors many more resources, which we can share later. An increasing number of sky-eating crocodiles were drawn to the tremendous commotion, launching frenzied assaults on the 4 symbols killing formation. The energy of the formation was being rapidly depleted. As the 4 symbols killing formation dimmed, the sky-eating crocodiles believed they were on the verge of breaking through the barrier when Jiang Ping'an flung out another 10,000 high-grade crystal stones to replenish its energy. "You scoundrel, don't squander our resources," roared one of the sky-eating crocodiles, its eyes ablaze with fury. To them, the resources on Jiang Ping'an were already theirs. Every resource Jiang Ping'an utilized was perceived as a waste of their own. Suddenly, a strange wave reverberated through the heavens and the earth. All laws of nature trembled, and every sky-eating crocodile present sensed a familiar yet awe-inspiring aura. A colossal black hole appeared in the sky, spanning thousands of meters. Lightning flickered around the black hole, and the atmosphere changed, as if an ancient deity was awakening. Upon witnessing this black hole, the spirit transformation sky-eating crocodiles nearly knelt in reverence. They stood transfixed, instinctively retreating in fear from the black void above. The devouring avatar on the altar opened its eyes, and in that moment, the spiritual energy, objects, and laws within a 100-mile radius surged towards the black hole. A sky-eating crocodile at the early stage of spirit transformation, too close to escape, was directly drawn in, never to emerge again. This is undoubtedly the bloodline of our ancient ancestors. How could this human possess the talents of our forebears? Jiang Ping'an. He must be the Jiang Ping'an who defeated Kong Yinshan. Indeed, only this outsider has ever obtained such a high-level bloodline. At this moment, even though Jiang Ping'an concealed his true identity, he was still recognized by some of the devouring crocodiles. News had spread from the ancestral land that whoever could eliminate Jiang Ping'an would gain entry for their lineage into the ancestral realm. Entering the ancestral land was the most coveted aspiration for these tribal warriors. The devouring crocodiles, being the lowest tier of their clan, could only aspire to enter the ancestral land upon reaching the void refinement stage. For these devouring crocodiles, the ancestral land symbolized unparalleled honor, signifying superior resources and the prospect of greater achievements. Previously, it was announced that slaying Jiang Ping'an would also grant access to the ancestral land. Upon discovering Jiang Ping'an's identity, this group of devouring crocodiles became even more frenzied. They yearned to kill him and reclaim their ancestral bloodline. However, at this moment, Jiang Ping'an was even more fervent than these devouring crocodiles. He could distinctly sense the terrifying power of the devouring avatar. The energy absorbed by the black hole above, even in an instant, surpassed that of his true self. No wonder the devouring crocodiles once dominated myriad clans, their dominance rivaling that of the current human race. This innate talent was indeed fearsome. Jiang Ping'an retrieved a brush inscribed with mysterious runes and tossed it to the devouring avatar. The avatar infused all its energy into the judge's brush, stirring the mysterious Tao that reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. As the breath of the vast Tao enveloped him, the frenzied devouring crocodiles suddenly regained their composure, their expressions filled with terror. A genuine celestial artifact. One of the devouring crocodiles exclaimed, recognizing the brush's caliber in shock. The four symbols killing formation was activated, and the devouring avatar swung the judge's brush with fervor. A powerful beam, imbued with the laws of the Tao, swept horizontally towards the devouring crocodiles. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, the devouring crocodiles were cleaved in two, meeting their demise, as any defense proved futile. The power of the celestial artifact contained the apex of the Tao's laws. The hierarchy of laws is classified into first, second, and third tiers, followed by profundities, domains, and ultimately, the Tao itself. These divine transformation stage warriors had only comprehended the second-tier laws, and the disparity between them was immense. With a single strike, dozens of divine transformation stage devouring crocodiles perished. Blood stained the ground, and a murderous glint flickered in Jiang Ping'an's eyes. He awaited the awakening of the devouring avatar. What were these devouring crocodiles waiting for? Death. Chapter 251. The remnant soul of Chengxian possessing a quasi-celestial artifact does not equate to invincibility. If the opponent were a void refinement stage expert, prepared and ready, it would be Jiang Ping'an who met his end. The reaction speed of a void refinement stage expert was beyond Jiang Ping'an's capabilities, allowing them to eliminate him before he could wield the judge's brush. Regardless, the fact that Jiang Ping'an had slain dozens of divine transformation stage warriors would undoubtedly create a stir throughout the entire cultivation world if it were to spread. The devouring avatar inhaled deeply, drawing in dozens of divine transformation stage devouring crocodiles, each spanning several thousand meters, into the black hole. The depleted energy was instantly replenished. This was the devouring power that Jiang Ping'an yearned for, and this was merely the initial awakening. As the avatar's cultivation increased, it would become increasingly formidable. Simultaneously, Jiang Ping'an's mood grew heavier. 3 individuals from the devouring crocodile clan had inherited the legacy of their ancestor, and he had slain 1. 2 remained. The more he understood the power of devouring, the clearer the terror of the devouring crocodile clan became. Even in their decline, the clan remained comparable to a holy land, their foundation unfathomably deep. After replenishing his spiritual energy, Jiang Ping'an merged his devouring clone. Wielding the 4 symbols killing array in one hand and the judge's pen in the other, he plunged underground. Not all the devouring crocodiles had been dealt with. A dozen of them burrowed into the earth in search of the heaven-shaking demon staff. Following the tunnels created by these creatures, he pursued them into the depths, where the scorching magma illuminated the subterranean space, waves of oppressive heat assailing him, making it difficult to breathe. Clad in battle armor imbued with fighting spirit, Jiang Ping'an remained unaffected by the heat. Several devouring crocodiles struggled in the magma, collectively attempting to lift the heaven-shaking demon staff. "Damn it, why is this staff so heavy? We can't even budge it," they exclaimed. "It can't be impossible to lift. That human can wield it, and with so many of us, how can we not raise it? There must be something amiss." At that moment, several beings at the divine transformation stage engaged in conversation, suddenly sensing something. Their voices abruptly ceasing as they turned to regard Jiang Ping'an, clad in black armor. The group of divine transformation devouring crocodiles stood dumbfounded. How did he escape? Did those strong ones above fail to eliminate him? They scoffed. "Huh, fool, he has come to us." The banners of formation he carried belonged to them now. The multitude of devouring crocodiles erupted in raucous laughter, believing Jiang Ping'an to be a mere escapee, charging towards him with the eagerness of diners approaching a feast. Jiang Ping'an wielded the judge's pen with all his might, the radiance of the Tao illuminating the underground space even further. With a resounding crash, under the might of the Tao, all laws were extinguished. The The devouring crocodiles did not even have time to scream before being severed in an instant. Had they prepared in advance, perhaps they could have grasped a sliver of survival. Alas, they were unaware that what Jiang Ping'an wielded was a quasi-immortal artifact. A terrifying energy erupted, and magma gushed from the depths, forming a volcano as dark ash filled the air. Jiang Ping'an collected the bodies of the devouring crocodiles and, braving the searing magma, approached the heaven-shaking demon staff. The demonic energy swirling around the staff suddenly dissipated, willingly flying into Jiang Ping'an's grasp. At that moment, the staff felt much lighter to him. However, for his adversaries, the staff had become even heavier. "You possess a quasi-immortal artifact." A voice, filled with astonishment, echoed from the heaven-shaking demon staff. Just as Jiang Ping'an had surmised, Cheng Xian's soul had entered the staff. "You should have mentioned it earlier. Had I known, I would not have perished." Cheng Xian's tone bore a hint of grievance. Jiang Ping'an regarded the heaven-shaking demon staff with a peculiar gaze, replying, "You didn't afford me the opportunity to speak. You burned your life force without hesitation." Cheng Xian fell silent, acknowledging her own fault. At that moment, she had believed her demise was certain and thus had recklessly sacrificed her life. Who could have foreseen that Jiang Ping'an possessed such a trump card? Well, it is what it is. Cheng Xian resigned herself to her fate. What exactly is happening? Jiang Ping'an questioned, puzzled as he gazed at the heaven-shaking demon staff. "How did your soul come to be inside it?" Understanding his inquiry, Cheng Xian replied, "You must be aware of our divine weapon kingdom, yes?" "I am not," Jiang Ping'an responded, prompting Cheng Xian to pause, stunned by his answer. Cheng Xian expressed her profound frustration, explaining, "My country, the divine weapon nation, is renowned for its exceptional craftsmanship in weaponry. It was founded by one of the foremost masters of the continent, a pioneer of the forging immortal sect. Are you familiar with the technique known as forging divine weapons? It is among the pinnacle of physical arts, created by the forging immortal sect." Jiang Ping'an had indeed heard of the forging divine weapons technique, which focuses on transforming the body into a formidable weapon. Liang Shi, the younger brother of the holy son of the Tianzi sacred land, had mastered this technique, possessing an undeniably robust physique. "What does this have to do with your soul merging into a weapon?" Jiang Ping'an inquired. "The connection is profound," Cheng Xian elucidated. "The ancestors who founded the divine weapon nation devoted their lives to the aspiration of crafting supreme immortal artifacts. Unfortunately, this was exceedingly difficult. To aid him in realizing this dream, his wife devised a divine technique known as soul melding. She sacrificed her physical form, merging her soul into her husband's weapon, thus enabling it to evolve autonomously. Eventually, they ascended together to the immortal realm." Jiang Ping'an felt a jolt of astonishment. A weapon can autonomously elevate its realm? This concept was entirely new to him. If that is the case, does this mean you can enhance the tremor demon rod to a higher level? Perhaps to the quasi-immortal or even immortal grade? Cheng Xian cleared her throat awkwardly, due to unforeseen circumstances. The complete version of soul melding was taken by the forging immortal sect from the central continent, rendering it incomplete. "Currently, I can only merge my soul into a weapon, but cannot elevate its grade." Fearing that Jiang Ping'an might look down upon her, she quickly added, "However, you must have noticed that you can now wield this demon rod effortlessly. You can swing it a maximum of 10 times now." Although Jiang Ping'an felt a twinge of disappointment, the fact that Cheng Xian's soul had survived alleviated some of that discontent. Moreover, the rod was indeed easier to use now, allowing him 10 powerful strikes instead of just 2, which translated into 10 additional top-tier attacks. "Thank you for your assistance." Jiang Ping'an expressed his gratitude. Despite her seeming folly, she had managed to buy him some time. "You're welcome. Just make sure to slay more sky-eating crocodiles from now on. Lying here feels rather pleasant," Cheng Xian replied lazily. She appeared indifferent, yet she would forever be bound to another, never again to savor culinary delights. The only sensation she could feel was the warmth of Jiang Ping'an's hand. Suddenly, an idea struck her. "Oh, I just remembered. The treasures left behind by my father at our divine weapon nation's ancestral site have yet to be discovered by the sky-eating crocodiles. I can take you to find them." "Treasures? Immortal artifacts?" Jiang Ping'an clenched his fists tightly, his heartbeat quickening. A treasure left by a major nation could very well be an immortal artifact. Where would such a high-grade treasure be? Otherwise, the sky-eating crocodiles would not dare to provoke us. However, there was indeed an immortal artifact from our nation, but it was taken by the forging immortal sect. Cheng Xian's voice carried a hint of resentment. It was precisely because the immortal artifact was taken away that their divine weapon nation experienced decline. Otherwise, the sky-eating crocodiles would never have dared to invade, and their nation would not have faced annihilation. Cheng Xian composed herself, recalling that the treasures within the ancestral grounds included a secret artifact. She remembered her father, the emperor, mentioning it once. This artifact possessed the power of time, though its nature remained elusive. Upon hearing the term time artifact, Jiang Ping'an's breath hitched unexpectedly. Chapter 252. News of the time artifact. Time-related treasures are exceedingly rare. Whenever they appear on the market, they are swiftly acquired. Outside of auction houses, it is challenging to encounter such artifacts in ordinary locales. Moreover, this particular time artifact is of immense value. Achieving the status of a secret treasure implies a connection to the principles of the Great Tao. Beyond that lies the supreme treasures, quasi-immortal weapons, and true immortal artifacts. Its worth transcends mere monetary valuation. Among treasures of the same tier, time artifacts stand in a league of their own. Jiang Ping'an's excitement stemmed primarily from his possession of the Eye of Time. He yearned to comprehend the laws of time. Yet such artifacts were nowhere to be found in the marketplace. If he were to acquire a time artifact, it would undoubtedly embody the laws of time, facilitating his understanding. I will help you find the artifact, but please, do not confine me to the cold storage space. I would appreciate it if you could take me out often to converse. Cheng Xian cautiously voiced her request. Having lost her physical form, she now lacked autonomy. Her fate hinged entirely on the whims of her wielder. Cheng Xian was terrified, fearful of languishing in the empty storage, devoid of interaction, with loneliness gnawing at her soul. The soul fusion technique is formidable. However, it yields only a few supreme weapons. First, the practitioner must remain eternally bound within the weapon, forfeiting their freedom. Secondly, upon becoming the soul of the treasure, one loses all capacity for enjoyment. Very well, Jiang Ping'an nodded, acquiescing to her request. Noticing Jiang Ping'an's casual response, Cheng Xian felt a pang of disappointment, sensing his indifference. Let us seek the artifact together. She silently resolved that should her sadness become unbearable, she would rather obliterate her soul and dissipate than endure solitude. There's no rush. First, I will take you to vanquish foes. Jiang Ping'an, sensing an impending confrontation, grasped his golden heavenly shaking staff and surged from the depths, soaring back to the surface. At that moment, a nascent divine transformation crocodile was bewilderedly surveying its surroundings. Why is there so much blood? Where has this tribe gone? Upon spotting Jiang Ping'an, the crocodile was momentarily stunned. How is there a human here? Quickly, its attention shifted to the heavenly shaking staff. Sensing the fluctuations of the laws emanating from it, a greedy expression spread across the crocodile's face. Huh, what fortune! To encounter a human in this desolate place, and such a weak one at that. The crocodile lunged eagerly toward Jiang Ping'an, sensing its opportunity. In the language of humanity, the moment to alter its destiny had arrived. This staff must be at least of secret treasure caliber, if not more. Jiang Ping'an regarded the charging crocodile with an impassive expression, raising his staff. The crocodile scoffed, "You wish to strike me? Do you think you can?" Its voice faltered, eyes widening in horror. As he realized, his body suddenly became immobile. Chains of condensed spiritual energy bound him, rendering him incapable of mobilizing his aura. Boom! The earth-shattering demon stick descended, smashing the colossal devourer crocodile in half, blood splattering everywhere. In that instant, the devourer crocodile comprehended the origin of the bloodstains on the ground. He found it hard to believe that this seemingly unremarkable human, devoid of any signs of divine transformation, possessed such formidable strength. Yet, this was the undeniable truth. Until this moment, he had never imagined that his demise would come so swiftly and humiliatingly. The colossal creature perished, its form transforming into an elongated devourer crocodile. Jiang Ping'an enveloped the crocodile with his spiritual energy, drawing it into his storage artifact. He had yet to consume a devourer crocodile of this divine transformation level. Perhaps it would prove even more delectable. Jiang Ping'an grasped a scrap of cloth from the air and gently wiped the blood from the earth-shattering demon stick. One day, I shall join forces with you to breach the ancestral grounds of the devourer crocodile clan and obliterate them utterly. Jiang Ping'an's tone was calm, yet it caused the earth-shattering demon stick to tremble violently. Or rather, it was Cheng Xian's body that quivered, stirred by an inexplicable emotion. Jiang Ping'an gazed into the distance, his eyes profound. Although these tribal devourer crocodiles were mere trifles, even trifles, when perished in large numbers, could evoke sorrow, compelling one to continue the fight against their foes. With that, he transformed into a beam of light and sped towards the surrounding tribes. The strong of these tribes came personally to congratulate him on his awakening, and he could not afford to be impolite. Soon, Jiang Ping'an arrived at another tribe, similar to the previous one, housing millions of devourer crocodiles. He summoned his devouring power, and a massive black hole manifested above the tribe, a terrifying suction emanating from within. Countless devourer crocodiles were drawn in. Save us! What is this? This is a high-level devouring technique. A powerful being seeks to consume us. Spare us, venerable elder. The devourer crocodiles believed that a strong kin was about to feast upon them. Jiang Ping'an remained unmoved by their pleas. Between races, there exists no right or wrong, no fairness. Mercy towards one's enemies is cruelty towards one's own kin. When faced with adversaries harboring hostile intentions, one must eradicate them without hesitation, showing no mercy. Confronted with the terrifying devouring force, the ordinary devourer crocodiles were powerless to resist, being consumed outright. Only a few at the nascent soul level could use their artifacts and cultivation to put up some semblance of resistance. Jiang Ping'an directed the black hole into the tribe, and wherever it passed, all was consumed. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the entire tribe lay in ruins. Millions of devourer crocodiles vanished without a trace. Cheng Xian's astonished voice echoed from the earth-shattering demon stick. This devouring power is utterly terrifying. Once my cultivation strengthens, could I not devour an entire planet? With merely the might of devouring, it would be challenging for anyone of equal rank to surpass Jiang Ping'an. Moreover, the effects of devouring extend far beyond this. Are you now capable of directly comprehending any principle of devouring? Cheng Xian inquired. The most fearsome aspect of the devouring power is its ability to consume principles, transforming the consumed principles into one's own. It does not directly grant comprehension of principles, but rather accelerates the understanding of them, Jiang Ping'an elucidated. Cheng Xian remained in a state of shock, recognizing the formidable nature of the situation, which could potentially save a significant amount of time in comprehending the loss. Jiang Ping'an remarked nonchalantly that the lineage of the devouring crocodile ancestor was far more profound than it appeared. Had one perused the detailed records of the devouring crocodile clan, one would understand that at its zenith, its devouring power could absorb an opponent's talents and transmute them into one's own. The ability to consume the talents of others was indeed astonishing. Upon hearing this revelation, Cheng Xian gasped in disbelief. Jiang Ping'an nodded, acknowledging that the rise of the emperor's generation was greatly influenced by the ancestor of the devouring crocodile. After the emperor annihilated the devouring crocodile clan, he refined their blood into a unique elixir, which facilitated the amalgamation of myriad bloodlines, thus nurturing various divine bodies. The intelligence provided to Jiang Ping'an by Lei Lan contained numerous secrets concerning the devouring crocodile clan. The capability to absorb talents implied the potential to acquire any divine body in existence, rendering one invincible. Cheng Xian's soul trembled violently. Such a talent was terrifying, and it was no wonder the devouring crocodile clan dominated an era. Theoretically, this was the case, yet Jiang Ping'an had yet to feel this ability manifest, perhaps due to his insufficient realm. Furthermore, aside from the emperor, no one dared to claim invincibility. Even the mighty ancestor of the devouring crocodile had met his demise. Although Jiang Ping'an felt elated, he did not harbor the arrogance to consider himself invincible. Without divine artifacts, even a late-stage transformation god could easily eliminate him. Suddenly, Jiang Ping'an furrowed his brow. Cheng Xian, noticing his expression, promptly inquired, "What is the matter? Do you sense an enemy?" "No. It's merely a peculiar and faint sensation of being observed, likely a misperception," Jiang Ping'an replied, rubbing his eyes. This was the first time he experienced such a feeling, as if someone were watching him without any accompanying sense of danger. Dismissing the notion, Jiang Ping'an proceeded to the next tribe. While the formidable beings within the ancestral land of the devouring crocodile clan remained oblivious to his presence, he aimed to consume as many of the devouring crocodiles as possible. Should any powerful entities appear, he would be in peril. 3 months later, at the ancestral land of the devouring crocodile clan, Kang Chanwu, responsible for overseeing the external territories, discovered that several tribes had failed to deliver their tributes on time this month. This infuriated Kong Chanwu. These wretched lower-tier individuals are becoming increasingly unruly, even forgetting the tribute deadlines. It seems they require a lesson. Angered by the absence of tributes, Kong Chanwu resolved to annihilate one tribe to instill a sense of urgency in the others, ensuring they remembered their obligations. He soared from the ancestral land towards the delinquent tribe. Days later, upon witnessing the scene before the tribe, he was left utterly stunned. The once mighty tribe had vanished, reduced to a vast pit, as if bitten by some monstrous creature. What on earth happened? Kong Chanwu stood frozen, a foreboding feeling gnawing at him, prompting him to hasten towards the next tribe that had failed to deliver tributes. Much like the previous tribe, this one lay in ruins, appearing as though struck by a colossal club, creating an enormous crater spanning several miles. A chill ran down Kong Chanwu's spine. He quickly flew to the third tribe. Consistent with the fate of the prior two, millions of devouring crocodiles had vanished without a trace. Kong Chanwu's expression shifted dramatically. A grave situation was unfolding. He hastily returned to his ancestral land to report this matter. A group of formidable warriors arrived to investigate. After several days of scrutiny, a total of 16 tribes, nearly 20 million people, and over 40 powerful beings at the transformation stage had vanished. One could say, they had perished. How dare anyone provoke my devouring sky crocodile clan to silently slay so many? It must have taken several formidable beings at the void refinement stage. We must return to the sect and seek the ancestral relic, the retrospective divine mirror. We must uncover the perpetrator. The dignity of the devouring sky crocodile clan is inviolable. The retrospective divine mirror, a treasure seized from the human race, can reveal events from both the future and the past, limited to the past 6 months. This treasure was crafted as a replica of the legendary celestial artifact, the Mirror of Time, yet it lacks the latter's unparalleled power. The retrospective divine mirror must be taken to the site of the incident to observe nearby events, and it can only unveil occurrences within a 6-month frame, lasting for half an hour, usable once a month. If one wishes to observe actions taken by super-strong beings, the images are often indistinct or even entirely obscured. Despite these limitations, it remains classified as a treasure. The celestial artifact, the Mirror of Time, imposes far fewer restrictions. The disappearance of over a dozen tribes, the demise of more than 40 transformation stage warriors, and the loss of 2 million clanspeople constitutes a grave incident. The perpetrator must be found. Upon obtaining the retrospective divine mirror, Kong Chanwu brought it to the site of a destroyed tribe. I shall see which force has the audacity to disturb the territory of my devouring sky crocodile clan. Filled with indignation, Kong Chanwu infused his spiritual energy into the retrospective divine mirror, and a brilliant divine light erupted from the mirror, illuminating the ruins of the tribe. The nearby warriors gazed intently at the mirror. A miraculous scene unfolded. Beams of light flickered, revealing the tribe's prosperity from half a year prior, where the members of the devouring sky crocodile clan lived as usual. Kong Chanwu advanced the timeline, and the scenes rapidly shifted until 3 months ago, when a figure appeared above the tribe. This individual channeled immense power, conjuring a vast black hole above the tribe. Witnessing this, Kong Chanwu and the others were incredulous. This is an advanced devourment talent. It is one of our own. Only those with an advanced devourment talent can manifest the devouring black hole externally and wield it at will. Ordinary warriors can only contain the black hole within their mouths. Wait, he is not one of our kin. Our demonic clan cannot don battle intent armor. That individual is clad in 4th-tier battle intent armor. He is human. One warrior stated solemnly. Battle intent armor is unique. Only humans can wear it. That is common knowledge. But if he is human, how could he possibly possess an advanced devourment talent? Another warrior inquired, puzzled. Furthermore, aside from the prodigies in the ancestral land, no outsiders could possess such a talent. Suddenly, the warrior speaking halted, and all the powerful beings exchanged glances, exclaiming in unison, Jiang Ping'an. The dialogue between Jiang Ping'an and Cheng Xian emanated from the mirror, further affirming Jiang Ping'an's identity. At that moment, Jiang Ping'an furrowed his brow. What was amiss? Were there foes lurking? The voice from the heaven-shaking demon rod inquired. No, it's merely a peculiar, faint sensation of being observed. It must be an illusion. Subsequently, Jiang Ping'an soared into the sky. His final words went unheeded. as all the formidable beings were consumed by anger and greed. Damn the insect! We refrained from seeking him out, yet he dares to trespass upon our territory. Regardless of the cost, we must locate Jiang Ping'an and reclaim that noble bloodline. And let us not forget the rod in his possession, along with his battle armor. It was evident to any discerning eye that the heaven-shaking demon rod in Jiang Ping'an's grasp was an extraordinary treasure, possibly even harboring a spirit. One must understand that typically, only artifacts of celestial quality give rise to sentient spirits. Yet, for reasons unknown, this rod also possessed such a spirit. Whatever the cause, it was undoubtedly a high-grade treasure. Jiang Ping'an was essentially a mobile trove of riches, stirring even the hearts of these powerful beings. With a mix of excitement and rage, the formidable ones expanded their consciousness, enveloping the area for thousands of miles in search of Jiang Ping'an's presence. The scenes within that vast expanse unfolded in their minds. Before long, joy illuminated their faces as they pinpointed the figure reflected in the mirror. Jiang Ping'an, while in flight, sensed the powerful consciousness and his countenance shifted dramatically. He promptly retrieved a spatial teleportation talisman and fled. Attempting to escape? Not a chance. A throng of powerful beings pursued him with fervor. That rod belongs to me. Why should I not claim it as well? Enough shouting. Whoever acquires the treasure will compensate the others with additional benefits. These beings commenced deliberations on how to divide the resources belonging to Jiang Ping'an. After extensive negotiations, several of them finally agreed upon a plan for the distribution of the spoils. Coincidentally, they caught sight of Jiang Ping'an hastily retreating. The speed of these formidable beings was terrifying, making the pursuit of a mere fledgling in the spirit-sealing realm a trivial task. Insect, let us see where you think you can run. One powerful being summoned the laws of heaven and earth, coalescing energy into a colossal hand that seized Jiang Ping'an. Yet, as Jiang Ping'an was captured, his expression bore no trace of anxiety. Instead, a smile played upon his lips. I have a grand gift for you, until we meet again. With that, he detonated himself. However, no blood gushed forth. Only a cascade of wood shavings erupted. The expressions of the powerful beings froze in disbelief. This is merely a doppelganger. We have been tricked. The exhilaration they had previously felt was now replaced by profound dismay. They had witnessed an abundance of treasures slip away, missing a chance to alter their destinies. Jiang Ping'an had undoubtedly not departed. They resolved to seal off their territory, paying particular attention to the underground. As he was likely hiding beneath the surface, the formidable beings were filled with reluctance, unwilling to accept that Jiang Ping'an had escaped. Regrettably, the tracing mirror could only be utilized once a month. Otherwise, they would have easily located him. They commanded various tribes to assist in the search, and those in the ancestral lands, having heard of the treasures, also emerged to seek them. A multitude of powerful beings excavated the earth to no avail. Later, after utilizing the retracing mirror twice, it became evident that Jiang Ping'an had indeed departed. A roar of anguish reverberated through the heavens, shattering the clouds above. Jiang Ping'an, the swallowing sky crocodile clan is irreconcilable with you. This formidable roar was not born out of hatred for Jiang Ping'an for slaying their kin, but rather from the profound sorrow of witnessing numerous treasures vanish before their eyes. It was akin to being ensnared in a blissful dream, with an unparalleled beauty poised to take the next step, only for the dream to abruptly shatter. A cadre of superlative warriors had toiled for months, with some even burrowing into the earth for several moons, finding naught, leaving them utterly frustrated. One of the swallowing sky crocodile warriors suppressed his murderous intent and declared, "If we cannot capture Jiang Ping'an, we shall proceed to support the Triangular Bull clan." The human race, leading numerous prodigies, has already encroached upon the ancestral grounds of the Triangular Bull clan. Chapter 254, Jiang Ping'an's Grand Gift before the ancestral grounds of the Triangular Bull clan. The bloodied Lei Shiqing collected the severed head of a Triangular Bull clan warrior. Each horn of the Triangular Bull demon was a treasure, capable of fetching a handsome price upon return. He turned to the low-ranking cultivators behind him and said, "The warriors of the Swallowing Sky Crocodile clan should be arriving shortly. You all may return first while we hold the rear." "Thank you, esteemed seniors." The ordinary cultivators who had come to assist clasped their fists in gratitude, weary bodies turning to depart. After nearly half a year of battle, although they had not eradicated the Triangular Bull clan, Reaching their ancestral grounds and annihilating a significant number of bull demons was already a considerable achievement. Without a millennium of cultivation, the triangular bull clan would struggle to recover. In fact, due to the loss of many talents in this conflict, they were likely to face decline. The prolonged battle, lasting half a year, was essentially drawing to a close. Once these ordinary cultivators withdrew, Lei Shiqing would lead the many prodigies away. Lei Shiqing regarded the talented individuals with satisfaction, praising, "You have all performed admirably. It is evident that each of you has grown through this conflict. Only those saplings weathered by storms can grow into towering trees, capable of supporting the great weight of the eastern domain." These prodigies were commendable, yet some had fled in the heat of battle. How should this matter be addressed? Liang Ping, the Grand Elder of the Holy Land of Tianzi, spoke coldly. Months ago, they had suddenly discovered that Jiang Ping'an had vanished without a trace, leaving no word behind. Liang Ping, filled with righteous indignation, declared, "The three major factions invest in nurturing prodigies with the hope that they will bear the burden of resisting the demon race. Yet some individuals disobey commands and flee in the face of battle. This matter must be thoroughly investigated." Despite Liang Ping's outward display of righteous fury, he secretly reveled in delight. This fool Jiang Ping'an actually fled during combat. This provided a justification to expel him from the training cadre. Thereafter, dealing with him would become far simpler. Meng Jing wiped the blood from her face and exclaimed, "Mutu certainly did not flee in cowardice. He must have had something of great importance to attend to." Liang Ping scoffed dismissively, asserting that important matters should be reported in advance. He was simply afraid of death. No, do not let him make excuses. Just as Meng Jing was about to clarify, Liang Ping interrupted her, stating that in this battle, several prodigies had perished, and half of the ordinary cultivators had been sacrificed. Even if these ordinary individuals were unafraid of death, what of Jiang Ping'an? He fled in fear. How could such a person bear the weight of resisting the demon race? I propose that Jiang Ping'an be expelled from the training team immediately. Such a detrimental presence will undoubtedly flee when faced with adversity. Although many remain silent, disdain for Jiang Ping'an is evident on their faces. They may not possess his strength, yet they would never abandon their comrades in times of crisis. Such behavior is despicable and earns the utmost contempt. While Lei Shiqing harbors animosity towards Liang Ping, he finds himself in agreement with his words. Even if Jiang Ping'an were in distress, a simple notification would suffice, yet he chose to depart without a word, clearly demonstrating his cowardice. Regardless of strength, individuals of this nature should not be nurtured. Otherwise, on the actual battlefield, they would not only prove useless but also undermine the morale of the entire team. Upon returning to the emperor's ruins, a meeting should be convened to remove Jiang Ping'an. Lei Shiqing, who once held a modicum of goodwill towards Jiang Ping'an, now finds that sentiment entirely extinguished. Liang Ping smirks, believing it imperative to establish a cautionary tale, publicly denouncing Jiang Ping'an to ensure his disgrace is known far and wide, leaving him with no refuge. Once Jiang Ping'an is ousted from the Tianjiao Reserve Project, he can be effortlessly dealt with. Liang Ping himself would refrain from taking action, as it would be beneath him. Instead, he would have his son intervene, allowing the youth to earn a reputation for eliminating traitors. Mutu is certainly not of that ilk. Meng Jing is nearly in tears, fully understanding that Jiang Ping'an is not one to cower in fear. Xiaqing approaches, asserting, "I vouch for my brother. He would never flee from danger." Liang Ping scoffs, dismissing her with disdain, for in his eyes, she is merely the 9th princess of the Great Xia, and he holds little regard even for the monarch of the Great Xia. Xiaqing gazes coldly at Liang Ping, stating, "I will pledge a treasured artifact as assurance that my brother is not a coward. Do you dare to wager?" She knows Jiang Ping'an's character all too well. He will never turn into a villain. Upon hearing the mention of a treasured artifact, Liang Ping's expression shifts. He hesitates to gamble because he understands that Jiang Ping'an is unlikely to flee in the face of such trivial adversity. There may indeed be a valid reason for his absence. Regardless of the circumstances, unless he has ventured elsewhere to slay demons. His actions constitute a breach of protocol and signify cowardice. Liang Ping continues to incite the crowd's emotions, determined to drive Jiang Ping'an away. Just as Xiaqing is about to speak again, a wave of terrifying demonic energy surges from the distance. The atmosphere darkens ominously, as if a storm is imminent. Feeling this ominous presence, the powerful figures of the three major factions and the gathered prodigies are struck with apprehension. The formidable warriors of the Sky-Eating Crocodile clan have arrived. However, it is unlikely that a conflict will ensue, as even the strongest fear for their lives. They merely come to exchange threats and save face. Kong Chanwu glares at the three major factions and the numerous prodigies, immediately unleashing a tirade. You wretched human beings will inevitably pay the price. Especially that Jiang Ping'an, who has slaughtered 2 million of my kin and over 40 god transformation experts. One day, I shall relish the moment of grinding him to dust. Lei Shiqing, prepared with his own harsh retorts, finds himself momentarily speechless upon hearing Kong Chanwu's final declaration. The entire assembly is left in stunned silence. What did this sky-eating crocodile just utter? Jiang Ping'an has slain over 40 formidable beings of the transformation stage and 2 million members of the tribe? Jiang Ping'an? Which Jiang Ping'an are you referring to? Xiaoqing asked, bewildered. Which other Jiang Ping'an could it be? He is the wretched one who killed our genius, Kong Yinshan. Kong Chanwu, seething with rage, scornfully exclaimed. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped, rendered speechless. Jiang Ping'an has killed more than 40 transformation stage experts? And over 20 million sky-eating crocodiles? What a farce. Even if Jiang Ping'an possessed the transformation stage, such strength would be inconceivable, regardless of whether they are humans or beasts. The higher the realm, the more challenging it is to slay them. Unless Jiang Ping'an is a void refinement stage expert. How could he possibly have exterminated so many sky-eating crocodiles in less than half a year? Have you all lost your senses? Liang Ping inquired, his expression darkening. He was unwilling to accept the notion of Jiang Ping'an being so powerful. Kong Chanwu rebuked Liang Ping, stating, we have detected him using the retrospective divine mirror. Do you still wish to shield Jiang Ping'an? If you dare, summon him forth for a confrontation. Liang Ping, chastised, twitched his face in vexation. Who the hell is shielding Jiang Ping'an? He would rather slay Jiang Ping'an directly. Kong Chanwu regarded Liang Ping in silence, then coldly remarked. Afraid to call him forth for a confrontation? Concealment serves no purpose. This enmity has been inscribed in the annals of the Sky-Eating Crocodile clan. He believed that the human race sought to protect Jiang Ping'an, wishing to prevent him from emerging. At that moment, the transmission jade pendant at Kong Chanwu's waist chimed ominously. This is grave. Hundreds of tribes along the Origin River have reported incidents of poisoning, resulting in the death of over 1 million tribe members. It is suspected that someone has poisoned the river. Upon hearing this, the experts of the Sky-Eating Crocodile clan stood frozen in shock. The Origin River is the birthplace of their clan, with hundreds of tribes residing near its banks. In all these years, they have never encountered poisoning incidents. Yet now it is reported that several hundred tribes have been afflicted. It is evident that foul play is afoot. At that moment, Kong Chanwu suddenly recalled the grand gesture mentioned by Jiang Ping'an's avatar, and he finally comprehended its implications. They all understood that Jiang Ping'an had utilized poison to kill Kong Yinshan. Undoubtedly, it was Jiang Ping'an who had poisoned the Origin River upon his departure. Kong Chanwu trembled with fury, roaring, Jiang Ping'an, the Sky-Eating Crocodile clan will not rest until we are at odds with you. His wrathful roar reverberated through the heavens, echoing for miles, causing countless ordinary beings to perish in its wake. Chapter 255. The shock of the crowd. The humans were left in a state of disbelief. Jiang Ping'an single-handedly invaded the territory of the Sky-Eating Crocodile clan, slaying over 40 transformation stage experts and 2 million tribe members. Ultimately, he even poisoned several million beings. Most astonishingly, he is yet to be captured. Had they not heard the words of the Sky-Eating Crocodile experts with their own ears, they would never have believed such an outrageous tale. It was utterly fantastical. 20 million. That is an extraordinarily terrifying figure. If a void refinement stage expert had achieved this feat, they might have accepted it, but Jiang Ping'an is merely in the spirit sealing stage. How could he have accomplished such a feat, even subduing transformation stage experts? Lei Shiqing, observing the Sky-Eating Crocodile experts in a fit of rage, refrained from further provoking them and slowly maneuvered the flying vessel to retreat. On board the vessel, the crowd remained silent for an extended period, engulfed in shock. It is difficult for them to fathom how Jiang Ping'an managed it. Just then, the jade slip hanging from Meng Jing's waist illuminated. Jiang Ping'an's calm voice emerged. Apologies, Xiao Jing. I've been preoccupied with a minor matter lately and couldn't respond in due time. Meng Jing, her eyes tinged with red, exclaimed. You dare to refer to entering the territory of the Swallowing Sky Crocodile clan as a minor matter? She understood why Jiang Ping'an had not informed her beforehand. He feared it would cause her distress. Jiang Ping'an paused momentarily. How did you know? Isn't it obvious? The formidable beings of the Swallowing Sky Crocodile clan just berated you in person. Where are you? Hurry back. They are intent on killing you. Meng Jing was deeply concerned about Jiang Ping'an's safety. The Swallowing Sky Crocodile clan was akin to their ancient Thunder clan. Only those who have witnessed the depths of such great powers truly comprehend their terror. Fear not. I have been on the run for several months, employing spatial teleportation talismans to change my location over 100 times. The Qianquan compass can obscure my heavenly secrets. They cannot deduce my whereabouts, Jiang Ping'an replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing about the Qianquan compass, Lei Shiqing's face twitched. This treasure was a prized possession of their clan's third elder, and its acquisition by this youth made him feel embarrassed. That is still unacceptable. The outside world is perilous. Once the battle here concludes, we shall immediately return to the great emperor's ruins. You must return promptly as well. Meng Jing's anxiety for Jiang Ping'an's safety was palpable. She could hardly envision a world without him. I will return shortly. I have news of a secret treasure that has now reached its location. I shall return once I secure it, but do not disclose this matter to others. Jiang Ping'an, ever prudent, wished to keep his secrets hidden. The more treasures one possesses, the more they attract envy. Upon hearing the term secret treasure, the crowd was taken aback, their envy nearly causing their teeth to grind. Many lower-tier forces would consider themselves fortunate to possess even one such treasure, let alone a national treasure. Even among numerous powerful factions, obtaining information about a secret treasure is no easy feat. Yet, this young man had managed to acquire such information. Meng Jing remained silent for 2 seconds before stating, "Everyone is present and has heard this." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping'an pondered for a moment and said, "I was merely jesting. In reality, I intend to enter seclusion and there is no secret treasure." The crowd responded with disbelief. "Do you take us for fools?" Suddenly, Lei Shiqing recalled something and asked in astonishment, "Have you fused with the advanced devouring bloodline obtained from Kong Yinshan? You were the one who caused the uproar in the territory of the Swallowing Sky Crocodile clan." It was inconceivable that Jiang Ping'an would venture to the Swallowing Sky Crocodile clan without reason. He most likely sought to awaken his devouring talent. This would explain the immense commotion previously noted in that region. As the realization dawned upon the crowd, they were collectively startled. So, it was Jiang Ping'an who awakened the advanced devouring bloodline. Not me. I sold the devouring bloodline to the Western region's corpse transport sect. It was he who awakened the talent, Jiang Ping'an vehemently denied. The crowd rolled their eyes. Only a fool would relinquish such an opportunity to another. What Western region corpse transport sect? That person does not exist. You assumed that identity when you reached the summit of the ascending heaven path. Leilan, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired, "How did you manage to slay over 40 god transformation stage experts?" Everyone perked up, equally intrigued by the unfolding tale. Even if Jiang Ping'an is unrivaled among his peers, the notion of him vanquishing so many formidable beings at the transformation stage is utterly preposterous. This feat renders all the other prodigies dim in his presence. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ping'an remarked, "At that time, the corpse control sect from the western regions had Busi commanding 300 powerful corpses, exuding an overwhelming aura." "Stop fabricating tales," Lei Shiqing interjected, unable to restrain himself. Ordinary disciples of the corpse control sect can only manipulate 1 or 2 corpses. Even the most elite practitioners are limited to controlling no more than 100. No one can command 300 corpses. Jiang Ping'an fell silent, realizing he was unaware of any limitations on the number of corpses that could be controlled by the sect. "It seems I must diligently research the information before spinning more tales." After a prolonged silence, he continued, "Thus, this Busi is an extraordinary prodigy, unique in his ability to manipulate 300 corpses." The crowd was left speechless. How could this fellow so earnestly weave falsehoods? We shall discuss this later. I have arrived at my destination and must seek out the secret treasures for some seclusion. Jiang Ping'an hastily concluded the conversation. Meng Jing set down the communication jade slip, lifting her delicate chin with an air of arrogance as she gazed at Liang Ping, who claimed my wooden boy was a coward. My wooden boy single-handedly stormed the territory of the devouring crocodile clan, annihilating over 20 million of their kind and more than 40 formidable beings at the transformation stage. Do you dare to label him a coward? Meng Jing relished the moment, finally alleviating the frustration that had nearly suffocated her. Liang Ping's expression darkened. Jiang Ping'an's defiance of orders would inevitably lead to trouble, which old Kerr had previously asserted that Jiang Ping'an need only slay monsters. Meng Jing chuckled mischievously. A collective gasp echoed among the crowd. Liang Ping was the grand elder of the heavenly zeal sacred land and the father of the holy sun. Meng Jing had audaciously insulted him as an old cur. The public reprimand ignited a fury within Liang Ping that felt as if it could explode his very being. Lei Shiqing suddenly unleashed a terrifying aura, suppressing Liang Ping's words. Elder Liang, it's merely a child. Surely, you want-t take offense? Liang Ping clenched his fists, wishing he could obliterate Meng Jing. Yet, if he retaliated now, it would only reveal his pettiness and be a source of embarrassment. I hope you continue to educate her in this manner. One day, someone will surely tear her mouth apart. Liang Ping coldly retorted before turning to leave. He had initially intended to expel Jiang Ping'an from the prodigy training program, but he never anticipated that Jiang Ping'an would achieve such a monumental feat in the Eastern Sea. Killing so many demonic creatures would have earned him significant military merit. Thus, his plan to dismiss Jiang Ping'an had failed. Meng Jing watched Liang Ping's retreating figure, her beautiful eyes glimmering with animosity. This man's son had orchestrated her father's demise, and now he sought to bring harm to Jiang Ping'an. One day, she vowed, she would annihilate his entire family. Beside her, Lei Lan noticed her daughter's fierce expression and gently stroked her head. Meng Jing's demeanor gradually returned to normal as she buried her head in Lei Lan's embrace, boasting, "Hee, isn't my wooden boy impressive? Impressive in what regard?" Lei Lan replied with an amused smile. Meng Jing remarked, "I can't shake the feeling that there's something off about my mother's smile." Chapter 256. The Secret of Bu Si. It took Lei Shiqing a considerable time to quell the turbulence within his heart. He dispatched a flying vessel, leading the prodigies in retreat. Everyone brought forth the recording stones to commence the tally of kills against the same tier, triangular bull demons, and rewards would be bestowed according to the rankings. It had been previously stated that rankings and rewards would be determined by the number of triangular bull demons they had slain prior to hunting the demon clan. Nangong Shun gazed at the recording stone in his hand, and a sense of disappointment and helplessness flickered within his golden pupils. For the past 6 months, he had fought relentlessly to secure the first position. He had once held confidence in defeating the most formidable of nascent soul cultivators. However, upon hearing of Jiang Ping'an's deeds against the Swallowing Sky Crocodile clan, his confidence shattered. With over 20 million beings of the Swallowing Sky Crocodiles, the number of nascent soul cultivators among them remained uncertain, yet this was of little consequence. The crucial data lay in the elimination of more than 40 formidable transformation stage experts. Even the defeat of the most ordinary transformation stage cultivators held significance that surpassed that of several hundred nascent soul cultivators. Jiang Ping'an loomed like a colossal mountain, rendering Nangong Shun breathless under the pressure. Even a prodigy of Nangong Shun's caliber felt the weight of this pressure, let alone others. This individual was nothing short of a monster. He could only hope that as their realms advanced, their divine bodies would manifest their potential, narrowing the gap between them and Jiang Ping'an. At this moment, Jiang Ping'an found himself engulfed in melancholy. By a careless slip, he had inadvertently exposed the existence of his treasured artifact. In future communications via sound transmission talismans, he must ensure that no one else is in proximity. Jiang Ping'an silently reflected. For the sake of safety, after acquiring the time treasure, he would make a duplicate and auction it off, thus diminishing others' desires. Presently, he had arrived at the capital of the Divine Weapon Nation. Once a resplendent capital, it now appeared utterly dilapidated. Grand edifices lay in ruins, scattered debris littered the ground, and weeds sprouted from the cracks in the stones. A few wandering cultivators scoured the imperial city in search of treasures, yearning to uncover forgotten relics. Yet, they found nothing. The Swallowing Sky Crocodiles had thoroughly searched the area. Who could blame them? They had traveled such a distance only to find nothing. It would be far more profitable to engage in robbery. There was someone isolated over there. 3 nascent soul cultivators took note of Jiang Ping'an, their gazes fixating on the storage ring upon his hand, a glimmer of greed surfacing on their faces. They swiftly surrounded him. "Consider yourself unfortunate to have encountered us, the bloodthirsty triad. If you have heard of our name, you'd best comply and surrender your storage artifact willingly, lest we be compelled to take action ourselves." Though they were merely mid-stage nascent soul cultivators, their cultivation of combined techniques had augmented their strength, and at that moment, their aura was no less formidable than that of late-stage nascent soul experts. Jiang Ping'an paid them no heed, his gaze drifting to the abandoned Grand Hall. Upon the hall's pedestal stood a young man clad in gray robes, who was smiling at him with apparent delight. "Brother Jiang, what a coincidence. We meet again," Bu Si remarked with a grin. Jiang Ping'an narrowed his eyes, astonished to encounter this individual once more. He found it hard to believe this was mere coincidence. The world of cultivation was vast, and to meet so frequently in such a short span was nearly impossible. Yet, aside from himself, no one knew he would be here. How could this person possibly have known? Jiang Ping'an possesses the Qianquan disc, an artifact capable of concealing heavenly secrets, rendering him undetectable even to the formidable Tianyi clan. Yet, he was located by Bu Si, as if he had been awaiting his arrival. This revelation left Jiang Ping'an incredulous. "Who are you?" he inquired, his vigilance heightened. Although Bu Si was a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, the pressure he exerted was far greater than that of dozens of celestial phenomenon experts. Bu Si maintained a sunny disposition as he replied, "As I mentioned earlier." Suddenly, a voice interrupted, "What are you two doing? Can't you see we are in the midst of a robbery?" The self-proclaimed bloodthirsty three demons, three ruthless cultivators, were incensed by Jiang Ping'an and Bu Si's apparent disregard for them. Most cultivators would flee upon encountering such merciless individuals, yet these two were casually conversing. Jiang Ping'an coldly scrutinized Bu Si. "Why have you sought me out? What is your purpose?" It was evident that Bu Si harbored ulterior motives. Having followed him for some time, Bu Si sighed. "To speak plainly, I have seen your demise in the ancient and future mirror. Thus, I sought to establish a rapport with you in advance, so that after your death, we might solidify our connection and I could claim your remains." Jiang Ping'an furrowed his brow. The ancient and future mirror? This was the first time he had heard of such an artifact, which purportedly possessed the ability to glimpse the future. A celestial artifact. The ancient and future mirror. One of the three robbers exclaimed, clearly aware of its significance. The trio stared incredulously at Bu Si. Who was this individual that he could witness a celestial artifact? For cultivators of their lowly rank, merely encountering a secret treasure was a rare fortune. Yet this man could behold a celestial artifact. Bu Si treated the three as if they were inconsequential, turning his attention back to Jiang Ping'an. The ancient and future mirror is a celestial artifact that can reveal events from the past and present, as well as glimpses of the future. At this juncture, Bu Si's smile faded. "I have seen your future, Jiang Ping'an. You will perish." Jiang Ping'an's heart raced violently, yet he maintained an impassive gaze upon Bu Si. "Your words are riddled with inconsistencies. Even if you can indeed see the future through a celestial artifact, the conditions for its use are undoubtedly stringent. Why would you choose to observe my fate rather than your own?" A normal individual, upon accessing the ancient and future mirror, would naturally wish to discern their own destiny, not squander the opportunity on another. Bu Si replied solemnly, "It was through glimpsing my own future that I came to witness yours. 3,000 years hence, a cataclysmic battle will ensue, resulting in countless powerful beings falling, including you. The judge's pen in your possession will shatter, the heavenly shattering demon rod will develop fissures, and your battle in tin armor will be breached. This is one of the reasons I sought you out, to impart this knowledge to you. You have merely 3,000 years left." Jiang Ping'an's fists clenched tightly, his heart racing in turmoil. He was reluctant to accept this grim fate. Yet the fact that Bu Si knew of the judge's pen and the heavenly shattering demon rod was unsettling. No one else was privy to such information. Thus, the likelihood of Bu Si's deceit seemed exceedingly low. Could it be that his future truly held such a dire end? Jiang Ping'an was reluctant to accept the situation, his voice low as he questioned, "What is the great battle 3,000 years hence? Who is my adversary? Had I known in advance, perhaps I could have evaded it." Bu Si shook his head. "I cannot provide specifics. The causalities entwined in that battle are too numerous, resulting in significant backlash. Even the world's most formidable beings dare not observe it extensively. I merely glimpsed the instant of your demise. In that vision, a multitude of corpses surrounded you. And through the obscured imagery, I discerned colossal entities such as the planet-sized devourer crocodile, the three-headed golden crow scorched by the sun, and the godly winged dragon elephant capable of shattering stars. The number of fallen warriors is staggering, the intertwining causality too complex to comprehend fully. I could only perceive the present you, whose cultivation remains insufficiently advanced. Thus, I relinquished the opportunity to witness my own fate and chose instead to glimpse fragments of your future, collaborating with high-ranking destiny masters for several prophecies. Bussi's demeanor was unusually solemn. The three bandits nearby, upon hearing these revelations, were nearly paralyzed with fear. The striking young man before them had a future so terrifying: devourer crocodiles, three-headed golden crows, and godly winged dragon elephants, each a paragon of monstrous might. The thought that this young man could subdue them all sent a jolt of terror through the three bandits, who, upon realizing the implications, turned pale and fled in panic. Eager to deploy their every skill to escape, Jiang Ping'an's spirit soured, his mental energy surged, and with a mere thought, the three bandits emitted no more than a fleeting scream as their heads were swiftly twisted off. After dispatching them, Jiang Ping'an disposed of their bodies into a storage bag for spirit beasts, intending to feed them to the bloodthirsty 9 nether worms. The mother worm, upon encountering these mid-stage nascent soul cultivators, disdainfully kicked them to her offspring, while she continued to feast on the high-level devourer crocodile of the transformation stage. My master is so kind, she mused. There's an abundance of food. I shall never go hungry. As the bloodthirsty 9 nether worm consumed more high-tier devourer crocodiles, its evolution accelerated. Currently, the mother worm had reached the nascent soul level. Provided there was sufficient energy and nourishment, it could produce an offspring daily, each at the golden core stage. This was the infamous bloodthirsty 9 nether worm, once capable of annihilating a sacred land. Chapter 257. The Dark Cultivator. At this moment, Jiang Ping'an had little inclination to concern himself with the bloodthirsty 9 nether worm. Bussi's words weighed heavily on his mind, revealing the burden of foreknowledge of one's destiny. Nevertheless, he swiftly regained his composure. He refused to believe that the future was predestined. Every decision he made now would inevitably influence the course ahead. He aspired to transcend into immortality, to resurrect his parents. No one could thwart him. His fate was in his own hands. Jiang Ping'an, resolute in his ascent to the pinnacle of the celestial path, possessed an indomitable will that would not waver due to mere words. Just as he was about to inquire further, he suddenly sensed something amiss and turned his gaze toward the horizon. A group of cultivators, exuding a terrifying aura, approached with great speed. The malevolent and corrupt energies emanating from them loomed like a dark cloud, instilling a profound sense of oppression. Demonic cultivators? No, their malevolence is impure. They are misguided practitioners of the dark arts. Demonic cultivators and dark practitioners are not synonymous, though both practitioners cultivate dark powers. The demonic cultivator seeks to seize the creation of heaven and earth, holding all in contempt and waging war against the cosmos. In contrast, the sinister cultivator aims to usurp the fates of other cultivators, sacrificing their lives to enhance their own cultivation, often preying upon ordinary people, embodying a particularly cruel archetype of cultivator. When Jiang Ping'an first encountered the sinister cultivators, their aura was significantly more formidable than that of ordinary cultivators. This group of sinister beings wore expressions of grotesque rage, bellowing with fury. Bussi, you scoundrel, desecrate my ancestor's grave and return the remains of my forebear. You vile wretch, you have blasphemed my ancestor, and I shall ensure you are torn to shreds. Let's see where you can run this time. It became apparent that this group had come specifically for Bussi. Bussi turned to Jiang Ping'an with a grin, stating, "The reason I sought you out, aside from revealing the events of 3,000 years hence, is that I require assistance in navigating a life and death crisis." Without hesitation, Jiang Ping'an unleashed a lightning flash. Distancing himself from Bussi, he had no ties to this individual and would not endanger himself for his sake. Suddenly, Bussi shouted at Jiang Ping'an, "Brother Jiang, we must split up." With that, he employed a technique to traverse vast distances in an instant, rapidly fleeing. Jiang Ping'an's expression twitched. This scoundrel intended to draw the calamity upon him. He hastily declared, "I do not know this person." A throng of sinister cultivators continued to pursue Bussi, yet several turned their attention toward Jiang Ping'an. This individual exuded a peculiar aura. Was he a nascent soul cultivator? Regardless of his identity, he was not a transformation stage powerhouse, so they decided to eliminate him and seize his treasures. "Bring me this man's soul. My soul-absorbing banner has only been able to draw in the souls of ordinary people, which is insufficient. I require the essence of a cultivator of this caliber." Unlike common robbers who merely seek wealth and typically spare lives for gold, these sinister cultivators possessed twisted natures, reveling in murder and bloodshed, sometimes killing for the sheer thrill of it. Mainstream cultivators despised these aberrant beings. Jiang Ping'an swiftly retreated, coldly stating, "I will reiterate, I do not know that person." Regardless of your knowledge. One sinister cultivator revealed a sinister grin, summoning a gray banner imbued with overwhelming malice. He waved the banner, and millions of vengeful souls surrounded Jiang Ping'an, instilling horror and dread. These souls were the result of this sinister cultivator's murderous acts. He imprisoned the souls of ordinary people, tormenting them with special techniques to incite their grievances, ultimately refining them into the banner to augment its power. Countless infant vengeful souls clawed at Jiang Ping'an. Witnessing such a multitude of vengeful infant souls ignited an explosive fury within him, akin to a volcano. "You shall perish." Jiang Ping'an's voice turned frigid as he unleashed a formidable aura, obliterating the million vengeful souls, a radiant brilliance illuminating the heavens. Upon sensing this terrifying presence, the faces of the four sinister cultivators changed dramatically. "Flee. This cultivator is formidable. Flee." Jiang Ping'an employed the star-pulling technique, causing the four fleeing sinister cultivators to collide violently with one another. This technique effortlessly manipulated gravitational forces, directing objects toward the desired trajectory. As he continuously activated the star-pulling technique, the bodies of the four sinister cultivators were forcibly pressed together. Crack, crack. The sound of bones shattering echoed, painting a horrific scene as the anguished cries of four malevolent cultivators reverberated through the ruins. "Help!" they wailed in desperation. Jiang Ping'an narrowed his eyes slightly, exerting all his might to activate the star-pulling technique. In an instant, the four bodies were compressed into a mass the size of a human head. The four wicked cultivators met their demise, extinguished. Such was the formidable power of the star-pulling technique. Several malevolent cultivators pursuing Busi halted, unable to believe their eyes as they gazed at Jiang Ping'an in disbelief. This fellow had actually dispatched four individuals in the blink of an eye. When had the law of gravity become so potent? While the law of gravity was not uncommon, it was typically employed as an auxiliary tool, manipulating gravitational force to disrupt opponents' spellcasting during battle. Yet, this individual had wielded it to compress four Yuanying stage cultivators into a mere ball of flesh. It was unprecedented to witness such a method. "How dare you slay disciples of the Blood Fiend sect? You seek death," a bald, early-stage transformation god expert declared, brandishing a blood-colored long knife as he soared through the air. Jiang Ping'an remained motionless, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded the approaching adversary. The bald expert descended before him, swinging the blood-hued blade towards Jiang Ping'an's head. Jiang Ping'an contemplated retrieving the heaven-shaking demon rod to deliver a fatal blow. However, recalling Busi's words, he abandoned the thought of employing the rod. In 3,000 years, a cataclysmic battle awaited, one fraught with peril. Weapons were ultimately external, and he must enhance his own capabilities as much as possible. Seeing Jiang Ping'an standing still, the bald, malevolent cultivator wore a look of disdain. This boy must be paralyzed with fear, too frightened to flee. How clever! After all, escape was futile. Suddenly, Jiang Ping'an's gaze hardened, and he raised his fist, striking towards the opponent's head. The bald expert merely conjured a simple energy shield, encircling his body, paying little heed to Jiang Ping'an's assault. As a transformation god stage cultivator, he believed that not even a Yuanying stage cultivator could harm him, shield or no shield. However, he was not facing a Yuanying stage practitioner, but a spirit-sealing stage cultivator. Boom! Jiang Ping'an's fist descended, shattering the bald expert's protective barrier and crashing violently onto his bald head. In an instant, the expert's skull erupted, the terrifying force of the punch sweeping through the dilapidated structures, obliterating everything within dozens of miles. It was no wonder these powerful beings had underestimated him. Who would anticipate that a mere child's fist could obliterate an adult's skull? The heads of human cultivators were even more fragile than that of a sky-swallowing crocodile. Yet the adversary was not dead. Jiang Ping'an clenched his fist once more, aiming for the early-stage transformation god cultivator's dantian. The bald expert swiftly retreated, desperately channeling energy within, as a new head rapidly regenerated. Impossible. The bald, malevolent cultivator's eyes brimmed with horror, rage, and disbelief as he stared at Jiang Ping'an. As an early-stage transformation god, how could he be so easily vanquished by someone below that realm? Just how much power did this individual possess? Jiang Ping'an unleashed a lightning-fast offensive, opting not to wield the heaven-shaking demon rod or the battle-intent armor. This time, he would rely solely on his own strength to confront the early-stage transformation god expert. Jiang Ping'an could scarcely believe that he would meet his demise 3,000 years hence. No force could hinder his ascension to immortality. Chapter 258. The Battle of Transformation, you audacious brat. Do you dare to strike first? Seeking your own demise. The bald warrior seethed with rage as he beheld Jiang Ping'an charging towards him. It was a disgrace to be bested by one who had yet to attain the realm of transformation. The greater affront was Jiang's audacity to initiate the attack. Was this a blatant disregard for his status as a formidable being? With renewed determination, the bald warrior raised his blood-drenched blade, unleashing a terrifying aura that stained the heavens with crimson, an ominous spectacle. Perish! He bellowed as he swung his weapon with ferocious intent. This blow was imbued with the essence of second-tier metal laws and a copious amount of demonic energy, radiating an astonishing presence that could be sensed even miles away. The formidable intent of the blade cleaved towards Jiang Ping'an. Rather than retreat, Jiang Ping'an elevated his fist, resolutely meeting the assault head-on. The bald warrior gazed at him as though he were a fool. Did a practitioner in the nascent soul stage truly believe he could withstand the onslaught of a transformation master? What a jest! If he could indeed defend against it, then the bald warrior might as well welcome death. In an instant, the disdain in the bald warrior's eyes vanished. Observing the battle intent laws, the power laws, and the gravity laws emanating from Jiang Ping'an, he realized that these 3 laws neutralized his own second-tier laws, leaving him in shock. 3 laws. It was a rare feat for an average transformation master to comprehend 3 laws, yet this opponent, still in the nascent soul stage, had achieved such mastery. The clash of the blade against Jiang Ping'an's fist erupted in a cataclysmic explosion of energy, obliterating all debris within miles and creating a massive crater. Jiang Ping'an activated the second layer of his battle god technique, tripling his strength, while his entire being became enveloped in tribal totemic patterns, further doubling his might. Utilizing lightning flash, he surged towards the bald transformation master, delivering a powerful strike. The bald warrior felt the hairs on his body stand on end. He sensed the imminent threat of death. Swiftly employing evasive maneuvers, he narrowly escaped. Boom! Jiang Ping'an's fist struck the ground with tremendous force, shattering the earth beneath him. The distant bald warrior, witnessing Jiang Ping'an's strength, was engulfed in a storm of disbelief. How could this individual, a mere nascent soul practitioner, possess such terrifying speed and power? Damn it! A nascent soul, yet he aspires to be a god of slaughter. Die! The bald warrior seethed, his anger swelling as he felt an unsettling fear towards one he deemed beneath him, a humiliation he could hardly bear. Once more, he unleashed his formidable sword technique upon Jiang Ping'an. Unfazed, Jiang Ping'an met the assault directly. Bang! Boom! The earth-shattering collision reverberated through the heavens. Jiang Ping'an seemed to embody a war deity, each punch more ferocious than the last. His right arm, having opened 4 meridians through the human emperor's heart sutra, augmented his strength by the equivalent of 4 mountains. Imagine the terror of 4 mountains combined with numerous supreme techniques crashing down. Yet, the bald warrior was no ordinary foe. As an early transformation master, his combat prowess was equally fearsome. Having traversed the path to ascendancy, Jiang Ping'an harbored an invincible conviction, undaunted by any adversary. In the clash of both sides, the laws trembled, the earth shattered, and a resplendent radiance illuminated the surroundings for miles. Countless mountains erupted, and the hardened ground continuously fractured, as if space itself were on the verge of being torn asunder. As the battle intensified, the bald, evil cultivator's heart filled with increasing dread. The Yuanying stage cultivator from the eastern region was astonishingly formidable. He found himself unable to overpower his opponent alone. Could he truly be on the verge of defeat? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. He was a powerful transformation stage expert. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he seized an opportune moment during the fray and suddenly hurled a bone needle exuding dark energy. This needle, a treasure acquired in his youth, was crafted from the bone of a demon cultivator and imbued with special runes, granting it extraordinary penetrating power capable of bypassing numerous defenses. Most crucially, this needle bore a deadly poison. Any being below the transformation stage struck by it would surely perish. Although the bald cultivator had not intended to employ this special concealed weapon, his opponent's overwhelming strength instilled a sense of terror within him. Just as anticipated, the demonic bone needle effortlessly pierced through his adversary's defenses, plunging deep into the opponent's dantian. Haha, die. The bald cultivator could no longer contain his maniacal laughter. Not only would a Yuanying stage cultivator be severely weakened if struck, but even a mid-transformation stage expert would find their combat capability drastically diminished. Below the transformation stage, a direct hit meant certain death. Moreover, the poison needle had struck the opponent's dantian, the very core of their Yuanying, hastening their demise. Seizing the moment of his opponent's elation, Jiang Ping'an delivered a powerful punch to the bald cultivator's heart, sending him flying several kilometers while spewing blood incessantly. Jiang Ping'an extracted the demonic bone needle, wiped the blood from it, and tied back his hair. According to the customs of his homeland, upon reaching their 20s, one must personally slay a chicken, with their father binding their hair, symbolizing their transition into a self-reliant adult. Now, with his father gone, he would bind his own hair, replacing the chicken with the demise of a transformation stage expert. Impossible. How could you be unharmed? The bald, evil cultivator coughed blood, staring in shock at Jiang Ping'an, having never experienced such astonishment in his life. This demonic bone needle was laced with potent poison, and it had struck at the dantian. Yet the opponent remained unscathed. Why was this? Jiang Ping'an paid him no heed, employing a lightning flash to advance once more. The bald cultivator attempted to counter with his blade, only to discover, to his horror, that his body had been ensnared by chains, sealing his spirit, form, and energy. This was a supreme mental secret technique, Heaven's seal. The bald cultivator gasped in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could hardly fathom that this Yuanying stage cultivator was also a soul master. In that fleeting moment of being bound, Jiang Ping'an had already closed the distance to his opponent. With a fist that danced through the heavens, he struck heavily upon the bald cultivator's dantian. Boom! The bald, evil cultivator's body was obliterated, his Yuanying shattered, and his life rapidly extinguished. Jiang Ping'an withdrew his bloodied fist, his expression devoid of any tumult. He was leagues apart from the transformation stage experts of the Swallowing Sky Crocodile clan. In terms of physical strength, the level of techniques, or the energy within, this individual paled in comparison to a beginning transformation stage expert of the same clan. The bald, malevolent cultivator appeared to be a nascent soul from a minor sect. Had he possessed any strength in his final moments, he would surely have unleashed a torrent of curses, never anticipating that he would face such disdain before his demise. However, according to the words of the mysterious figure, it seemed that he had previously slain a formidable opponent from the devouring crocodile clan. Who exactly are you? The bald cultivator inquired with his last breath. This individual was undoubtedly no ordinary foe. Jiang Ping'an, he announced, shaking the blood from his arm. It seems your death is not in vain. The bald warrior wore a look of dawning realization as he collapsed heavily to the ground. Although the Bloodslaughter sect had only recently arrived in the eastern region, Jiang Ping'an's name had echoed in their conversations on numerous occasions. He was the foremost cultivator of the eastern region, having ascended to the pinnacle of the path to transcendence, creating the spirit-sealing realm, and vanquishing the elite of the devouring crocodile clan. Even those who had not closely followed his exploits had heard whispers of his prowess. To perish at the hands of such a figure was hardly a disgrace. Jiang Ping'an discarded the corpse to the blood-devouring nine-netherworm. He felt a tinge of disappointment. This initial stage nascent soul was rather weak, inflicting minimal damage upon him. This was primarily due to the opponent's insufficient comprehension of the laws, barely half of the second-tier laws, and an overall lack of formidable techniques and treasures, as well as strength. Nevertheless, this marked the first time he had truly defeated a nascent soul without relying on external artifacts. At that moment, a figure swiftly approached from the distance. Busi, bloodied and breathing heavily, exclaimed, "Brother Jiang, I cannot hold on much longer. Please, assist me in fending off a few of them." Behind him trailed a horde of superlative warriors. Jiang Ping'an raised his fist, unleashing a terrifying force that seemed poised to rend the very fabric of space. "Do not strike," Busi shouted in alarm. "Help me dispatch them. I will grant you the spatial compression technique." Chapter 259. A fruitless visit. The spatial compression technique was a supreme secret art. When perfected, one could traverse the cosmos in a single step. It ranked among the highest of techniques, valued comparably to the battle god technique and the lesser formless art. Although Jiang Ping'an yearned for such a secret, he was reluctant to embroil himself in complications over such a matter. He raised his fist once more to strike. Bu Si, terrified, swiftly retreated, moving back thousands of meters. By the heavens! You truly mean to strike? Jiang Ping'an ignored him, producing a spatial teleportation talisman, vanishing from his original position in an instant. At this juncture, his utmost priority was to seek the temporal treasure. There was no need to entangle himself with these pursuers. Just wait. After your demise, I shall make you my servant. Bu Si cursed as he hastily fled, a cadre of warriors relentlessly pursuing him. Jiang Ping'an arrived at the royal tombs, situated behind the imperial city. Even after years of neglect, the grandeur of yesteryears remained palpable. He retrieved the tremor demon staff, which had shrunk to the size of a pen, its aura concealed. Resembling an ordinary iron rod, Cheng Xian gazed upon the once lush royal tombs, now desolate, her heart laden with profound sorrow. The swing hanging from the tree ahead had been her favorite childhood toy, now torn asunder, its fate unknown. Her father, mother, brother, and all her kin had perished. Her nation had been lost. Cheng Xian felt an overwhelming urge to weep, yet devoid of a corporeal form. She could not express her emotions through tears. This inability to vent her feelings inflicted profound anguish upon her. Jiang Ping'an, whose consciousness was imprinted upon the Hantian demon staff, sensed Cheng Xian's turmoil. He tightened his grip on the staff and declared, I shall annihilate the devouring sky crocodile clan. Cheng Xian suppressed her inner sorrow, reining in her emotions as she replied, Continue onward for 50 kilometers. There lies a lake through which we can access the ancestral grounds of our divine weapon nation, where the treasured relic is hidden. Jiang Ping'an executed 5 thunder flashes, traversing the distance in an instant, arriving before the lake. The water was crystal clear, yet many cultivators emerged from its depths, their faces etched with disappointment. Nothing remained. All the valuable treasures had been claimed by others. Perhaps they could seize this place and establish a new faction, as the special space within was not insignificant. But such thoughts were futile. The members of the extreme sword sect were already present, and they would undoubtedly claim dominance here. A group of cultivators departed, their spirits dampened by regret. Observing these cultivators, Jiang Ping'an's gaze sharpened, realizing that their ancestral grounds had been discovered. It matters not. Cheng Xian reassured him, as long as the stone palace within remains undetected, for all the treasures are sealed there, and without a special incantation. The seals are difficult to breach. Jiang Ping'an exhaled in relief. If the temporal treasure were taken, their journey would have been in vain. Diving into the lake, he felt the spatial shift, plummeting from the sky of another small world. This realm was not particularly vast, spanning over 200 square kilometers, easily enveloped by his consciousness. Numerous structures lay in ruins, many areas reduced to wasteland, and graves had been unearthed, the bones scattered. Cheng Xian suppressed her sorrow, guiding Jiang Ping'an to a palace hewn from black stone. This palace, entirely obsidian, bore signs of damage and was far from opulent, standing approximately 100 meters high, adorned with peculiar runes. It's over. The stone palace has been breached. Cheng Xian's heart plummeted at the sight. Previously concealed within another spatial layer, it had been discovered by an unknown entity. The seals above had also been undone. Cheng Xian felt a profound ache. The resources amassed by their divine weapon nation over the years had been taken away. I am sorry for wasting your time, she lamented, feeling guilty towards Jiang Ping'an for leading him here in vain. Jiang Ping'an cast a glance at the Black Palace and suddenly inquired, Do you not know what the temporal treasure is? I do not. My father never spoke of it, and it is no longer pertinent, Cheng Xian replied, her voice heavy with despondency. Had the resources here remained untouched, they might have expedited Jiang Ping'an's growth. Alas, it had been discovered, and all was lost. Let us depart, Cheng Xian urged, unwilling to linger in this sorrowful place. Yet, Jiang Ping'an did not turn away. Instead, he approached the entrance of the palace. Before he could draw near, 2 golden core cultivators barred his path. Without offering any explanation, they coldly commanded, Get lost. We have claimed this place. Jiang Ping'an calmly released his aura. However, the 2 golden core cultivators remained unyielding. What rubbish! Regardless of your cultivation level, you better scram. This will henceforth be the territory of my extreme sword sect. Cheng Xian conveyed a message to Jiang Ping'an, explaining that the extreme sword sect was a minor sect within the neighboring Dayan dynasty, with its strongest member approximating the void refinement stage. It was unnecessary to provoke such individuals. It would be prudent to depart. Jiang Ping'an observed the two golden core cultivators with calm composure, declaring his intention to purchase the palace. Do you think you are worthy? Begone, he retorted. The commotion was bothersome. Just as the guards at the entrance prepared to expel Jiang Ping'an, a flamboyantly dressed man emerged from within, accompanied by two beautiful women. All three shared a common trait. Their attire was disheveled. Young master, the two golden core guards hastily greeted the handsome man upon seeing him. One of the guards, fawning, remarked, "Young master, this fellow claims he wishes to buy the palace, and I was in the midst of driving him away." "Oh." Yang Feng raised his gaze towards Jiang Ping'an, his expression one of disdain. "Do you think this young master is lacking in funds? Begone. A single law?" Jiang Ping'an replied coolly. "One law is equivalent to 1 billion spirit stones." Upon hearing this figure, Yang Feng's heart jolted. Even as the young master of the extreme sword sect, 1 billion spirit stones constituted a significant sum. Was this fellow a fool, willing to spend such a fortune on a mere dilapidated palace? Yang Feng regretted his earlier arrogance. Had he known, he would have simply sold the palace without hesitation. Now, if he were to agree to the sale, it would be an embarrassment. "Begone, I refuse to sell," Yang Feng declared stubbornly, unwilling to lose face. "One fixed price, 5 laws." Jiang Ping'an raised the stakes. Cheng Xian was taken aback by this proclamation, quickly transmitting to Jiang Ping'an, "Have you lost your mind? Why spend such a fortune on this place? 50 billion spirit stones could buy a wealth of cultivation resources." Yang Feng and his companions were equally astonished. How could this black-clad youth, merely a nascent soul cultivator, possess such wealth? 5 laws represented a substantial sum even for a god transformation expert. Suddenly, Yang Feng set aside his arrogance, withdrawing his hands from the women and clasping them in a respectful gesture. "May I inquire, which faction do you belong to? To possess such resources, you cannot be an ordinary rogue cultivator." "The Great Xia," Jiang Ping'an responded. Yang Feng's heart sank. The Great Xia had risen to prominence in recent years, with 3 peerless prodigies selected for the Talent Reserve program. They might rival the Dayan dynasty in a millennium. The Great Xia was simply beyond the reach of their extreme sword sect. Deal. The previously arrogant Yang Feng now appeared affable. 5 laws were worth sacrificing any semblance of pride. Jiang Ping'an, without hesitation, produced 5 boxes containing sealed laws and handed them over. Yang Feng eagerly accepted the boxes. 5 laws could propel him swiftly into the god transformation realm. What a fool, willing to spend 5 laws on such a decrepit palace. "May I ask your esteemed name?" Yang Feng began to inquire further, but Jiang Ping'an had already entered the palace, firmly closing the door behind him. Yang Feng disregarded the young man's attitude, content with the 5 laws he had acquired. As he turned to leave, he paused, glancing back at the Black Palace. This individual casually tossed out 5 principles, undoubtedly possessing immense value and perhaps even greater resources, yet he is merely a nascent soul stage cultivator. A smile crept upon Yang Feng's lips, and an insatiable greed surged within him. He retrieved a communication jade talisman and called out, "Elderly, you must be nearby. Come at once. There's a fortune to be made." Chapter 260. The Time Palace. How foolish can you be? Upon entering the Stone Palace, Cheng Xian lamented with deep concern. "Those 5 principles are worth 50 billion spirit stones, and yet you squander them to purchase this dilapidated palace. Such wealth could elevate an ordinary god transformation stage cultivator significantly." Cheng Xian was bewildered by Jiang Ping'an's apparent indifference to the value of money, unable to comprehend why he would engage in such folly. She felt a pang of regret for the resources wasted. Jiang Ping'an surveyed the palace, which was eerily empty, with ancient runes etched upon the walls. Many of these runes had become indistinct due to the passage of time. Suddenly, Jiang Ping'an inquired, "What did you call this palace earlier?" "The Stone Palace," Cheng Xian replied, somewhat exasperated by what she perceived as his poor memory. "Which stone?" he asked again. "Of course, the Stone of Stone," Cheng Xian answered, puzzled as to why he would pose such a trivial question. "Are you certain it refers to the Stone of Stone?" Jiang Ping'an's gaze shifted, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "I certainly am," Cheng Xian's voice faltered, her confidence waning as she realized she was merely echoing her father's terminology without understanding its precise meaning. Why do you ask? It bears no significance. Without elaborating, Jiang Ping'an led the way into a spacious room within the palace, wielding the tremor demon's staff. The chamber was littered with fragments of spirit stones, and the runes on the walls appeared more densely packed. Cheng Xian, under the impression that Jiang Ping'an was in search of treasures, remarked, "Stop searching. The treasures have undoubtedly been taken." Jiang Ping'an did not respond. Instead, he produced 10,000 primary crystal stones, equivalent to 100 million spirit stones, and cast them into the room. At that moment, the runes on the walls began to glow, pulsating with an extraordinary light. The once dilapidated black palace suddenly radiated an ancient aura, enveloped by mysterious principles. Witnessing this scene, Cheng Xian's heart raced. What is happening? Can this palace absorb spiritual energy? The principles emanating from it are peculiar. What could they be? This is the principle of time, Jiang Ping'an elucidated. Having grasped a modicum of temporal power, he recognized the nature of this principle. The principle of time? The tremor demon's staff quaked violently as Cheng Xian gasped in astonishment. Could it be that the time treasure is housed within this palace? Jiang Ping'an nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this palace is the time treasure. I surmise its name to be the Time Palace. Time as in the essence of time, the palace of time. This room serves as the locus for replenishing the palace's spiritual energy. Cheng Xian's mind was engulfed in tumultuous waves of astonishment. How can you possess such knowledge? Even I, a princess, am unaware of these matters. Jiang Ping'an replied. My eyes are unique, enabling me to perceive any principle. Upon my arrival, I discerned the distinctive rules contained within this time palace and speculated that it must be a treasure. Thus, I resolved to purchase it and investigate further. Otherwise, I would not have expended 5 principles to acquire this place. Regarding Cheng Xian, Jiang Ping'an did not conceal anything. The other party is now stored within the tremor demon staff, ensuring that secrets will never be divulged. Upon discovering Jiang Ping'an possessed such an extraordinary talent to perceive any principles, Cheng Xian felt a pang of jealousy that could redden her eyes if she still had them. Once a cultivator herself, she understood the profound implications of such an ability. It signified an easier path to observe and comprehend any principles, leading to a rapid enhancement of her cultivation. No wonder Jiang Ping'an had risen to become the foremost figure in the eastern region. It was evident he possessed such formidable gifts. After the initial shock, Cheng Xian felt elated. Although the other treasures within the Time Palace had been lost, the most precious treasure of time remained. What is the purpose of this Time Palace? Cheng Xian suddenly inquired, under the impression that the time treasure was a weapon, only to realize it was a palace. It must have a temporal disparity with the outside world. Jiang Ping'an, having sensed the capabilities of the Time Palace, released a clone to venture outside the palace for a better understanding. Moments later, he confirmed, the time flow difference is approximately 2.5 times. 2.5 days spent in the palace equates to only 1 day in the outside world. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xian was immensely thrilled. Did that mean she could save a significant portion of her cultivation time? If she practiced here for 2,500 years, only 1,000 years would pass outside. Jiang Ping'an analyzed. The Time Palace's limit is far beyond 2.5 times. However, due to its ancient age and damage, many runes within have become blurred or vanished. If they could be restored, the time disparity would undoubtedly exceed twofold. Cheng Xian sighed. That's unfortunate. We cannot repair them. If you have spare resources, you might seek someone at the financial source chamber to attempt a restoration. Jiang Ping'an approached a wall, studying the indistinct and powerless runes, and stated earnestly, perhaps I can restore them. That would be exceedingly difficult. These runes were undoubtedly crafted by high-level rune masters. Are you a rune master? Cheng Xian asked. Jiang Ping'an shook his head. Cheng Xian, without holding back, retorted, then do not entertain the thought of restoring the runes. I used to forge weapons and am well aware of the difficulties in crafting runes. It is not merely about drawing a shape, it requires special powers to empower them. Without being a rune master, it is challenging to create advanced runes. Having forged weapons before, Cheng Xian understood the intricacies of advanced rune crafting. A single rune may appear simple on the surface, yet the principles contained within could be more challenging to fathom than an advanced cultivation technique. I need not be a master of runes to restore them, Jiang Ping'an asserted. Do not jest, that is impossible. Even if you are a genius, it cannot be done. Cheng Xian's voice faltered as she stared blankly at the judge's pen in Jiang Ping'an's hand. Indeed, You possess the complete immortal grade Judge's Pen. As long as you can discern the principles embodied within the runes, the Judge's Pen can render any desired rune. And with Jiang Ping'an's eyes capable of perceiving any principles, restoring these blurred runes becomes a feasible task. How infuriating! Cheng Xian felt a surge of jealousy. The treasures Jiang Ping'an possessed surpassed even those of their royal family in the Divine Weapon Kingdom. By the way, why is your Judge's Pen in pristine condition? Cheng Xian inquired curiously. She had heard that the replicated Judge's Pen had long since broken. However, the one in Jiang Ping'an's possession was intact. Jiang Ping'an offered no explanation. His gaze was fixed upon the runes adorning the wall, analyzing the power they exuded. He lifted the Judge's Pen and began to meticulously outline the indistinct runes once more. Humph, that insufferable man. Cheng Xian, feeling ignored, lamented softly, before directing the heavenly shaking demon staff into the spirit beast storage pouch and joining Little White to peruse storybooks. Little White was far superior to this man. Jiang Ping'an's sole desire was to expedite the restoration of this secret treasure. With the assistance of the Judge's Pen, the task of repairing these vague high-level runes became remarkably simpler. As more runes were restored, the aura emanating from the Time Palace grew increasingly pronounced, the disparity between its temporal flow and that of the outside world widening. 5 days later, upon completing the restoration of all the runes within the Time Palace, Jiang Ping'an emerged and recalibrated the temporal flow differential. To his astonishment, he discovered that the time discrepancy had surged to over 5-fold. Having spent 5 days inside, only a little over 1 day had elapsed outside. If one were pressed for time, the Time Palace would serve as an excellent cultivation locale. The only drawback was the substantial consumption of spiritual stones, requiring 100,000 spiritual stones a day, equivalent to a mid-tier crystal, which even God transformation stage cultivators could scarcely afford. Yet for Jiang Ping'an, this hardly constituted a disadvantage. After sweeping through the swallowing sky crocodile tribe, he had amassed an abundance of storage treasures, replete with numerous spiritual stones. Should he run out of spiritual stones, he could always utilize some miscellaneous treasures to replicate them in a treasure basin. Jiang Ping'an currently lacked resources, but not time. The oracle had foretold a terrifying war in 3,000 years, and the emergence of the Time Palace granted him the luxury of additional time. At that moment, a voice arose behind him. Xiaofeng, are you certain this individual is wealthy? Indeed. This fool casually produced 5 laws. If we eliminate him, we are bound to acquire even greater resources, Yang Feng assured earnestly. Chapter 261. I am still too weak. Jiang Ping'an's casual display of 5 resources ignited Yang Feng's covetousness. Observing that Jiang Ping'an was merely at the nascent soul stage intensified his greed, prompting him to summon elderly from the sect, intent on orchestrating a scheme. The world of cultivation is thus, devoid of law, unbound by constraints, where human life holds no value and resources are pursued by any means necessary. Yang Feng returned to the Time Palace, this time accompanied not only by 2 guards, but also by a robust body refinement god transformation expert, clad in a crimson robe. This god transformation powerhouse radiated an aura akin to the sun, deterring ordinary cultivators from approaching. His hair billowed, his ears were notably large, and his fists were adorned with peculiar scales. Listening intently to Yang Feng, Li Quan's eyes remained fixed upon Jiang Ping'an. If this individual truly possessed such wealth, he was worth the risk. Li Quan exchanged glances with Yang Feng, then scrutinized Yang Feng's bodyguards. Yang Feng understood the implication. Their target hailed from the Great Xia, and they could not allow others to learn of their plans. The more individuals involved, the greater the risk. Removal was imperative. Having dealt with the other inhabitants of the small world, these 2 bodyguards could not be spared. In a swift motion, Yang Feng drew his sword. A glimmer of cold light flashing as the heads of the 2 guards fell, blood gushing forth. The 2 guards stared in disbelief, unable to fathom that after years of diligent devotion, they would meet their demise at the hands of their own master. As Yang Feng made his move, Li Quan, a practitioner at the initial stage of the transformation realm, also sprang into action. Without uttering a single word, he swiftly advanced towards his target, raising his scaled fist to strike at the opponent's head. After all, he was merely contending with a cultivator of the nascent soul stage, a foe easily dealt with. He hoped that the resources on this individual were ample. With just 5 more laws, he could amass enough wealth to secure a splendid cultivation estate for himself. However, as Li Quan indulged in his fantasies, a sudden, Excruciating pain surged through his abdomen. His body was sent hurtling backward like a meteor, crashing violently against the spatial barrier of the small world. Dark fissures appeared on the barrier, revealing the instability of this realm, incapable of withstanding such overwhelming force. Yang Feng stood frozen, having just dispatched the 2 bodyguards and awaiting the division of resources, when he witnessed elder Li Quan being propelled backward at an alarming speed. He could scarcely believe his eyes. Elder Li Quan, a formidable figure at the initial stage of the transformation realm, had been struck down by a mere nascent soul cultivator. Was this some sort of jest? Yet, it was a sight he could not deny. Elder Li Quan himself was even more astounded. Had he not been a body refinement practitioner, that blow would have surely shattered his dantian. Who are you? Li Quan bellowed, his voice low and menacing. This nascent soul cultivator was clearly no ordinary foe. Startled, Yang Feng quickly retreated, exclaiming, Elder Li, regardless of his identity, he must be a practitioner of the Great Xia. This person must be eliminated, otherwise, our extreme sword sect is doomed. Their strongest member was merely at the void refinement stage, easily extinguishable by the might of the Great Xia. The only way to avert disaster was to eradicate this threat. Li Quan cursed inwardly. Had he known better, he would not have succumbed to greed and invited such monumental trouble. Humans often regret their missteps, yet they continue to err. With a newfound seriousness, Li Quan ceased to regard his opponent as a nascent soul practitioner and instead viewed him as an adversary of equal caliber. He exerted force in his legs, propelling himself forward instantaneously to unleash the Great Collapse Fist against Jiang Ping'an. This technique was renowned within the cultivation world. Each strike was stronger than the last, making it a favorite among body cultivators. Even peers at his level would struggle to withstand Li Quan's fist, and he could hardly believe that this nascent soul cultivator could endure it. Jiang Ping'an felt the potency of Li Quan's technique, far surpassing that of the evil cultivator he had previously dispatched. Channeling the laws of power, he raised his palm to defend. Li Quan scoffed. If a nascent soul practitioner could block his fist, then all his millennia of cultivation would have been in vain. As Li Quan's fist descended, he suddenly sensed a peculiar force. The strength behind his strike dissipated abruptly. His pupils constricted in shock. The infinite fist. He immediately deduced the technique Jiang Ping'an had employed. In response, Jiang Ping'an unleashed a fist imbued with the laws of power and battle intent. Boom! Li Quan was once again sent flying, crashing into the spatial barrier, which collapsed under the impact, leaving behind a vast rift in the fabric of space. Jiang Ping'an lowered his fist, calmly gazing at Li Quan. Could you not take this lightly? Otherwise, I feel no pressure at all. The fleeing Yang Feng, upon hearing these words, nearly choked. A cultivator at the nascent soul stage dared to claim he felt no pressure in front of a transformation stage powerhouse. Li Quan's expression darkened as he recognized the laws emanating from Jiang Ping'an. Wuji Fist, the laws of strength, the laws of battle intent. You are Jiang Ping'an of the Great Xia. Today, Jiang Ping'an was renowned across the Eastern Domain, the foremost figure among nascent soul cultivators. Among the leading prodigies from foundation establishment to transformation stages in the Heavenly Prodigy Reserve Program, only Jiang Ping'an stood out, not belonging to any of the 3 major factions. The other leaders were all affiliated with those powers. His techniques and mastery of the laws were well known, prompting Li Quan to identify him. In the distance, Yang Feng's heart nearly stopped. Jiang Ping'an, the greatest nascent soul cultivator of the Eastern Domain. It was truly him. Overwhelmed by fear, Yang Feng screamed frantically, Elder Li, you must kill him at all costs. He cannot be spared. With no retreat left, the only way to preserve his life was to eliminate Jiang Ping'an. Li Quan, fully aware of the situation, his eyes flickering with a frenzied, killing intent, charged once more at Jiang Ping'an. This time, he was intent on risking everything. This was the right approach. Sensing Li Quan's momentum, Jiang Ping'an too became serious. A battle spirit projection, towering 100 meters, materialized, casting a golden light that illuminated the entire small world. Jiang Ping'an merged with the battle spirit projection, raising his golden fist to confront him. Boom, bang, boom. With each clash between their fists, the small world trembled violently, the space beginning to collapse. Should the space completely collapse, they would be engulfed by chaotic currents. Entering such turbulence was exceedingly perilous. If fortunate, one might drift millions of miles away, but if unfortunate, one could be torn apart by the chaos. Yet, at this moment, Neither could afford to dwell on such concerns. Both were intent on annihilating the other. Li Quan's great collapse fist seemed capable of commanding the very void, immensely powerful. Jiang Ping'an was no weaker, his golden battle spirit growing stronger with each surge of battle intent. Observing Jiang Ping'an holding his own against a transformation stage powerhouse, Yang Feng stood dumbfounded. Was this truly a nascent soul cultivator? How could he contend with a transformation stage foe without falling behind? In truth, Jiang Ping'an was not merely a nascent soul cultivator, but a spirit-sealing realm master. As Yang Feng noticed the surrounding space collapsing, he hurriedly fled towards the exit, hoping both would perish within the chaotic currents, ensuring his and the extreme sword sect's safety. Before Yang Feng could escape, Jiang Ping'an instantly appeared before him. "You took my laws and now wish to leave," Jiang Ping'an said coldly. The other party had already profited significantly by acquiring 5 laws. Yet greed compelled him to seek his own demise. In a state of utter panic, Yang Feng pleaded, "You cannot kill me. I bear a soul imprint. Should you slay me, my father will surely notice. My father is at the refinement void stage." Bang! Before Yang Feng could finish his sentence, Jiang Ping'an's fist obliterated him. A gray mark enveloped Jiang Ping'an in an instant. At that moment, he felt as though he was being watched. Simultaneously, within the sword pavilion of the extreme sword sect, the sect master Yang Sun, engrossed in the mysteries of swordsmanship, abruptly opened his eyes and roared in fury, "Who dares to kill my son? I shall tear you apart." Numerous forces inscribe unique soul imprints upon their progeny. Should anyone commit murder, the soul imprint will be marked upon the perpetrator, allowing their essence to be sensed, regardless of the distance. Wealthy factions possess highly advanced soul imprints that are nearly impossible to erase, while those from ordinary forces are comparatively inferior, although removal is tedious. It is not unfeasible. Upon learning of his son's demise, Yang Sun's fury surged, propelling him into the void. Regardless of the identity of the murderer, retribution must be exacted. The disciples of the extreme sword sect were rendered speechless, terrified at the audacity of anyone daring to slay the young master. The sect leader, a formidable cultivator in the void refinement stage, was unmatched in power. The one who had slain the young master was doomed. In the realm of the divine armament nation, Jiang Ping'an, having slain Yang Feng, found himself bound by the soul imprint, yet he paid it no heed as he engaged in battle with Li Quan. Li Quan fought valiantly in response. Jiang Ping'an was overwhelmingly powerful. A moment's negligence could result in injury. The surrounding space had already collapsed significantly due to their fierce confrontation and was on the verge of transforming into chaotic spatial turbulence. "I am still too weak. I have yet to subdue you even after an hour," Jiang Ping'an lamented. Without the quadruple enhancement from the battle intent armor, relying solely on his strength to vanquish his opponent proved to be quite arduous. Hearing Jiang Ping'an's words, Li Quan was nearly driven to despair. A cultivator at the nascent soul level capable of contending with an initial stage god transformation expert without faltering. Was this truly considered weakness? What an affront. Chapter 262. Escape from the spatial turbulence. Having expended nearly all my energy, it is time to conclude this, Jiang Ping'an declared, wishing to avoid further delay. The space here was on the brink of collapse, and the soul imprint would soon attract powerful individuals. Suddenly, his fist transformed into an open palm, emanating a vast, overwhelming aura that felt as if the hand of the heavens themselves had descended, suffocating in its presence. Li Quan, the initial stage god transformation expert, was struck with terror upon sensing this dreadful energy. What sorcery is this, that it could be so fearsome? If I were to be struck by it, my demise would be certain. Li Quan attempted to flee, yet felt as though a celestial body weighed down upon him, numerous chains entwining his form, sealing his vitality and rendering him incapable of employing his techniques. Desperately, Li Quan urged his blood essence to break free from the constraints. However, as Jiang Ping'an had previously indicated, his resources were nearly depleted. The opponent's blood essence was significantly drained, incapable of sustaining a sudden escape from the sorcery. Seizing the moment of Li Quan's entrapment, a colossal hand imbued with terrifying rules descended heavily upon him. This strike, infused with the Emperor's seal, though merely a fragment, was sufficient to ensure Li Quan's demise. In that instant, Li Quan's physique disintegrated as if made of paper, reduced to mere fragments. A god transformation expert had perished. Jiang Ping'an felt half of his spiritual energy siphoned away. What a perilous encounter. Slaying an initial stage god transformation expert required the expenditure of half my energy. Had Li Quan still lived to hear Jiang Ping'an's words, he might have succumbed to indignation. A nascent soul cultivator, having slain a god transformation being at the cost of half his energy, yet still dissatisfied, what more could he possibly desire? This miniature world crumbled entirely due to Jiang Ping'an's final strike, transforming irrevocably into chaotic spatial turbulence, with countless terrifying spatial blades slicing through the air around him. Jiang Ping'an barely had the opportunity to retrieve Li Quan's lifeless body before hastily retreating to the Time Palace. A tumultuous rift in space sliced through Jiang Ping'an's foot, severing it in an instant and causing blood to gush forth. In that fleeting moment, he managed to dash into the Time Palace and swiftly shut the door behind him. Gazing at his vanished right foot, Jiang Ping'an was struck with horror. It was utterly terrifying. Even a formidable being in the transformation stage could not inflict such a grievous injury, yet the spatial turbulence had effortlessly severed it. Fortunately, the Time Palace was an extraordinary treasure, capable of shielding him from the chaos of spatial currents. Hearing the unsettling sounds of the spatial turbulence grinding against the Time Palace, Jiang Ping'an was filled with trepidation. Had he remained outside, he would surely have met his demise. He promptly activated the technique of eternal renewal to mend his wound. With ample energy at his disposal and employing a supreme healing art, this was merely a minor injury. In less than half a stick of incense, his right foot regenerated. He knew he could not linger in the spatial turbulence. Should he accidentally be cast into the depths of the cosmos, he might not return for eons. Jiang Ping'an had perused the time-space codex bestowed upon him by Ming Qian, which contained extensive knowledge regarding spatial phenomena, and he was acutely aware of the peril posed by spatial turbulence. Such turbulence was trivial compared to the threat of a spatial storm. Not even a practitioner of his caliber, let alone ancient beings of the integration stage, could withstand it. He had to leave this place immediately. He swallowed several vials of celestial essence pills, which replenished the spiritual energy of transformation stage experts, and conjured an energy shield to protect himself. Drawing forth the judge's pen, he infused it with spiritual energy. Approaching the door, he took a deep breath, swiftly opened it, and wielded the judge's pen with all his might. A powerful beam of light emanated from the pen, tearing open a rift in the spatial turbulence before him. Jiang Ping'an summoned his strength and propelled himself and the Time Palace through the spatial fissure. Meanwhile, atop the ruins of the Divine Weapon Nation's imperial city, Busi was drenched in blood, with wounds deep enough to expose bone. Surrounded by dozens of formidable adversaries, including a superpower of the Void Refinement stage, he commanded several ancient corpses to engage in a fierce battle against them. Busi single-handedly held off 2 Void Refinement experts and over a dozen transformation stage foes. Such a terrifying scene, if witnessed by outsiders, would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar. A nascent soul practitioner standing against a Void Refinement powerhouse. Who would believe such a tale? Exhausted and drained of energy, Busi felt his ancient corpses being felled one by one. If this continued, his demise was certain. But wait. He had clearly lived to see 3,000 years into the future. Why was he on the brink of death now? This ridiculous ancient and future mirror was utterly unreliable. Crack. Just as Busi lamented his misfortune, a peculiar shattering sound resonated through the air. Suddenly, a large gash appeared in space, and a terrifying beam of light swept across. An unobservant Void Refinement expert and a dozen transformation stage evil cultivators were caught off guard. And in the blink of an eye, they were cleaved asunder, while the Void Refinement expert was sent flying dozens of miles away. Shortly thereafter, a mysterious black palace, shimmering with an enigmatic glow, burst forth from the spatial rift, colliding with the powerful beings and causing them to spew blood. Boom! The Time Palace crashed heavily to the ground, producing a deafening roar, shattering the earth and sending dust soaring into the air. Witnessing the fall of numerous formidable adversaries before him, the despairing Busi was on the verge of tears. "Brother Jiang, I knew you would come to rescue me." A furious voice thundered through the air. "Who is it? Who has ambushed my bloodfiend sect?" The injured cultivator, sent flying, bellowed in rage, his terrifying aura soaring towards the heavens. Blood streamed from his waist, staining his azure garments crimson. The many powerful warriors nurtured by the bloodfiend sect had suffered grievous losses. A millennium of legacy shattered in an instant. Jiang Ping'an swiftly rose, using his mental energy to secure Shigong, stowing him in his spirit beast storage pouch. And without hesitation, shattered a teleportation talisman, vanishing from sight. Jiang Ping'an never anticipated that his luck would turn so dire, having just escaped the chaotic currents of time and space. He found himself entangled with this group of malevolent cultivators. Despicable. You think you can flee? The severely wounded evil cultivator of the void refinement stage, consumed by fury, had his hair thrashing wildly. Weida observed that although Jiang Ping'an had yet to reach the spirit transformation stage, he could still unleash a force capable of injuring him. Thus, he surmised that Jiang Ping'an must possess invaluable treasures. For the sake of the treasure or vengeance, he absolutely could not allow this man to escape. Jiang Ping'an's teleportation jade talisman could only transport him a maximum of 2,000 miles, while the range of a void refinement stage cultivator's divine sense could extend up to 10,000 miles. Even if Jiang Ping'an were to teleport 2,000 miles away, he still felt the oppressive weight of being locked onto, sending chills down his spine. He shattered another teleportation talisman. This time, the transport nearly terrified him. He found himself back atop ruins, face to face with a gravely injured spirit transformation expert, utilizing a non-directional teleportation talisman. He could not predict exactly where he would end up, only controlling the distance at best. Weida, having pursued Jiang Ping'an for several hundred miles, sensed his return and swiftly turned back. Jiang Ping'an crushed yet another teleportation talisman, his body vanishing from his original spot, appearing instead in a forest 2,000 miles away. A pair of male and female cultivators were engaged in their own affairs, startled by his sudden appearance. Before they could react, Jiang Ping'an shattered another talisman and disappeared once more. He could distinctly perceive that the void refinement stage cultivator's divine sense still had him locked in its sights. With each talisman shattered, Jiang Ping'an was transported to various locations, even finding himself underground multiple times, yet he could not escape the relentless pursuit of the void refinement expert. The overwhelming pressure left him breathless. Should he be caught by this formidable opponent, even wielding a judge's pen would be insufficient to slay him. Jiang Ping'an contemplated preparing some directional teleportation talismans. He reflected silently. Had he possessed such talismans, he would have long escaped the range of this individual's divine sense. The crux of the matter was that he did not. Non-directional teleportation had its advantages, as it rendered it challenging for enemies to ascertain one's escape route, creating confusion for ordinary cultivators. However, against such a powerful foe, it was nearly futile, as he could not elude the other's divine sense. With each talisman shattered, Jiang Ping'an continued to traverse the spatial realm. Weida tirelessly changed directions in pursuit. "You little rascal, how many teleportation talismans do you possess?" Weida exclaimed in exasperation, flitting back and forth like a frantic hound. The advanced teleportation talismans he employed were of considerable value. Even for a powerhouse of his caliber, he had but a few. However, this young man, still not yet at the stage of transformation, possesses an astonishing number of non-directional teleportation talismans. As a formidable superpower at the void refinement stage, it is utterly humiliating that it has taken me so long to capture a mere nascent soul cultivator. I will see how many more teleportation talismans you have left. Once I capture you, I shall extract your soul and seal it within a cage, subjecting it to the torment of flames for 100 years. Weida roared in fury, vowing that once this individual exhausted his teleportation talismans, he would make him wish for death. Chapter 263. Crisis and Counterattack. As Jiang Ping'an fled, he utilized his clone within the spirit beast storage bag to replicate teleportation talismans using the treasure basin. For safety's sake, he first copied 1,000. He currently lacked for nothing in resources, having previously subdued 20 million devouring crocodiles and acquired a wealth of materials. In addition to spirit stones, there were also several rare herbs and magical artifacts. These items could be sacrificed to the treasure basin to replicate the desired resources. Although he could replicate the non-directional teleportation talismans, continuing down this path would still result in capture. A void refinement expert is a terrifying presence, with their consciousness spanning miles. Unless one escapes their awareness in one fell swoop, they will remain locked on. Jiang Ping'an frantically crushed the teleportation talismans, continuously altering his position. Several times, he narrowly avoided colliding with the pursuing void refinement expert behind him, which was exceedingly perilous. Thus, Jiang Ping'an fled for an entire day, having long since escaped the confines of the divine weapon kingdom. The relentless Weida, left aghast, realized that the value of the teleportation talismans this young man was utilizing far exceeded his own worth. Who on earth is this person? How could he possess so many teleportation talismans? Could he be a prodigy from a great power? If that were the case, he must be eliminated. After all, having already offended him, even if he were to let him go, the young man would surely seek revenge. It would be far better to kill him outright. Since he was able to unleash a force that could injure him, he must possess a secret treasure. Such a treasure would be worth the risk. Weida, being a practitioner of wicked arts, had spent years engaging in murder and treasure theft. Perhaps killing the young man would result in being marked by a soul imprint. But that mattered little. He could escape to the depths of the starry sky and find a new place to reside. He could not allow this individual to continue fleeing. Who knows how many more teleportation talismans he possesses? If he were to escape, all efforts would be in vain. Determined, Weida sacrificed a year of his lifespan and directly cast blood escape, teleporting 1,000 miles in an instant. Jiang Ping'an sensed the other's teleportation and was struck with terror, his heart pounding as he crushed 7 or 8 more teleportation talismans, once again increasing the distance between them. Damn it! Weida, witnessing the gap widen again, cursed furiously, his expression becoming frenzied. This time, he sacrificed 5 years of his lifespan and crossed 5,000 miles. You won't escape this time. Weida hurled a spatial sealing talisman, encasing an area of 1,000,000 miles and trapping Jiang Ping'an within. This sealing talisman would last for half a T's worth of time, ample time to deal with his adversary. Haha, run now. Run. Weida sneered with rage. For a mere nascent soul cultivator, he had pursued for an entire day, even expending 6 years of his lifespan. A source of shame indeed. However, all of that would soon come to an end. This young man could not escape. As Weida approached, Jiang Ping'an realized his escape was futile. Gritting his teeth, he drew the heaven-shaking demon rod, unleashing a terrifying surge of demonic energy as he struck. The formidable force threatened to shatter the very void. Sensing the imminent danger, Weida swiftly retreated, evading the blow without sustaining any harm. A treasure. It was indeed a treasure. Upon perceiving the rod's profound power, Weida gasped in astonishment, followed by a maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, it is worth it. Everything is worth it. In that moment, despite Jiang Ping'an's status as a holy heir, Weida was resolute in his intent to kill and seize the treasure. He had anticipated a mere secret artifact, but was astounded to discover it was a true treasure. Weida propelled himself towards Jiang Ping'an with incredible speed, and before Jiang Ping'an could react, he struck, obliterating half of his body and causing the heaven-shaking demon rod to fall. Unless Jiang Ping'an had attained the late stage of divine transformation, wielding such a treasure would not pose a threat to Weida, yet Jiang Ping'an had not reached that level. Greed and excitement surged within Weida as he reached for the heaven-shaking demon rod. At that very moment, the rod moved of its own accord, crashing down upon Weida's head. Boom! Weida had never anticipated that the rod would act independently. His head was shattered, leaving only his nose and mouth, blood gushing forth. The damage inflicted was due to the treasure's power, and unless he utilized a healing technique aligned with the laws of the Great Tao, he would never recover. The heaven-shaking demon rod attempted to strike again, but was seized by Weida. With an enraged roar, he bellowed, "You wretch! I shall ensure you suffer eternal torment." Weida, now devoid of the upper half of his head, appeared terrifying. Though he would not die, healing would be nearly impossible, and he would remain in this state for millennia. Even if his entire head were severed and a new one grew, it would change nothing. Consumed by rage, he raised his remaining hand and cast the soul extraction technique at the remaining half of Jiang Ping'an's body, intent on tormenting his soul for centuries to vent his fury. Weida had never anticipated being so grievously wounded by a mere nascent soul cultivator. At that moment, a quasi-holy avatar surged forth, wielding the secret treasure of the Time Palace to strike. Although Weida had lost his head, his primordial spirit could perceive everything. He lifted the heaven-shaking demon rod to counterattack. However, upon realizing that the towering palace was also a treasure, Weida immediately halted. This palace was a treasure. It belonged to him. It must not be destroyed. Weida ceased his assault and swiftly evaded. Jiang Ping'an, with only half a body remaining, summoned his full strength, employing the star-pulling technique and the heaven-sealing art to bind Weida. Weida sneered, dismissing the attempt. Such power could never restrain him. He effortlessly shook it off. Raising the heaven-shaking demon rod, he aimed to strike at Jiang Ping'an's main body. Yet at that moment, A force of time enveloped Wei De, and the doors of the Time Palace swung open. Another Jiang Ping'an burst forth, with all his power now concentrated within the judge's pen. Die! Jiang Ping'an frantically wielded the judge's pen. By the time Wei De regained his wits, half a second had already passed. In that brief moment, Jiang Ping'an's pen had already swung, its brilliance slicing through Wei De. Wei De's body and primordial spirit were cleaved by the radiance of the great Tao. Upon reaching the void refinement stage, the nascent soul transforms into the primordial spirit, which possesses the ability to reshape the physical form. As long as the primordial spirit exists, one remains immortal and indestructible, a quasi-immortal artifact. How could you possibly possess such a treasure? No, this is inconceivable, Wei De exclaimed in horror. How could a mere nascent soul cultivator hold such an abundance of treasures? In a frenzied attempt, Wei De channeled his power, striving to coalesce his primordial spirit. In a moment of desperation, a black hole was summoned, devouring half of Wei De's form, while the other half was brutally crushed to the ground by the heaven-shaking demon staff. The essence of his being, unexpectedly, Wei De's primordial spirit dimmed and extinguished. He could hardly fathom that he would meet his demise at the hands of a nascent soul cultivator. As Wei De fell silent, Jiang Ping'an's 3 bodies collapsed heavily to the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. From the moment the opponent struck to Jiang Ping'an's counterattack, it was but the span of 3 breaths. This felt like the longest 3 breaths of his life. Within this brief interval, Jiang Ping'an had employed the supreme treasure, the heaven-shaking demon staff, the secret treasure, the Time Palace, and the quasi-immortal artifact, the judge's pen. The first 2 were mere feints, while the true lethal move was the judge's pen. The star-pulling technique and heaven-sealing were also diversionary tactics. The genuine binding force was the Eye of Time. Although the Eye of Time only deprived the opponent of less than half a second, that fleeting moment had determined life and death. A slight miscalculation, and it would have been Jiang Ping'an who met his end. The overwhelming pressure threatened to shatter him. You actually killed a void refinement expert, Cheng Xian exclaimed in astonishment from within the heaven-shaking demon staff. She had never experienced such shock in her life. This has nothing to do with me. Despite having slain a void refinement expert, Jiang Ping'an felt no pride. The ability to vanquish such a formidable foe was not a testament to his own strength, but rather to the might of his magical artifacts. The Time Palace, the heaven-shaking demon staff, and the judge's pen. Each of these treasures could easily slay an opponent in the hands of a powerful individual. Yet, he had relied on an arsenal of treasures, coupled with the power of time, to barely achieve a successful ambush. That was quite impressive, Cheng Xian remarked in disbelief. Even if these artifacts were given to a god transformation expert, they might not be capable of slaying a void refinement master. Yet, Jiang Ping'an, through his remarkable strategizing, had triumphed over his adversary. With 2 of his bodies, Jiang Ping'an cast the endless vitality healing technique on the body that had been severely injured, mending its wounds. Fortunately, Wei De had not employed any rule-based powers during his assault. Otherwise, healing would have been impossible. At the level of void refinement, the released laws had already reached the 3rd tier, making it exceedingly difficult to heal with his abilities. His devouring avatar had consumed numerous devouring crocodiles, some of which had comprehended the wood laws, which he had then transformed into his own insights. Presently, the 2nd layer of endless vitality was nearing perfection, effortlessly healing damage inflicted by 2nd-tier laws. Before Jiang Ping'an could fully restore his body, he suddenly sensed a foreboding presence, and his expression shifted dramatically. A terrifying sword aura descended from the heavens, shattering Wei De's sealing talismans and slicing toward Jiang Ping'an swiftly. Jiang Ping'an retracted his injured body and shattered a teleportation jade, hastily evading. As the sword aura struck, a chasm of immense depth appeared, spanning hundreds of miles. An enraged voice echoed from the sky. "How dare you kill my son? You shall be torn to pieces." Chapter 264. An accidental registration. Jiang Ping'an harbored grave suspicions that he had inadvertently encountered something sinister. Ever since emerging from the realm of the sky-devouring crocodile clan, he had found no respite. Just after eliminating a formidable opponent in the void refinement stage, another one appeared. This new adversary, a practitioner of the same realm, claimed to have slain his son. At once, Jiang Ping'an surmised the identity of this foe. Not long prior, he had vanquished a nascent soul cultivator from the extreme sword sect within the ancestral grounds of the Divine Weapon Nation. who had mentioned that his father was a practitioner of the void refinement stage. It was likely this very individual. A peculiar spiritual brand marked Jiang Ping'an. The adversary had traced him through this very imprint. With such a mark, one could be pursued across the farthest reaches of the earth. Jiang Ping'an attempted to erase it, yet found it impossible to do so. Unless his spiritual prowess surpassed that of the practitioner who had cast the mark, this unique spiritual imprint would remain. Currently, Jiang Ping'an was depleted in spiritual energy, his body injured, rendering him incapable of employing the same tactics he had used against Wei De. He could only continue his flight. Suddenly, Jiang Ping'an spotted a massive city ahead, igniting a surge of elation within him. This city was colossal and likely housed a financial source guild. Among the human race, few dared to act recklessly within the confines of such a guild. Jiang Ping'an swiftly executed 10 instances of thunder flash, traversing 100 miles before plunging into the city. As his consciousness swept across the expanse, he located the financial source guild and promptly flew toward it. Upon arriving at its entrance, he discovered a long queue of individuals waiting. In a life-or-death situation, Jiang Ping'an could not afford to adhere to order. He released his aura and surged to the front. "I shall go first," Jiang Ping'an exclaimed urgently. A Foundation establishment cultivator behind him timidly interjected, "Predecessor, you have come to the wrong place. This is the registration area for Foundation establishment cultivators. The nascent soul registration is over there, and there is no one waiting." The Foundation establishment cultivator cautiously gestured toward a nearby table devoid of a queue, where a banner proclaimed it as the nascent soul registration area. Jiang Ping'an was momentarily taken aback. To his astonishment, entry to the Financial Source Guild required prior registration. Fortunately, the nascent soul registration area was vacant. In an instant, he flashed over and urgently called out to the bearded man seated behind the table, "Registration, please." Fu Igua, who had been dozing, slowly opened his eyes upon hearing the commotion and murmured, "This is the first time I've witnessed such eagerness for registration." He stifled a yawn and handed over a specially crafted copper plate. As he inscribed the spiritual imprint and name upon it, he reflected that once a name was etched, there would be no room for regret. Jiang Ping'an, filled with urgency and solely focused on finding refuge within the Financial Source Guild, paid little mind to the bearded man's subsequent words. As he branded the copper plate with his spiritual mark, he hesitated while writing his name, ultimately opting for the alias Busi. He had incurred the wrath of too many, and with numerous bounties on his head, it was prudent to use a pseudonym for his safety. Should he offend someone in the future, the blame would not fall upon him, but rather upon Busi. Having once saved Busi, he felt no qualms in utilizing his name. Would he be permitted entry? Jiang Ping'an handed over the copper plate, repeatedly glancing back in fear that the void refinement practitioner might be in pursuit. "You may keep the bronze medal. Your information has already been transmitted to the Legion through the array inscribed upon it." Fu Igua produced a green storage bag and handed it to Jiang Ping'an. "From this moment forth, you shall be a soldier of the 5th Legion, a bronze medal with a single star. Strive diligently to earn a higher rank, for greater resources will be bestowed upon you." Inside the storage bag, there lies 10 million spirit stones and a fragment of a law, rewards for your enlistment. It is rare to find a nascent soul cultivator willing to enlist in the military, Fu Igua remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Ping'an appeared bewildered. Enlistment? Wasn't this registration for the Financial Source Chamber? Fu Igua raised an eyebrow, questioning why one would register for the Financial Source Chamber. "This is a military enlistment," he clarified. Jiang Ping'an had sensed something amiss earlier, wondering why registration was necessary for entering the Financial Source Chamber. Assuming it was due to the chamber's popularity, little did he know, it was indeed a matter of military enlistment. Fu Igua, perceiving the misunderstanding, gazed at him with sympathy. "When I wrote down your name, I had already warned you. It is your own oversight. Do not blame others. You have successfully enlisted now, and should you flee, the human race will have no place to stand." Those nearby took note of the unfolding situation and could not suppress their laughter. "How amusing. This fellow does not even know he registered for military service. Fool. The mortality rate on the Eastern Sea battlefield is as high as 70%, with such intellect. He is merely courting death. That 70% figure is from 3 millennia ago. Now it has escalated to 80%. Though they mocked Jiang Ping'an, they did so discreetly, communicating through sound transmission, for he was a nascent soul elder. To ordinary cultivators, a nascent soul cultivator is already a superpower. Just as Jiang Ping'an found himself in a state of disarray, A terrifying aura enveloped the entire city. You scoundrels! After killing my son, you think you can escape? The overwhelming presence sent shivers through the hearts of those within the city. Avoid refinement, elder. Who has provoked such a formidable being? Yang Xuanzhang drew his sword and charged toward Jiang Ping'an. Jiang Ping'an's complexion drastically changed as he swiftly sought refuge within the financial source chamber. Yang Xuanzhang's eyes blazed with fury. The sect leader would not believe you would remain hidden, even as a void refinement powerhouse. He dared not act within the confines of the financial source chamber. The sacred grounds and noble families are formidable. Yet the financial source chamber possesses the strength to compel these powers to serve them, a force to be reckoned with. The onlookers fell silent, understanding now the urgency with which this nascent soul cultivator had registered. He was being pursued by a void refinement elder. Strangely, despite being hunted by such a powerful figure, he had yet to meet his demise. The bearded Fu Igua raised his gaze toward Yang Xuanzhang and stated, "Leave. You cannot kill that man." Yang Xuanzhang seized Fu Igua by the throat, glaring at him with rage. Although Fu Igua was merely a transformation stage cultivator, there was no hint of fear upon his countenance. He produced a bronze medal and struck Yang Xuanzhang's face with it, coldly declaring, "Fifth Legion of the Eastern Sea. 4-star Captain, who do you think you are?" Upon hearing Fu Igua's identity, Yang Xuanzhang's expression shifted dramatically. Even after being struck, he felt no anger, only fear. Yang Xuanzhang hastily released Fu Guai, suppressing his unwillingness as he lowered his head in apology. "I am sorry, I was unaware of your identity." A cultivator in the void refinement stage, deigning to apologize to a practitioner in the transformation god stage, was indeed a remarkable sight. However, apart from Jiang Ping'an, none in the vicinity found it peculiar. In the Eastern Domain, there exist 3 paramount factions: the Heavenly Zeal Holy Land, the Daiqian Dynasty, and the Ancient Thunder Clan. These 3 powers have united with numerous cultivators to form a new alliance known as the Eastern Sea Anti-Demon Corps. These individuals serve as the guardians of the Eastern Domain, resisting the demon tribes of the Eastern Sea and safeguarding the tranquility of their realm. Even the lords of the Holy Lands lack the authority to slay even the most ordinary soldiers within this corps. Of course, should they resort to underhanded tactics, that presents a different matter. In any case, openly, none may harm these soldiers. The Eastern Sea Anti-Demon Corps protects the Eastern Domain with their very lives. And as long as they do not provoke trouble, no one is permitted to inflict harm upon them. Long ago, the Eastern Domain was home to 4 major human factions, one of which was the Xianyang sect. For their own selfish interests, members of the Xianyang sect murdered a soldier and seized his treasures. Even when the perpetrator was identified, the sect chose to shield him for the sake of their reputation, leveraging their influence to refuse surrendering him. This incident stirred immense uproar in the Eastern Domain. Enraged frontline soldiers withdrew, nearly allowing the Eastern Sea Demon tribes to seize half of the territory. In response to the threat to the Eastern Domain's safety, the 3 remaining factions jointly declared war against the Xianyang sect. The premier powers of the Western, Southern, and Northern domains, along with the Central continent, caught wind of this matter and dispatched their champions. Under the pretext of ridding the world of evil, they collectively obliterated the Xianyang sect, dividing its treasures and resources among themselves. Regardless of the true intentions of these grand factions, it became evident that henceforth, any individual or faction that unjustly harmed soldiers would face dire consequences. Should a prominent family harbor such a person, they would not need to wait for the Corps to take action. Their own kin would act as agents of justice, fearing the fate that befell the Xianyang sect. This is the reason why Yang Xuanzhang, a practitioner in the void refinement stage, bowed in apology to Fu Guai, a member of the Eastern Sea Anti-Demon Corps. Chapter 265, The Onslaught of Sea Demons. Humph. Fu Guai adjusted his attire, retrieved his token, and resumed his seat, casting not a glance at Yang Xuanzhang. "He has already joined our corps, now leave." Yang Xuanzhang's expression shifted dramatically. "This man had slain my son. He must be a villain of the highest order. Allowing such a person into the corps would only lead to chaos." Jiang Ping'an remarked indifferently, "Do you not know what kind of character your son possessed? He sought to kill me to seize resources, and I retaliated in self-defense." "You lie. My son, silence." Fu Gui impatiently interrupted Yang Xuanzhang. "I care not for the grievances between you. For now, Bu Si is a member of my 5th Corps. Should he take your son's life again in the future, bring evidence to my corps, and we shall enforce military law. But at present, You lack the authority to act. Upon hearing this, Yang Xuanzhang nearly succumbed to fury. He had only one son, and he had already been killed? How could he face the prospect of losing him again? Yang Xuanzhang clenched his fists tightly. He was a formidable cultivator in the void refinement stage, yet he found himself utterly powerless as his son was slain. This overwhelming sense of helplessness tormented him. However, he had no recourse, for if he dared to lay a hand on Jiang Ping'an, the entire extreme sword sect would face annihilation. Yang Xuanzhang glared viciously at Jiang Ping'an, cursing under his breath, "I hope you perish on the battlefield. Otherwise, when you retire, your demise shall surely follow." With that, he vanished like a fleeting shadow. Jiang Ping'an bore the spiritual imprint of Yang Xuanzhang. As long as he remained alive, Yang Xuanzhang would sense his existence. This spiritual mark served like a beacon, allowing Yang Xuanzhang to perceive Jiang Ping'an's presence. As the looming threat of death dissipated, Jiang Ping'an finally exhaled in relief. Do not rejoice too soon. Fu Igua cautioned Jiang Ping'an. According to regulations, you must serve for a minimum of 10 years, and surviving during that period will be no easy feat. Only those who had personally experienced the Eastern Sea battlefield could truly comprehend its brutality. Even cultivators at the nascent soul stage were merely ordinary combatants in certain large-scale battles. Isn't it better than being pursued by a void refinement stage expert? Jiang Ping'an retorted. Fu Igua was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, being hunted by a void refinement cultivator was far more perilous. Rest well and indulge in life's pleasures while you can. Opportunities will be scarce. In 3 months, your group will be dispatched to the Eastern Sea battlefield. Just as Fu Igua spoke, a special transmission talisman at his waist suddenly activated. All recruitment cities, be on high alert. We have just received word that 7 recruitment cities have been attacked. Remain vigilant. Remain vigilant. As the voice echoed, a colossal rift appeared in the sky above the city, and an endless torrent of seawater, accompanied by a multitude of monstrous creatures, cascaded down. In an instant, the entire city was obliterated. Buildings crumbled, transforming the once great city into a hellish landscape, claiming countless innocent lives. The structure of the financial association erupted in radiant brilliance, forming a grand barrier to stave off the incoming deluge. Strange beings emerged within the city. Some bore massive pincers, others had octopus heads, and still others sported fish heads, their teeth gleaming ominously. "This human stench is unbearable," spat one sea monster with an octopus head, regurgitating a little girl's shoe, its eyes glinting with dissatisfaction. "Sea monsters! They are attacking! Run for your lives!" shouted the panicked crowd. How could they reach us so far from the Eastern Sea? Witnessing these abominations, countless cultivators screamed in terror, desperately fleeing to avoid the chaos. Others brandished weapons, charging into the rushing waters, determined to confront the onslaught. These scoundrels dare to interrupt the recruitment. Fu Igua seethed as he beheld the sea creatures, his eyes ablaze with fury. Drawing a blade, he commanded, "All enlisted soldiers, heed my orders. Those at the Golden Core stage and above shall engage the enemy, while those below Golden Core shall assist the civilians." With that proclamation, Fu Igua brandished his sword and soared into the sky. Jiang Ping'an fell silent for a few moments before following suit. As a prodigy from the Eastern Domain's Talent Reserve program, he had pledged to defend the Eastern Sea for a century 30 years hence. Though he was now 25 years early, the essence remained unchanged. Countless sea monsters descended from the heavens, wreaking havoc upon the human populace within the city. Jiang Ping'an swiftly identified a sea monster of the nascent soul level. This creature possessed 2 formidable pincers and was covered in a thick carapace. A nascent soul cultivator was engaged in battle with the monster. However, the cultivator's sword strikes could not penetrate the creature's shell. "Huh, pathetic human race. You dare to challenge us?" The shrimp demon scoffed, manipulating the waters to ensnare the cultivator, swiftly raising its sharp pincers for an assault. Su Yang desperately summoned his strength to break free from the bindings, narrowly evading a fatal blow, yet his legs were instantly crushed by the monster's pincers, blood gushing forth. "Can you escape?" The shrimp demon again commanded the waters, restraining Su Yang, preparing to eliminate him directly. Su Yang's expression was one of despair, despite not being a prodigy. He had entered the nascent soul stage before the age of 100, feeling quite proud. Yet, against an ordinary shrimp demon, he found himself utterly powerless. The disparity was overwhelming. The demon's defense and attack surpassed those of a significant portion of humanity, and it was merely a common beast of the demon race. Is this the might of the East Sea demons? Too formidable. As the shrimp demon approached, Su Yang prepared for self-detonation, when suddenly, a figure swiftly positioned itself before him. Su Yang recognized this individual as Bu Si, the one who had accidentally enlisted in the military, noted by the badge at his waist. Bu Si raised his fist and struck at the shrimp demon. Su Yang shouted, "Hurry and flee. Its defense is incredibly strong. A mere fist cannot breach it." Bang! Before Su Yang could finish his warning, Jiang Ping'an's fist had already descended. The violent strike shattered the shrimp demon along with the surrounding seawater, blood mingling with the waves. Su Yang was left in a daze. Gazing at the pulverized remains of the shrimp demon, he seriously doubted whether they had been facing the same creature. He had struggled to penetrate its defenses with his weapon, yet it was dispatched with a single blow by this individual. Is he a body cultivator? No, that can't be right. His aura is peculiar, at the nascent soul level, yet distinctly different. It was his first encounter with a cultivator possessing such an unusual essence. Jiang Ping'an manipulated spiritual energy to retrieve Su Yang's severed legs and return them to him. Thank you. Su Yang regained his composure and hurriedly expressed his gratitude, swiftly reattaching his legs and activating a healing technique. At the nascent soul level, reattaching severed limbs was not particularly challenging. Within a few days, he could fully recover. Just as Jiang Ping'an was about to take flight, he noticed Su Yang's slow healing process. He raised his hand, directing it towards him, and cast Endless Vitality, enveloping him in a green light. Endless Vitality not only allowed for self-healing, but also extended its effects to others, albeit not as effectively as for oneself. Su Yang watched in astonishment as his limbs swiftly reconnected, exclaiming, "Your healing technique is astonishingly powerful." Jiang Ping'an's healing art was among the most elite in the Great Xia, arguably the pinnacle of healing arts within the entire cultivation world, with few techniques surpassing Endless Vitality. Within mere breaths, Su Yang's legs were restored to their original state. Just as Jiang Ping'an prepared to engage the enemy, a cultivator arrived, carrying an unconscious female cultivator, urgently proclaiming, "Medic, we have come to protect you. Please focus on your healing." "I am not a medic." Before Jiang Ping'an could finish speaking, the other party had already hurled the wounded into his arms and charged toward the approaching demonic beings. Jiang Ping'an gazed upon the female cultivator before him, barely clinging to life. He understood that if he did not intervene, she would undoubtedly perish. Without the luxury of explanation, he raised his hand to cast the technique Life Without End, erasing the injuries inflicted by the laws upon her and administering a pill to replenish her vitality. Chapter 266. Acting as a medic as Jiang Ping'an performed the healing art, the cultivator, who was on the brink of death, not only had her injuries from the laws remedied, but even returned to her prime state. The most remarkable aspect of the Life Without End technique was not only its ability to heal wounds, but also its capacity to replenish energy. The revived cultivator stared in astonishment. "Friend, your healing art is truly formidable, capable of replenishing my spiritual energy as well. Rest assured, on the battlefield, no healer shall perish." The female cultivator, who had resigned herself to death, was taken aback at how swiftly she was restored and endowed with the ability to continue fighting. "Brother, please assist me with healing." A cultivator with a severed arm rushed over, pleading for help. "Brother, I too require healing." Numerous cultivators soared to Jiang Ping'an's side, beseeching for his aid. Jiang Ping'an felt misunderstood. He was not a medic. Yet, in the face of such dire circumstances and seeing the desperate eyes of the wounded cultivators, he could not bring himself to deny their pleas. Channeling all the spiritual energy within him, he unleashed his healing art, enveloping all the injured cultivators. Their wounds rapidly healed, and their spiritual energy was significantly replenished. The healed cultivators, astonished by their swift recovery, exclaimed, "This healing art is astounding. Damn those demonic beings. I will slay you all. Brothers, protect our medic." The restored cultivators surged back into the fray, encircling Jiang Ping'an and engaging the sea demons in fierce combat. On the battlefield, medics were an exceptionally rare breed, significantly enhancing the survival chances of other cultivators. These life-saving healers were regarded as gods by all soldiers. Just as now, numerous cultivators on the brink of death, under Jiang Ping'an's care, transformed back into vibrant warriors, re-entering the battle. Gradually, over 100 cultivators gathered around Jiang Ping'an. The demonic forces took notice of this development and dispatched their own to eliminate him. Observing the situation, Cultivators from other areas rushed to provide support. Soon, a battlefield centered around Jiang Ping'an emerged. He stood at the core, releasing his healing energy. Any wounded individual who entered the green light would be treated, healing them before they charged back into the fray. The laws danced chaotically in the sky, and the terrifying fluctuations sent shivers down one's spine. Bodies fell like raindrops, and one could even sense powerful beings above the refining void stage engaged in combat. Jiang Ping'an's vicinity boasted the highest concentration of cultivators, rendering it remarkably safe. Taoist friend, you must be exhausted. Take a moment to rest. I will assist everyone with the healing from here on. A female cultivator named Hiyu, an alchemist and healing cultivator, approached him. She had observed Jiang Ping'an tirelessly aiding others for so long and feared he might wear himself out. No need, Jiang Ping'an declined. His spiritual energy remained abundant. He had hardly expended any. In contemporary times, an increasing number of cultivators are sustaining injuries, and the human race finds itself at a disadvantage, if not treated promptly. The remaining cultivators may also perish, placing him in imminent danger. Do not be reckless. Only by resting can you heal more lives. Hiyu harbored doubts about Jiang Ping'an's ability to endure any longer. As a physician, she was acutely aware of the immense energy expended by Jiang Ping'an in maintaining his endurance. He was undoubtedly struggling to hold on. Ignoring her, Jiang Ping'an continued to perform his healing arts. Why are you so stubborn? If you truly wish to save others, quickly consume these pills to replenish your spiritual energy. Hiyu, exasperated, produced 3 yuaning pills and handed them to Jiang Ping'an to restore his energy. Wishing to avoid any interruption, Jiang Ping'an accepted the pills and promptly swallowed them all. Look at you, claiming you can still endure. Consuming 3 pills at once while others can barely manage 1 or 2, Hiyu remarked, her expression reflecting her realization of his inability to continue. At that moment, a bloodied figure plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. It was none other than Fu Igua, the 4-star captain of the recruitment brigade. Coughing violently, Fu Igua spat blood, his weapon shattered, his body riddled with wounds that exposed bone, blood gushing uncontrollably. Hiyu rushed over to administer healing spells to Fu Igua's injuries. Upon assessing the severity of his wounds, her expression darkened, and she urgently called out, "Is there a healing cultivator at the transformation stage? Someone here is gravely injured." The wounds on Fu Igua were inflicted by a powerful transformation stage cultivator, categorized as second-tier rule-based injuries. As a yuaning stage cultivator, Hiyu could only staunch the bleeding, but was incapable of removing the rule-inflicted injuries. Healing pills for transformation stage cultivators were generally unattainable for the common person. Old Fu, I have a pill here. A transformation stage soldier, engaged in aerial combat, noticed Fu Igua's condition and tossed a healing pill his way. Just then, a swift shadow darted through the air, snatching the pill away. It was a black thunderfish, measuring over 10 meters in length, its slender body crackling with the power of thunder. Fu Igua's expression changed drastically. It was a black thunderfish, naturally adept in lightning-based laws, renowned for both its offensive capabilities and speed among the myriad of East Sea demon clans. Haha, the human race's pills are indeed remarkable. My injuries are healing. The black thunderfish laughed heartily. You seek death. Fu Igua's companions, witnessing the precious life-saving pill being devoured, were consumed by fury and charged forward with their swords. Without that pill, Fu Igua's life was in jeopardy. Overestimating your abilities, the black thunderfish unleashed the power of the thunder laws to retaliate against them. Coughing, Fu Igua struggled to rise, leaning on his broken blade. Senior, you must not move recklessly. Hiyu shouted anxiously. The injuries on his body were extensive. With internal organs ruptured, any sudden movement would lead to uncontrollable bleeding. Do not bother treating me, Fu Igua declared, gripping his broken sword, his demeanor resolute. In such a critical moment, his current state would only be a burden. With support uncertain, he concluded that rather than waiting for death, it would be wiser to seek a transformation stage demon to self-detonate, thereby alleviating the pressure on others. Fu Igua soared into the air, calling out to the assembly of cultivators with a resonant voice, "Persevere. The future of humanity relies upon you." The crowd was momentarily shaken, fully aware of his intentions, their eyes betraying a profound sorrow. Hiyu's eyes reddened, overwhelmed with self-reproach. She lamented her insufficient cultivation, which rendered her incapable of healing the injuries afflicting her senior. Just as Fu Igua prepared to charge forward, he suddenly felt his body grow heavy, being dragged back to the ground. He turned in astonishment to Jiang Ping'an, who had pulled him down, questioning, "What are you doing?" Jiang Ping'an remained silent, invoking a healing spell that enveloped Fu Igua. Understanding the intent behind the gesture, Fu Igua shook his head, saying, "I appreciate your goodwill, but it is futile. You are merely a nascent soul-stage cultivator. The spells you wield can only mend first-tier injuries, while I am afflicted by a second-tier water poison law. Even ordinary second-tier healing elixirs cannot remedy my condition." Suddenly, Fu Igua's voice faltered as he gazed at the healing wound, disbelief etched across his face. His injuries had been remarkably subdued, although they could not be entirely healed. The mere ability to contain them was astonishing. What kind of healing technique had Zhu Si employed to yield such terrifying effects? Even a god transformation stage healer had never managed to stabilize his condition so swiftly. He, you, and the surrounding cultivators shared the same wide-eyed astonishment. This individual had managed to control injuries inflicted by a god transformation stage cultivator, utterly defying reason. He must possess advanced healing techniques. Who was he? From which powerful faction did he hail? Jiang Ping'an furrowed his brow slightly, pondering the peculiar law that seemed incapable of complete healing. If it were Jiang Ping'an himself who was injured, treating such a wound would not pose a challenge. However, healing others diminished the efficacy of the endless cycle. What type of healing elixir can counteract the water poison law afflicting you? Jiang Ping'an inquired. Recovering from his shock, Fu Igua replied, "A second-tier earth-type healing elixir can combat the water poison law. However, due to years of warfare, such elixirs have become exceedingly scarce. Nonetheless, the ability to stabilize his condition was already a source of satisfaction. He could continue to fight." Fu Igua had initially resigned himself to the inevitability of self-detonation. But Jiang Ping'an's formidable healing arts had halted the deterioration of his injuries, allowing him to persist in the battle. With a bit more healing, he could rejoin the fray. During this incursion by the Eastern Sea Demon clan, a vast number of sea demons had been dispatched, catching humanity completely off guard. They were at a disadvantage both in numbers and preparedness, with many cultivators already having perished. It remained uncertain how much longer they could endure. They could hold out for at most 1 hour, and if reinforcements did not arrive within that time, their fate would be sealed. Increasing numbers of demons surged toward Jiang Ping'an and his companions, injuries among the cultivators mounting and casualties rising without cease. Witnessing this scene, Fu Igua's expression darkened as he grasped his broken blade anew. There was no time left for further healing. They could not hold out much longer. If Jiang Ping'an were lost, the death toll would only continue to escalate. Just as Fu Igua prepared to charge forward, Jiang Ping'an suddenly interjected, "Wait. I have found a second-tier earth-type healing elixir." With that, he tossed a yellowish elixir to Fu Igua. Fu Igua gazed at the elixir in his hand, pulsating with the essence of the second-tier earth laws, and his heart trembled. This diviner possesses a second-tier earth elixir. However, why did he choose the word found? "This pill is a debt I owe you. Should I survive, I shall surely repay it." Without further contemplation, Fu Igua swallowed the earth elixir, brandishing his blade as he charged forth, alleviating the pressure of defense. Jiang Ping'an called out to the celestial beings engaged in combat above, "Who is in need of second-tier earth healing elixirs? I have a few to spare." He had scavenged dozens of storage treasures from the celestial devouring crocodiles, discovering several second-tier earth healing elixirs and using a treasure pot to replicate a substantial quantity. Upon hearing Jiang Ping'an's words, the celestial beings embroiled in battle looked at one another with renewed vigor. Second-tier earth healing elixirs were the most sought-after remedy for the Eastern Sea's anti-demon legion. The water-based laws possessed by these fiends were peculiar, infused with water poison, rendering ordinary healing elixirs ineffective. Only earth healing elixirs proved truly efficacious. The foes were formidable, and many celestial practitioners had already sustained injuries, impairing their combat efficacy. Now, upon learning that Jiang Ping'an possessed second-tier earth healing elixirs, they were filled with exhilaration. "Friend, sell me one." A female celestial practitioner descended swiftly, tossing Jiang Ping'an a storage device containing a fragment of law valued at 10 million spirit stones. Jiang Ping'an promptly returned 2 elixirs, 1 second-tier earth healing elixir and 1 elixir for replenishing energy for the celestial practitioners. "Don't rush for payment. Let us endure first." Jiang Ping'an's strength could not sway the tide of battle. These celestial practitioners were the backbone of their forces. His contribution lay in providing them with elixirs. "Thank you." The female practitioner wasted no time, swallowing the 2 elixirs before plunging back into the fray against the sea demons. Friend, lend me one. I am out of funds. But I shall repay you. A celestial practitioner, his abdomen pierced, pleaded earnestly. Jiang Ping'an tossed him 2 elixirs, 1 second-tier earth healing elixir and 1 energy replenishing elixir. Thank you. The practitioner consumed the elixirs without waiting for full recovery, charging forth. You wretches. Your grandfather has returned. Friend. One after another, the celestial practitioners approached Jiang Ping'an seeking elixirs. He generously provided healing elixirs along with energy replenishing ones. As for practitioners below the nascent soul stage, they required no healing elixirs. His healing arts sufficed. Initially, there were concerns that Jiang Ping'an's elixirs might deplete, but they gradually discerned that he seemed to possess an inexhaustible supply, akin to a moving warehouse. The previously waning morale of the human forces suddenly surged, emboldening them to charge forward without fear of death. High-level practitioners were difficult to vanquish outright. As long as they remained alive, this enigmatic diviner named Busi could restore them. What was there to fear? He observed Jiang Ping'an distributing high-tier elixirs, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Just moments ago, she had mocked him for lacking spirit energy, offering 3 low-tier nascent soul elixirs. Yet here he was, bestowing a plethora of expensive elixirs without a flicker of hesitation. Truly humiliating. Eliminate that human practitioner. A powerful sea demon took notice of Jiang Ping'an's actions, which significantly reduced the human death toll and promptly ordered an execution. Protect Busi, shouted the human cultivators. The surrounding area transformed into a battlefield, chaos reigning as bodies fell like raindrops. Yet, the location where Jiang Ping'an stood remained supremely safe, akin to a sanctuary. Fu Yigua's blade shattered completely, leaving him to rely solely on his spells for attack. Without a weapon, his combat prowess plummeted. Damn it! Once I have wealth, I must acquire a fine weapon. It was not just Fu Yigua whose weapon suffered destruction. Many cultivators faced the same fate. Not everyone possessed top-tier weapons like Jiang Ping'an. Ordinary cultivators needed to save for hundreds of years to procure a decent weapon. With their weapons rendered useless, they had no choice but to fight with their fists. Observing this scene, Jiang Ping'an organized the surplus weapons he no longer needed and cast them onto the ground. I have extra weapons here. Anyone in need, come and take. A towering pile of weapons appeared before the onlookers, most of which had been confiscated from the sky-eating crocodile clan's cultivators, which Jiang Ping'an had no use for. Since these cultivators were lacking in arms, he decided to lend them out. The sight of the gleaming pile of treasures astonished the gathered cultivators, nearly causing them to doubt their own vision. If they had merely been ordinary weapons, they would not have been so surprised. The key was that among this heap were numerous high-grade weapons, many of which even transcendent beings could not afford. How could this individual possess so many precious artifacts? Fu Yigua spotted a towering crimson blade, pulsating with fiery energy, perfectly aligning with his attributes. He soared over, extracting the sword from the pile without hesitation, and returned to the fray, swinging it with fervor as blazing flames illuminated the sky. With a single slash, he reduced his previously matched opponent to ashes. What a magnificent blade! Even if I toiled for 3 centuries, I could never afford such a weapon. This sword augmented Fu Yigua's combat strength by at least 50%. Such is the power of a superior weapon, and it elucidates why Jiang Ping'an was capable of slaying a cultivator of the void refinement stage. Friend, may I borrow this shield? Friend, I need this sword. The cultivators in need of weapons rushed over, seeking the arms they required. Though they were perplexed as to how Jiang Ping'an had amassed such treasures, their immediate focus was on defeating the enemy. With the fine weapons and elixirs bestowed by Jiang Ping'an, the human cultivators managed to equalize the previously unfavorable situation. The sea demon commander, witnessing this turn of events, was utterly astounded. Damn it, there's a supply line here. Initially, the sea demons had planned a stealthy ambush to easily annihilate this city and severely wound humanity. However, they had not anticipated the presence of logistical support, which allowed this human to reverse their advantageous position. The sea demon commander silently noted the name Busi and later issued a bounty within the sea demon ranks for this cultivator known as Busi. Chapter 268. Reinforcements arrive within a span of 1,000 miles. The battlefield transformed, marked by the countless fallen of both cultivators and demonic creatures. Thanks to Jiang Ping'an's elixirs and weaponry, the sea demons faced significant challenges during their ambush. In an ordinary conflict, when the number of top-tier fighters is relatively even, the outcome of the battle is rarely influenced. These elite warriors tend to stall one another rather than achieve decisive kills. The true determinants of the battlefield are the core forces, those at the golden core, nascent soul, and transformation stages, utilizing surprise attacks and strategic retreats. The Sea Demon clan inflicted considerable losses upon humanity. However, with their artifacts and medicinal concoctions, the human side managed to turn the tide. Once feeble in ancient times, humanity found its footing through the creation of spells, artifacts, elixirs, formations, and talismans. The demon's defenses may be formidable, yet sharper weapons can be forged in response. If the demons recover swiftly, elixirs can bridge the gap. Through their ingenuity, humanity ascended step by step to the pinnacle among the myriad races. Watching Jiang Ping'an continuously produce and distribute elixirs to the transformation stage warriors as if they were inexhaustible, the commander of the sea demons, with his octopus-like visage, darkened with dismay. If the battle persisted, reinforcements for humanity would inevitably arrive. The sea demon commander bellowed an order: "Forget the others. Focus all efforts on eliminating that medic. The annihilation plan is no longer feasible. Before we leave, we must eliminate this human who has altered the course of the battle, or we shall be left with deep regret." Upon hearing the command, a diverse array of sea demons surged toward Jiang Ping'an, including a significant number of transformation stage warriors. On the battlefield, regardless of rank or the means employed, the ultimate objective remained the same: to vanquish the enemy. Protect the medic. If anything were to happen to him after acquiring his elixirs and weaponry, it would be utterly unacceptable. As a throng of nascent soul and transformation stage warriors charged forth, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Jiang Ping'an's eyes as he swiftly summoned a battle flag. Countless runes shimmered, enveloping an area of 100 miles and forming a barrier. Sensing the vibrations of these runes, both the sea demons and human cultivators were momentarily shaken. The four symbols killing formation. This array was all too familiar to them. Crafted by the Eastern Seas Anti-Demon Legion, this type of battle flag had 9 grades, with the highest being the 9 symbols killing formation. However, this was not the front lines, and such a flag was absent. Who could have anticipated that this medic possessed such a treasure? Which faction does this person belong to? And how could he possess so many valuable items? The momentary shock gave way to exuberance on the faces of the human cultivators. Haha, it's the 4 symbols killing formation. Let us eliminate these demonic scum. Brothers, charge. With the 4 symbols killing formation at their disposal, the human cultivators felt emboldened. The sea demons, recalling the dread imposed by this formation, were overtaken by fear. Damn it, this is a trap set by humanity. This human intentionally revealed himself to lure us in, aiming for our total annihilation. Cunning humans, quickly break the formation. Faced with the 4 symbols killing formation, the sea demons' morale plummeted. Their only desire was to shatter the formation and flee. Fu Igua approached Jiang Ping'an, infusing energy into the battle flag to prevent it from being breached. "I never expected you to scheme so deeply." Fu Igua gazed in astonishment at Jiang Ping'an. Utilizing oneself as bait to lure the sea monsters, thereby capturing them effortlessly, was a plan of exquisite perfection. It was they who had chosen to approach. Jiang Ping'an had not orchestrated this. Had the sea monsters not attacked him, these events would never have transpired. They were the architects of their own misfortune. Fu Igua reflected with a heavy heart that should they endure until reinforcements arrived, Jiang Ping'an would undoubtedly earn significant merit, likely ascending several ranks. After 4 decades of military service, I have yet to achieve great accolades, merely attaining a 4th star bronze medal. Yet, you might rise to a 5th star bronze, or even higher. Jiang Ping'an, however, showed no interest in military honors, focusing instead on deftly manipulating the formation and administering healing. Observing Jiang Ping'an's unwavering demeanor, devoid of fear in the face of danger or joy at the prospect of promotion, Fu Igua felt a profound sense of trepidation. This individual possessed a psychological resilience that surpassed many seasoned veterans. It was evident that this person, referred to as Busi, hailed from a formidable power, which explained the vast resources he commanded. Without further contemplation, Fu Igua returned to the fray, assisting in the manipulation of the formation flags to support the other cultivators. With the 4 symbols killing formation, the energy replenishment for the human cultivators accelerated, enabling them to unleash powerful spells with increased frequency. One by one, the sea monsters fell, invading our human stronghold, seeking death. Soon, a thunderous roar echoed from the horizon as a formidable human leader, accompanied by countless soldiers, arrived. It was the commander of the 10th Squad of the 5th Legion. "We are saved." Tears of relief welled in the eyes of many cultivators upon witnessing the arrival of reinforcements. The ambush had been utterly unexpected, plunging them into despair. Commander Fong Long of the 10th Squad swiftly struck with his sword, decimating the sea monsters. "Retreat." The sea monster commander, displaying remarkable decisiveness, ordered a withdrawal, recognizing that he could not contend with such a commanding human presence. Before departing, the sea monster commander cast a fierce glare at Jiang Ping'an, blaming him for the failure of their ambush and the heavy losses incurred. He vowed to remember the name and face of this Busi, intending to place a bounty on him upon his return. Little did the sea monsters know that this human's identity was entirely fabricated. Many sea monsters fled back into the spatial passage, while those ensnared within the 4 symbols killing formation were left isolated and vulnerable. The human cultivators surged into the formation, dispatching the remaining sea monsters. "We survived. How terrifying." I had prepared for sacrifice, never expecting to emerge alive. Thankfully, it was thanks to Taoist Bu's elixirs and weapons. The survivors collectively turned their gazes towards Busi, acknowledging that without his potions and armaments, they might not have endured. It could be said that had it not been for Busi, they would have suffered grievous losses, if not complete annihilation. Who exactly is this Busi? After the initial relief, expressions of sorrow and hatred surfaced among the cultivators. This city housed millions, and when the deluge of sea monsters descended, over half had perished. Many more had fallen in the ensuing battles. Cursed sea monsters, how dare they launch an assault upon our land? In recent years, the frequency of sea monster attacks had escalated, with constant reports of defeats in the East China Sea. I have even heard that the sea monster clans in the East China Sea have produced numerous prodigies, with many even slaying the prodigies of the 3 major factions. Indeed, several years ago, the remarkable figures of the 3 great powers even suffered defeat at the hands of the devouring crocodile clan. The sudden onslaught of the sea demons delivered a staggering blow to numerous cultivators, and compounded by the disheartening news of setbacks on the front lines. A palpable atmosphere of despondency spread among the practitioners. The demon race continues to grow increasingly formidable. Can the East Sea withstand them? Can the Eastern Domain hold its ground? Observing the concerned expressions of those around him, Fong Long recognized that such an atmosphere could severely dampen morale. To uplift the spirits of his compatriots, he declared in a resonant voice, "The reason our human race stands tall at the pinnacle among all races is due to our indomitable spirit. The demon race is not as fearsome as one might imagine. While they possess their prodigies, so too do we." A few days prior, news had arrived that our human prodigy, Jiang Ping'an, had single-handedly infiltrated the territory of the devouring crocodile clan, slaying 2 million of their kind and over 40 formidable entities at the divine transformation stage, all while maintaining his own safety during withdrawal. In 25 years, this prodigy will join the ranks of the Eastern Domain's anti-demon forces to fight alongside all of you. Upon hearing these words, a profound tremor coursed through the hearts of those present. To slay over 40 divine transformation beings while at the spirit sealing stage? Was this credible? Such rumors seemed exaggerated beyond belief. It was an inconceivable feat. The spirit sealing stage equated to the nascent soul stage. How could one possibly vanquish those at the divine transformation level? Moreover, the notion that Jiang Ping'an entered the territory of the devouring crocodile clan and emerged unscathed felt more like a tale from a storybook than reality. Though they had heard of Jiang Ping'an's name, even if he was exceptionally powerful, having achieved a unique spirit sealing level that was merely equivalent to the nascent soul stage. The idea that one could infiltrate the domain of the devouring crocodile clan, eliminate so many, and retreat unharmed was incredulous to anyone. Fong Long, noting the disbelief among the crowd, spoke earnestly. "When I first received this news, I shared your skepticism, but it is indeed the truth. This event will soon reverberate throughout the entire realm of cultivation, and you shall know the veracity of it in due time." Seeing the serious demeanor of Commander Fong Long of the 10th Brigade, many felt a profound shift within themselves. As the commander of the 5th Legion's 10th Brigade, he would not lie about such matters. This meant the event was indeed true. However, the mystery remained. How had Jiang Ping'an accomplished this? To charge into the territory of the devouring crocodile clan at the spirit sealing stage, eliminate such numbers, and depart unscathed seemed like an extraordinary tale. Even if Jiang Ping'an were extraordinarily powerful, such a feat appeared too fantastical. It was likely that Jiang Ping'an did not rely solely on his own strength. Perhaps he wielded some extraordinary treasure. It was rumored that he had once used a mystical staff, seemingly a treasure of great significance, to defeat two divine transformation beings beneath the path to ascension. This time, it was plausible that he had employed this very artifact. While the overall talent of the human race may not match that of the demon race, humanity excels in alchemy, artifact forging, and talisman crafting, which could potentially counter the demon threat. Observing the renewed vigor among the crowd, Feng Long continued, "We shall regroup for half a day and prepare for rescue operations. All cultivators who have signed up for military service, ready yourselves to depart for the front lines in half a day." Originally, this contingent was scheduled to head to the East Sea Front in 3 months. However, the sudden assault by the sea demons necessitated a change in plans. With Commander Feng Long arriving, they would proceed to the front lines together. Jiang Ping'an is truly extraordinary. I yearn to marry such a paragon. Even a mere glimpse would suffice. The alchemist Hiyu, upon hearing of Jiang Ping'an's exploits, gazes with admiration, her beautiful eyes sparkling with stars of reverence. Every woman is drawn to heroes, to formidable champions. Jiang Ping'an cast a fleeting glance at her, then diligently stowed away the formation flags, seeking out ordinary victims of the calamity to render aid. Fu Igua approached Jiang Ping'an, reluctantly returning the Qian treasure blade he had borrowed. "Taoist Bu, I am grateful for your weapon. I currently lack resources, but I shall repay you with the elixir I owe." Jiang Ping'an responded calmly, "No need. Let us focus on rescue." He was not in want of such trifling resources. For him, the resources bestowed were but a drop in the ocean, yet for these ordinary soldiers, it might take months, even longer, to repay. Every item gifted could potentially eliminate a demon, thus contributing to the human race. How can this be? Fu Igua had yet to finish his sentence when Jiang Ping'an sensed something amiss and swiftly soared towards a collapsed structure. After a brief pause, Fu Igua clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, Taoist Bu. I shall remember this kindness." Others also sought to return their weapons, but were met with Jiang Ping'an's refusal. They would remember this favor and seek to repay it in the future. By casually bestowing a few items, Jiang Ping'an had garnered the goodwill of a multitude of cultivators, including dozens of those in the transformation realm. Ignoring the others, Jiang Ping'an quickly uprooted a building, discovering an infant swaddled within. The child, having been submerged by seawater, bore a purple face from asphyxiation. Noting the faint heartbeat, he hastily manipulated spiritual energy to clear the lungs of water and invoked healing spells. The infant's cries resonated throughout the ruins. Hearing the child's wails, Jiang Ping'an's heart brimmed with hatred towards the demon race of the East Sea. This child had survived, yet countless others perished in this conflict. It was indeed miraculous that this infant had endured. "What a wonder! This child has survived," remarked a nearby cultivator. As the seawater receded, many adults had perished. "Whose child is this?" Jiang Ping'an inquired of the surviving populace, but no one responded. He conjured a drop of diluted spiritual liquid, feeding it to the infant, and cradled the child while searching the crowd for the parents. However, after questioning all survivors, none claimed the child. Thus, it appeared that the parents of this child. Jiang Ping'an turned to Fu Igua beside him. "To whom shall this child be entrusted?" Fu Igua sheathed his blade and approached, gently pressing his hand to the infant's forehead. After a moment, he declared, "The talent is mediocre, merely an ordinary child. Perhaps no one will wish to take them in." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping'an's spirit wavered. He was reminded of the first encounter with Song Hui, where he had been cast aside due to perceived inadequacies. The infant, with eyes as pure as the stars, gazed intently at Jiang Ping'an, a radiant smile illuminating the small face. As the child noticed Jiang Ping'an's gaze, the smile blossomed more brilliantly. "Daddy," the infant cooed. Jiang Ping'an's usually calm eyes trembled slightly, and a tender expression graced his features. "Fate is never predetermined. Even in the absence of innate talent, I can elevate you to unparalleled heights, astonishing the world. From this day forth, you shall be known as Jiang Xiaoxua." As this forsaken infant remained unclaimed and without refuge, Jiang Ping'an resolved to adopt the little girl. Jiang Ping'an's educational background was modest. rendering him incapable of bestowing upon her an exceptionally cultured name. Gently cradling the child, he commenced the task of clearing the battlefield. Upon encountering the lifeless body of a sea demon, he stored it within his magical artifact. He directly consumed the sea demon that had comprehended the laws of power and wood, thereby enhancing his own understanding of these laws. The unwanted sea demons were discarded to the blood-devouring 9 nether worms. Through this battle, Jiang Ping'an became acutely aware of his own insignificance in the face of war. Even in such a minor skirmish, dozens of god transformation stage experts had perished. What might occur in a larger conflict? Perhaps thousands of powerful beings would fall. He needed to swiftly utilize the human emperor's heart sutra to open all his acupoints and take the next step. Otherwise, in this perilous world, he would remain deeply unsettled. Now, with the aid of the Time Palace, he could save 5-fold the time. If he were to work tirelessly, what would have originally taken 60 years to fully open 360 acupoints could now be accomplished in merely 12 years. Yet, this still felt like an interminable duration. The next realm had already been named by Jiang Ping'an, the Imperial Extremity Realm. This was to honor the assistance provided by the Acupoint chapter of the Human Emperor's Heart Sutra. Initially contemplating the name Human Emperor Realm, he deemed it excessively ostentatious. Fearing it might invite fatal retribution, all enlisted soldiers boarded the flying vessel. As the rescue concluded, an enormous flying ship appeared, casting a shadow that eclipsed the sun, spanning dozens of miles and obscuring the sky. The divine patterned vessel shimmered above, resembling a colossal beast from primordial times, evoking a sense of suffocation. Jiang Ping'an was utterly astounded. This was the first time he had encountered such a magnificent flying vessel, akin to a city. In comparison, the vessel given to him by Lei Shiqing appeared as diminutive as an infant. Fu Igua materialized beside Jiang Ping'an, chuckling, "Isn't it breathtaking? This is no mere flying vessel. It is a war fortress, endowed with formidable combat capabilities, embodying both offense and defense, and capable of spatial jumps. It is said that the strongest war fortress of the human race is the size of a planet, comparable to a celestial artifact, appearing only in times of dire need to safeguard the ember of humanity." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping'an's heart quivered. A vessel the size of a planet? The resources and manpower required for such a creation were unfathomable. Fu Igua glanced at the infant in Jiang Ping'an's arms, momentarily taken aback. "Are you bringing her along? We are heading to the battlefield. It is perilous to carry a child. She may impede you." Chapter 270. Ascension. Not at all. I possess a spirit beast storage pouch. Jiang Ping'an safely stored the infant, assigning his doppelganger to care for her, ensuring that his 3 bodies would take turns looking after her without much trouble. Fu Igua refrained from pursuing the matter further and said, "The commander has asked me to take you to see him. If all goes as expected, the commander intends to promote you. Perhaps the next time we meet, I shall address you as captain." Within the military, status is not measured by cultivation level, but by rank. Positions are intrinsically linked to contributions. The greater the contribution, the higher the position. Take Fu Igua, for instance. Despite being a formidable expert at the transformation stage and having served for 4 decades, he holds merely a Copper Star 4. Within the military, there exist 3 distinct tokens, ranked from lowest to highest as copper, silver, and gold. Each token signifies a different status. Copper represents soldiers, silver denotes officers, while gold is reserved for commanders. Each level is further divided into 10 stars. The higher the star rating, the greater the status and resources one enjoys. Jiang Ping'an has made significant contributions this time, and Fu Igua speculates that he could at least be promoted to 5 stars. As for the exact level he might attain, Fu Igua cannot ascertain. Fu Igua escorted Jiang Ping'an aboard a warship, traversing several miles of corridors until they arrived at a door. As they approached, the voice of a woman within could be heard, filled with indignation. "No, I absolutely refuse. Father, this is sheer folly." Commander Fong Long spoke gently, "Xiao Shuang. This Busi possesses formidable healing skills and the 4 symbols killing formation, which will be more than sufficient to assist your team." Fong Shuang crossed her arms, her expression one of reluctance. "Father, you rose through the ranks from an ordinary soldier. You know better than anyone that in a small team, it is not the strength of the comrades that matters most, but the synergy of cooperation and the ability to entrust one's back to each other. This fellow named Busi, with his unknown origins and dubious character, is not someone I will accept into our team." A A sudden cough from Fong Long interrupted the discussion. As he glanced toward the doorway, "Captain Fu, you may leave now." "Yes, Commander," Fu Yiguo replied, bowing respectfully, casting a lingering glance at Jiang Ping'an, realizing that the commander intended to assign him to the demon suppression team. If that were the case, his prospects would soar. Fong Long then beckoned Jiang Ping'an to enter. As Jiang Ping'an stepped into the room, he saluted, "Commander." Fong Long exuded an aura of authority, which, even when tempered, was palpable. His face bore a slight stubble, exuding maturity and charm. Beside Fong Long stood a female cultivator clad in armor, possessing striking features yet displaying evident displeasure. Fong Long smiled at Jiang Ping'an and remarked, "The healing technique you utilized is the endless life, is it not? This is a proprietary secret art of the great Xia, not easily shared with outsiders. You must not bear the surname Busi, but rather be a prodigious talent of the great Xia royal family, am I correct?" Fong Long's discerning eye had already surmised Jiang Ping'an's approximate identity. Jiang Ping'an paused for a moment before responding, "That is somewhat accurate." While concealing his identity was of little consequence and not a grave matter, it sufficed that he was not a spy of the demon race. Fong Long refrained from further inquiries and instead produced a silver token, engraved with a silver star. "In light of your valor in saving a city and numerous cultivators, along with your generous contributions of elixirs and weapons, I hereby promote you to the rank of Silver 1-star officer." "Father, this is outrageous. He has just entered the military. What gives him the right to be promoted to an officer? An officer must serve for at least 10 years. Before Jiang Ping'an could utter a word, Fang Shuang interjected vehemently. "Many monks toil for centuries without attaining the rank of officer. Even if one has rendered significant contributions in prior battles, it does not suffice for promotion to officer status. A stringent requirement mandates a minimum of 10 years of service." Fong Long disregarded his daughter's interruption and continued speaking to Jiang Ping'an. "Although you have been elevated to the rank of officer, you must still adhere to the stipulation of serving as a regular soldier for 10 years. However, you will enjoy the privileges of an officer, such as discounts on purchases within the Legion and priority access to resources. All rights are earned through contributions. Fairness prevails." Jiang Ping'an was indifferent to the title of officer, but the prospect of discounts on purchases was enticing enough for him to acquiesce. "Thank you, Commander." Observing Jiang Ping'an's calm demeanor, Fong Long felt a flicker of admiration. Unfazed by praise or reproach, he exhibited the qualities of a promising individual. There was another matter to address. Every person entering the barracks must form or join a small team. The battlefield is fraught with peril. One cannot always rely on others for assistance. A familiar team is one's most dependable ally, significantly enhancing survival chances. "I disagree." Before Fong Long could finish, Fang Shuang decisively interrupted, asserting, "Our demon suppression team will not casually allow others to join." Fong Long looked at his daughter helplessly, knowing that with Yubo's healing abilities, they had a better chance of survival. "Regardless, the last person we let in was formidable, but his selfishness led to the demise of half our team," she retorted, remaining resolute against Jiang Ping'an's inclusion. Fong Long, exasperated, questioned, "Why are you so obstinate?" Jiang Ping'an interjected, "Commander, is there anything else? If not, I wish to commence my training." With the battlefield imminent, he was solely focused on honing his skills. The East Sea harbored countless terrifying sea monsters, and the attitude of the human race toward the East Sea revealed their formidable nature. The sky-swallowing crocodile clan was fearsome, yet the humans paid them little heed. The situation differed for the sea monsters of the East Sea, where most of the region's elite remained stationed. "Father, look at his arrogant demeanor. He resembles those self-important geniuses." Fang Shuang seized the opportunity to counter her father's assertions. "War is distinct from battle. Such individuals could jeopardize our lives. If you allow him to join, I shall withdraw." Fong Long, nearly fainting from frustration, could only weakly gesture, "Yubo, you may rest for now." "Yes, Commander," Jiang Ping'an replied, bowing respectfully before departing. Fong Long glared at his daughter. "What kind of individual do you wish to have join your team?" "Of course, I desire the top talents from the East region to arrive in 25 years. Only a genius like Jiang Ping'an is worthy of joining our demon suppression team." Fang Shuang replied with an air of certainty. Fong Long stared incredulously at his daughter. "Is this merely due to your disdain for Yubo's abilities?" He realized that her earlier justifications were superficial. She was simply seeking powerful allies. "Indeed, I do not wish to entrust my life to an ordinary monk." Fang Shuang candidly admitted. Jiang Ping'an stepped out of the room, and Fu Yiguo emerged from around the corner. "Hu Daoyu, what rank of soldier are you now?" 5 stars. 6 stars? Close enough, Jiang Ping'an casually replied, inquiring, "Where shall I reside? This airship is so vast. I have no idea where to rest. I will escort you." "Hu Daoyu." Fu Yiguo, noticing Jiang Ping'an's relatively modest rank, felt a considerable alleviation of pressure. In the military camp, ranks were distinctly defined, regardless of one's cultivation level. One remained subordinate to those of higher military rank. "Hu Daoyu, have you joined the Demon Subduing Squad? If you have, it would be quite remarkable. This squad is the strongest among the Yuanying phase teams in the 5th Legion." "I have not joined," Jiang Ping'an interjected. Fu Yiguo was taken aback for a moment. "What a pity. If you could join this squad, Hu Daoyu, your chances of survival would greatly increase, along with opportunities for merit. More opportunities for merit would lead to quicker promotions and more resources. However, it is of no concern with your healing talents. Many elite squads will surely seek to recruit you. A medic plays a pivotal role, significantly enhancing the survival rates of comrades. And many squads are in need of such invaluable talent." Chapter 271. Su Yang's invitation. Fu Yiguo led Jiang Ping'an to a room marked with a sign indicating it was unoccupied. "Hu Daoyu, should you have any uncertainties in the future, feel free to ask me." Despite being a formidable figure in the transformation stage, Fu Yiguo possessed none of the aloofness typical of the powerful. "Thank you," Jiang Ping'an expressed his gratitude. "It is but a trifling matter." Fu Yiguo had grasped Jiang Ping'an's character. He was not fond of idle chatter, yet was not cold or distant. Jiang Ping'an flipped the sign at the entrance, revealing the message occupied on the reverse side. Upon entering the room and activating the barrier array, Jiang Ping'an settled onto the cultivation platform and retrieved a communication jade talisman to contact Meng Jing and the others. Meng Jing claimed to have mastered an advanced secret technique and threatened to overwhelm him upon his return. Jiang Ping'an refrained from informing her that he would not be returning soon. Hu Niolieya would soon emerge from the 9th layer of the Towning Immortal's tower, expressing her intention to participate in the next generation's Eastern Domain Prodigy Reserve program before seeking him out. His master, Wang Run, along with many powerful figures from the Wealth Source Chamber, was searching for mineral veins, facing no significant dangers. Learning that they were all safe, Jiang Ping'an felt a wave of relief and immersed himself in his cultivation. Without hesitation, he decided to dismantle the cultivation of his quasi-saint body and recommence his training in his self-created system. Previously, he had been conservative, fearing he might not be able to continue on his path. Hence, he had kept a fallback by cultivating his quasi-saint body in accordance with the conventional system. Now, Jiang Ping'an was determined to advance resolutely, cultivating all 3 of his bodies within his innovative framework. This system did not differentiate between physical and spiritual cultivation, returning instead to the ancient cultivation paradigm of simultaneous cultivation of spirit and body. Regardless of the path taken, his singular aim remained to attain immortality. With the path to immortality obscured, if one were to become an immortal, one could only forge a unique route akin to the Taoist Shinsu. Seeking a glimmer of hope, should he continue along the conventional route, even if he attained the pinnacle of cultivation, he would still be unable to achieve immortality or resurrect his parents. The direction of this path was shrouded in uncertainty. Nevertheless, he must proceed. At present, he was embarking upon the 2nd step, employing the Human Emperor's Heart Sutra to thoroughly open all 360 acupoints within his body, thereby completing the 2nd realm, the Imperial Extreme Realm. The realm is the foundation, while the techniques serve as the assurance of enhanced combat prowess. Having already mastered the 2nd tier of the Battle God technique, I am now poised to embark on the study of the 3rd tier. However, the 3rd tier necessitates an understanding of the 2nd-level battle intent laws. Given the complexity of these laws, mastery cannot be achieved in a fleeting moment. It requires considerable time for digestion. Once comprehended, my combat strength could be amplified 4-fold. The elite speed technique Lightning Flash also deserves cultivation, demanding the inscription of 100,000 runes to reach the 4th tier. Upon achieving the 4th tier, I could traverse a distance of 100 kilometers in an instant. If I master the 4th tier of Lightning Flash, even late-stage deification practitioners would struggle to keep pace with me. While it is possible to cheat during the practice of Lightning Flash by utilizing the judge's pen for rune inscription, it still requires time to complete. The spiritual secret technique, Heavenly Seal, remains incompletely mastered at the 4th layer, necessitating further refinement. If fully grasped, it would enable the sealing of any laws of the same tier. I also need to delve into the 4th layer of Limitless Fist. Yet I have yet to procure it, so there is no immediate rush. The 2nd layer of Star Guiding technique can only be practiced upon reaching the integration stage. So I shall set it aside for now and focus on enhancing my comprehension of the laws of gravity, which will naturally strengthen the Star Guiding technique. Additionally, I have yet to practice the advanced technique Minor Formless Art. Since acquiring this technique in the Gravity Prison, I have found myself bereft of time to learn it. This technique is adapted from the divine art law manifesting the world. Mastery of this technique allows for the augmentation of one's size and strength. Upon mastering the 1st layer, one's size can increase tenfold. The 2nd layer allows for a 100-fold increase, while the 3rd layer enables a 1,000-fold transformation. The extent to which strength is enhanced depends on the practitioner's innate physique and the energy reserves within. However, this technique has the drawback of significant energy consumption. Even Liang Shi from the Heavenly Zhe Holy Land, who mastered the vast sea classic, could not sustain its use for long. Nevertheless, this is not a disadvantage for Jiang Ping'an, as cosmic concealment technique mitigates this flaw. While an average individual mastering a top-tier technique might command respect, Jiang Ping'an is different. He has mastered an array of them. As his realm ascends, these premier techniques will only grow stronger. During Jiang Ping'an's period of cultivation, tales of his audacious incursion into the territory of the Devouring Crocodile clan, where he vanquished 20 million devouring crocodiles and over 40 deification practitioners, began to circulate, igniting a tremendous uproar within the cultivation world. Have you heard of Jiang Ping'an's exploits? Are they true? Indeed. The Devouring Crocodile clan has already designated Jiang Ping'an as a primary target for elimination. How astonishing! Could his self-created spirit-sealing realm rival that of deification experts? It has nothing to do with the spirit-sealing realm. The opponent must have employed some treasure. Through various channels, people have come to accept Jiang Ping'an's achievements. Yet they remain skeptical that he accomplished such feats solely through his own strength, speculating that he must have utilized some artifact. Regardless, Jiang Ping'an's audacious venture into the Devouring Crocodile clan's domain has undoubtedly stirred significant commotion. Concurrently, the moniker of the Slayer, Jiang Ping'an, is gradually becoming an established reputation. The slaying of 20 million devouring crocodiles is a brutal feat. It is said that Jiang Ping'an has not returned to the Emperor's ruins for guidance and is unaccounted for elsewhere. As the rhythmic sound echoed, Jiang Ping'an was deeply engrossed in his cultivation when a knock resonated at the door. "Taoist Bu, are you available?" A familiar yet unfamiliar voice broke the silence. Jiang Ping'an opened his eyes, his gaze traversing the threshold to witness a sight from outside. A fellow cultivator he had rescued during the battle against the sea monsters. He dispelled the barrier with a subtle gesture and replied, "Come in." Su Yang entered, clasping his fists in a respectful greeting. "Taoist Bu, I am grateful for your assistance that day. What brings you here?" Jiang Ping'an cut straight to the point without any unnecessary pleasantries. Su Yang scratched his nose, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. "Well, Taoist Bu, we have formed a small team and are in need of one more member. I was wondering if you might be willing to join us." Upon uttering these words, Su Yang felt his face flush with heat. How could someone of Taoist Bu's caliber possibly agree to join their fledgling group? The reason for his visit was born of necessity. During a conversation with his companions, he had boasted about his close relationship with Taoist Bu, claiming they had fought side by side against formidable foes. His companions, believing his words, urged him to extend an invitation to Taoist Bu. Yet, given Taoist Bu's exceptional healing abilities, it was improbable he would consent to join such a newly formed, low-tier team. However, having inflated the situation, Su Yang feared that confessing the truth would be immensely embarrassing, so he mustered the courage to invite Jiang Ping'an, hoping the Taoist would decline gracefully and spare him further humiliation. "Very well," Jiang Ping'an responded nonchalantly. Su Yang had anticipated a refusal, but upon hearing the affirmative, his eyes widened in disbelief, suspecting he had misheard. "Taoist Bu, you are unaware of what this team entails, are you?" Su Yang, anxious that Jiang Ping'an might not grasp the nature of their group, offered a brief explanation. "On the battlefield, teams must support one another. Our group consists entirely of ordinary Yuanying stage cultivators, who are quite weak and may hinder your progress." Su Yang explicitly conveyed that their team was not formidable. urging Jiang Ping'an not to leap into a perilous situation. That matters not. If you are not strong, I shall simply maintain a low profile on the battlefield. Jiang Ping'an replied, refraining from ridiculing them for their lack of strength. He had his own plans. Hiding within such a modest team provided the utmost safety. The more powerful the team, the greater the likelihood of attracting the sea monster's ire. Seeing Jiang Ping'an's genuine acceptance filled Su Yang with elation. Then, Taoist Bu, you shall be our captain. He had never anticipated securing such a formidable ally. The previous battle against the sea monsters had unveiled the true depth of Jiang Ping'an's prowess. And with his aid, their chances of survival would soar. This was more thrilling than discovering a cache of spirit stones. I shall not take on the role of captain. You may handle matters as you see fit, and simply inform me of any developments, Jiang Ping'an stated. Preferring to avoid the complications of leadership, his responsibility would be to tend to their injuries, while a captain would bear far greater burdens. Su Yang understood his intent and did not press further, adding, regardless of who leads, Taoist Bu will undoubtedly be our cornerstone. Our squad comprises 10 individuals. And upon reaching the battlefield, we shall engage in a year-long combat exercise with a team from the demon race within a designated space. The attrition rate for new recruits is anticipated to exceed 30%. At this juncture, Su Yang's voice took on a somber tone. This is merely the training for newcomers. Yet the mortality rate stands at 30%. This figure pertains solely to soldiers in the nascent soul stage. The casualty rates for those in the foundation establishment and golden core stages are even more alarming. Friend Bu, do prepare yourself mentally. I shall not intrude upon your cultivation any further. After briefly discussing these matters, Su Yang clasped his fists in salute, turned, and exited the room. Once outside, Su Yang seemed to transform entirely, standing tall with an air of pride. He boasted to a few individuals in the corner, "What did I tell you? My relationship with friend Bu is exceptionally strong. For my sake, he has forsaken the opportunity to join a top-tier squad and has instead joined ours. Su, you are truly formidable." Several cultivators gazed at him with admiration, recognizing that Su's connection with Bu was indeed genuine. With Bu as an ally, their burdens would be significantly lighter. The flying vessel soared for 3 months, during which it made numerous stops over various cities, picking up a multitude of recruits, over 100 cultivators at the transformation stage alone. This is a substantial number for a medium-sized faction. The influx of cultivators into the military can be attributed not only to the desire to vanquish demons, but also to the abundant resources offered. For instance, Jiang Ping'an receives 10 million spirit stones and a fragment of a law each month, merely as a recruitment incentive for those in the nascent soul stage. Those with positions enjoy even greater benefits. At long last, the flying vessel arrived at the Eastern Sea battlefield, a convergence of the finest combat prowess from the Eastern region. With the 3 major factions overshadowed by the 5 Eastern Sea anti-demon legions, towering walls, spanning thousands of meters, stood guard along the coastline, inscribed with intricate runes. Numerous war fortresses hovered in the air, transporting soldiers and supplies. The distant sea roiled with demonic energy, while heavy clouds loomed overhead, the threat of a tempest palpable. Instilling a sense of suffocating dread, Jiang Ping'an stood on the deck of the vessel, gazing out at the ocean, where 3 colossal, shattered celestial bodies floated at the horizon, a sight of indescribable grandeur. It was vast and magnificent. Su Yang turned to his companions and remarked, "Do you see those 3 celestial fragments? It is said that they were cast down from the cosmos by the supreme emperor of the Daqian dynasty, crushing countless sea creatures, causing the very stars to tremble." The cultivators who heard this for the first time were taken aback, their expressions a mix of astonishment. To lift celestial bodies? Just how powerful must this elder be? Truly, the apex of the 3 major factions is terrifying. One cannot help but wonder when we might wield such extraordinary might ourselves. The imagery of attacking with stars was utterly awe-inspiring, beyond imagination. The eyes of the cultivators sparkled with aspirations of becoming formidable beings. Su Yang sighed, "Do not dwell on it. Not every strong individual can lift celestial bodies. It requires supreme techniques. The elder from the Daqian dynasty employed the star-pulling technique, but alas, it is not widely shared." As Su Yang spoke, a striking woman clad in armor approached. Sensing her formidable aura, Su Yang and his companions immediately fell silent. Although both are at the Yuanying stage, this woman exudes an unmistakable aura of terror. Feng Shuang, with her serene and beautiful eyes, fixed her gaze upon Jiang Ping'an and remarked, "Your healing abilities are commendable. My friend's team is in need of a healer. You may join them as a reserve member. Should you prove your worth, you could be granted a place among them." Upon hearing Fang Shuang's words, Jiang Ping'an remained unperturbed, yet the hearts of Su Yang and his companions sank with trepidation, though they were unaware of her identity. Her formidable presence was evident. She was clearly a prodigy. Should Busi accept her invitation, the pressure on their team would be immense. Jiang Ping'an, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, "I am already part of a team." They? Fang Shuang cast a dismissive glance at the 9 Yuanying stage cultivators surrounding Jiang Ping'an. To put it bluntly, any one of my friend's team could easily overpower these individuals. Su Yang and the others paled at her words, yet they dared not retort. The oppressive aura emanating from this woman stifled their voices. "And what of it?" Jiang Ping'an countered. "What of it?" Fang Shuang looked at him incredulously. "You have no idea how merciless the battlefield can be. Without capable allies, you will meet a grim fate, especially as a healer. Moreover, if you aspire to achieve military merit, you must align yourself with a prodigious team like ours. Otherwise, you might spend a century without even advancing 1 star. I am extending an invitation to my friend's team because of your evident talent. Do not be ungrateful." Jiang Ping'an gazed at her, his expression unwavering, and simply stated, "Have you finished?" Seeing his demeanor, Fang Shuang furrowed her brows. "What do you mean by that?" "Just leave. I already have a team," Jiang Ping'an replied. Wishing to avoid further conversation, Fang Shuang's expression darkened. She had not anticipated such a rejection. Truly ungrateful. You will regret this decision. A team like that won't even pass the new recruit assessment. With that, she stormed off in anger. Having grown up, she had never encountered someone so audacious. Even the prodigies of the 3 major powers would not dare exhibit such insolence towards her. "Who is this Busi, after all? Who doubt you? Who is this person?" Su Yang inquired cautiously. "It seems she refers to the commander as her father," Jiang Ping'an replied nonchalantly. The surrounding cultivators gasped in shock. "The daughter of the commander of the 10th team, the war goddess Fang Shuang, the foremost among those below the transformation stage. It is said she has slain several transformation stage cultivators. While Jiang Ping'an may have achieved his victories over transformation stage beings through artifacts, she had accomplished such feats purely through her own prowess. Though they were all new recruits, not everyone, unlike Jiang Ping'an, spent their days sequestered in solitary cultivation. Others would mingle in the leisure areas, fostering relationships and sharing intelligence. Su Yang and the others had heard of Fang Shuang's exploits, knowing she had pushed her swordsmanship to its utmost limit, causing even ordinary transformation stage cultivators to tread carefully. Without even considering her strength, her status alone was formidable. To receive an invitation from such a person, only to be coldly rejected by Busi, was astonishing. Chapter 273, New Recruit Assessment. Su Yang, with a complex expression, exclaimed, "Who doubt you? You must hurry and apologize to her. The team introduced to you must be exceptionally formidable. This is an opportunity that could alter your destiny." Although they are reluctant to part with such a valuable ally, they cannot impede his growth. Jiang Ping'an remains unperturbed, resolutely declining. Su Yang and others internally sigh, recognizing that this Taoist Bu is a genius, yet is inevitably somewhat arrogant, unwilling to concede. Once they enter the battlefield and witness the horrors of war, regret is sure to follow. Captain Fu Igua of the recruitment team ascends from the deck, addressing the multitude of soldiers with authority. "Everyone, follow me." With that, Fu Igua descends towards the square below, the soldiers trailing behind him. He stands before a teleportation platform and declares to the assembled cultivators, "For now, we shall set aside military rules and discipline, as they are unnecessary. Not everyone will survive to formally join the Legion. As you may already know, before officially enlisting, you will undergo a year of free team combat and 5 years of drifting combat. The free team combat is designed to hone the camaraderie among teammates. This battle is relatively fair, typically pitting 10 against 10 sea monsters. However, the drifting combat is far less equitable, as you may encounter dozens, or even hundreds, of sea monsters, testing your survival skills. Only those who endure the trials will earn the right to officially join the Legion. It is a grim reality that in the last batch of soldiers who underwent the assessment, only 50% survived, the remainder perished. Upon hearing this statistic, the hearts of the new recruits sank. This implies that half of them may not survive the new recruit assessment. Such a mortality rate is quite alarming. "Is it possible for me to withdraw?" A cultivator at the Golden Core stage murmurs. He had enlisted due to a lack of cultivation resources, drawn impulsively by the promise of greater provisions. Yet, he had not anticipated such a terrifying death rate, even for mere new recruit assessments. How dreadful must actual warfare be? Fu Igwa stares impassively at the speaking Golden Core cultivator. It is permissible. You may forfeit your cultivation and leave immediately. The conditions were clearly stated prior to enlistment. You were not compelled to join, but should you choose to remain, a minimum service of 10 years is required. The Golden Core cultivator promptly silences himself, and the other cultivators abandon similar thoughts, steeling themselves to proceed. Now, you will form free teams of 10, preparing to enter the combat space to engage with the sea monster squads. Fu Igwa speaks succinctly, without any unnecessary embellishments. As you form your teams, allow me to impart some essential knowledge and regulations. The area you are about to enter is known as the free combat space, a battleground jointly established with the sea monsters. Within this space, you are forbidden from using weapons, magical artifacts, or elixirs that exceed one major realm above your own. For instance, Foundation establishment cultivators are prohibited from utilizing Golden Core level talismans or elixirs. Violators will be struck by heavenly lightning, resulting in immediate obliteration. You will survive in this space for 1 year, encountering sea monster squads once a month, amounting to 12 encounters. There will undoubtedly be casualties during these battles. Should your team size drop below 7, you will be automatically reassigned to other teams until the combat concludes. Upon hearing this introduction, the cultivators felt an enormous weight of pressure. The assessment for new recruits is an unyielding trial, a relentless struggle for survival that demands they endure 12 life and death battles to emerge unscathed. This is merely the initial year of free combat. If they persevere through this, a subsequent 5 years of drifting warfare await them. Only then will they officially step into true engagements. They were aware of the harrowing fatalities along the Eastern Sea's defenses, yet they were unprepared for the sheer brutality of it all. How many predecessors have fallen in these years? Su Yang and his companions had already formed their team in advance, exchanging glances before moving forward. Seniors, we are ready, Su Yang declared. Fu Igwa gazed at Jiang Ping'an, astonished. Fellow Taoist, how did you come to join such a team? With your capabilities, you could easily find a superior squad, thereby increasing your chances of survival. Among this group were even a few mid-stage nascent soul cultivators, none of whom had fully comprehended a complete law. Joining such a team was tantamount to courting death. I feel quite well, Jiang Ping'an replied. Fu Igwa sighed. I hope you can endure. There may still be opportunities to transfer to a more formidable team. Joining this group is no different from seeking demise. One can only wish they do not encounter formidable sea demons. Jiang Ping'an and Su Yang ascended the teleportation array, and as Fu Igwa activated it, the 10 of them vanished from their location. Jiang Ping'an witnessed a flash of white light before it dissipated, revealing a realm where land and ocean intertwined. The radius of this space was approximately 1,000 miles, with land and sea each occupying half. Upon their arrival on land, 10 beams of light flickered in the ocean ahead. Creatures resembling crabs emerged into view, possessing no hands, but instead 2 massive crimson pincers, each larger than a human body, rendering their forms quite disproportionate. Giant blade red crabs. The countenance of Su Yang and the other cultivators shifted dramatically upon seeing these 10 sea demons. The giant blade red crab is one of the top 100 clans among sea demons, endowed with formidable defensive prowess, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary weapons to inflict harm upon them. Their greatest weapon lies in their immense pincers. Once ensnared, even those of the same tier would be cleaved in twain. All these giant blade red crabs were at the late nascent soul stage. How are we to fight this? Despair etched itself on the face of a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. Prepare to fight for our lives, another cultivator intoned gravely. May fortune favor us in our next life. Sensing the terrifying aura of the giant blade red crabs, the cultivators glimpsed their fates. Despite their hearts brimming with reluctance, they could only resign themselves to the inevitable. If blame were to be assigned, it would be their misfortune to encounter such powerful sea demons in their very first battle. The giant blade red crabs, upon noticing the presence of mid-stage nascent soul cultivators among the humans, expressed their disappointment. What a bunch of trash. We were hopeful for a decent meal. Old 9. Old 10. You two go handle them. We shall refrain from intervening. The giant blade red crabs looked down upon them, dispatching only 2 to confront the humans. Old 9. Make it quick. Do not delay our training, Old 10 remarked. Fear not. Dealing with such trash is a task I can manage alone, Old 9 responded, his voice brimming with confidence. As the enemy charged forth, Su Yang drew his weapon and declared in a low voice, 4 of us shall confront a sea demon. The remaining one will protect Taoist Bu. With that, he was the first to rush into battle. Even in the face of despair, they would fight until the very end. The impending clash was palpable. Su Yang swung his weapon, launching an assault against the massive clawed crab, which retaliated with its enormous pincers. The clang of weapons against the crab's claws rang out, creating a series of sharp, resonant sounds. Many cultivators felt their arms ache from the impact. Their weapons shattered in an instant. One cultivator invoked the principle of fire, unleashing a barrage of terrifying fireballs, hoping to exploit the elemental advantage against the giant crab. While fire proved effective against most sea demons, it faltered when confronted by one of such formidable strength. Suddenly, torrents of seawater surged from below, dispersing the fireballs. Hundreds of robust water serpents, infused with the essence of water laws, coalesced and charged toward the cultivators. They struggled valiantly, but the sheer number and strength of the water serpents overwhelmed them. Bang! Boom! Before long, the cultivators were sent sprawling. Su Yang fell to the ground, blood spilling from his lips, his face etched with helplessness and despair. The disparity was insurmountable. This cadre of sea demons was anything but ordinary. In mere moments, they had been rendered utterly defenseless, the two sides existing on entirely different planes of power. To perish at the hands of our royal giant claw crab clan is a privilege, sneered the ninth among them, his expression brimming with arrogance. Upon realizing their identity, Su Yang and his companions trembled violently. It was no wonder this group of sea demons was so powerful. They were from the esteemed giant claw crab royal lineage. How could they hope to prevail? Fate seemed cruel, pitting them against such a terrifying adversary. Chapter 274. The shock of the giant claw crab. The giant claw crab clan, in the eastern region, was akin to a medium-sized power. The royalty of such a faction, while not universally regarded as prodigies, were assuredly the apex of their realm. No wonder the gap in strength was so vast. It all made sense now. These mere foundational cultivators, to acquire a single pill or artifact, must toil for years, even decades, a stark contrast to the sea demons, who were born into royalty and had no concerns regarding resources. Jiang Ping'an employed healing techniques to tend to Su Yang and the others. Su Yang appeared despondent, lamenting, Taoist Bu, I am truly sorry. I have brought this upon you. Had the adversary been part of a better team, such peril would never have befallen us. What a bore, so weak. The human race is utterly unworthy of reigning over the myriad clans, remarked the ninth giant claw crab, dismissively batting away the opposition. He yawned in ennui, having heard tales of a formidable human named Jiang Ping'an, eagerly anticipating his arrival on the battlefield, yearning to vanquish him for glory. Enough. Let us swiftly eliminate these humans. They are not worth our time, the 10th crab declared coldly, fixing a steely gaze upon the group. Suddenly, the pincers of the 9th crab expanded to an enormous length of several meters, imbued with a terrifying force. He maneuvered his colossal claws, preparing to crush them all in one fell swoop. An aged monk exerted all his energy to summon a protective barrier of earth, shielding the others from harm. Yet, this shield, akin to one crafted from mere paper, offered no resistance and was swiftly shattered. The remaining individuals had relinquished all hope, their faces etched with despair and resignation. The disparity was insurmountable. Any attempt at resistance was futile. Just as they prepared for self-detonation, an overwhelming force descended upon them. A colossal claw thundered down upon the earth, sending a plume of dust into the air. A formidable presence. The giant red crab, Old 9, bellowed, his gaze fixated on the medic lingering at the rear. This medic, possessing the weakest combat prowess, had previously not warranted a second glance from him. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the medic had unleashed an arcane technique that rendered Old 9's pincers immobile. Merely a manipulation of gravitational laws, devoid of offensive capability. Observing this, Old 10 recognized the power wielded by Jiang Ping'an, who had an insufficient supply of elixirs, and raised his massive pincers to strike. The enormous claw seemed imbued with boundless strength, warping the very fabric of space. Suddenly, Old 10's body was grotesquely disassembled, as if pulled apart by an unseen force. His head and limbs severed, crab meat scattered across the ground. Impossible. How could this gravitational force possess such destructive power? The demon infant within old 10 shrieked in terror. The calmness he had previously exhibited evaporated, and as he attempted to flee, the infant erupted violently. Having dispatched one adversary, Jiang Ping'an turned his attention to old 9. Channeling the star-pulling technique, the giant red crab found itself unable to resist, its form collapsing under the weight of Jiang Ping'an's power. And amidst a series of agonized cries, it was compressed into a black sphere no larger than a head. In mere moments, 2 members of the royal lineage of the giant red crabs had perished. All present gazed at Jiang Ping'an in horror and disbelief. They could distinctly sense that he was employing the gravitational laws, yet his application was entirely unlike that of others. While others could merely augment or diminish the gravitational forces on their opponents, with minimal lethality within the same realm, his mastery over gravity was fundamentally different. He could manipulate the compression and disintegration of any object within that gravitational framework. This revelation astonished them. They had initially surmised that Jiang Ping'an merely excelled in healing arts, but his combat prowess was equally formidable. In an instant, he had effortlessly eliminated 2 royal strongholds of the giant red crab. Su Yang suddenly recalled their previous peril, when Jiang Ping'an had obliterated a late-stage nascent soul sea demon with a single punch. Witnessing the demise of old 9 and old 10, the remaining giant red crabs, who had previously dismissed this confrontation, were now filled with shock and fury. Old 9, old 10, you insignificant vermin, you dare to slay my royal bloodline. Seek death. These sea demons had not anticipated that hidden among them was a formidable warrior capable of effortlessly slaying 2 of their kin with mere gravitational laws. This human was no ordinary foe. They rallied together. The remaining 8 giant red crabs erupted with a terrifying aura, causing the ocean waves to churn violently, obscuring the sky and distorting the laws of nature. As they felt this overwhelming presence, Su Hai and the others gasped for breath. Any one of these 8 giant red crabs was more powerful than the 2 that had just fallen. No matter how formidable Busi might be, he could not possibly contend against the simultaneous assault of 8 giant red crabs. It is they who have hindered Boss. Had he joined a superior team, he would undoubtedly have avoided such peril. The aged monk, Muning, rose under immense pressure and solemnly declared, Taoist Bu, you must endure. He prepared to self-destruct in a bid to secure a chance for Boss. However, as he stood, he was immediately crushed by gravity. At that very moment, the sky erupted with a thunderous roar. Boom, bang, crash. One by one, the massive bladed red crabs burst open, showering blood and carcasses like raindrops. In the blink of an eye, out of the 8 fearsome bladed red crabs, only the strongest remained. It struggled against the relentless forces tearing at its body, its eyes blazing with fury as it glared at Jiang Ping'an, roaring in anger. Who are you really? Jiang Ping'an offered no reply, employing the star-pulling technique to compress it. The bladed red crab desperately summoned the demonic energy within to resist the compressive force. Suddenly, Jiang Ping'an unleashed the full strength of the star-pulling technique, tearing with all his might. Boom! The last bladed red crab exploded, sending crab meat flying through the air. The tumultuous sea calmed, and the surrounding laws stabilized, as if nothing had transpired. The corpses on the ground and the scent of blood in the air attested to the existence of the bladed red crabs that had just been there. The 9 cultivators, prepared for death, stood in stunned silence, their expressions vacant. Each of these terrifying bladed red crabs could have obliterated them, yet in an instant, they were all vanquished. This stark contrast left their minds in disarray, unable to comprehend the situation. Jiang Ping'an's overwhelming power left the cultivators breathless. He spoke calmly. They should possess storage treasures. Divide the spoils, cultivate diligently, and await the next team. Were it not for life and death, I would not intervene, merely offering healing. Do not expect me to assist you beyond that. True strength lies in your own growth. With that, Jiang Ping'an sat down, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate. They were to remain in this space for a year, with a new team entering each month, during which they would continuously practice. Throughout, Jiang Ping'an's expression remained unchanged, as if he had merely slaughtered a few chickens. Observing his composure, the onlookers trembled, their hearts tumultuous. They had not merely encountered a powerful ally, but rather a fortuitous opportunity. With his protection, they would undoubtedly survive the battlefield. Thank you, boss. They exchanged glances, altering their previous address. The term Taoist friend felt too distant. Calling him boss felt more intimate. Su Yang, Muning, and the others located the bladed red crab storage treasures. The resources within making their mouths water with envy. Each sea demon's storage treasure contained several complete laws and a wealth of crystals, surpassing what they had painstakingly accumulated over centuries. Su Yang and his companions did not immediately claim these laws, but instead offered them to Jiang Ping'an first. Since he had vanquished the bladed red crabs, the resources rightfully belonged to him. Jiang Ping'an glanced at the offerings, finding nothing of interest, and continued his meditation. Witnessing his unperturbed demeanor, Muning and Su Yang were further convinced that he was indeed a person of great significance. Even cultivators in the transformation stage cannot remain indifferent when faced with such abundant resources. Yet, their leader exhibited no reaction whatsoever. The gazes directed towards Jiang Ping'an were filled with gratitude and reverence. Their survival hinged on this esteemed figure. Chapter 275. The bizarre new recruit assessment. Su Yang, Ma Ning, and the other 9 cultivators divided the resources and immersed themselves in their training. The first round of the new recruit assessment was already perilous, and the second round, the drifting battle, promised even greater dangers. Once the assessment concluded and they officially entered the battlefield, the odds of survival would be exceedingly slim. Only by enhancing their cultivation could they endure the treacherous Eastern Sea battlefield. They could not perpetually rely on rescue. Their leader bore no shame. Yet they felt the weight of embarrassment. As the first month elapsed, fluctuations in space heralded the arrival of the second wave of sea demons. These creatures bore the heads of octopuses, each possessing 8 arms and no legs, each hand wielding a weapon. It is with unfortunate tidings that I inform you. You have been matched with our octopus clan. Consider yourselves ill-fated. Your demise will be particularly gruesome. The elder cultivator Ma Ning furrowed his pale brows, his expression grave. Why are we so unfortunate to encounter such a formidable clan of sea demons again, just like the giant blade red crab? The octopus clan, akin to the previous adversary, was a powerful lineage within the sea races. Their regenerative abilities were formidable. Even if a significant portion of their body was lost, they could regrow it. However, the octopus demons before them were likely not of royal lineage, lacking the overwhelming aura of the giant blade red crab royalty. Nevertheless, Su Yang and his companions felt immense pressure. Engage in normal combat. Focus on synergy. I will support you. Jiang Ping'an's calm voice resonated, instilling tranquility within the group. With their leader present, what was there to fear? Exchanging glances, Su Yang, Ma Ning, and the others brandished their weapons and charged forward. The octopus demons, witnessing the human cultivators' proactive assault, nearly succumbed to laughter. These mortals seemed to have a death wish, eager to hasten their demise. Each octopus demon wielded 8 weapons, demonstrating formidable combat prowess. Moreover, their healing speed was astonishing. Severed limbs could swiftly regenerate. The battle raged for 3 days, leaving Su Yang and his companions soaked in blood. Seated by a fire where the meat of the octopus demons and giant blade red crabs sizzled, Su Yang took a bite of the octopus meat and remarked, "Old Ma, your reflexes were sluggish during the fight. Had it not been for our leader's intervention, you would have been cleaved in 2. Ma Ning shot him a glare, retorting, "And you? You have no sense of teamwork. When danger arose, you attempted to flee, nearly falling prey to their encirclement. Without our leader's assistance, you would have met the same fate. My apologies. I was a solitary cultivator and am accustomed to fighting alone. I shall adapt to teamwork henceforth." Su Yang humbly accepted the criticism. As they feasted on their hard-won meal, they reflected on their combat shortcomings. They all understood that had it not been for their leader's aid, they would not have survived to this point. They resolved to seize this opportunity to continuously enhance their abilities, ensuring that they would not become a liability in future dangers. Boss, do savor the meat of the giant blade crab. The flesh within its claws is particularly succulent and offers significant benefits to one's health. Su Yang smiled as he offered a piece of tender crab meat to Jiang Ping'an. Witnessing this scene, Ma Ning scoffed, a dignified nascent soul cultivator, yet here you are, groveling like a sycophant. The other cultivators, who had intended to present food to Jiang Ping'an, froze in their tracks, their expressions growing somewhat awkward. At that moment, Ma Ning picked up a grilled octopus tentacle, presenting it respectfully before Jiang Ping'an, saying, "Boss, if we are to discuss deliciousness, this octopus is truly exquisite. It is enhanced with a special sauce I have meticulously crafted over several centuries. Do give it a taste." The crowd fell into silence. This old fellow had just derided others for being sycophants, yet he was now even more shameless than Su Yang. Ma Ning cast a disdainful glance at the others, dismissing the notion of face and dignity. Having lived for nearly a millennium, he understood the intricacies of human relationships all too well. What mattered was not honor or pride, but the possibility of soaring to great heights by pleasing this esteemed individual. Jiang Ping'an sampled the tentacle meat adorned with sauce, his eyes gleaming with delight as he remarked, "Indeed, it is quite remarkable. This sauce has added a delightful flavor, awakening the palate." Hearing the praise, Ma Ning beamed with joy and hurriedly produced a storage ring, offering it with both hands. "Boss, this contains the recipe and the remaining sauce." Jiang Ping'an, preferring not to accept gifts directly from others, replied, "You practice earth-based techniques, do you not?" "I possess some earth-based cultivation methods and insights left by my master. They are not particularly advanced, but I have no use for them. They are yours." His master, Wang Ruan, specialized in earth principles and had bequeathed these methods to Jiang Ping'an, though he had not pursued that path. Ma Ning, anticipating that the boss would surely offer something in return, had initially resolved not to accept whatever was given. However, upon hearing it was the cultivation methods and insights from the esteemed master, the words caught in his throat. For an ordinary cultivator, acquiring high-level techniques is exceedingly difficult and may never be achieved in a lifetime. Presently, a sauce of negligible value had exchanged for such a monumental opportunity, leading Ma Ning to believe he was in a dream. Suddenly, Ma Ning knelt before Jiang Ping'an, exclaiming, "Thank you, boss." As a powerful nascent soul cultivator, he held his own dignity and would not easily prostrate himself. Yet in this moment of overwhelming emotion, he knelt, tears streaming down his face. No one mocked Ma Ning. Rather, they envied him. As cultivators struggling on the path to immortality, they understood the magnitude of this opportunity. Jiang Ping'an entrusted the cultivation methods and insights to Ma Ning, urging him to practice diligently. Afterward, he began to study the sauce crafted by Ma Ning. It was indeed impressive, a product of centuries of research. In the months that followed, the group diligently pursued their cultivation, and as they acquired more resources, their progress accelerated. Additionally, their camaraderie deepened through shared battles. By the fourth month, with Jiang Ping'an's assistance, Su Yang, Ma Ning, and the others, despite sustaining grave injuries, vanquished a squad of ghostly blood sharks. Something felt amiss. The adversaries faced were overwhelmingly strong. Even if their luck were poor, it should not be to such an extent. The old monk, Ma Ning, furrowed his brow, his expression gravely serious. Over the past 4 months, each opponent encountered had proven extraordinarily formidable, unlike any typical assessment for new recruits. Su Yang gazed intently at the lifeless body of the abyssal blood shark before him and spoke in a low voice. "It is unequivocally not a matter of our misfortune. The demon clan must be orchestrating something sinister. Any recruit with a modicum of sense can deduce that this assessment harbors significant issues. Fortunately, we have our leader with us. Otherwise, we would not have survived to this moment." Simultaneously, the high-ranking officials of the Eastern Sea Anti-Demon Corps convened in a conference room. The commanders, their faces grim, scrutinized the formation diagram laid out before them. The diagram twinkled with star-like points, which, as time progressed, continued to fade away. Each star represented a soldier who had entered the new recruit assessment. The extinguishing of a star signified the fall of a soldier. 60% of this batch of recruits had perished, prompting a stern call for the immediate cessation of further deployments. A female general stated solemnly, "We have already paused the dispatch. However, this batch of recruits faces dire straits, with losses expected to reach hundreds of thousands." A commander clad in armor clenched his fists, his face contorted with rage. Due to the unique nature of the assessment's formations, unless the evaluation concludes, individuals cannot be extricated. A hot-tempered man, bearing 2 scars across his face, erupted in fury. "That treacherous rabble. They have deliberately unleashed a multitude of prodigies to hunt down our recruits. We should also dispatch prodigies to eliminate them. No one here is a fool." Witnessing the heavy losses in the recruit assessment, the cause is immediately apparent. A general replied with a bitter smile, "Those prodigies who have already entered cannot re-enter. They have intentionally hoarded a large number of prodigies to unleash them all at once. Our own reserves pale in comparison, and sending them in will not alter the outcome." The atmosphere in the conference room grew oppressive as each commander grappled with their mounting frustration. Of the million recruits who had entered, at least 90% were expected to perish within. Suddenly, the commander of the 5th Legion spoke up. Prepare yourselves. A great battle may be imminent. Chapter 276. The aims of the sea demons. Ha. The expressions on those human faces must be utterly delightful right now. In a palace deep beneath the sea, a multitude of high-ranking sea demons gathered. Among them were the double-horned dragon, the giant blade red crab, and the abyssal blood shark, all adorned with radiant smiles. This surprise attack and deceit had inflicted losses of at least 1 million cultivators and tens of millions of ordinary humans. Such joy in hearing this news is overwhelming. Regrettably, we failed to capture any, as I would relish a braised feast. The double-horned dragon nonchalantly remarked, "This is merely a minor skirmish, causing the human race no real harm. At most, it will bring them some discomfort, so there is no need for excessive celebration." In the words of the humans, the main course is yet to come. According to the prior plan, we shall dispatch our prodigies to challenge them, suppressing their morale. At this, the lips of the double-horned dragon curled upwards. It is precisely when we shall inflict severe damage upon the human race. Morale is of utmost significance in any battle, particularly in warfare. Once one side loses their momentum, they have already forfeited a significant portion of the conflict. During the era of the ancient emperor, merely his presence would suffice. There was no need for him to engage, as the other clans would scatter in fear. A considerable factor in this was the ancient emperor's ability to extinguish the morale of the demon race, rendering them too afraid to continue the fight. Later, the great emperor ascended, leaving the human sovereign to guard the human race while the demon clans united with the intent to annihilate them. Initially, the two factions were evenly matched. However, the human sovereign proved overwhelmingly formidable, single-handedly cutting through numerous powerful clans, traversing from the star realms into the depths of the cosmos. This onslaught utterly shattered the demon clan's morale, resulting in yet another defeat for them in the war. Over the years, the Eastern Sea Demon clan was willing to endure extensive sacrifices of their kin to secure victory. As their triumphs accumulated, their momentum swelled, while the human race's spirit waned. Consequently, the demon clans found themselves no longer needing to expend exorbitant sacrifices to achieve victory. They simply harnessed their newfound momentum. This time, they dispatched individuals to launch surprise attacks on human cities, while also sending forth prodigious talents to encircle and suppress the new recruits, aiming to diminish their morale. The final step involved a challenge among the elites, defeating these paragons to thoroughly crush the human spirit before instigating a large-scale war. Should this conflict end in victory, it would render the human race incapable of recovery for 5 centuries. Jiang Ping'an and his companions remained oblivious to the events unfolding outside, diligently cultivating and engaging in battles. Waves of sea demons fell before them. As the months progressed, Su Yang and Ma Ning had reached a point where they no longer required Jiang Ping'an's intervention to dispatch a squad of foes. Those who had attained the nascent soul stage were not lacking in talent. They merely lacked resources. Now, with resources at their disposal, their advancement was swift. "Old Ma, don't you dare compete with me for the last one." Su Yang rushed forward, cleaving the final giant blade red crab in two. The 12th squad of sea demons was utterly annihilated. As the last battle concluded, Ma Ning, Su Yang, and the other 7 experienced a sensation akin to rebirth. Within merely a year, their combat prowess had undergone a tremendous leap. All of this was owed to one individual. The 9 cultivators turned their gaze to Jiang Ping'an behind them, clasping their fists in gratitude. "Thank you, boss." It was this person who had saved them time and again, granting them the opportunity to grow. "Clean up the battlefield. Once we are out, do not speak of my affairs to others," Jiang Ping'an instructed, still not having fully matured and wishing to remain inconspicuous. The reason he assisted these individuals was that he saw his own reflection in them. Had he not acquired the fortune of the treasure basin, he would not have reached his current stature. Moreover, his previous talent had not been particularly remarkable, perhaps even inferior to that of these cultivators. Ordinary cultivators traversed the mortal realm, seeking immortality and enlightenment, where every step required immense fortune, making it exceedingly arduous. Offering assistance without adversely affecting himself bore little consequence. "Yes, boss." Su Yang and the others bowed once more before commencing the cleanup and dividing the spoils. If the first assessment is this perilous, how terrifying will the unrestricted drifting battle be? The seasoned cultivator Ma Ning could not suppress his concerns. "What are you afraid of? With the boss around, there's nothing to fear. Su Yang had previously shared his worries, but upon seeing Jiang Ping'an remain composed, he too found solace. I'm not afraid. I'm merely concerned, Ma Ning corrected him. Isn't that the same? The group bantered, yet no one was offended. A year of camaraderie had deepened their bonds and understanding. A day later, the group felt enveloped by a powerful force. A flash of white light enveloped them, and they were transported back to the square. As Su Yang and his companions surveyed the scant assembly of cultivators, a flicker of lamentation crossed their eyes. Indeed, as they had anticipated, they were not the sole individuals to encounter the prodigious sea demons. Others had faced similar tribulations. However, unlike them, those unfortunate souls had not encountered the leader and thus had perished during the assessment. What could possibly explain this? How could the novice examination be fraught with such formidable sea demons? One cultivator, battered and bruised, with a broken arm, roared at the overseer, Fu Igua, demanding answers. The others turned their gazes toward Fu Igua, seeking an explanation. Clenching his fists, Fu Igua suppressed his fury, asserting that it was the sea demons' deliberate attempt to undermine the morale of the new recruits by dispatching their geniuses against them. Would the ensuing 5 years of drifting warfare unfold in a similar manner? A surviving cultivator inquired anxiously. No, there will be no more drifting battles. Fu Igua's voice turned somber and subdued, as if something lodged in his throat. He declared, the war has commenced. At this proclamation, a tremor of fear and shock coursed through the crowd. War had indeed begun. Even Jiang Ping'an, at that moment, adopted a grave demeanor. War and battle are not synonymous. Battles are skirmishes, while war signifies total conflict. They then noticed the war fortresses soaring toward the front lines, as the cultivators within the encampment hurriedly moved to their stations. A chilling aura emanating from the cosmos. How could war have erupted so abruptly? A god transformation expert questioned in terror. Even the seasoned cultivators felt a pang of fear. This was not a sudden outbreak of war, but rather a premeditated scheme. Fu Igua elucidated. For years, the sea demon race has exchanged sacrifices for victory, more precisely, to bolster their momentum. Their ambushes on our human settlements and assaults on you were intended to dampen your spirits. A few months ago, the sea demon race challenged us to a duel. Aside from Commander Feng Shuang, who secured a single victory, all others were defeated. Seizing upon our diminished morale, the sea demons initiated this war. Fu Igua's subsequent remarks offered a modicum of reassurance, for these new recruits would have 3 years to cultivate in peace, with resources tripled. Of course, they could also choose to proceed to the front lines immediately, though he advised against it, as the situation there was exceedingly dire. Having served for 40 years, Fu Igua had only witnessed one war, in which all his comrades had perished. Soon, someone would escort them to the rest area, where training rooms and lessons from experienced seniors awaited, imparting knowledge on cultivation. Fu Igua inhaled deeply, the weight of negativity dissipating as he transformed into a figure of resolve and determination. My task of receiving you has concluded. I must take my leave. With that, he became a streak of light, heading toward the ominous sea, racing toward the battlefield. Chapter 277. Route. A menial soldier guided Jiang Ping'an and the other new recruits to the rest area. As they passed the medical zone, a heavy stench of blood assaulted their senses. A multitude of injured soldiers were being returned from the front lines, each bearing grievous wounds, some so severe that bones were visible. There were even a few casualties left with only half of their bodies clinging to life. In the barracks, with insufficient beds, many were treated outside. Who has healing elixirs? We're running low. Some here are in dire straits. The medic shouted. No need for medicine anymore. I cannot be saved. Leave the elixirs for those in greater need, murmured a soldier, his upper body drenched in blood, aware of his impending fate and unwilling to squander resources. He handed a blood-stained envelope to a nearby medic, struggling to speak. Please send this letter back to Maple City. Tell Xiao Lan not to wait for me. I could not fulfill my promise. With that, his hand fell lifelessly, devoid of vitality, his gaze fixed on the sky, filled with infinite longing. The medic, numb, covered the soldier with a white cloth and carried the body outside to rest among the countless others, their white-covered forms stretching for miles. The medic placed the soldier's envelope atop a growing pile of bloodied letters, each a final testament of the soldier's thoughts. Who still has elixirs? Another medic cried out anxiously while performing healing spells, overwhelmed by the number of wounded. None left. All used up. The front line consumes billions of elixirs daily, and the next batch has yet to arrive. I need a few spirit-replenishing elixirs. I'm out of energy. The medic fought desperately to save lives, but the sheer volume of casualties drained both spirit and strength. In just their 5th Legion, over 100 million soldiers fought at the front line, and the daily consumption of elixirs was unfathomable. The new recruits realized that the Eastern Domain's relative calm compared to the Northern Domain was not due to genuine safety, but rather the countless sacrifices of flesh and blood. The servant leading Jiang Ping'an and the others sighed, saying, "Go train, enhance your combat strength as much as possible. In 3 years, you two will face the battlefield." Su Yang, Ma Ning, and the others clenched their fists, resolutely following the servant to the training area. They must grow stronger. There was no alternative, otherwise they would share the same fate as those lying here. Suddenly, Su Yang noticed something and turned back. He saw the leader heading toward the medical camp. "Leader, don't mind me. You all carry on with your tasks," Jiang Ping'an casually remarked as he approached a medic and handed over a storage ring. "Inside are 1 million healing elixirs. I hope they can assist you." He had sacrificed all unnecessary resources to the treasure trove, replicating a vast quantity of healing elixirs. All the resources acquired from plundering the devouring crocodile clan had been expended, although these elixirs would be a mere drop in the ocean for the overall battle. Jiang Ping'an wished to contribute his part. The Great Xia was also in the Eastern Domain, and he did not want any misfortune to befall it. 1 million? Surely you mean 100? The medic thought he had misheard, confusing 100 for 1 million. "No, it is indeed 1 million, Jiang Ping'an affirmed. "Do not jest. You are not even at the transformation stage. Your worth is not high enough to possess 1 million elixirs." As the medic beheld the mountain of elixirs within the storage ring, his voice faltered, his eyes widening in shock, and his body trembled with excitement. Indeed, it was 1 million. Moreover, it is a first-tier elixir imbued with the power of the laws. Only those elixirs capable of healing injuries inflicted by the laws can be considered of a certain grade, and those that can mend first-tier law injuries are classified as first-tier elixirs. The worth of such an abundance of first-tier healing elixirs is truly incalculable, especially in light of their scarcity. Who is this individual? How could he possess such a plethora of high-grade elixirs? By the time the medics regained their composure, Jiang Ping'an had already distanced himself. The medics, disregarding the pursuit of inquiries, joyfully proclaimed to everyone, "We have elixirs. We have elixirs. The wounded are saved." 1 million first-tier elixirs significantly alleviated the medical burden, capable of saving the lives of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. When the other medics learned that these potions were donated by a single soldier, they were utterly astonished. In this era, such elixirs could fetch several times their value. Was this person foolish? There was no time for further contemplation. Saving lives was paramount. The auxiliary soldiers led Jiang Ping'an and his companions to the training area, where each individual was assigned a separate dwelling. Upon reaching the resource distribution zone, they collected thrice the usual wartime resources and purchased their desired cultivation techniques from the shops. These techniques, if acquired outside, would be exorbitantly priced, yet here they were available for less than half that cost. Such privileges were afforded to soldiers. After acquiring their techniques, the group eagerly devoted themselves to cultivation. They had but 3 years to enhance their abilities as much as possible. For ordinary mortals, 3 years may seem a lengthy span. But for typical Yuanying stage cultivators, it would only allow for the assimilation of 1 or 2 fragments of law. Jiang Ping'an possessed the temporal treasure, the Time Palace, which could amplify time by 5-fold, equating to 15 years. Returning to his private cultivation chamber, Jiang Ping'an activated the formation, entering the Time Palace within the Spirit Beast storage pouch. Gazing at the babbling Jiang Xiaoxue, he solemnly declared, "In a few years, I shall avenge your kin." Jiang Xiaoxue waved her chubby little hands, pinching Jiang Ping'an's cheeks, her sparkling eyes filled with confusion and wonder. Why did these two individuals look so alike? While caring for Jiang Xiaoxue, Jiang Ping'an commenced his cultivation. The battles on the battlefield intensified, storms brewing and waves crashing. Countless cultivators and demonic beings perished, staining the entire sea red, with corpses blanketing the surface, a scene both horrifying and tragic. Distressing news flowed from the front lines. The Foundation Establishment battlefield was in disarray. Tens of millions of Foundation Establishment cultivators had fallen, while the Golden Core battlefield was also facing collapse. The sea demons could not be halted. The foremost female warrior of the Yuanying stage, Fang Shuang, was besieged and gravely wounded. The morale on the Yuanying battlefield waned. The first defensive line was breached. They were nearing the shoreline. Each realm possessed its own distinct battlefield, and signs of collapse were increasingly evident across the various human battlefronts. Within less than 2 years, the human defenses were torn apart and pushed back to the coast, where barriers of formations rose to thwart the sea demons' advance. Following the front line's catastrophic defeat, thousands of cities near the coast began to migrate inland. The prices of various elixirs and magical treasures in the eastern inland soared, and even conflicting factions paused their hostilities. Would we, like those in the northern region, be driven inland by the demonic horde? How would we sustain ourselves then? What are those inept individuals on the front lines doing? Just when I was about to gather enough funds to acquire a precious artifact, its price has skyrocketed, rendering it unattainable once more. Let them fight. Even my mediocre elixirs have found buyers. Regarding the situation at the front, while some express concern, others remain indifferent, and a few even revel in the profits brought by the war. Little do they understand that once the eastern domain transforms into a realm dominated by the demonic races, no human will escape unscathed. The high-ranking officials of the 5 great legions of the eastern domain convened, the atmosphere heavy with despair. The casualty figures from various battlefields were horrifying. Tens of thousands of divine transformation experts had perished. This was an alarming statistic, for aside from the 3 sacred lands, no faction in the eastern domain could nurture so many divine transformation cultivators. Yet, this battle had claimed a staggering number of them. This does not even account for the losses among the nascent Soul, Golden Core, and Foundation establishment realms. Is there no hope left? The commander of the 5th Legion asked, his voice laden with reluctance. We have been defeated. The momentum of the demonic races has surged, and we can no longer withstand it. The leader of the 1st Legion replied, his strength seemingly drained as he slumped into his chair. Their top-tier experts matched the strength of the demons, and the outcome of the battle hinged on the mid-level cultivators below. However, this time, the sea demons had invested heavily, unleashing numerous prodigies, their sheer numbers overwhelming the morale of the Eastern Domain's finest. Shall we summon the top talents of the Eastern Domain for assistance? One proposed. That would be futile. Even if those prodigies come, they would only match the talents of the Eastern Sea, unable to alter the tide of battle. We have lost this battlefield. There will be no turnaround, the 1st Legion's commander lamented. We must hold on for another year, to grant time for the retreat of those behind us. He added weakly. Several commanders nodded in agreement, and the conference room fell into silence. The prospect of a turnaround in this conflict was nearly non-existent. All that remained was to delay, allowing those near the coast to withdraw. However, the sea demons were clearly aware of the intentions of the 5 great legions. They were unwilling to permit the humans to escape, launching frenzied assaults on the barriers. One after another, the barriers were breached, and the sea demons surged onto the shore. With numerous new recruits rushing to provide support, Jiang Ping'an was oblivious to these developments, fervently enhancing his abilities within the Time Palace. As nearly 3 years passed, a knock resounded at his door. Friend Bu, we cannot hold the line any longer. We must retreat immediately. An urgent shout from a servant echoed, filled with anxiety. Jiang Ping'an opened the barrier and stepped out of the room. Before he could utter a word, he was met with the sight of a colossal octopus spanning 3,000 meters, relentlessly battering the coastal barriers. To an ordinary person, standing before such a creature would feel akin to being a mere flea. Humans are quite delectable. The enormous octopus began to engulf a multitude of cultivators in its maw. Jiang Ping'an's heart raced. The war had escalated to this extent. The servant who had brought in the news urged him, Friend Bu, we must flee quickly. It will soon be too late. Just as Jiang Ping'an prepared to take flight, a thought struck him. What about Su Yang and Ma Ning? Had they been alerted? After spending a year with them, their bond had grown, and it would be much safer to evacuate together. Upon mentioning this, the attendant soldier suddenly recalled something and produced a letter, which he handed to Jiang Ping'an. Due to the severe losses at the front lines, they had departed for battle 6 months prior, and because of your generous contribution of 1 million medicinal pills, you were granted privileges and not included in their ranks. This is a letter left for you by Su Yang and the others. Hearing this, Jiang Ping'an's heart sank, and he swiftly tore open the letter, revealing a chaotic scrawl before his eyes. Boss, we have set off. Initially, they intended to invite the boss to join them at the front lines, but after I informed them of the boss's generous gift of medicinal pills, they conferred certain privileges upon him. Truth be told, I wished for the boss to accompany us, as our chances of survival would greatly increase. However, that old man Ma Ning insisted that the boss is a person of significant affairs, not to be sacrificed lightly. I agree. The boss has saved us numerous times and cannot become a burden. Boss, thank you for your care during these days. We all understand that you may seem cold on the surface, but you have a warm heart. Time is of the essence. They urged my advance to the front lines. Boss, remember my name? Su Yang. Suddenly, I realized that my name contains the character for ocean. Does it signify a demise at sea? Yet, I prefer to be laid to rest on land where spring eternally blooms. Farewell, boss. I hope in the next life we can slay demons together. Jiang Ping'an clutched the letter tightly, a somber tone escaping his lips. They haven't returned? No, the attendant soldier shook his head, urging, we must leave quickly. Or else, before he could finish, an enormous tentacle, hundreds of meters long, descended from the heavens. The octopus monster roared with laughter, ha ha. All of you are my prey. The attendant soldier's expression turned ashen as he shouted at Jiang Ping'an, run. It is the pride of the octopus clan, the 8-armed squid, which has ambushed Commander Shuang. It's immensely powerful. This attendant, having fought sea demons in his youth, had exhausted his cultivation and could no longer escape, yet Jiang Ping'an, possessing cultivation, still had hope for survival. But Jiang Ping'an did not flee. His expression was one of utmost indifference. He casually raised his fist, and a terrifying force erupted forth. Boom! The colossal tentacle, extending 500 meters, was obliterated, blood raining down from the sky. Ah! A piercing scream reverberated through the air. Who dares to attack me? The 8-armed squid, its crimson eyes fixed on Jiang Ping'an, seethed, you seek death. Its severed tentacles regrew, this time imbued with the power of the laws, and lunged at Jiang Ping'an, the sound of air being split resonating ominously. Calmly, Jiang Ping'an folded the letter and carefully placed it within his spatial treasure. The harshest reality of the cultivation world is witnessing loved ones and friends fall one after another, powerless to change their fate. In his childhood, his mother told him tales where good people always found a happy ending, yet reality seems to tell a different story. Since he began his cultivation journey, Jiang Ping'an has exerted himself tirelessly, striving to protect those around him, shielding them from threats. However, he realizes he cannot safeguard everyone. There is but one method to protect those dear to him: to annihilate all enemies. Jiang Ping'an abruptly lifted his head. The 8-armed squid suddenly sensed its body enveloped by a force, and in the next instant, without a moment's warning, it was violently torn apart. The auxiliary soldier stood in stunned silence, his expression one of utter astonishment. It was said that this octopus, a prodigy of the attacking faction, possessed extraordinary combat prowess. Yet now, it lay effortlessly torn apart. Though he could not fathom the reason, he was acutely aware that the individual before him had unleashed some formidable power. The auxiliary soldier hastily shouted, he can reconstruct his body. We must flee at once. At that moment, the dismembered octopus suddenly reassembled, its enormous eyes glaring down at Jiang Ping'an, filled with rage. Cursed human, how dare you wound me? Yet my body can be incessantly remade, approaching an existence that is neither mortal nor immortal. Do you wish to slay me? Perhaps in another lifetime. Before it could finish its words, a colossal black hole manifested in the sky, spanning thousands of miles, and instantaneously devoured the octopus. The enormous creature vanished without a trace. With the octopus dealt with, Jiang Ping'an transformed into a streak of light, racing along the shattered coastal barriers towards the battlefield. The auxiliary soldier remained transfixed for a considerable time. What had that enormous black hole been? It had the power to directly engulf a genius of the octopus clan. Even the battle-hardened Fang Shuang of the nascent soul stage could not possibly wield such terrifying strength. Who on earth was this man? Suddenly, the auxiliary soldier regained his composure, his expression shifting dramatically as he bellowed. The main force has retreated. Come back. The Foundation establishment and Golden Core practitioners had already withdrawn, and the nascent soul cultivators were also falling back. To venture to the battlefield now would be tantamount to seeking death. However, Jiang Ping'an had already soared far away, oblivious to the warnings. Upon reaching the ocean's surface, he gazed at the crimson waters, observing the bodies of human cultivators strewn across the sea. At this moment, only a murderous intent remained in Jiang Ping'an's heart. Several sea monsters, feasting upon human corpses, sensed something amiss and suddenly lifted their heads. There's a solitary human cultivator. One giant red crab exclaimed with excitement. Don't steal my prey. I haven't had my fill of humans yet. The abyssal blood shark lunged forward. Its gaping maw filled with sharp teeth aimed at Jiang Ping'an. Jiang Ping'an activated the star-pulling technique, causing several demon bodies to explode. Creatures of this caliber posed no threat to him. He extended his consciousness, enveloping the sea surface within a radius of hundreds of miles, searching for traces of Su Yang, Ma Ning, and the others. When a cultivator releases their consciousness, the beings within that range become aware, a perilous situation on this battlefield. Indeed, numerous sea monsters detected Jiang Ping'an's presence. Arrogant human, is this a provocation? I prefer my meals alive, dead bodies lack flavor. Countless sea monsters, driven by greed and bloodlust, surged forth from all directions. Jiang Ping'an paid them no heed. He flashed to a portion of the sea, his gaze fixed upon the water's surface. Beholding the half-dismembered corpse of Su Yang, he remained silent for a long time, the ocean breeze tousling his disheveled hair, brushing against his emotionless visage. He invoked the laws of gravity, gently lifting Su Wei's broken body. All he could do now was to locate the remains of Su Yang and the others, ensuring they did not fall prey to the ravenous sea monsters. Swathes of sea monsters locked onto Jiang Ping'an, rushing towards him with palpable excitement. I spotted him first. The treasures on him belong to me. I saw him first. Whoever kills this human first claims his belongings. A black thunderfish, shimmering with the brilliance of lightning, appeared before Jiang Ping'an. Haha, it's mine. Chapter 279. The dual-horned dragon, the black thunderfish demon, unleashed a terrifying force of lightning, launching an attack on Jiang Ping'an. The overwhelming power illuminated the dim sea surface. Just as the black thunderfish demon believed it could obliterate Jiang Ping'an, a hand suddenly emerged from the storm, gripping the demon's neck with an iron hold. Filled with dread, the demon marveled at the strength of this human. How could such a formidable lightning assault fail to harm him? The black thunderfish demon struggled violently, attempting to flee. Yet the human's grip felt as if it were the hand of the heavens, utterly inescapable. With a powerful squeeze, Jiang Ping'an crushed the demon's neck. A swift kick followed, obliterating the black thunderfish demon into a fine mist. Jiang Ping'an caught the demon's storage artifact, stowing it away, and then turned his impassive gaze toward the remaining sea demons. Witnessing Jiang Ping'an dispatch the black thunderfish demon with the ease of swatting a fly, the other sea demons were stripped of their earlier excitement, leaving only terror in its wake. They yearned to retreat, yet felt an immense force tearing at their very beings, rendering them incapable of resisting. Their bodies were brutally torn apart. Having dealt with these sea demons, Jiang Ping'an extended his consciousness further, searching for the remains of Su Yang, Ma Ning, and others, anyone he could find. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. A moment's carelessness could lead to demise. Those fortunate enough might retain their corpses, while the unfortunate could perish in the wilderness, devoured by beasts, leaving no trace. As he delved deeper into the battlefield, more sea demons emerged. Jiang Ping'an continued to slay them while seeking the bodies of Su Yang and Ma Ning. One by one, the sea demons fell at his hands, none able to impede him. Before long, a multitude of human Yuan-ing cultivators appeared on the horizon. Leading them was Fang Shuang, the daughter of the commander of the 10th Brigade of the 5th Legion, renowned as the greatest female warrior of the East Sea. An order for retreat had been issued from above, and they were in the process of withdrawing. There is a human. A perceptive cultivator spotted Jiang Ping'an and shouted urgently. Upon seeing him, Fang Shuang was taken aback. He was still alive. Officer Fang, who is he? A nearby soldier inquired, puzzled. This is the particularly audacious medic I mentioned before. It is he who managed to emerge from the rookie assessment. Fang Shuang recalled vividly, remembering Jiang Ping'an's unyielding arrogance. She had never encountered anyone so brazen. However, given that the rookie assessment had been ambushed by sea demons, it was astonishing that he had survived after joining such a subpar team. Stranger still, he appeared to be alone on the battlefield, yet unharmed. Fortune favored him, as no sea demons lingered nearby. Quickly, we must leave. The sea demons will soon be upon us. Fang Shuang called out. Despite her disdain for him, there was no mortal enmity. She could not bring herself to harm him. Jiang Ping'an appeared oblivious, continuing his descent into the vast ocean, in search of the bodies of those few souls. Noticing his unwavering course toward the deeper waters, Fang Shuang shouted once more. Are you deaf? Retreat at once. The sea monster army is swiftly approaching. Behind them, hundreds of infant realm sea monsters were in pursuit. It was a certainty that, regardless of whether one was a Yuan Ying stage cultivator or even a transformation god stage powerhouse, facing such a multitude of sea monsters would spell inevitable doom. Jiang Ping'an cast a sidelong glance at her, dismissing her concern. He descended upon the surface of the sea, lifting a corpse from the water. At such a critical juncture, you still think of scavenging? Are you courting death? The other cultivators observed this scene, nearly driven to fury. How could one still consider gathering resources at such a moment? Were they mad? Only Fang Shuang harbored a different perspective, for she recognized the corpse Jiang Ping'an retrieved belonged to a member of his team. Though years had passed, as a Yuaning stage powerhouse, her memory remained sharp. He was not collecting resources. He was retrieving the remains of his fallen comrade. At that moment, the sea surged violently as a multitude of sea monsters erupted from the depths, blocking the soldiers' escape route. Huh, you think you can flee? The leader of the sea monsters, adorned with two horns and exuding an aura of formidable authority, resembled a monarch descending upon his realm. Fang Shuang unsheathed her sword, her expression darkening. This was a prodigy of the Twin-Horn Dragon clan, the very creature that had nearly defeated her years prior. The Twin-Horn Dragon, bearing the name of a dragon, was indeed a branch of the dragon lineage. However, having made the grievous mistake of choosing the side of the sea monsters, they stood in opposition to humanity. The most terrifying aspect of the dragon lineage lies in their innate mastery of the laws of heaven and earth from birth. While most beings must reach the Yuan Ying stage to comprehend these laws, dragons are born with this understanding, grasping the fundamental 5 elemental laws. Furthermore, their physical forms are unparalleled, representing the pinnacle of corporeal strength. The combination of their formidable innate talent and laws and their exceptional physique has forged the dragon clan into a fearsome race. Although the twin-horn dragon may not possess the full might of the true dragon lineage, it is not far behind. As these sea monsters emerged, the main army of sea monsters was not far behind. A dense throng of sea creatures blotted out the sky, rendering it impossible to ascertain their numbers, while the overwhelming aura of malevolence was suffocating. Witnessing the inexorable advance of the sea monsters, the hearts of the human cultivators plummeted. Damn it, they are closing in. Many blamed Jiang Ping'an for wasting their precious time. Enough with the complaints. We must break through, or we are doomed. There was no time for idle chatter. Survival hinged upon their immediate action. The cultivators acted with resolve, summoning their weapons and spells to launch an offensive against the sea monsters. A terrifying battle erupted as a cadre of Yuan Ying stage powerhouses stirred the laws of heaven and earth, causing the foul sea surface to churn violently. Altogether, let us crush Fang Shuang. The twin-horn dragon had no intention of engaging in a one-on-one duel. Leading dozens of elite sea monsters, it charged at Fang Shuang. Fully aware that she was an exceptionally formidable opponent, drawing her sword, she unleashed a blade of energy that pierced the heavens in a direct confrontation. She feared no one present, not even the twin-horn dragon itself. However, the adversaries were far too numerous. The prospects of this battle seemed dire, necessitating a desperate struggle. As the double-horned dragon lunged towards Fang Shuang, he noticed a human below who was engaged in collecting corpses. What an imbecile, to disregard our demon kin. The double-horned dragon felt a sting of indignation at being overlooked. Even at such a critical moment, someone was scavenging the fallen, a clear affront to his stature. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a casual attack directed at the human below, confident in his ability to dispatch the opponent effortlessly. After casting his strike, he disregarded the human and prepared to engage Fang Shuang earnestly. Yet, at that very moment, the double-horned dragon suddenly sensed a terrifying force ripping through his being, as if it were about to tear him apart. Boom, boom, boom. Although he was not directly shattered, the other formidable sea demon warriors around him could not withstand the onslaught. Their bodies exploded like firecrackers, showering the surroundings with blood. The double-horned dragon halted abruptly, his expression one of horror, as he turned his gaze towards the human below. Chapter 280. The Imperial Seal as he witnessed the sea demon warriors erupting one by one. Fang Shuang's pupils constricted intensely, disbelief washing over her as she looked towards Jiang Ping'an. She could sense that it was this individual who had unleashed a unique power that annihilated those sea demon elites. Such a multitude of prodigies, each a paragon of their rank, had perished. The gravity laws? How could this be possible? Both Fang Shuang and the double-horned dragon were enveloped in expressions of incredulity upon witnessing the power of the gravitational laws harnessed by Jiang Ping'an. When did the gravity laws become this formidable? Fang Shuang held confidence in her own strength, yet she never envisioned herself capable of eradicating so many elites in an instant. Yet, this man had accomplished it. Moreover, he appeared to do so with remarkable ease, as if executing a mere ordinary attack. Star-tugging technique. You are a person of the great Qin dynasty. A combatant among the human cultivators, sensing Jiang Ping'an's spell, exclaimed with enthusiasm. This individual was employing the secret technique of the great Qin dynasty, thus confirming his affiliation with them. Upon hearing the word star-tugging technique, many trembled violently, especially the demon race, their faces awash with terror. The three gigantic stars in the sea were remnants of a powerful human from back in the day who had used the star-tugging technique to inflict severe damage upon them. The fact that this individual could also wield such an art was alarming. This technique is of no use to me. Die. True to their lineage. The dragon race was exceedingly formidable. The double-horned dragon, despite the weight of the star-tugging technique bearing down upon him, managed to move swiftly, charging towards Jiang Ping'an with intent to slay him. Such a genius could not be allowed to live. Run. Fang Shuang brandished her sword, striving to create an opportunity for Jiang Ping'an to escape from the double-horned dragon. The double-horned dragon possessed immense strength, and if engaged in close combat, Jiang Ping'an would assuredly meet his demise. However, the double-horned dragon was far too swift, evading Fang Shuang's strike and reaching Jiang Ping'an in an instant. With his arms adorned in emerald dragon scales, he unleashed a terrifying blow, sending forth a violent force that churned the waters tumultuously. Upon witnessing this scene, Fang Shuang's heart sank. It was over. This individual was doomed. Faced with such a terrifying force, even she dared not confront it head-on, let alone the medic. Jiang Ping'an's face bore no trace of emotion as he swung his fist in response. A thunderous collision ensued, the immense power erupting from the two like a shockwave, parting the sea and revealing the ocean floor beneath. The sea monsters and humans engaged in battle around them felt an overwhelming force sweep through, propelling them several miles away. What had transpired? What was happening? Many cultivators and sea monsters were utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. With confusion etched on their faces, they turned their gazes toward the source of the power. Upon witnessing the scene before them, their bodies trembled violently, astonishment and terror etched across their features. The pride of the dual-horned dragon, its arms severed and vanished, was being held by the throat by a mere human. How could this be possible? This dual-horned dragon was a rare contender among the sea clans, proficient in various laws and wielding supreme power, with a history of slaying early-stage human cultivators. Yet, at this moment, it resembled a hapless chick, lifted effortlessly by a man. The man was adorned with strange black patterns that exuded an eerie aura. The sight of these markings filled the dual-horned dragon with profound fear and astonishment, tribal totem patterns of the barbarian race. Without granting his opponent a chance to speak, Jiang Ping'an, disinterested in conversation, delivered a crushing blow that pierced through the creature's body, obliterating its inner demon infant. The strongest prodigy of the dual-horned dragon had fallen. Its form transformed into a colossal dragon, stretching several thousand meters, its body covered in green scales that radiated a terrifying presence. Jiang Ping'an collected the dragon's body, for it contained many laws he required, which he could consume later. Only the sound of crashing waves remained on the surface of the sea as everyone stared blankly at Jiang Ping'an, their hearts shaken by the immense impact. Fang Shuang's sword trembled in her grip. She had battled the dual-horned dragon and knew all too well its terrifying might. Yet, this formidable sea monster had been instantaneously vanquished by the medic. Even an ordinary early-stage cultivator could not possess such strength, could they? This man was undoubtedly no ordinary individual. The name Busi was surely an alias. Who was he truly? There was no time for further contemplation. Fang Shuang urgently called out to Jiang Ping'an. The sea monster army is approaching. We must break through quickly. There is still a chance. This small contingent of sea monsters before them was merely a hindrance. The million-strong army behind them posed the greatest threat. Jiang Ping'an stood his ground, calmly observing the countless powerful sea monsters. What are you doing? Run. Fang Shuang cried out in desperation upon seeing him immobile. Forget about him. We must retreat. A soldier shouted anxiously. If we don't flee now, will be surrounded. Even a powerful cultivator in the transformation stage cannot escape. Feng Shuang gritted her teeth, choosing to disregard the soldier's pleas. She had warned him. It was his decision to remain. If they did not run now, it would indeed be too late. Their mission was to retreat and preserve their strength. To dare to slay the pride of the dual-horned dragon is to seek death. Block these human soldiers. Annihilate the humans. The echoes of battle reverberated through the heavens and the earth, a cacophony that instilled terror at the mere sight of these sea demons, sapping the will to fight. Jiang Ping'an stood resolutely upon the tumultuous waves, his black attire whispering in the wind, his expression devoid of any emotional fluctuation. As the horde of sea demons drew near, he slowly raised his hand. At that moment, a colossal hand materialized in the sky, spanning several dozen miles, intricate patterns of mysterious laws intertwining with the fabric of existence. An ancient and majestic power enveloping the firmament. In an instant, the clamor of battle ceased, the ominous clouds above frozen in place. The human soldiers, rushing forth to engage, sensed an overwhelming presence behind them and turned abruptly, their eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of the enormous hand. The powerful combatants among the stars also diverted their attention, feeling an unusual weight of pressure. What a strange force. What is this? The faces of the sea demon leaders paled. Should this hand descend, their losses would be catastrophic. They attempted to charge forward to thwart this impending power. But human warriors swiftly intervened to block their path, igniting an earth-shattering clash in the cosmos. This handprint was not merely a technique. It was the imperial seal Jiang Ping'an had comprehended years prior. Approximately a decade ago, he could only conjure the imperial handprint without the ability to wield it. Now, he commanded it with ease. Channeling his entire essence, he forcefully swung his hand downwards. The immense palm descended from the heavens, the might of an emperor manifesting. The sea demons beneath the hand fell into a stupor, transfixed by its impending arrival. It was not that they did not wish to flee. The terrifying imperial might rendered their bodies immobile. They could only watch in horror as the handprint loomed closer. Boom! The palm struck down, countless sea demons reduced to ashes. The impact on the surface of the sea unleashed powerful shockwaves, obliterating even more of the sea demon horde. The hand continued its descent to the ocean floor, triggering violent tremors, erupting underwater volcanoes, and swirling black smoke as the surface roiled in chaos. This single strike not only obliterated tens of thousands of sea demons, but also left an indelible impression on the hearts of all present. Even the supreme beings in the sky felt their emotions surge like turbulent waves. How could a mere Yuaniing practitioner unleash such power? They had never witnessed such formidable techniques. Capable of annihilating tens of thousands of adversaries of the same rank with a single blow, such feats seemed impossible, aside from the ancient emperors who possessed such might. Was it a forbidden technique? It had to be. Otherwise, even a typical transformation stage expert could not unleash such a terrifying display. Beyond forbidden techniques, they could conceive of no other method capable of instantaneously vanquishing so many opponents of equal standing. Yet, what was this forbidden technique? Why had it never been seen before? Moreover, why did this technique exude such peculiar and oppressive laws? Jiang Ping'an emitted no radiance, yet at this moment, he stood as the singular focus of all existence. Clad in black, his hair danced lightly in the breeze. He faced a million Yuaniing practitioners without a trace of fear. Chapter 281. Scaring away a million troops after the palm fell, a profound silence enveloped the world. Kill him. Above the celestial dome, a formidable sea demon commanded the lesser sea demons below. This human was undoubtedly extraordinary. If allowed to mature, he would become a significant adversary for their kind, necessitating his elimination. Such a forbidden technique could be employed only once. Now, no matter how defiant this individual might be, he could not possibly withstand the collective onslaught of our forces. Countless sea demons surged forth from all directions towards Jiang Ping'an. Despite Jiang Ping'an dispatching numerous sea demons, their numbers seemed inexhaustible. The sea demons unleashed a myriad of spells, thunder, wind, and water, while wielding their weapons, the essence of swords, blades, and axes. As countless techniques were unleashed, the heavens and earth transformed, rendering Jiang Ping'an akin to a fragile boat, perilously close to capsizing. Retreat! Bellowed a powerful figure from the sky, urging Jiang Ping'an to flee. Such overwhelming spells could even overwhelm a being at the divine transformation stage. The prodigy had already performed that terrifying palm strike once. It was inconceivable he could do so again. If he did not flee soon, he would surely perish here. Remaining steadfast, Jiang Ping'an gradually raised his hand, channeling the entirety of his remaining spiritual energy. A radiant, golden palm imprint was thrust forth with tremendous force. The cacophony of battle ceased once more. All sea demons were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld Jiang Ping'an. He had yet to unleash a second strike. As the palm imprint expanded and moved farther away, the myriad spells met the imprint, shattering into oblivion. The palm imprint continued its relentless advance towards the endless sea demons. With anguished cries echoing, countless sea demons were reduced to ashes. The massive demonic horde was forcibly torn apart. The second strike claimed even more lives than the first. Even the most elite among them were left in disbelief. How could he wield this power twice? Had he sacrificed all life to do so? Everyone held their breath, awaiting the dissipating of Jiang Ping'an after executing the forbidden technique. Such terrifying power could only have been attained through the sacrifice of life. Yet, after a long wait, the surface of the sea grew tranquil, and he remained undiminished. This was not a forbidden technique. His life force had not waned at all. Only his spiritual energy had been depleted. One sea demon with a unique perception sensed Jiang Ping'an's condition. Upon realizing this was not a forbidden technique, a wave of horror swept through the crowd. Such a defiant technique was not a forbidden art. What manner of spell was this? Fang Shuang, observing Jiang Ping'an's silhouette from afar, trembled uncontrollably. Dubbed the foremost among the East Sea Anti-Demon Legion's nascent soul practitioners, she felt diminutive in comparison to this man, as fragile as an infant in swaddling. Yet, a few years ago, she had warned him that ignoring her would lead to his demise. In retrospect, the memory was laughable and humiliating. Who was this man? From which great power did this palm technique originate? That accursed human. He has slaughtered so many of our kin. As the sea demons suffered immense losses, a thunderous roar reverberated through the sky. The sea demon leader issued a new decree. He was out of spiritual energy. Kill him. Whoever can slay this man shall be directly elevated 10 ranks and rewarded with a dragon pill. No matter what, they must eliminate this human prodigy here, lest he be allowed to grow unchecked. Otherwise, in the near future, a monstrous entity would surely emerge. Upon hearing the promise of rewards, the group of sirens was driven into a frenzy, all traces of fear dissipating. Under normal circumstances, ascending 10 levels in a millennium would be an unattainable feat. Yet now, they believed that by vanquishing this human, who was depleted of spiritual energy, they could achieve that elevation. Most enticingly, the reward included a dragon pill, an artifact left behind by a fallen Dragon Clan warrior. For an ordinary siren, consuming this pill would bestow them with dragon lineage, granting them the ability to comprehend the laws that governed the dragon's existence. Insights that would typically take millennia to grasp could be instantaneously attained, leading to transcendence. A single dragon pill could alter one's fate. How could this not incite madness among the sirens? This human, devoid of spiritual essence, represented their chance at an extraordinary destiny. Save him. Fang Shuang commanded the other soldiers at the nascent soul stage. This human prodigy must not perish here. Now was the moment he needed assistance the most. However, before they could act, a massive black hole, spanning thousands of meters, suddenly manifested before Jiang Ping'an. The black hole emanated a chilling, eerie aura, sweeping towards the countless sirens. Everything in its path, the sirens, their demonic energy, the seawater, corpses, and laws, was consumed in a terrifying vacuum, as if it could devour heaven and earth itself. What is this? Help me. I'm being swallowed. Desperation ensued among the sirens. Damn it. Attack. Quick attack. Yet their assaults were futile, swallowed whole by the void. They attempted to destroy the black hole, but their spells were devoured. This consuming force could annihilate all. Witnessing this ravenous black hole, the powerful beings engaged in battle among the stars suddenly halted, their eyes widening in disbelief. This is the devouring power of the sky-eating crocodile clan. How is it possible? How could this human possess the power of the devouring crocodile? Who on earth is he? The moment the black hole appeared, even these ancient monsters lost their composure. Countless sirens were drawn into the void with no chance of escape. Though the black hole lacked the lethal force of the Imperial Seal, it was nonetheless formidable and unstoppable. A nascent soul warrior suddenly recalled something, his pupils contracting in alarm. Could it be? Run. The energy within him is rapidly regenerating. A perceptive siren sensed Jiang Ping'an's energy dynamics and screamed in terror, fleeing in panic. This devouring force could replenish the man's strength at an astonishing rate. Expressionless, Jiang Ping'an raised his hand again, summoning a colossal palm imprint from the heavens. Upon seeing the imperial seal once more, an innumerable number of sirens recoiled in horror. A monster! He is a monster! With a resounding crash, the third palm descended, transforming countless sirens into a mist of blood. The devouring force absorbed the blood mist, causing Jiang Ping'an's energy to restore at an alarming pace. Run! The sirens fled in a frenzy, their faces etched with boundless terror. Some even resorted to using life-saving treasures to escape. Jiang Ping'an stood resolutely in the void, his gaze as profound as the cosmos, serene and devoid of turmoil. Fang Shuang and the other human cultivators looked at him in disbelief, trembling. In merely 3 strikes, he had obliterated the siren's overwhelming momentum. A single individual had frightened away a 1,000,000-strong demon army. For reasons unknown, a name suddenly sprang to their minds: the Great Emperor. Throughout the ages, only the great emperors possessed such formidable power, capable of single-handedly blocking all adversaries and overwhelming countless foes. Upon witnessing this individual, one cannot help but recall the legendary Great Emperor. The world falls into a profound silence, and at this moment, Jiang Ping'an's figure appears so towering, akin to an ancient sovereign emerging from the mists of time, evoking reverence and awe. The foremost leaders of the Sea Demon clan, too, feel a surge of fear deep within. Has another extraordinary hero of humanity emerged? No, this person must be eradicated. Suddenly, a gargantuan maw, spanning 1,000 meters, erupts from the ocean, voraciously swallowing Jiang Ping'an whole. In that instant, the expressions of the human cultivators shift dramatically. A Kuan whale. A primordial Kuan whale in the early stages of divine transformation. Chapter 282. An ambush, is it? The human warriors, witnessing Jiang Ping'an's fate, instinctively prepare to rush forward to rescue him, unwilling to allow such a talent to perish. Yet, they are obstructed by the formidable sea demons. Haha, we thank you, humans, for this fortuitous opportunity. With the power of this individual's consumption, our Kuan whale clan shall rise to unprecedented heights. The Kuan whale clan revels in delight. They too possess the power of consumption, and acquiring this human's ability would catalyze their evolution. The Kuan whale is among the largest beings on Earth, with ancient Kuan whales capable of devouring stars. Their immense size signifies not only terrifying strength, but also vast reservoirs of energy. Among their peers, few can rival the Kuan whale. In ancient times, the devouring crocodile clan consumed numerous Kuan whales to enhance their own abilities, resulting in the dwindling of the Kuan whale population. Despite their scarcity, Kuan whales remain one of the most formidable forces among the sea demons. The fleeing sea demons, upon witnessing Jiang Ping'an's consumption, finally shed their fears and break into smiles. Haha, he has been devoured. This human has been swallowed. I was terrified. If such a monster were to grow, wouldn't he become another transcendent being? What utter nonsense. He was devoured by us sea demons. Haha. Jiang Ping'an's 3 strikes left a profound impression on these sea demons, instilling dread that had sapped their will to fight. Now, seeing him consumed, they feel a wave of relief wash over them. This battlefield belongs to the nascent soul cultivators. The presence of a divine transformation expert should not be here. Yet what does it matter? Any means to eliminate this human will suffice. Fang Shuang watches as Jiang Ping'an is swallowed, his expression darkening. Without hesitation, he produces a life-saving talisman, directing it toward the Kuan whale in a bid to rescue Jiang Ping'an. Though precious, the talisman pales in comparison to the worth of a human prodigy. A terrifying sword aura erupts from the talisman, embodying the power of a late-stage divine transformation, cleaving the ocean asunder with grandeur. Simultaneously, the Kuan whale transforms into human form, a vibrant sea conch materializing in its hand as it swiftly blows into the conch. With the eerie sound that follows, a dazzling spectrum of light bursts forth from the Kuan whale, and the sword aura collides with this resplendent glow, dissipating instantly. The demon sound sea conch. Upon witnessing this treasure, Fang Shuang's countenance shifts, and he bellows to the others, "Everyone, retreat." The demon sound sea conch, born from the enigmatic depths of the oceanic abyss, is a treasure embodying peculiar sound wave principles. Upon sounding the conch, an enchanting melody emerges, capable of both defense and offense, diminishing the strength of adversaries on the battlefield. Many soldiers have suffered due to the sorcery of the conch. The Kuan whale, a formidable being in the initial stages of divine transformation, knew that employing the magical conch against them would inflict catastrophic losses. Attempting to flee? Let them perish. The Kuan whale, seizing this opportunity, aimed to eradicate all the Yuanning soldiers, particularly the prodigy Fang Shuang, who must be eliminated. Just as the Kuan whale was about to blow the magical conch, a bloodied hand suddenly erupted from within, grasping the conch with fierce intensity. The Kuan whale's expression shifted dramatically. How could one who had been swallowed possibly escape? He was a powerful being in the early stages of divine transformation. Yet his body had been breached. The Kuan whale swiftly reverted to his original form, hoping to leverage his size to thwart the intruder. However, this proved futile. A colossal battle spirit, towering at 1,000 meters, emerged wielding a sword forged from concentrated battle intent, cleaving through the Kuan whale, severing his body in twain. The devouring black hole swiftly consumed half of his form. The golden battle spirit illuminated the heavens, dispelling the dark malevolence, akin to a resplendent sun, dazzling in its brilliance. What is this? The sea demons, who had been laughing heartily, suddenly fell silent, staring in awe at the golden giant before them. The battle spirit. This is a battle spirit exclusive to the sacred body. Some sea demons recognized its nature, gasping in horror. Upon hearing the term sacred body, fear washed over all their faces once more. The might of the sacred body had resonated throughout the world since the reign of the human emperor. Its unparalleled power could challenge the barbarian tribes, yet its most formidable aspect lay in the battle intent laws, which were difficult for others to comprehend. The stronger their battle intent, the mightier their battle spirit. Before them, this battle spirit resembled an ancient deity, evoking a sense of dread. Jiang Ping'an unleashed the battle god technique, amplifying his strength threefold. The battle spirit swung the concentrated golden sword, infused with the laws of battle intent, striking towards the Kuan whale. Simultaneously, the devouring black hole was activated to assault the Kuan whale. You, a mere fledgling, dare to challenge me. A being in the early stages of divine transformation. The Kuan whale summoned all his internal energy, preparing to unleash his spells. Yet at that moment, a terrifying gravitational force enveloped him, followed swiftly by chains of mental energy that ensnared him. The dual control of two supreme techniques rendered him temporarily powerless. Heaven's seal. Panic surged within the Kuan whale. This individual was proficient in the top-tier mental techniques of humanity. Realizing he could not mobilize his strength, the Kuan whale bellowed in terror towards the heavens. Ancestor, save me. Seizing the moment of the adversary's captivity, the golden sword, infused with battle intent laws, danced through the air 3,000 times, tearing apart the Kuan whale's form. The devouring black hole opportunistically consumed these remnants, preventing any chance of recovery. As the last vestige of the Kuan whale's head was drawn into the black hole, a piercing wail erupted. How could a being in the early stages of divine transformation perish at the hands of a mere cultivator not yet in that realm? This was inconceivable. Who on earth is this person? As the black hole sealed shut, the wailing ceased. Jiang Ping'an exerted every ounce of devouring power to assimilate the Kuan whale's essence. The sudden reversal of fate left all spectators utterly astounded. In the end, it was not this human who was devoured, but the colossal whale. The crowd trembled in fear as they gazed upon Jiang Ping'an. A cultivator at the Yuanning stage had actually slain an initial stage transformation god whale. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. In that moment, they realized that this individual had transformed. No. Perhaps this was indeed his true form, for the battle spirit manifested in such a way. Jiang Ping'an regarded this visage, leaving Fang Shuang utterly astounded. She had heard of Jiang Ping'an's exploits and had deliberately paid attention to the intelligence about him, having seen his portrait. This person was undoubtedly Jiang Ping'an. The laws of combat, the spiritual energy, and his appearance all aligned perfectly. Jiang Ping'an. Upon hearing Fang Shuang's words, the soldiers nearby gasped in astonishment. The other cultivators, upon hearing this exclamation, felt as if they had been struck by lightning, rendered speechless. The name Jiang Ping'an was all too familiar. He had invaded the territory of the Devourer Crocodile clan, slaying 20 million Devourer crocodiles and over 40 transformation god experts. His name resonated throughout the Eastern domain. There had always been speculation that Jiang Ping'an had employed some extraordinary treasure to vanquish so many powerful foes. Yet, it seemed that was not the case. Jiang Ping'an lifted his gaze to the starry sky, confronting the multitude of Sea Demon clan elites. "You dare to ambush me?" Upon hearing this inquiry, the Sea Demon expert's expressions darkened. "You, an insignificant insect, dare to speak to us in such a manner?" They were top-tier experts, their status exalted. How could a mere fledgling question them? The human soldiers held their breath, astonished that Jiang Ping'an possessed such audacity to directly challenge these formidable beings. They did not even dare to lift their heads to face these ancient monsters. Jiang Ping'an remained indifferent, his tone unwavering. "Do you think you are the only ones capable of ambushing?" As these words fell, a horrifying, overwhelming demonic aura surged from the Sea Demon horde. A golden staff spanning dozens of miles suddenly swept forth, causing the ocean's surface to churn violently. The Sea Demons were like bubbles, shattered by the cataclysmic staff strike. In the next moment, Jiang Ping'an wielded the enlarged staff, resembling a god of war. Wherever the staff passed, the Sea Demons were annihilated. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of Sea Demons were obliterated, the destructive force akin to that of a transformation god expert. A supreme treasure. It is a supreme treasure. A monster. He is nothing but a monster. Ancestor, save us. The cries of despair and pleas for help melded into one, as the Sea Demons scattered in disarray, utterly defeated. Jiang Ping'an, brandishing the cataclysmic staff, pointed it towards the heavens, his voice resonating like thunder. "Come and ambush again." Chapter 283. One man changes the battlefield. Come and ambush again. This roar echoed like a clap of thunder in everyone's ears, causing their breaths to quicken. Gazing upon Jiang Ping'an, who resembled a divine being, an indescribable emotion spread within their hearts, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The Sea Demons were engulfed in fear, while the humans felt a surge of excitement. One man had disrupted a million-strong army, as if an ancient emperor had descended, his combat prowess unmatched. The Sea Demon experts in the skies looked down upon Jiang Ping'an with disdain, their voices reverberating like deities across the firmament. "You insignificant wretch, you are courting death." "Courting death? Whom do you refer to?" Jiang Ping'an suddenly chuckled coldly. At that moment, a series of explosive sounds erupted among the fleeing Sea Demon horde. Jiang Ping'an, in his third body, plunged into the throng of Sea Demons. Wielding the four symbols killing array in one hand and the divine talismans of the transformation realm in the other, a multitude of talismans were unleashed, accompanied by flashing blades and swirling fireballs, as one Sea Demon after another perished amidst their anguished cries. The lethality of each talisman equaled that of Jiang Ping'an's imperial seal. Though these talismans lacked the oppressive aura of the seal, allowing the more agile Sea Demons to evade some attacks. Nonetheless, the number of Sea Demons capable of dodging was minimal. Tens of thousands were obliterated under the terrifying barrage of talismans. The slaughter had only just commenced. The semi-sacred body clones sounded the captured demonic conch, sending waves of sound rippling through the Sea Demons, causing their bodies to rupture. The devouring clone commanded a black hole, sweeping away all creatures in its path. The main body wielded the earth-shattering demon staff, an unparalleled force of destruction. One by one, the Sea Demons fell, shrieking and wailing as they fled in terror. Amidst a million-strong army, Jiang Ping'an moved as if in a realm untouched by others, impervious to harm. The human soldiers stood in stunned silence. Was this the terror of the foremost talent of the Eastern Domain? Such prowess was hardly that of a mere Yuanying-level cultivator. One might even believe he was a powerhouse of the transformation realm. Witnessing the demise of countless kin, the Sea Demon leaders in the heavens seethed with fury. Yet, they found themselves powerless, thwarted by the human experts preventing them from retaliating against Jiang Ping'an. "Retreat," one Sea Demon leader commanded with immense difficulty. If this continued, 1,000,000 Sea Demons would be insufficient to withstand Jiang Ping'an's onslaught. The human soldiers felt a jolt of disbelief. After 3 years of battle, the Sea Demon faction had never retreated. Their resolve only grew fiercer with each encounter. Yet now, they commanded a withdrawal, all due to a single individual. Jiang Ping'an had annihilated over 100,000 Sea Demons, inflicting catastrophic losses and shattering their morale. He alone had altered the course of the battle. The expressions of the soldiers turned dazed. They were meant to be the ones fleeing. Yet now it was the Sea Demons that were in retreat. Even the human experts had not anticipated such an outcome. A bunch of worthless fools attempting to flee? At that moment, Jiang Ping'an's mocking voice resonated across the sea. The sea demon leader, poised to retreat, froze in place. To be derided as weak by a mere human was an unimaginable humiliation. The human experts were also taken aback, hurriedly advising Jiang Ping'an, "Enough, no need for further conflict. The fact that we can defend the coast is already commendable. You will be rewarded later." Continuing this battle would yield no clear victor, only needless losses. Not enough. Jiang Ping'an's fury had not yet subsided. He cleared the sea demons before him and soared into the clouds, entering the battlefield of the transformation realm, merging his three bodies. He gazed down upon the assembly of sea demons. "I grant your kin the chance to kill me. I shall forego treasures. And all transformation realm sea demons may challenge me. Who dares?" Although Jiang Ping'an's voice was not loud, it resonated with a deafening intensity. He dared to challenge the early transformation realm experts. A Yuaning-level cultivator challenging the early transformation realm was essentially courting death. However, Jiang Ping'an was different. The crowd had witnessed him slay a formidable early-stage transformation sea monster, the Kuan whale. His combat prowess had undoubtedly ascended to the early-stage transformation realm, and he was among the most elite beings within that level. In the face of Jiang Ping'an's challenge, the sea monster clan fell into a profound silence. To abstain from battle would not only be humiliating, but would also dampen the morale of the sea monster race. Yet, if they chose to engage, they had no assurance of overcoming Jiang Ping'an. Jiang Ping'an coldly surveyed the multitude of sea monsters, remarking, "Here I stand, one who has yet to comprehend the second-tier laws. Challenging you, the early-stage transformation powerhouses, and not a single soul dares to respond. The sea monster clan is truly lacking." The sea monsters, well aware that Jiang Ping'an was employing a provocative strategy, found it hard to restrain their clenched fists. This individual was excessively arrogant. "I shall accept the challenge." A bloodthirsty shark of the early-stage transformation tribe suddenly lunged at Jiang Ping'an. The bloodthirsty shark clan was one of the top factions among the sea monsters. Within the Eastern Seas monster hierarchy, the standing of the bloodthirsty shark clan was only slightly inferior to the three major powers, and just a notch below the dual-horned swimming dragons and a few other prominent clans. The bloodthirsty sharks possessed a unique talent known as frenzy, which amplified their strength several-fold, akin to the combat divinity technique. As the bloodthirsty shark charged forward, it immediately activated its frenzy ability, its power surging dramatically, transforming its body into a vivid crimson hue. The enormous teeth of the shark radiated with second-tier golden laws, seemingly capable of rending anything asunder. With its maw agape, the shark surged toward Jiang Ping'an, aiming to bite down on his head. Jiang Ping'an retaliated with a punch. Boom! A single strike obliterated the bloodthirsty shark into fragments. Jiang Ping'an summoned a black hole, devouring the remnants of the creature and seizing its storage artifact. Next, the onlookers trembled, their bodies quaking in shock at the spectacle before them. Jiang Ping'an had effortlessly annihilated an early-stage transformation bloodthirsty shark with just a single blow. Even among equals, such a feat was hardly achievable. How had Jiang Ping'an accomplished this? It was perplexing how his first-tier power laws could yield such terrifying strength. Little did they know, several years prior, Jiang Ping'an had already possessed the capability to slay early-stage transformation powerhouses with his own strength. After acquiring the secret treasure, he had spent 4 years in the Time Palace, effectively multiplying his training time by 5, equating to 20 years of cultivation. During these 20 years, he had utilized the Human Emperor Heart Sutra, Acupoint chapter, to open acupoints. With each acupoint opened, his bodily weight would increase by the heft of a mountain thousands of meters high. A mountain of that magnitude weighed hundreds of millions of tons. In 2 decades, Jiang Ping'an had opened 1/3 of his acupoints, thereby augmenting his weight by the equivalent of 120 mountain peaks. Each of his 3 bodies had opened 1/3 of their acupoints. Now, with the 3 bodies merged, it was tantamount to bearing the weight of 360 mountains. With this immense mass, who could withstand a single punch? When he began practicing the Human Emperor Heart Sutra, his physical strength had already transcended into the transformation realm. Now, what Jiang Ping'an lacked was merely the comprehension of higher-tier second-level laws. "Onward," he declared, gazing intently at the horde of sea monsters ahead. Upon gazing into his tranquil eyes, the group of formidable sea demons instinctively recoiled, none daring to advance further. It was evident to all that Jiang Ping'an possessed an extraordinary strength, even without the second-tier laws. He could effortlessly overwhelm early-stage transformation deities. The world fell silent, yet the hearts of those present were anything but calm. A cultivator who had not comprehended the second-tier laws had managed to silence this assembly of early-stage transformation deities who had grasped those very laws. Since the early-stage transformation deities are hesitant to engage, let us summon a mid-stage transformation deity, Jiang Ping'an remarked nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, the human cultivator's expressions shifted dramatically, hastily cautioning, "That is quite enough. Do not let arrogance consume you." While both early and mid-stage transformation deities belonged to the same grand realm, the disparity between them was immense. As one ascends in realms, each incremental elevation within a given stage yields greater gains than the preceding grand realm. The most tangible distinction lies in the necessity of comprehending a complete second-tier law to attain mid-stage transformation. During the nascent soul stage, grasping a complete law enables one to attempt a breakthrough into the transformation stage. Those who enter the mid-stage transformation begin to refine their nascent souls, merging them with the laws, transitioning towards the primordial spirit, resulting in a surge of internal energy. As this is a lengthy process, many mid-stage transformation deities will grasp a second or even third law during this period, their powers far exceeding those of early-stage transformation deities. The mere thought of Jiang Ping'an challenging a mid-stage transformation deity left the human cultivators astounded. Conversely, the previously frustrated sea demons suddenly wore malicious grins. "Huh, an arrogant fool. No turning back now. I shall take up the challenge." A gigantic red crab, brandishing its enormous claws, surged excitedly towards Jiang Ping'an. The colossal red crab emanated the energies of both the second-tier laws of power and water, its formidable aura enveloping the surrounding area for miles. Whether human cultivators or sea demons, upon hearing Jiang Ping'an's challenge to a mid-stage transformation deity, a singular thought crossed their minds. This young man is exceedingly reckless. He walks the path of death. As the gigantic red crab swung its massive claws towards Jiang Ping'an, the force of its assault threatened to tear the heavens asunder. Jiang Ping'an met the strike with a punch. The collision echoed like thunder, shattering the clouds, and he was sent hurtling several kilometers away. Under the influence of two complete second-tier laws, Jiang Ping'an's strength abruptly felt ordinary. He glanced at his right arm, which had been dislocated, his fist now a vivid crimson. Sharp pangs of pain radiating through him. Truly, the complete second-tier laws were on an entirely different plane compared to the first-tier laws. The human cultivators, witnessing Jiang Ping'an's emotional turmoil, were incensed, wishing to reprimand him for his disobedience. Why must he insist on challenging when we have warned him? At this rate, he is certain to perish. The gigantic red crab continued its relentless pursuit of Jiang Ping'an, a sinister grin plastered across its face. "Let us see how arrogant you remain. Soon, I shall rend you asunder." In the face of the terrifying giant crab, Jiang Ping'an exhibited no fear. Instead of retreating, he once again charged forward. Boom, boom. The air was filled with the resonant sounds of thunderous collisions. Each encounter shattered Jiang Ping'an's arm, rendering his right limb useless, forcing him to wield his left fist, which soon succumbed to destruction as well. Regardless of the wounds he sustained, Jiang Ping'an did not retreat an inch, battling fiercely while tending to his injuries. Was he out of his mind? Observing Jiang Ping'an's fervor, many human cultivators were perplexed. Why engage in a futile struggle against the giant blade red crab when defeat was inevitable? Continuing down this path would surely lead to death. Fang Shuang fixed his gaze on Jiang Ping'an, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. All sacred bodies were frenzied during combat. What does that mean? Someone inquired, bewildered. You will understand as you watch, Fang Shuang replied succinctly. Jiang Ping'an swung his fists with wild abandon, his ebony hair flowing, his body drenched in blood, his indomitable spirit stirring the very laws of the universe. The giant blade red crab, initially confident in its superiority, became increasingly unsettled by the unrestrained madness of its opponent, a creeping fear taking root in its heart. What on earth does this young man intend to achieve? Suddenly, an otherworldly resonance filled the air, an ancient battle hymn echoing through time, reverberating with a soul-stirring intensity. The laws of battle surged to the second tier. A radiant aura erupted from Jiang Ping'an. His shattered bones reconnected, and the wounds on his skin vanished instantaneously, restoring him to his peak condition. He did not employ any healing techniques. Rather, this was the result of the innate enhancement granted by his sacred body. The human powerhouses regarded Jiang Ping'an with complex expressions, though not a complete sacred body. He was of that lineage nonetheless. To live in the face of death, to be born for battle, to nurture strength through conflict, and to embrace death for the sake of war. This is the essence of the sacred body. In the presence of an equally matched foe, a sacred body never retreats. It only advances, destined to either triumph or perish. The laws of battle are honed in conflict, and the indomitable will is tempered through strife. This is the sacred body. Once more, Jiang Ping'an unleashed the battle god technique, the laws of battle resonating with his techniques, divine runes swirling around him, radiating brilliance that eclipsed the sun above. Although he was still only employing the second layer of the battle god technique, its power had multiplied manifold. This is why it is said that only a sacred body can unleash the true might of the battle god technique. It requires the impetus of battle intent. Boom! Jiang Ping'an's fist struck forth, sending the mid-stage transformation giant blade red crab hurtling away. The crab struggled to stabilize itself, its body marred by cracks. Fear etched across its visage. This is impossible. You have only just grasped the second tier of the laws. How could you be so powerful? Jiang Ping'an remained silent. A colossal battle soul manifesting behind him, its divine light dispelling the demonic aura. With its immense form, one hand grasped the golden sword of battle intent, while the other cradled a devouring black hole, striding through the void directly toward the giant blade red crab. The once dominant crab now felt fear creep into its heart. Its fighting spirit extinguished, retreating continually under Jiang Ping'an's relentless assault, growing ever stronger with each clash, his divine might unparalleled. Heavenly sealing. The binding chains of focus ensnared the giant blade red crab, rendering it immobile. The battle soul hurled the devouring black hole upon the crab. Its body collapsed, blood gushing forth. The battle soul wielded the golden sword, driving it into the black hole. The giant blade red crab let out a terrified roar. I concede. Before it could finish, Jiang Ping'an employed the star pulling technique, drawing the crab's form into the devouring black hole. The hallmark of the star pulling technique lies in its ability to manipulate the trajectory of any object. The black hole sealed shut, the giant blade red crab vanished. Yet the storm of chaos continued to churn violently. Everyone present was left dumbfounded, mouths agape, goosebumps erupting across their skin. Jiang Ping'an had indeed slain a mid-stage transformation powerhouse. Despite not yet comprehending the second-tier laws, he had already exhibited such formidable strength. How terrifying would he become once he grasped those laws? Standing atop the clouds, his fighting spirit sword pointed at the Sea Demon clan's cultivators, challenging them to come forth. His unparalleled might left all the female soldiers entranced. Alone, he had routed a 1,000,000-strong army, crossing boundaries to vanquish his foes. How could such a man exist in this world? What arrogance! Do you believe yourself invincible? I shall come forth to slay you. A two-headed dragon surged toward him, emanating the power of 5 second-tier laws with an overwhelming presence. The human side, which had just begun to rejoice, felt their spirits plummet upon witnessing the dual-horned dragon. This time, the attack was from the Dragon Clan, a clan that had comprehended the 5 elemental laws. Jiang Ping'an could not possibly contend with such strength. Feeling the formidable aura of his opponent, a serious glint flashed in his eyes. The adversary was indeed powerful. It was time to unleash his full potential. He summoned the spiritual energy within him, his form suddenly swelling 1,000-fold, his aura multiplying several times over, as if a divine being had descended. The lesser formless technique. Observing the transformation in Jiang Ping'an's physique, the onlookers were left speechless. How many more hidden cards did he possess? At present, Jiang Ping'an had already employed the world's foremost offensive technique, the battle god technique. The secret art of the great Qian dynasty, the star pulling technique, and the supreme mental control secret art, the heavenly sealing technique. Each of these techniques was a pinnacle of mastery. To learn just one would be to stand above the masses. Now, he had invoked yet another technique. The lesser formless technique, a powerful art adapted from the supreme divine ability, the law manifesting heaven and earth. As his size increased, so too did his strength. The extent of his power was related to his internal energy reserves. The more energy one possessed, the stronger this technique became. Jiang Ping'an swung his fists as if the very heavens and earth were to be stirred, the winds and clouds swirling about him. A monumental battle erupted. The conflicts between the human race and the sea demons ceased, as all held their breath, fixated on the clash between the two. Who would emerge victorious in the end? Meanwhile, within the Emperor's ruins, in the gravity prison, the first batch of selected prodigies was engaged in combat. According to the rules, these chosen prodigies would engage in minor battles every 5 years and major battles every 10 years. Now, in this 10th year, all were to undergo a test of strength, competing based on their rankings. Where had Jiang Ping'an gone? Why had he not emerged to compete? Feng Xian of the Lesser Yang Divine Body approached Meng Jing, inquiring. Feng Xian was the leader of the second batch of prodigies selected from the nascent soul stage, possessing unparalleled combat prowess. 5 years prior, he had confidently sought to challenge Jiang Ping'an, only to be soundly defeated by Nangong Shen, who possessed the copying divine eye. Although Nangong Shen too had fallen to Jiang Ping'an, Feng Xian still wished to face this legendary figure and witness firsthand just how strong he truly was. Yet, Jiang Ping'an had remained absent. Now, in this decade's grand competition, he had still not appeared. Meng Jing's elegant brows furrowed, her beautiful eyes filled with a hint of sorrow. I too do not know where that blockhead has run off to. I've inquired several times, only to be told he is in seclusion. Jiang Ping'an, a person who defies authority and disregards rules, should indeed be expelled from this training program. A voice laced with dissatisfaction echoed through the hall. The speaker was Liang Ping, the Grand Elder of the Tianzi Sacred Land. Ever since learning of Jiang Ping'an's conduct within the territory of the Swallowing Sky Crocodile clan, Liang Ping had grown increasingly apprehensive, fearing that Jiang Ping'an's rise would pose a threat to his son. Now that an opportunity had presented itself to oust Jiang Ping'an, he seized it without hesitation. Chapter 285. Liang Ping's coercion. Dressed in a flowing azure robe, Liang Ping stood tall, his usual smile replaced by a somber expression, shadows lurking within his eyes. Jiang Ping'an's disregard for decorum, his absence from cultivation, and his mysterious escapades rendered him unworthy of remaining among them. Elder Lei Shiqing of the Lei clan stroked his white beard and remarked thoughtfully, Jiang Ping'an is on his own path. We cannot teach him much. His self-directed training outside our realm holds merit. Since discovering Jiang Ping'an had awakened the devouring power of the Swallowing Sky Crocodile clan, Lei Shiqing had grown more tolerant of him. Humph. Liang Ping scoffed, dismissing any rationale. Today marked the grand competition held every decade. His absence was a blatant violation of the rules. Without rules, chaos ensues. If Jiang Ping'an could evade accountability today, tomorrow others might follow suit, jeopardizing the cultivation of talent in the Eastern domain. The Eastern Sea front was in turmoil, and the region was in dire need of capable individuals. It was imperative that these prodigies comprehend the importance of rules. Today, I speak on behalf of the Tianzi Sacred Land. Jiang Ping'an must be expelled from the Genius Training Program, or we shall withdraw from it ourselves. Liang Ping's resolute voice tightened the hearts of Yun Huang and Xia Qing, who were concerned for Jiang Ping'an. Lei Shiqing, with his aged eyes narrowed, retorted coldly, is it truly necessary to expel a genius over such a trivial matter? Liang Ping's motives were evident. He sought to elevate the status of the sacred land by forcing Jiang Ping'an out. With his head held high, Liang Ping declared with righteous indignation, I act for the sake of the Eastern domain, to cultivate our talents better. Expelling Jiang Ping'an to uphold discipline is entirely justified. Meng Jing's exquisite visage hardened, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Are you truly acting for the Eastern domain? Only you can answer that. Unfazed, Liang Ping responded, I am fully aware. My intentions are indeed for the Eastern domain. Jiang Ping'an believes himself remarkable for having slain a few swallowing sky crocodiles, disregarding the rules. In truth, he is nothing special. Any fool can see he merely relied on treasures. He mistakenly thinks he has reached a new realm, yet remains oblivious to the fact that he will never become a formidable force. What purpose does his presence serve here, except to squander resources? Liang Ping brazenly belittled Jiang Ping'an, transforming a minor issue into a portrayal of malevolence. Lei Shiqing frowned deeply, questioning, are you truly intent on such folly? Liang Ping asserted, this is not folly. It is for the benefit of the Eastern human race. If Jiang Ping'an were on the Eastern Sea front fighting valiantly to protect the domain, I would kneel and plead for him to stay. But he is nowhere to be found, indulging in frivolities. I shall say this one last time. Either Jiang Ping'an is expelled, or the Tianzi sacred land withdraws from this opportunity. Liang Ping silently reveled in his resolve. Determined to see Jiang Ping'an cast out, Meng Jing clenched her fists, shooting a furious glare at Liang Ping. This old man truly lacked shame. He feigned righteousness purely for his own selfish motives, which was utterly repugnant. Observing Liang Ping's resolute demeanor, Lei Shiqing fell into silence. Should the Tianzi Holy Land withdraw from this opportunity, the resources available to these prodigies would be significantly diminished. Moreover, with the defeat at the eastern seafront, the situation was dire. If conflicts arose among the three major factions, it would escalate into a grave matter. It was not worth jeopardizing relations with the Tianzi Holy Land over a single quota. The greater good must take precedence. They could always return and nurture Jiang Ping'an independently within the Lei family. Given Liang Ping's unwavering stance, if that was his desire, so be it. Just as Lei Shiqing was about to announce Jiang Ping'an's expulsion, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended, leaving his voice trapped in his throat. Boom! Liang Ping, who had just begun to smile, unexpectedly collapsed heavily to the ground, a cloud of dust erupting around him. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, their faces reflecting confusion. What was happening? Why had Elder Liang knelt? Liang Ping quickly turned his gaze towards the entrance of the prison palace, where a stunningly beautiful woman clad in ancient white robes emerged, her expression devoid of any emotion. Liang Ping attempted to rise, but found himself utterly immobilized. In a fit of rage, he questioned Qian Huanro, "What are you doing?" She had inexplicably used the star-pulling technique against him. Qian Huanro instantly appeared before Liang Ping, raising her hand and delivering a resounding slap. Bang! The deafening sound nearly shattered the very fabric of the space around them. Gasps erupted from the crowd, their scalps tingling in shock. What was transpiring? Who was this female elder that dared to strike the Grand Elder of the Tianzi Holy Land? Many were witnessing Qian Huanro for the first time, apart from a few prodigies from the Daqian dynasty and some powerful figures who recognized her. The majority were unfamiliar with her identity. A tempest of fury surged within Liang Ping, his eyes ablaze. To be publicly humiliated like this stripped him of all dignity. He summoned all his strength, preparing to retaliate. Yet before he could rise, Qian Huanro delivered another slap to the opposite side of his face. Crack! The immense force knocked several of Liang Ping's teeth free. Completely losing his composure, he bellowed, "Does the Daqian dynasty wish to wage war against the Tianzi Holy Land?" Being inexplicably forced to the ground and publicly slapped had obliterated his dignity in front of the younger generation. The others stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the unfolding events. What could possibly justify such an assault on the Grand Elder of the Tianzi Holy Land by this formidable predecessor? At last, Qian Huanro spoke, "For your own selfish interests, you seek to expel a prodigy. These 2 slaps are a lesson for you. Had you employed other methods to remove him, I would not have interfered. However, you chose to threaten the withdrawal of the Tianzi Holy Land from this plan, an act that undermines the cooperation among the 3 major factions. Such behavior is intolerable. Even if your father were here, I would still strike." Her tone was imbued with unwavering authority. Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly comprehended the situation. It was all about Jiang Ping'an. Liang Ping knelt on the ground, fists clenched, and growled in a low voice, "I am doing this for the eastern region." Bang! Qian Huanyo unleashed a powerful kick, sending Liang Ping soaring hundreds of meters, where he collided heavily against the prison palace, leaving a gaping hole in its structure. Qian Huanyo, uninterested in engaging in idle chatter, proceeded to take action. If Liang Ping truly acted in the interest of the eastern domain, she would not resort to violence. Any rational individual would comprehend the true motives behind Liang Ping's expulsion of Jiang Ping'an. Escaping from the restraints of his magical arts, Liang Ping ascended into the air, pointing his sword at Qian Huanyo. "For the sake of Jiang Ping'an, you dare to humiliate me in such a manner? Do you think the heavenly zeal sacred land is devoid of capable individuals?" Qian Huanyo raised her emotionless gaze and replied indifferently, "I act for the eastern domain." Liang Ping, consumed by rage, let out a derisive laugh. "For the eastern domain? How eloquently put. Can one Jiang Ping'an truly represent the entirety of the eastern domain? If you do not provide a satisfactory explanation today, the heavenly zeal sacred land shall withdraw from this training program. The crisis we face is a direct consequence of your great Qian dynasty." His roar echoed through the heavens, a manifestation of his profound indignation. Never had he endured such humiliation since attaining strength. Witnessing the situation escalate to this point, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. With the Eastern Sea embroiled in peril, any division among the three major factions would spell disaster for the Eastern domain. A formidable warrior from the great Qian dynasty hastily approached, anxiously inquiring, "Your Supreme Highness." This matter. Qian Huanyo raised her hand to silence him, producing a golden jade talisman. This talisman, a rare artifact reserved for top-tier powerhouses, possessed the ability to transmit sound and even convey images. In times of urgency, these formidable beings utilized such talismans for communication. Qian Huanyo addressed Liang Ping coolly. "The explanation you seek lies within this." As she infused the golden talisman with her spiritual energy, a colossal light screen materialized in the void above. Within this screen, an intense scene unfolded, showcasing two figures colliding at an astonishing speed, their brilliance dazzling. The velocity was so immense that ordinary cultivators could not discern the details. However, the stronger individuals present could perceive the unfolding events. Liang Ping, previously engulfed in fury, froze as he beheld the scene within the luminous screen. His expression stiffening before his eyes widened in horror. Impossible. This must be a fabrication. The onlookers, witnessing the unfolding battle, displayed a collective astonishment. How could he have grown so powerful in just a few years? Lei Lan and Xia Qing stood transfixed, their surroundings trembling with intensity. Most cultivators below the transformation stage appeared utterly bewildered. What had these powerful beings witnessed to evoke such shock? Wood. It's Wood. He has been gravely injured. Hurry. We must save him. Meng Jing strained to discern the images, her heart racing as she saw Jiang Ping'an covered in blood, tears welling in her eyes. The cultivators, unable to perceive the battle, were nearly incredulous upon hearing Meng Jing's words. "What? Jiang Ping'an? How is this possible?" The speed of this confrontation is far beyond that of a nascent soul cultivator. This must be a fight between at least a transformation stage initial or even mid-tier expert. Could it be that Jiang Ping'an had already breached the transformation stage? The revelation of Jiang Ping'an stirred a tempest of emotions among the gathered elites. In merely a few years, he had attained the prowess to contend with transformation stage powerhouses. The subsequent words of Qian Huanyo left the talented individuals present utterly astounded. Here, at the Eastern Sea front, Jiang Ping'an was engaged in combat with a mid-stage transformation god, the dual-horned sea dragon. Qian Huanyo turned her gaze towards Liang Ping and remarked, "Jiang Ping'an has not fled, but has instead ventured to the very forefront." Liang Ping appeared as if he had swallowed a fly, his expression shifting through a spectrum of emotions. He could hardly fathom that within just a few short years, Jiang Ping'an had ascended to such remarkable heights, capable of contending with the formidable dual-horned sea dragon. Reluctant to acknowledge Jiang Ping'an's excellence, Liang Ping pondered the futility of his actions. What good was it for him to be at the front lines? Could he truly alter the course of battle? Instead, due to his breach of protocol, he found himself targeted, on the brink of sacrifice, squandering their resources. A cold smirk appeared on Qian Huanyo's otherwise impassive visage. "You are aware, not long ago, the front lines faced a catastrophic defeat and were preparing to retreat. Just as we were set to withdraw, Jiang Ping'an emerged. He single-handedly halted a million-strong army, annihilated tens of thousands of infant sea demons, and drove away a multitude of sea monsters, thereby suppressing the monstrous tide. He, Jiang Ping'an, reversed the tide of battle and secured the coastal borders." Upon hearing this, the assembled individuals felt as though struck by lightning, their breaths caught in their throats, their bodies trembling in disbelief. The notion that one could confront a million-strong army and slay tens of thousands of infant sea demons was simply unfathomable. Yet, witnessing Jiang Ping'an's battle against the dual-horned sea dragon rendered it somewhat plausible. The sheer logic of it made their incredulity all the more profound. What trials had Jiang Ping'an endured to become so powerful? He had altered the very course of battle. Liang Ping appeared as though ensnared by a spell, his expression vacant and his words unutterable. Feng Xian, the aspiring challenger of the Shaoyang divine body, stood utterly dumbfounded, his confidence shattered in an instant. Previously, Feng Xian had heard tales of Jiang Ping'an's strength, but had believed himself to be nearly on par. Yet today, he realized that the chasm between them was akin to the vast distance separating the sun from the earth. Nangong Shan, possessing the ability to replicate divine sight, wore a bitter expression. He had assumed that after 5 years of arduous training, he would narrow the gap with Jiang Ping'an, only to discover it had widened further. After the initial shock, Xia Qing's eyes sparkled with an unusual light as she murmured, "This little fellow has grown." The first time she had encountered Jiang Ping'an, he was merely a tender 15-year-old youth. Now, he had matured into someone who could bear great responsibilities, even catching up to her. Meng Jing, however, was not preoccupied with Jiang Ping'an's achievements. Her heart was filled with concern as she anxiously exclaimed, "Hurry and assist Mu Tu. He is gravely injured." "Do not worry." Xiao Jing. Yun Huang gently grasped Meng Jing's delicate hand, reassuring her, no one can triumph over Jiang Ping'an. Yun Huang held unwavering confidence in Jiang Ping'an's abilities. Meng Jing bit her crimson lip, clutching Yun Huang tightly, her beautiful eyes fixed anxiously on the battlefield. Liang Ping clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with murderous intent as he inwardly roared, "Eliminate Jiang Ping'an. Destroy him." The rapid growth of Jiang Ping'an instilled a deep sense of dread within Liang Ping. His son, Liang Xiaohong, harbored enmity with Jiang Ping'an. Should Jiang Ping'an continue to flourish, he would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to his son. With a thunderous crash, Jiang Ping'an was hurled through the air, his heart nearly pierced. His body crashed heavily upon the surface of the sea, causing tumultuous waves to rise violently. The sea monsters on the battlefield roared with excitement, urging, "Kill him. Slay him." No matter how formidable Jiang Ping'an might be, it was inconceivable that he could triumph over the dual-horned sea dragon that had comprehended 5 forms of secondary laws. The dual-horned sea dragon surged into the depths, poised to obliterate Jiang Ping'an in one swift motion. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, the dual-horned sea dragon was sent reeling backward, its scales shedding in the process. Jiang Ping'an burst forth from the ocean's surface, enveloped in a radiant golden light, his hair gradually turning to gold, and his heart regenerating at an astonishing pace. A terrifying battle intent piercing the heavens. How has he grown stronger once more? Witnessing this spectacle, the sea monsters were filled with dread, their hearts racing in terror. This human was exceedingly powerful. Despite not having grasped any secondary laws himself, he was able to contend with the dual-horned sea dragon, which had mastered 5. Although the dragon currently held the upper hand, it was evident to all that Jiang Ping'an grew stronger with each encounter. If he could not be vanquished, one could only speculate how formidable he might become. The dual-horned sea dragon unleashed its ultimate techniques, summoning a massive azure water dragon that spanned thousands of meters, roaring as it surged toward Jiang Ping'an. In response, he raised his black hole of devouring energy to shield himself, consuming the water dragon as he brandished a golden sword forged from his battle intent, launching himself into the fray. The cataclysmic battle seemed endless. As beneath the vast sky and over the blood-soaked sea, one man and one dragon clashed relentlessly for 5 days and nights. Each second was fraught with lethal potential. A moment's carelessness could lead to demise. Jiang Ping'an narrowly evaded fatal strikes, while the dual-horned sea dragon suffered as well, its scales falling away and blood seeping from its wounds, its vital energy dwindling. As the 7th day dawned, the tide of battle began to shift. The dual-horned sea dragon found itself increasingly on the defensive. The reason was clear. Its spiritual and blood energy were nearly depleted. Jiang Ping'an, undeterred by energy consumption, continuously employed his star-pulling technique, battle god technique, and the minor formless art. What manner of creature is he? Does his energy know no bounds? Onlookers felt their spirits crumble just by witnessing the confrontation. Had Jiang Ping'an's opponent been any other mid-level sea monster, he would have been slain long ago. 7 days had passed, yet Jiang Ping'an showed no signs of energy depletion. His devouring power allowed him to replenish his spiritual energy rapidly, leaving him unconcerned about exhaustion. Moreover, he must have cultivated some technique capable of storing immense amounts of spiritual energy. Even with the ability to devour and quickly replenish energy, time was still necessary for transformation. Yet Jiang Ping'an was different. He possessed an abundance of spiritual energy, allowing ample time for his devouring power to convert energy. The dual-horned sea dragon was driven back repeatedly, its scales continuously shedding as it desperately tried to defend itself, seeking time to recover. "What technique have you cultivated?" The dual-horned sea dragon was utterly astonished. It had encountered various top-tier techniques for storing spiritual energy among humans, yet had never witnessed such a terrifying capacity as Jiang Ping'an's. Were it not for the vast reservoir of spiritual energy within Jiang Ping'an, the battle would have been decided long ago. Jiang Ping'an slightly parted his lips and slowly uttered 3 words, concealed universe technique. As these words fell, the laws of heaven and earth surged wildly, and the starry sky swayed in response. It is the intense fluctuations of the emotions of those formidable beings that have influenced the laws of heaven and earth, leading to a tumult in the heavenly path. The art of cosmic concealment. How astonishing that the art of cosmic concealment has resurfaced. Chapter 287. The Blessing of the Heavenly Path. The name cosmic concealment. Why does it resonate so profoundly? This is the supreme technique for storing spiritual energy, created by the elusive Taoist of the divine void. The long-lost method of the Taoist of the divine void has unexpectedly manifested within Jiang Ping'an. Upon learning that Jiang Ping'an has cultivated the art of cosmic concealment, both human cultivators and sea demons alike display expressions of astonishment. The Taoist of the divine void is hailed as one of the 10 greatest powerhouses of humanity throughout the ages. He established a unique cultivation system, forging his own path. After the fracture of the immortal road, the Taoist of the divine void forcefully carved a new path into the immortal realm, shaking the entire cultivation world. Over his lifetime, he created 3 divine arts, with the art of cosmic concealment being one of them. This technique, embodying the concept of harboring the universe, seeks to absorb the spiritual energy of the world, making it the foremost method of energy storage. Its supremacy in the entire cultivation realm signifies its immense power. Who would have thought that the lost art of cosmic concealment would reside within Jiang Ping'an? No wonder the spiritual energy within him is so terrifyingly abundant. With the art of cosmic concealment, complemented by the devouring power of the sky-eating crocodile clan and top-tier healing techniques, who could possibly defeat him unless they could eradicate him in an instant? The twin-headed dragon, having also heard of the illustrious name of the art of cosmic concealment, exhibited a momentary daze in its eyes. It was in that very instant that Jiang Ping'an seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful strike. The twin-headed dragon instinctively raised its hand to defend, but upon sensing the overwhelming pressure contained within that strike, its expression shifted dramatically. It was that peculiar palm technique. The twin-headed dragon desperately summoned power, erecting 5 layers of protective laws before itself. Yet, Jiang Ping'an's strike was relentless, shattering the layers of defense with ease. The twin-headed dragon attempted to retreat, but Jiang Ping'an had mastered the art of sealing the heavens precisely to counter such situations. The mental chains had already ensnared the twin-headed dragon. In that fleeting moment, a palm descended upon the twin-headed dragon. Bang! The body of the twin-headed dragon shattered under the impact. Were any other beings of this realm struck by such a blow, they would undoubtedly be reduced to mist. However, upon striking the twin-headed dragon, it merely fractured, failing to kill it outright, which attests to its formidable physique. The devouring black hole immediately consumed the twin-headed dragon, preventing its recovery. The laws of heaven and earth ceased their tremors, and all fell silent. The beings present gazed at the blood-soaked, dominating figure, their hearts unable to find tranquility for a long time. A being who has not fully comprehended the second-tier laws has actually slain a prodigy of the twin-headed dragon clan. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed such an unfathomable event could occur. Jiang Ping'an lifted his golden gaze towards the heavens, speaking calmly and confidently. This is my second realm, the Imperial Extreme Realm. He was not addressing anyone else, but rather informing the heavenly path. At that moment, 7-colored radiance illuminated the entire sky, vibrant clouds descended, the heavenly path resonated, and a mysterious phenomenon pierced through the starry expanse, dazzling beyond compare. In that instant, all the powerful beings of the cultivation realm sensed this aura. The 7-colored radiance swept across Jiang Ping'an's body, instantly erasing his injuries, cleansing his form. The blessing of the heavenly path. Upon witnessing this extraordinary phenomenon, many ancient beings gasped in astonishment. According to records, such a spectacle arises only at the moment of ascension, heralded as a divine blessing from the heavens. Jiang Ping'an has conjured a realm that astonishingly triggers this celestial anomaly. Is this an affirmation from the celestial path? Jiang Ping'an felt his spirit ascend to unprecedented heights, his comprehension of the celestial laws deepening, rendering the workings of the universe clearer before him. In truth, he need not seek the validation of the celestial path. He could grasp the second-tier laws through his devouring power and ocular strength, albeit with considerably greater difficulty. At present, The celestial path has bestowed upon him the privileges of the divine transformation realm, facilitating his understanding of these second-tier laws. Jiang Ping'an unleashed a devouring black hole, consuming the vibrant, auspicious clouds. Although he remained unaware of their true nature, he instinctively sensed that absorbing these clouds would yield significant benefits. Onlookers felt their hearts tremble uncontrollably, their hair standing on end. This audacious individual sought to devour the very clouds of fortune. Such greed was unfathomable. Even a cloud the size of a palm could elevate an ordinary person to genius status. What immense advantages would come from consuming so many? The beings of the sea demon tribe found it difficult to accept that Jiang Ping'an had once again forged a new realm. Ancient emperors, holy kings, and ethereal beings typically embarked on the study of creating realms only after achieving unparalleled strength. Yet, this Jiang Ping'an was already innovating realms at this stage. Regardless of whether he could take the third step, his actions were enough to astound the world. All prodigies faded into insignificance before him. Upon witnessing Jiang Ping'an's terrifying talent, the sea demon tribe's formidable warriors felt their scalps prickle, a surge of dread swelling within them. If left unchecked, his growth would undoubtedly spell disaster for their kind. Suddenly, an octopus sea demon lashed out with its gray tentacles toward Jiang Ping'an. As the tentacles swept through the space, it fractured, and the very laws of the universe trembled, as if capable of striking down stars. At that moment, a beam of sword light sliced through, severing the gray tentacle. An aged commander, clad in battle armor and wielding a cerulean sword, stood resolutely amidst the cosmos. With his back turned to Jiang Ping'an, he proclaimed, "Child, press forward. We old bones shall clear the path for you." Jiang Ping'an clasped his fists in gratitude and deeply bowed to the unknown elder, expressing his appreciation for the protection. Then, his body transformed into a bolt of lightning, instantly appearing before a late-stage octopus sea demon, brandishing the earth-shattering demon staff and striking down with force. The octopus demon, taken completely by surprise, failed to anticipate Jiang Ping'an's charge. The staff, imbued with the laws of the universe, descended without resistance, obliterating the foe amidst a shower of blood mist. Holding the bloodied staff, Jiang Ping'an gazed across the starry expanse, locking eyes with the octopus sea demon that had attempted to ambush him, and calmly inquired, "Is this your descendant?" A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, hearts racing. This youth harbored a profound desire for vengeance. Having been ambushed by the octopus sea demon, he retaliated by targeting its progeny. The octopus sea demon trembled in fury. In all his years of renown, he had never encountered such an audacious cultivator. What a brazen insect! Had it not been for the obstruction of your human race's formidable warriors, I would undoubtedly reduce you to ashes. His voice resounded like thunder, silencing all in its wake. Jiang Ping'an remained unfazed, responding coolly, "Had you not been born several millennia before me, I would slay you as one would a mere dog, who cannot boast harshly." The octopus-like creature's expression stiffened, a tempest of murderous intent surging within. He yearned to extinguish Jiang Ping'an's life, yet the protection of the human warriors rendered his aspirations futile. A strong figure from the double-horned dragon clan declared solemnly, "Retreat." The outcome of battles among these top-tier warriors often hinged on the skirmishes of mid-level cultivators, determining the tide of war. Initially, the sea demon clan surged forth with unstoppable force to the shores, poised for victory. However, the sudden emergence of Jiang Ping'an reversed their fortunes. Countless cultivators of the nascent soul stage fell to his hand, and even the sea demons of the transformation stage found themselves at a disadvantage. Perhaps the late transformation stage sea demons could contend with Jiang Ping'an, yet he wielded a treasure so potent that none could impede him. This battle, single-handedly, he had leveled the playing field. Now, the morale of the sea demons was suppressed, necessitating time for recuperation. Continuing the conflict would only result in further casualties at Jiang Ping'an's hands. Thus, retreat was essential for regrouping their spirits. As Jiang Ping'an observed their retreat, he suddenly pointed toward the 3 stars upon the sea, proclaiming, "Since you retreat, let it be behind those 3 stars. With the stars as the boundary, this expanse of sea shall henceforth belong to my human race." "What are you, to make such audacious demands?" a sea warrior exclaimed, disregarding his decorum. Those 3 stars were left by the human warrior Qian Huanro, and if they were to be used as a boundary, 2/10 of their territory would be relinquished. This portion of land was nearly half the size of the eastern domain. What right did a mere cultivator, barely comprehending the second tier of laws, have to make such a claim? The human warriors were equally taken aback. How could the sea demons possibly acquiesce to such an outrageous request? Refusal? Then let us continue to battle. Jiang Ping'an separated two avatars from his being. One manifested a golden battle spirit, wielding the earth-shattering staff of treasures. Another brandished a four symbols killing formation, behind which loomed an immense devouring black hole. The third avatar held the demonic sound sea conch, clutching hundreds of top-tier talismans of the transformation stage. The three avatars radiated an overwhelming fighting spirit. Upon witnessing this, the sea demons engaged in the transformation stage recoiled in terror, retreating hundreds of kilometers. How does he possess so many supreme treasures? This is excessive. Who could possibly contend with him? Jiang Ping'an wasted no time. He blew into the demonic sound sea conch, unleashed the top-tier talismans, and charged forth with the earth-shattering staff. None among the transformation stage sea demons dared to confront him, fleeing with even greater haste. Jiang Ping'an's personal strength was formidable, but it was the sheer array of treasures that truly instilled fear. Those powerful beings in the skies looked on in astonishment. This young man was relentless, plunging into battle at the slightest provocation. Chapter 288. Shockwaves in the Eastern Domain. With the human warriors obstructing the sea demons, Jiang Ping'an faced no concerns. Charging forward with an arsenal of treasures, the commander of the human legion bellowed, "Kill!" The soldiers of the human race, oppressed for 3 long years, found their fighting spirit reignited by Jiang Ping'an. Channeling the laws of the universe, they surged forth to confront their enemies. Once again, a cataclysmic battle erupted, with stars flickering and oceans churning. This time, it was the humans who launched a counterattack. Armed with a treasured artifact and an abundance of talismans, Jiang Ping'an faced the sea demons unimpeded. Should the sea demon clan wish to thwart him, they would need to bestow a treasured artifact upon a transformation stage sea demon to withstand his might. However, the worth of a single treasured artifact far surpassed that of these formidable beings. Should they risk losing such an artifact to these transformation stage sea demons, the repercussions would be catastrophic. The peculiar treasure, the demon sound conch, now seized by Jiang Ping'an, caused immense distress among the sea demons. Observing Jiang Ping'an at the forefront of the battlefield, everyone understood that after this battle, he was destined to shake the world. On the gravity prison planet, the assembled crowd, through golden sound transmission jade talismans, witnessed the unfolding scene of the battlefield. "Look, that is my dear Mutu. That is my dear Mutu." Meng Jing's anxieties transformed into exhilaration as she leapt joyfully like a child, her black ponytail swaying wildly. Numerous prodigies gazed at Jiang Ping'an's silhouette, their emotions a complex tapestry of reverence, admiration for his triumph over the sea demons, and jealousy for his possession of a treasured artifact. This man seemed to drift further from their reach. Liang Ping was rendered utterly speechless, unable to articulate the tumult of emotions swirling within him. At that moment, Meng Jing's voice rang out. "Old man, you previously stated that if Jiang Ping'an fought valiantly on the front lines, you would kneel to him. The esteemed elder of the Tianzi sacred land would not go back on his word, would he?" This old man, who always sought to trouble Jiang Ping'an, incited Meng Jing's ire, and she seized the opportunity to strike back at him. Liang's expression soured, as if he had swallowed a maggot, and without uttering a word, he swiftly departed. His desire to expel Jiang Ping'an stemmed from his wish to prevent him from stepping onto the front lines, thus acquiring the identity of a member of the Eastern Sea Anti-Demon Legion. With such an identity, who would dare to harm him without cause? Effectively standing against the entire Eastern Domain? Yet, to his astonishment, Jiang Ping'an had already reached the front lines, even turning the tide of battle and achieving great merit. Now, it was too late for anything. He could only return and urge his eldest son to diligently cultivate. In the future, a confrontation between his son, Liang Xiaohong, and Jiang Ping'an was inevitable. Suddenly, Lei Shiqing burst into laughter, exclaiming, "What did I say? From the very beginning, I had faith in Jiang Ping'an. I always knew this young man was destined for greatness." He stroked his beard, pride radiating from his face, as if to say, "I possess remarkable insight." Those unaware of the circumstances would undoubtedly believe him. Meng Jing shot him a disapproving glance. "Fifth grandpa, are you not ashamed? From the outset, you hardly regarded Jiang Ping'an highly. Now that he has proven himself, you claim to have foresight?" Lei Shiqing's expression stiffened, taken aback by the girl's audacity. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, "Now, given the urgency of the situation at the front, all transformation stage cultivators, prepare to head to the battlefield." Originally, this group of prodigies intended to wait another 20 years before embarking on such a journey. However, now is a crucial time at the front lines, where the valiant must rise to bolster our spirits. "I must go?" Meng Jing exclaimed, stepping forward urgently. She yearned to fight alongside Jiang Ping'an. "Absolutely not." Lei Shiqing firmly rejected her. "You all must wait for 20 years. His motives were selfish. Meng Jing possessed the Thunder Body, the future hope of the Lei family, and he could not allow her to venture forth even after 2 decades. Just as Meng Jing was about to protest, her mother, Lei Lan, approached and gently ruffled her hair. "Do not worry, I shall protect your wooden boy." At her mother's teasing, Meng Jing's cheeks flushed crimson. Now, Meng Jing had blossomed into a mature and captivating young woman, and even a mere shy expression could leave many men entranced. At this moment, the Eastern region's cultivation realm was saturated with immense pressure. The Eastern Sea front line had suffered defeat and was in retreat, causing various factions to tighten their resources, leading to skyrocketing prices for pills and magical artifacts. The ramifications of this frontline defeat could take centuries to recover from, significantly impacting the Eastern region. Amidst this pervasive tension, a piece of news returned from the front line to the Eastern region. "We have held the line. The front line is secure." Secured? The 3 great factions have drawn upon their reserves? Upon hearing that the front line had been maintained, the first thought among the cultivators was that the 3 great factions had activated their foundational strengths. Only they possessed the capability to reverse the situation at the front. However, it was not the 3 great factions that intervened, but rather a cultivator named Jiang Ping'an, who had slain hundreds of thousands of sea demons and thwarted a 1,000,000-strong army, thereby changing the tide of battle. Jiang Ping'an? One individual? What nonsense is this? Who is spreading such absurd misinformation? I am aware of Jiang Ping'an, the #1 prodigy of the nascent soul stage in the Eastern region's talent selection program. Yet, even if he is exceptionally powerful, it is inconceivable that he could single-handedly withstand all the sea demons of the same rank. Who could possibly believe such a fabrication? When the news reached the Eastern region, no one accepted it, for it was simply too unbelievable. Even the mightiest nascent soul cultivator could only defeat a handful of elite foes. Yet the reports claimed that Jiang Ping'an alone had held back 1,000,000 troops. Such an assertion was beyond belief. Only one being in existence could possess such formidable power, the ancient emperor. Even if Jiang Ping'an were extraordinarily strong, he could not possibly reach the level of the ancient emperor. The initial reaction from everyone upon receiving the news was skepticism. However, as time passed and influential factions like the fortune merchants began to circulate this information, people gradually came to accept it in astonishment. Goodness, so it is true. One person held back 1,000,000 troops. I can hardly envision such a scene. Jiang Ping'an had not even comprehended the second-level laws, yet he could defeat the Dragon Clan and create his own second realm, the Imperial Extreme Realm. It felt as though I were listening to an ancient myth. Could it be that our human race is once again to witness the emergence of an unparalleled prodigy? In an instant, the entire Eastern region was set abuzz, and the oppressive atmosphere that had enveloped the major factions dissipated. Jiang Ping'an's name became etched in the minds of many. Within the Daxiao realm, at the mysterious Cloud sect, a beautiful woman clad in a flowing blue gown was proudly showcasing her accomplishments to a refined matron. "Master, is Brother Ping'an impressive?" "Is he not?" "Impressive. You have asked more than 10 times. Song Hui affectionately stroked her disciple Li Ye's cherubic face. They had received news from Jiang Ping'an at the front lines, which left them utterly astounded. Li Ye pouted, her baby-faced features endearing, lamenting that such a remarkable figure as Ping'an had not been brought back by her master. Song Hui's expression stiffened. Who could have imagined that in merely 20 years, that seemingly untalented youth would achieve such renown across the land? Had she brought him back then, their sect, the Miao Miao sect, could have flourished with 2 extraordinary prodigies to lead it further on its path. Taking a deep breath to calm her astonishment, Song Hui declared that it was futile to dwell on the past. They must now set forth to participate in the 3rd talent selection program. This program, held once every 5 years, was entering its 3rd iteration, and she intended for Little Yu to partake in it, to provide her with superior training. With Yu's abilities, securing the leading position among those in the nascent soul stage would be well within reach. Song Hui possessed an unprecedented confidence in her disciple. While Jiang Ping'an's future remained shrouded in uncertainty, Li Yeye's was crystal clear. She would undoubtedly become an exceptional powerhouse. I do not wish to partake in any selection. I want to head directly to the East Sea front, where I am invincible in the water, Li Yeye proclaimed, puffing out her chest. Smack. Song Hui gently tapped Li Yeye on the head. The East Sea is perilous, even if you can slay a transformation god. Can you defeat a formidable opponent in the void refinement stage? No risks until you reach the transformation god stage. But I want to see Brother Ping'an. Li Yeye pouted in distress. Chapter 289. Liangxi emerges. The news of Jiang Ping'an continued to ripple through the tea houses, taverns, and various factions engaged in fervent discussion. Within the boundless mountains of the eastern domain, a cadre of top-tier void refinement experts was burrowing underground, searching for mineral veins for the financial source chamber. These formidable beings were in considerable debt to the chamber and were laboring to repay it. Despite their godlike status in the eyes of ordinary people, they were regarded as mere laborers by the financial source chamber. After scouring the area, the group of void refinement practitioners surfaced, revealing only a few veins of spirit stones, which held little value. Wang Ren reported the situation, his aged face etched with disappointment. A mid-stage void refinement expert beside him remarked, "If only we could find a major mine, it would significantly shorten our search time. It's challenging. The good mines have long been claimed by various barbarian branches and several demon clans, making it difficult to locate a significant deposit." The group of void refinement cultivators sighed in resignation, their faces clouded with worry. They had been tunneling in the boundless mountains for several years without finding any substantial mines, and the prospect of continuing this way for centuries was quite disheartening. Suddenly, the head of mining operations for the financial source chamber appeared from the void, addressing Wang Ren. "Your debts have been settled by the Daxia. You may go." Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment washed over Wang Ren's aged face. Why? Although he was a cultivator from Daxia, he believed that one should repay their own debts. Daxia had already compensated him generously. Why assist in repaying such a significant amount? Had Daxia discovered some high-grade mineral deposits and become wealthy? The person in charge chuckled and remarked, "Of course, it is because you have an exceptional disciple. Ping'an, what has happened to him? Has he squandered his life again on stone gambling?" Wang Ren's expression suddenly darkened. It was unfathomable for him to comprehend what benefits Jiang Ping'an could possibly have provided to the great Xia, leading to such a significant expenditure. The only plausible explanation was that his disciple had again ventured into the realm of stone gambling. This realization was unbearable for Wang Ren. He did not wish for Jiang Ping'an to waste his life on his account. The person in charge shook his head with a smile and recounted the events surrounding Jiang Ping'an. Upon hearing of Jiang Ping'an's achievements, both Wang Ren and several nearby cultivators at the void refinement stage were left utterly astonished. This was simply beyond comprehension. Wang Ren's disciple was truly extraordinary. After a prolonged moment of silence, laughter erupted, reverberating through the mountains and forests. Ha! Upon learning of his disciple's significant contributions on the front lines, Wang Ren felt as though he had regained his youth. Accepting Jiang Ping'an as his disciple was the proudest accomplishment of his life. Meanwhile, within the celestial Zeal Holy Land, Liangxi, whose body was impervious to all forms of magic, emerged from the chaotic secret realm. Wherever he tread, all laws retreated, as if he were a deity. 10 years, Jiang Ping'an. Do you know how I have spent these years? 10 years ago, he had suffered a devastating defeat at the hands of Jiang Ping'an and had been sent back to his clan by his elder brother, Liang Xiaohong, to meditate in seclusion. During these 10 years, Liangxi had refined his techniques, mastering many formidable arts within his clan and challenging numerous unparalleled prodigies, honing his combat prowess to its utmost pinnacle. Even many early-stage god transformation cultivators within the clan had fallen before him. Jiang Ping'an, I am truly grateful that you allowed me to find my composure and recognize my shortcomings. As of now, I possess no flaws. This time, I, Liangxi, am destined to make a name for myself across the world. With an indomitable belief in his invincibility, Liangxi soared through the air, preparing to seek out Jiang Ping'an and avenge his former self. While he was flying, he passed by a pavilion, momentarily pausing as he overheard several disciples discussing Jiang Ping'an is truly magnificent. Have you seen the recording stone from the front lines? He is utterly invincible, effortlessly subduing sea monsters of the same rank. Now that is what one calls a prodigy. Do you have the recording stone of Jiang Ping'an? Quickly share it. I couldn't purchase one. Haha, I only managed to acquire it through connections. It is worth half a rule. The cultivator who had obtained the recording stone from the front lines retrieved it. The recording stone, a special artifact capable of capturing images, is of low intrinsic value. Its worth determined by the content it records. The recording stone depicting Jiang Ping'an's battles on the front lines had now escalated to the value of half a rule, making it exceedingly precious. As the cultivator infused spiritual energy into the recording stone, an image of Jiang Ping'an battling in the East Sea projected into the void. The surrounding cultivators were instantly captivated, engrossed in the spectacle, completely oblivious to Liang Shi's presence nearby. When Liang Shi beheld Jiang Ping'an unleashing the imperial seal, he was rendered utterly speechless. Is this a technique that a nascent soul cultivator can wield? What manner of technique is this, and why have I never encountered it before? Witnessing Jiang Ping'an effortlessly vanquishing a god transformation cultivator solely through sheer strength, Liang Shi's unwavering belief in his invincibility began to fracture. Such power was truly terrifying. Upon witnessing Jiang Ping'an vanquish the dual-footed Jiao dragon and ascend to the second realm, Liang Shi's unwavering belief in his invincibility crumbled. He replayed countless scenarios of battling Jiang Ping'an in his mind. Yet regardless of the techniques employed or strategies devised, the outcome remained unchanged: defeat and death. No matter his invulnerable prowess or mastery of numerous esoteric arts, they paled in comparison before Jiang Ping'an. Brother Liang. A cultivator inadvertently caught sight of Liang Shi, startled, and hastily rose to bow in reverence. Others, jolted from their shock, quickly followed suit. Several disciples from the Tianzi Holy Land grew increasingly uneasy. They were aware of Liang Shi's defeat at the hands of Jiang Ping'an, even as they had been extolling the latter's virtues. Liang Shi was the brother of the Saint's son, the son of the Grand Elder. If Jiang Ping'an were to take offense, the consequences could be dire. The atmosphere grew tense as a cultivator hesitantly remarked, "Brother Liang, do not be deceived by Jiang Ping'an's current strength. He is merely in the process of creating his own realm and will not achieve the status of an unparalleled powerhouse." Another disciple chimed in, "Indeed, Jiang Ping'an's ability to forge two realms is a remarkable stroke of fortune, but his combat prowess can at most be likened to that of the transformation stage. We, on the other hand, can effortlessly attain the refining void stage, and at that point, we will be able to subdue him." Upon hearing these words, Liang Shi's spirits lifted considerably. Indeed, while Jiang Ping'an's talents were extraordinary, capable of establishing two realms, what of it? Could he truly forge a third? Even if he defied the odds and created three realms, could he then conjure a fourth? Beyond the transformation stage lies the refining void stage, followed by the integration stage, and then the great ascension stage. Jiang Ping'an might find himself forever ensnared in this realm. Reassured, Liang Shi rekindled his belief in his own invincibility. So what if he momentarily lagged behind? These individuals would ultimately be able to slay him. And what of himself? Let us proceed to participate in the Genius Selection Program. This time, I shall secure the first position in the nascent soul stage and emerge as the leader, since he could not presently defeat Jiang Ping'an. He aimed to attain an equal standing and prove that he was not inferior. Brother Liang will undoubtedly claim the first place. The assembled cultivators echoed in agreement. Their earlier flattery now bore sincerity. With Liang Shi's invulnerable physique and years of seclusion, achieving first in the nascent soul stage was hardly an insurmountable challenge. 2 months later, the third Genius Selection Program reached its culmination. Within the combat barrier, Liang Shi knelt, his blood drained, resembling a lifeless corpse, a truly alarming sight. He gazed incredulously at the enchanting woman before him. "You possess the heavenly water spirit body," she teased. "Hee, I have triumphed." Li Ye, brandishing a handful of his blood, remarked, "You are quite formidable. It took me half an hour to extract all your blood, while others were dispatched in an instant. Here, your blood, returned to you. I have no penchant for killing." With that, Li Ye returned the blood to Liang Shi. She then lifted her gaze to the audience outside, her beautiful eyes narrowing into crescent moons. "Is there anyone left to challenge me? If not, then I shall be the first." The spectators were left utterly dumbfounded. How terrifying! Is this the legendary Tianshui spirit, capable of manipulating any liquid, even blood? Not even the invulnerable body of Liang Shi from the Tianzi sacred land can withstand her. Who could possibly defeat her? In our eastern domain, we have yet another prodigy. Chapter 290. Who is the elder woman? The exploits of Jiang Ping and on the front lines have spread not only throughout the Eastern Domain, but also to other great domains. The elites of major forces such as the Taiyin Divine Sect and the Human Emperor dynasty yearn for a confrontation with Jiang Ping'an, eager to ascertain whether he is as formidable as the rumors suggest. Jiang Ping'an, however, has little time to concern himself with his burgeoning fame. Alongside the human soldiers, he has engaged in relentless combat on the front lines, battling for months until they reached the 3 stars over the sea. The Sea Clan, having lost their fighting spirit, retreated to the waters behind the stars. When the war concluded, the human soldiers were left in disbelief. Initially, defeat seemed inevitable, with vast territories at stake. Yet, against all odds, they found themselves seizing 2/10 of the Sea Clan's territory. Given the vast expanse of the ocean, that 2/10 equates to nearly half the area of the Eastern Domain. This marks the greatest victory for the Eastern Sea Anti-Demon Corps in millennia. The resources beneath the ocean far surpass those on land, making the acquisition of such a significant territory monumental for the Eastern Domain. Of course, the Eastern Sea Demon Clan will not relinquish this loss lightly and will surely strive to reclaim it. However, in the short term, they are unlikely to launch an offensive, allowing the human side to take advantage of this opportunity to scour the battlefield and search for marine mineral resources. All these changes stem from one individual. The gaze of all human beings is fixed upon Jiang Ping'an, with lower-ranked soldiers brimming with awe and respect. The 5 leaders of the Anti-Demon Corps personally approached Jiang Ping'an. Their status is comparable to that of the Sacred Lord of the Tianzi Sacred Land and the head of the ancient clan. The leader of the First Legion raised his hand and gave Jiang Ping'an a hearty pat on the shoulder, his face alight with admiration. Your contributions in this war are monumental. Your promotion to Gold Commander is absolutely warranted. A ripple of astonishment and envy washed over the soldiers. Although they anticipated this outcome, they could not help but be amazed. Since the establishment of the Eastern Sea Anti-Demon Corps, no cultivator of the God Transformation stage had ever attained the position of Gold Commander. Jiang Ping'an is the first, and he is also the youngest to hold this esteemed rank. The stature of a Gold Commander is exceedingly high. For comparison, a 1-star Gold Commander holds a status akin to that of the elders from the sacred lands and ancient clans. One can only imagine the elevated standing Jiang Ping'an now occupies. Yet, no one perceives this as unjust. His contributions undeniably merit his current position. Jiang Ping'an, however, displayed little interest in the accolades, courteously clasping his fists in gratitude towards the leaders. Observing his composed demeanor, the leaders felt even greater admiration. It is no wonder that he has achieved such feats at such a young age. His temperament surpasses that of many who have lived for millennia. One leader could not restrain his curiosity. If you don't mind sharing, could you elaborate on how you developed these 2 realms? The strength of Jiang Ping'an's newly created cultivation system has piqued the interest of these formidable beings, who hope to glean inspiration from his remarkable achievements. Jiang Ping'an did not conceal the process of achieving these 2 realms and recounted it in detail. Upon hearing his narrative, the expressions of anticipation gradually faded from the faces of the assembled strong. To embark on this path, one must first master the concealment of universe technique, endure the agony of unlocking 360 acupuncture points, and subsequently utilize the blood of the sacred body to fortify the barriers of these points. Only then can one attain the first realm, the spirit sealing realm. To ascend to the sovereign extreme realm, one must learn the Human Emperor's Heart Sutra, acupuncture chapter, and reconstruct the acupuncture points. Concurrently, one must also master the star pulling technique to compress these points. At this juncture, the weight of the body will surge dramatically. Without the star pulling technique, one would be unable to control their weight, rendering movement exceedingly difficult. In summary, this path can be encapsulated in one word: arduous. Ordinary cultivators need not acquire specialized techniques. They merely need to meet certain conditions to break through. However, Jiang Ping'an's journey is exceptionally challenging, necessitating the mastery of numerous elite techniques and an incalculable amount of resources. Such formidable obstacles make it seem more prudent to pursue a conventional cultivation system. A commander gently advised him, suggesting he abandon this path sooner rather than later. With his devouring talent and quasi-sacred body, he has ample potential to evolve into a formidable warrior. His words were tactful, yet the underlying message was clear. This path is fraught with impossibilities. Ordinary cultivators only need to comprehend the principles and with some resources, can achieve breakthroughs. Yet Jiang Ping'an's route demands numerous conditions to progress. Moreover, the second realm he could attain only equates to that of a god transformation stage warrior. The immense effort required to achieve mere god transformation is hardly justifiable. Although the other commanders remained silent, their expressions conveyed skepticism regarding Jiang Ping'an's chosen path. While he is undoubtedly strong, the challenges are excessive. This time may be better spent grasping the principles and advancing to a higher realm. Nevertheless, Jiang Ping'an was resolute in his intent not to relinquish his pursuit. The formidable power he currently wields is solely a result of this arduous journey. Should he abandon it, although his strength would remain considerable, it would pale in comparison to his current prowess. His aspiration is to attain immortality, akin to the divine void Taoist, forging a path uniquely his own. Under no circumstances will he forsake this route. Several military leaders exchanged glances, refraining from further persuasion. They anticipated that when Jiang Ping'an finds himself unable to continue on this path, he would naturally revert to a more traditional approach. The discussion on this matter was left unresolved. The group descended from the sky onto a small star on the ocean's surface, establishing a temporary human stronghold from this foundation. High-ranking officers convened a meeting to prepare for the potential battles that might erupt. Meanwhile, ordinary soldiers began to clear the battlefield. After years of conflict, the sea was strewn with corpses, and the remains of high-ranking sea demons were treasures, capable of being sold for resources at the rear. With a stroke of luck, they might even stumble upon some lost storage artifacts, yielding a modest fortune. Jiang Ping'an buried the dismembered remains of Su Yang, Ma Ning, and others. Unable to locate all the bodies of his team members, he could only ensure that these individuals were laid to rest on the land belonging to their eastern domain. This was the reason he proposed delineating this part of the territory using these 3 stars as boundaries, designating it as human domain. He aspired for this maritime territory to become the domain of their human race, allowing the souls of the sacrificed to rest within the borders of the eastern region, thus not entirely interred in foreign lands. Jiang Ping'an shared only a fleeting acquaintance with Ma Ning, Su Yang, and the others, having known them for merely a year. Yet, even such a brief connection left a lingering sense of inexplicable solitude in his heart upon their sudden disappearance, evoking a tinge of sorrow within him. "Hey, you little brat. You're quite impressive, almost surpassing me." A fragrant figure suddenly soared to Jiang Ping'an's side, wrapping her arms around his neck. He felt his head collide with something soft. Gradually returning to his senses, he looked up in astonishment at Xiaqing. "Sister Xia, what brings you here?" Xiaqing's fair forehead manifested a few dark lines as she playfully struck Jiang Ping'an on the head. "I've been by your side fighting for 2 to 3 months. And you didn't even notice me?" Jiang Ping'an, taken aback, realized that in the heat of battle, he had been oblivious to her presence. "Hey, why are you clinging to my son-in-law like that?" Lei Lan appeared, yanking Jiang Ping'an from Xiaqing's embrace, her gaze sharp and scrutinizing. "You are the old woman. I have a lifespan of 2,000 years, and I'm still quite young. Besides, I'm still without a man. You're the real old woman." Xiaqing shot back, her beautiful eyes glaring at Lei Lan, clearly displeased with the latter's remark. "Huh," Lei Lan scoffed, glancing at Jiang Ping'an. "Tell me, who do you think is older?" Jiang Ping'an found himself caught between 2 women, both of whom were glaring at him with wide eyes, and for reasons unknown. The pressure he felt at that moment exceeded even that of confronting a million sea demons. Chapter 291. The Reward. I must focus on my cultivation. Jiang Ping'an wisely chose to refrain from responding to their inquiry. "Not a chance. This is a simple matter that won't hinder your training, so hurry up and speak." Lei Lan insisted, her arm firmly pinching Jiang Ping'an's neck as she glared fiercely at Xiaqing. Today, she was determined to settle the score with Xiaqing. Ever since both women were selected for the Talented Individuals program, they had been in a relentless rivalry, neither able to best the other. Gradually, both sought to outshine one another, aiming to surpass each other in every conceivable aspect. Jiang Ping'an remained silent, acutely aware that praising one would surely displease the other. One was his mother-in-law, and the other was a cherished sister. It was a most precarious position. Moreover, if he were to declare them equally beautiful, neither would be satisfied, leading to an endless debate. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Ping'an finally spoke. "I possess a time treasure that can significantly reduce cultivation time. Would you like to give it a try?" "What? A time treasure?" Upon hearing his words, shock illuminated the exquisite faces of both women, instantly diverting their attention from their quarrel. What other hidden cards does this young man hold? Having one treasured artifact is remarkable enough, and now he reveals the existence of a time treasure. Such a precious item that can expedite cultivation is exceedingly rare, even within the Lei family. It's right here with me, you two can try it out. Jiang Ping'an opened the spirit beast storage bag and ushered both women into the time palace. As they departed, an immediate stillness enveloped the surroundings. Having resolved these two troubles, Jiang Ping'an ventured into the ocean to seek the remains of the sea demons, possessing the power of devouring. He found that comprehending the laws became a straightforward and brute force endeavor. By consuming the carcasses of the sea demons that had grasped the laws, he could accelerate his understanding. Currently, apart from the will of battle, which had reached the second tier, the laws of wood, strength, and gravity had yet to attain such a level. He needed to consume the bodies that embodied the corresponding laws to hasten his comprehension. Beneath the deep sea, within a palace of the sea demon clan, a group of high-ranking sea demons sat together, their expressions darkened, filled with rage and murderous intent. Initially, this war was destined for victory, promising the conquest of vast territories belonging to humanity. However, due to the actions of a certain insignificant individual, they suffered tremendous losses and lost a significant expanse of land. After a prolonged silence, a high-ranking octopus demon spoke. The most pressing matter now is to deal with that little bastard. Otherwise, we shall not prevail in mid-tier battles. Do not hold back. Summon your clan's most exceptional talents to eliminate the adversary. A high-ranking bloodthirsty shark shook his head, proclaiming, "It is futile. None among the same tier can match him. What shall we do? If we cannot resolve that brat, this war cannot proceed." The dual-horned dragon's eyes burned with fury, causing the surrounding waters to boil and churn violently. The meeting fell into silence once more. "I have a solution that can directly eliminate that scoundrel," the octopus demon suddenly declared. All the other sea demon leaders turned their gazes toward him, intrigued. "What method do you propose?" The octopus demon produced a black bone talisman, engraved with the image of an octopus possessing 18 tentacles. Upon seeing this emblem, these ancient beings, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, were visibly shaken, retreating in fear as if confronted with an unspeakable horror. "You possess a teleportation talisman from the abyssal zone of the ocean." The abyssal zone is the most terrifying place in the East Sea, though not as renowned as the three great forbidden areas. It is equally fearsome and regarded as a forbidden territory for the demon race. Even those who have reached the pinnacle of the cultivation world, the tribulation stage, would find themselves lost within its core. This black bone talisman could lead directly to the abyssal zone. The high-ranking octopus demon continued. "As long as we teleport that brat into the abyss, he will undoubtedly perish there. However, we must conduct thorough research to ensure success on the first attempt." A sinister grin spread across the faces of the many powerful sea demons. As long as Jiang Ping'an was sent to the abyssal zone, it mattered not what realm he claimed to possess. Even a tribulation stage cultivator would meet certain death. 2 months after the war's conclusion, Jiang Ping'an was seated in meditation within a hastily constructed wooden shelter. Suddenly, he felt a surge of powerful demonic energy descending from the heavens. Following this, a thunderous roar echoed across the sky. "Jiang Ping'an, do you dare to face me?" The colossal voice reverberated, scattering the clouds and reaching the ears of all beings within a radius of several hundred miles. Jiang Ping'an slowly opened his eyes and murmured, "It seems they have discovered a means to contend with me." Concluding his meditation, he stepped out of his room, where 3 commanders of the Anti-Demon Legion unexpectedly appeared before him. An aged commander, imbued with an overwhelming sword intent, spoke languidly. "This challenge can be outrightly declined. There is no need to engage with it. Should they dare to issue a challenge, it is certain that none within their ranks can defeat you, and they likely possess some lethal weapon. Is this not fortuitous, as it brings treasures directly to me?" Jiang Ping'an smiled faintly. Another one-eyed commander shook his head and remarked, "Confidence is commendable, but you cannot ascertain the methods of your adversary. It is prudent to exercise caution. Declining the challenge is the safest course." The one-eyed commander produced a storage artifact and handed it to Jiang Ping'an. Within it lay the complete techniques of the battle god art, the minor formless skill, the ultimate fist, and the sealing heaven technique, a reward for your valiant display. From this day forth, you shall be recognized as a 1-star golden commander of the Eastern Sea Anti-Demon Legion, with the emblem contained within the storage artifact. Jiang Ping'an felt a jolt of emotion as he received the storage artifact with both hands, sincerely expressing, "Thank you, esteemed seniors." Each of these techniques holds immeasurable value. For instance, the fourth level of the Battle God art requires 10 laws, while the fifth demands 100. The complete Battle God art encompasses 9 levels. Such techniques are beyond the reach of top-tier forces like the Holy Lands or the ancient aristocratic clans. Yet, as a reward for his triumph in this conflict, he had acquired 4 complete supreme techniques. This would save him a considerable amount of resources, sparing him the lifetime toil of other cultivators who struggle to earn enough to purchase high-level techniques. Do not be modest. This is all that you rightfully deserve. Return and cultivate diligently. If your path proves unfruitful, do not hesitate to start anew, a jovial commander said, clapping Jiang Ping'an on the shoulder. However, Jiang Ping'an did not retreat. He stored the artifact away and resolutely declared, "I wish to accept the challenge from the Sea Demon clan." Upon hearing this, several commanders froze in disbelief. Why are you so obstinate? The opponent surely possesses some underhanded schemes. Knowing the risks, why would you court disaster? The one-eyed commander nearly lashed out at Jiang Ping'an, having clearly articulated the peril involved, yet this youth still desired to proceed. Indeed, all prodigies share a common flaw: excessive arrogance. Let him go. That's the nature of the holy body. Facing challenges, they seldom decline, the aged commander remarked. Having encountered several holy bodies, he recognized them as combat fanatics, either cultivating an invincible spirit through battle or perishing in the fray. Aware of the dangers, the old commander produced an ancient gray jade slip and offered it to Jiang Ping'an. This slip depicted numerous profound forces of the Tao. It was a specially crafted item capable of withstanding a single strike from a tribulation stage powerhouse. The adversary undoubtedly possessed some insidious means, thus, it was imperative to protect oneself. Jiang Ping'an accepted the jade slip with both hands, bowing deeply to the elder. "Thank you, senior." This gift was akin to being bestowed with a second life, and he could not help but feel immense gratitude. Chapter 292, A Drop of Dragon Blood. Jiang Ping'an. Are you too afraid to show yourself? A bloodthirsty mad shark roared from above, its razor-sharp teeth glinting ominously, exuding an air of provocation. Behind it loomed a multitude of powerful demon beings, their overwhelming malevolence stifling. "Get lost." The human female commander regarded the sea demons with an expression of indifference. "We merely seek a challenge of integrity," remarked the formidable octopus warrior nonchalantly. "Have we not often engaged in such contests before?" The female commander sneered. "Integrity? Are you truly unaware of the schemes you harbor? Even a fool can discern that your demon kin intends to employ some trickery in this challenge." The sea demon warriors appeared poised to respond, yet suddenly, smiles broke across their faces as they gazed skyward. 3 commanders arrived, escorting Jiang Ping'an. "Why have you brought him here?" The female commander frowned deeply upon seeing Jiang Ping'an. The one-eyed commander shrugged helplessly. "I had no wish for his presence. He insisted on coming." "Don't worry, I will take care of myself," Jiang Ping'an assured the female commander before soaring ahead. With a furrowed brow, she resolved that if he was determined to accept the challenge, she would have to stand guard. Jiang Ping'an's gaze fell upon the bloodthirsty mad shark at the forefront. Channeling the power of his eyes, he scanned the shark's storage treasure. The contents were laid bare before him: pills, magical artifacts, and weapons. The most formidable item possessed by the bloodthirsty mad shark was a bone dagger, seemingly forged from the bones of a sea demon at the void refinement stage. However, it posed little threat to Jiang Ping'an. Aside from that, there appeared to be no other treasures, leaving him perplexed. It was inconceivable that the opponent had come without means to plot against him. He meticulously examined the storage treasure once more, searching for concealed items. After several scrutinizing glances, he found nothing of significance, save for a peculiar black bone talisman emanating an eerie power. This talisman exhibited spatial fluctuations, likely a teleportation rune, posing no threat. Suddenly, Jiang Ping'an noticed a droplet of high-grade dragon blood nestled within the shark's heart. This droplet radiated immense power, likely bestowed by a dragon warrior, capable of infusing the bloodthirsty mad shark with vast energy and allowing it to wield the potent laws contained therein. Enlightenment dawned upon Jiang Ping'an. This was the shark's hidden trump card. With this revelation, his worries dissipated. The bloodthirsty mad shark, with its crimson eyes, glared menacingly at Jiang Ping'an, declaring, "Today, I shall undoubtedly tear you apart and achieve immortal military merit." The sea demon kin also had military accolades. Slaying Jiang Ping'an would grant them a considerable reward. Jiang Ping'an's expression remained devoid of emotion. "Come forth," he beckoned. He had no desire for idle chatter. Devouring the opponent would further enhance his comprehension of the laws. The bloodthirsty mad shark unleashed its innate frenzy, its body igniting in red, strength surging exponentially as it summoned the power of the dragon blood from its heart. Its form became cloaked in dragon scales, a terrifying aura stirring the elements around them. Sensing the shark's overwhelming presence, the human cultivators felt a chill. Something is amiss. How can this bloodthirsty mad shark wield the power of the dragon clan? Be cautious. It harbors dragon blood, capable of channeling multiple laws. The human warriors cautioned Jiang Ping'an. The savage tribal totem patterns enveloped Jiang Ping'an as he advanced through the void. The bloodthirsty mad shark raised its dragon-scaled fist to counter. Boom! The two collided, unleashing a cataclysmic force that swept across the heavens, causing the very fabric of space to tremble as if on the brink of collapse. Jiang Ping'an was suddenly sent flying thousands of meters, his arms twisted and broken. The bloodthirsty shark cackled maniacally. "Jiang Ping'an, is this all you've got?" The hearts of the human cultivators sank in an instant. This bloodthirsty shark, embodying the principles of strength, possessed formidable combat prowess, and now, infused with dragon blood. Its power surged even further. Even Jiang Ping'an had been thrown back. With an impassive expression, Jiang Ping'an summoned his quasi-saint body from the spirit beast storage bag, merging it with himself. Channeling the battle god technique, golden battle intent encircled him as he executed a lightning flash, darting forward in an instant. The bloodthirsty shark raised its hand to counter. Boom! The two forces clashed again, causing the sea below to churn violently. This time, the bloodthirsty shark was sent flying for thousands of meters, its arms shattered, crimson blood seeping forth. The bloodthirsty shark was utterly astonished. How could such a robust physique be injured? Jiang Ping'an had begun to harness the third layer of the battle god technique's power. The complete third layer of the technique could amplify his combat strength fourfold. Although he had yet to fully comprehend this layer, his power was undeniably greater than before. The bloodthirsty shark's expression darkened as it frantically unleashed the power of dragon blood, charging at Jiang Ping'an. A fierce clash of strength ensued, with each punch landing with a thunderous roar that echoed beneath the heavens, causing many to shudder. The Sea Demon clan's elites looked on in shock at Jiang Ping'an's display. How could this be? It had only been 2 months, yet Jiang Ping'an had grown stronger. They could all see that he was now more formidable than he had been 2 months prior. In addition to the enhancement of battle intent, he had begun to utilize the second-tier principles of power, significantly augmenting his strength. The speed of his advancement was nothing short of astonishing. The human cultivators were equally taken aback. In just 2 months, Jiang Ping'an's progress surpassed that of an ordinary transformation stage cultivator who trained for a century. Several factors contributed to Jiang Ping'an's rapid advancement. He possessed the temporal palace, which allowed him to save 5 times the time, while others cultivated for 2 months. He effectively trained for 10. Moreover, with 2 avatars cultivating within the temporal palace, it equated to an additional 20 months. Adding the 2 months of his main body's training in the outside world, it totaled 22 months, almost 2 years. Furthermore, with the assistance of the Fire Lotus Enlightenment Child, the accelerated comprehension of devouring power, and the observation of principles through his pupils, Jiang Ping'an's speed of progress was entirely reasonable. It would have been abnormal had he not advanced. Jiang Ping'an executed the minor formless technique, magnifying his size 1,000-fold and amplifying his strength immensely. A battle spirit soaring to a height of 1 kilometer emerged, merging with him to transform into a golden war god. With the second-tier battle intent principles, second-tier power principles, and the 4-fold combat strength boost from the battle god technique, coupled with the 2-fold strength enhancement of the barbarian totem, Jiang Ping'an resembled an ancient barbarian, each punch carrying unmatched power, forcing the bloodthirsty shark to retreat continuously. Despite the bloodthirsty shark being a prodigy of a top-tier sea demon clan, endowed with exceptional talent and a drop of blood from a dragon clan powerhouse, in the presence of Jiang Ping'an, it appeared utterly ordinary. Was the bloodthirsty shark weak? Certainly not. It is because his opponent is Jiang Ping'an. Jiang Ping'an's hair and eyes have turned a brilliant gold, radiating an awe-inspiring brilliance, his formidable strength rendering him invincible. Both the human and sea demon factions were left in a stupor. Previously, sea demons of the mid-stage transformation could withstand Jiang Ping'an, yet merely a few months had passed, and the bloodthirsty, dragon-blooded shark prodigy found himself utterly powerless. A wave of terror surged through the hearts of many sea demon warriors, their hearts pounding fiercely. They had heard tales of the human emperor since childhood, but having never witnessed it firsthand, they felt little fear or reverence. However, upon seeing Jiang Ping'an, they were suddenly reminded of the stories about the human emperor, sweeping through myriad races, unstoppable. Could it be that another extraordinary figure was about to emerge from the human race? Chapter 293. The Pawn. I cannot believe it. I refuse to believe it. The bloodthirsty shark, engaged in battle with Jiang Ping'an, was battered and bloodied, his insides shattered, his expression dazed. Every spell he conjured was obliterated by Jiang Ping'an's fist, rendering him utterly defenseless. Despite being the strongest among his peers and bearing the blood of a dragon, his skills and techniques became utterly futile at this moment. Although he managed to inflict some damage on Jiang Ping'an, it was swiftly healed, leaving no lasting impact. With a resounding thud, Jiang Ping'an stepped forward, forcefully driving the bloodthirsty shark into the depths of the sea, crashing against the ocean floor. The seabed trembled violently, sending waves surging across the surface. The bloodthirsty shark felt as if his bones were breaking, and he drew forth a blade crafted from the body of a sea demon in the refining void stage. Attacking frantically, even with the weapon at his disposal, his strikes failed to inflict significant harm upon Jiang Ping'an, who continued to dominate him effortlessly. At that moment, the human cultivators and sea demon beings present finally comprehended the essence of invincibility. Suddenly, a formidable sea demon warrior launched an attack against Jiang Ping'an. The human warriors, having anticipated this, swiftly intervened to block the assault. "Run," commanded the leader of the bloodthirsty shark clan, instructing their prodigy on the battlefield. The bloodthirsty shark, unwilling to continue the fight, hastily retreated. Yet, how could Jiang Ping'an allow him such an opportunity? He unleashed a sealing technique, confining him, channeling all his power into his fist, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. Upon sensing the tremendous force contained within Jiang Ping'an's fist, the bloodthirsty shark's face paled in terror. Realizing that if struck, his demise was inevitable. Desperately, he activated his dragon blood, shattering the chains that bound him. Just as Jiang Ping'an surged toward him, the bloodthirsty shark produced a bone teleportation talisman. Fortunately, his ancestor had bestowed upon him a life-saving talisman in advance. Otherwise, he would surely perish. His ancestor had been exceedingly kind to him. The bloodthirsty shark hurriedly crushed the talisman. In that very instant, an enigmatic force enveloped the surrounding area for dozens of miles. In the blink of an eye, both the bloodthirsty shark and Jiang Ping'an vanished from sight. The human warriors who were blocking the sea demons widened their eyes in shock. What had happened? Where had Jiang Ping'an gone? "Haha, the plan has succeeded," exclaimed the previously anxious sea demon warrior, now erupting in maniacal laughter. All the concerns harbored by the sea demon warriors dissipated, replaced by triumphant smiles. The bloodthirsty shark was merely a decoy. Their actions were merely for show, intended to prompt the pawn to utilize the teleportation talisman. The pride of the bloodthirsty shark tribe was but a pawn, unaware of the nature of the talisman he wielded. "What have you wretches done?" roared a human warrior upon witnessing Jiang Ping'an's disappearance. The octopus warrior chuckled and replied, "Jiang Ping'an has now been transported to the Abyssal Sea Forbidden Zone. You may attempt to rescue him." At the mention of the Abyssal Sea Forbidden Zone, the complexion of the human warriors changed drastically. The Abyssal Sea Forbidden Zone is one of the most terrifying realms, second only to the Time Forbidden Zone, the Darkness Forbidden Zone, and the Chaos Forbidden Zone. Once, 7 transcendent beings of the sea demon tribe ventured deep within, returning with only 2. The remaining 5 perished within its depths. The 2 survivors were grievously wounded and soon met their end. If even those 7 extraordinary beings, equipped with celestial artifacts, fell in the depths of this forbidden zone, how could Jiang Ping'an possibly survive? "You scoundrels!" The human warrior, consumed by rage, launched a furious assault against the sea demon warriors. They had not anticipated such a treacherous ploy. Had the sea demon tribe summoned their treasures, the presence of these human warriors would have safeguarded Jiang Ping'an. However, they had instead cast him into the Abyssal Sea Forbidden Zone, leaving no chance for intervention. The loss of this unparalleled prodigy was a tremendous blow to the human race. The sea demon warrior laughed triumphantly. Their plan successfully executed, they refrained from engaging further, retreating with their kin. Once the news of Jiang Ping'an's demise spread among the humans, it would signal the moment for the sea demon tribe to counterattack. Without Jiang Ping'an, the human race would have little recourse against their mid-tier sea demons. Meanwhile, deep within the abyssal forbidden land, darkness prevailed, devoid of any light. Suddenly, a flash of black light pierced through the void, revealing two figures. Where are we? The bloodthirsty shark, having escaped via the teleportation talisman, was momentarily stunned. Despite the surrounding darkness, it posed little hindrance to a being of his caliber. His consciousness could span 1,000 miles. It seemed to be an immense underwater palace, vast and seemingly endless, filled with dark energies and terrifying auras emanating from all directions. Suddenly, a gray tentacle emerged from the darkness, piercing through the bloodthirsty shark's body, blood streaming forth into the frigid waters. His expression shifted dramatically as he glanced downward, noticing a colossal 18-armed octopus, spanning thousands of meters. This creature was enveloped in a gray hue, its form grotesquely twisted like decaying matter, surrounded by malevolent dark forces. Upon sighting the 18-armed octopus, the bloodthirsty shark grasped the gravity of the situation, his face contorted with despair and horror. A conspiracy, a wicked scheme, to eliminate Jiang Ping'an. They had manipulated him as a pawn, deceiving him into the abyssal forbidden zone. Overcome by fear rather than anger, he wielded his bone dagger, severing the gray tentacle, and fled desperately towards a place resembling a grand portal. The massive gate stood ajar, perhaps offering an escape. Yet before he could flee, a colossal tentacle struck him with tremendous force. Boom! The formidable, bloodthirsty mad shark, at the peak of the transformation stage, was obliterated, bursting into a mist of crimson. Immediately, the 18-armed squid opened its tooth-filled maw and violently inhaled, consuming the blood and remnants of the mad shark. In that moment, the twisted visage of the squid radiated sheer ecstasy. However, it was still unsated. Its ghastly, pallid eyes turned towards Jiang Ping'an. A chill ran down Jiang Ping'an's spine. What manner of grotesque creature is this? Though it exhibited no discernible fluctuations of power, it wielded dark forces potent enough to annihilate a transformation stage beast in an instant. The gray tentacles of the 18-armed squid lunged toward Jiang Ping'an. He activated Thunder Flash, propelling himself forward in an instant and unleashed a full-powered punch. Boom! Despite the creature's formidable offensive capabilities, its defenses proved lacking. With one mighty blow, its massive form shattered into fragments within the ocean's depths. Jiang Ping'an exhaled in relief. Fortunately, the enemy's defenses were not overly robust. However, in that fleeting moment, he sensed something amiss, his expression shifting to one of shock. The obliterated 18-armed squid rapidly disintegrated into countless smaller squids, all surging towards him. One palm-sized squid landed upon him, biting down and tearing away a chunk of flesh. It is worth noting that Jiang Ping'an's physical prowess was so formidable that even a mid-transformation stage warrior could not inflict such grievous harm upon him. Yet, this diminutive creature managed to cause him significant injury. As he beheld the swarm of tiny squids, Jiang Ping'an's heart raced, a long-forgotten fear surging within him. He summoned all his strength to employ the star-pulling technique, utilizing gravitational forces to shred the squids. However, upon being torn apart, they merely transformed into even smaller squids that continued their assault. Jiang Ping'an's countenance paled. How could such a bizarre entity exist? His devouring avatar emerged from the spirit beast storage pouch, unleashing a consuming black hole. The immense black hole positioned itself before him, devouring the advancing squids one by one. After a brief moment, he succeeded in annihilating the countless minuscule monsters. Yet, just as Jiang Ping'an believed the ordeal was over, a massive white eye, spanning a kilometer, peered through the palace entrance, its dark, eerie power saturating the void. At that instant, Jiang Ping'an's hair stood on end. Chapter 294. The bizarre entity in the eerie darkness of the ocean depths, a colossal white eye loomed, fixated on Jiang Ping'an through the palace's doorway. The ominous aura of darkness caused his body to tremble uncontrollably. What manner of monstrosity is this? Fortunately, the palace appeared to be no ordinary structure. It seemed robust enough to withstand the presence of such a gargantuan creature, which could not enter. Boom! Suddenly, the immense eye exploded, morphing into a multitude of 18-armed, gray, twisted squids that slithered through the crevice of the door. The terrifying destructive force of the darkness sent shivers down Jiang Ping'an's spine. Is this creature capable of asexual reproduction? He dared not hesitate, unleashing a bolt of lightning as he fled in terror deeper into the palace. Squid-like entities, resembling sludge, merged upon entering the palace, transforming into a larger squid. The terrifying dark power emanating from it instilled immense dread in Jiang Ping'an. He invoked the star-pulling technique, attempting to rend the creature apart. However, the dark power surrounding it thwarted his laws, rendering his attack ineffective. This indicated that the creature's level of laws surpassed his own. Suddenly, the creature's tentacles elongated, striking towards Jiang Ping'an. He once again employed the lightning bolt to evade the assault. Yet, submerged in water, the resistance was considerable, and he could not teleport as far as he could in the air. The creature opened its vast maw, exuding a suction force akin to a devouring power, pulling Jiang Ping'an's body towards it. Should he be swallowed, his demise would be certain. A fierce glint flashed across Jiang Ping'an's face as the heavenly shaking demon staff materialized in his hand. In the moment before being consumed, he swung the staff with great force. Boom! The creature exploded. This time, it did not revert to a smaller octopus. Under the assault of the laws, it could not recover. Jiang Ping'an, showing no signs of complacency, consumed the creature and continued his flight. He had merely dealt with one monstrous eye. Outside the palace, one of the creature's eyes spanned 1,000 meters. How immense must its true form be? It was akin to comparing an ant to a human. A human could easily crush the ant, just as that monster could effortlessly obliterate him. During his escape, Jiang Ping'an's doppelganger entered the time palace within the spirit beast's storage bag. "Daddy, where are you going?" A 4- or 5-year-old girl, barefoot and gleeful, ran towards him, her little face beaming with joy. Upon reaching Jiang Ping'an, she embraced his thigh, her sparkling eyes exuding cuteness. The girl was Jiang Xiaoxue, the infant Jiang Ping'an had rescued. Now Jiang Xiaoxue had grown considerably, possessing a fundamental understanding of the world. Nurtured by spiritual liquid, her body was as pure as snow, immaculate, and seemingly ethereal. Observing Jiang Xiaoxue's adorable demeanor eased much of Jiang Ping'an's anxiety. He lifted Xiaoxue and called out in the time palace, "Aunt Lan, Sister Xia, please come out. I have some questions for you." "What is it?" Moments later, Xia Qing opened the door, her languid and graceful figure appearing within view. She adored this place, where she could save 5 times the cultivation time, as all 3 of her doppelgangers resided here, allowing her to save 15 times the time. Cultivating for 100 years here equated to 1,500 years of cultivation elsewhere. Jiang Ping'an inquired, "Sister Xia, do you know what the abyssal forbidden zone is?" "The bloodthirsty shark mentioned it before it perished, and I wish to understand what this place truly is, so I can venture out. I have not heard of it. I am only familiar with the 3 major forbidden zones. The strange locales in the cultivation world are numerous, and my knowledge is somewhat limited. You possess little experience." A mature and melodious voice chimed in nearby. Leilan emerged, standing before the abyssal forbidden zone, the largest of its kind in the East Sea. Though it may not possess the same notoriety as the 3 great forbidden zones, it remains a place of terror. Millennia ago, 7 sea demons at the tribulation stage, armed with celestial artifacts, ventured into the depths of this forbidding realm, seeking to carve a new path to immortality. Ultimately, 5 perished, and 2 were gravely injured, leaving an indelible mark on the East Sea Demon clan. Had it not been for this calamity, the East Sea Demons would have ignited a war against the Eastern Domain long ago. At this revelation, Jiang Ping'an's body shuddered violently. The fact that 7 tribulation stage powerhouses, equipped with celestial artifacts, could not escape unscathed was staggering. Xia Qing, with a furrowed brow, inquired, as a member of an ancient clan, "You must possess some knowledge of forbidden zones. What lies within that even celestial artifacts cannot contend with?" She had long yearned to unravel the mysteries of the forbidden zones, which predate the rise of humanity itself. Leilan shook her head, expressing, "I am uncertain about the specifics contained within. My status does not afford me access to the core secrets. All I know is that each great forbidden zone harbors an ultimate terror." Pausing momentarily, she continued earnestly, "For cultivators, the tribulation stage represents the pinnacle of power, as it is the realm established by the Saint King to commune with the way of heaven. Upon reaching this stage, one can endure the tribulation and ascend to the celestial realm. However, Ancient texts suggest that these forbidden zones are home to entities that transcend even the tribulation stage. Xia Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. Existences that surpass the tribulation stage. How can this be? Are they celestial beings? It was her first encounter with such esoteric knowledge, revealing the existence of terrors beyond the tribulation stage. To surpass the tribulation stage, does that not imply they are immortals? Leilon shrugged. Beyond this, I cannot provide further insight. My authority does not extend to the core content. She smiled at Xia Qing, relishing the feeling of having imparted more knowledge than she possessed. Satisfied, Xia Qing felt a sense of accomplishment. Suddenly, Leilon's expression shifted as she turned to Jiang Ping'an. By the way, did you summon us merely to discuss such trivial matters? Jiang Ping'an clenched his fists. His voice grave as he replied, I was transported to the abyssal forbidden zone and inadvertently brought you both along. At this declaration, the smile on Leilon's face froze instantly. You must be jesting. Such a jest is not amusing. He had never been one for jest. Xia Qing, understanding Jiang Ping'an's seriousness, adopted a grave demeanor. A flicker of fear crossing her eyes. Leilon, unwilling to confront the harsh reality, flew out of the time palace and into the open air, where the frigid sea and endless darkness enveloped her. As waves of terror emanated from the unknown depths, Leilon trembled violently, dread seeping into her heart. You impudent brat. What on earth is happening? Leilon fiercely embraced Jiang Ping'an, her arms tightening around his neck as her thoughts resonated within his consciousness. At the stage of mind transformation, one could communicate through thought alone, rendering spoken words unnecessary. Given the impossibility of verbal communication in the water, they resorted to mental exchanges instead. Leilon's emotions surged tumultuously, her heartbeat echoing like thunder, unable to find calm. Finding herself inexplicably in such a terrifying place felt akin to receiving a death sentence. Jiang Ping'an, filled with remorse, conveyed the gist of the situation through their mental connection. Leilon's exquisite visage shifted through a spectrum of emotions. Xia Qing, through another incarnation of Jiang Ping'an, learned the unfolding events and swiftly emerged from the time palace. Where am I? It resembles a grand palace. Xia Qing expanded his spiritual consciousness, gravely surveying the surroundings. Having attained the transformative realm, his awareness could stretch up to 1,000 miles, allowing him to grasp the general environment around him. This place seemed to be a palace crafted by sentient beings. Jiang Ping'an shook his head, expressing his regret. I am truly unaware. I apologize for involving you. He had not anticipated that the final trump card of the Sea Demon clan would be this. Leilon gradually regained her composure, releasing her grip on Jiang Ping'an's neck. Being angry was futile. They needed to devise a means to escape swiftly. There appeared to be some sort of pattern at the end. Jiang Ping'an suddenly spoke, gazing into the depths of the palace. A pattern? Xia Qing followed Jiang Ping'an's line of sight, extending his consciousness for 1,000 miles. Yet he saw neither a pattern nor an end. Leilon chimed in. Where is this pattern? I see nothing. Are you hallucinating? Her spiritual perception reached its limit as well, revealing nothing. My eyesight is keen. I can see far. Jiang Ping'an intently observed the deepest part. What nonsense. Even with your keen eyesight, it is impossible to see something from 1,000 miles away. You must be influenced by something, experiencing an illusion. Leilon, taken aback by Jiang Ping'an's words, began to be vigilant of her surroundings, wary of being affected and falling into a delusion herself. Chapter 295. Despair. Jiang Ping'an's vision might indeed extend further than his spiritual consciousness, Xia Qing suddenly remarked. Why do you say that? Leilon asked, puzzled. It is well known that at this level, spiritual perception surpasses vision, especially in the lightless depths of the ocean, where, aside from spiritual awareness, one cannot see objects 10 miles away, let alone 1,000. Xia Qing elaborated. Jiang Ping'an possesses a unique divine eye. You know about his stone gambling, right? In truth, he is not a destined master, rather. He utilizes his divine eye to discern whether anything is concealed within the mother stone. Leilon's eyes widened in disbelief. A divine eye that can penetrate the mother stone? How is that possible? Even a tribulation stage expert could not see through a mother stone obscured by the laws of heaven and earth. How could Jiang Ping'an, a low-tier cultivator, possess such a celestial divine eye? Jiang Ping'an did not provide further explanation and flew toward the innermost part of the palace. He sought to discern the pattern on the wall, perhaps a means of exiting this place. In the pitch-black, frigid waters, the three moved swiftly. The surrounding emptiness and silence were chilling, as if a monstrous entity might leap out at any moment. After traversing over 3,000 miles, Xiaqing and Lei Lan finally beheld the pattern Jiang Ping'an had spoken of. Lei Lan was astounded. Jiang Ping'an's vision was indeed terrifying. In such darkness, filled with seawater, he could see objects 3,000 to 4,000 miles away. What kind of divine eye had he awakened? Before she could fully process this revelation, Lei Lan's attention was drawn to the immense pattern on the wall. More precisely, the pattern on the wall seemed to draw her consciousness towards it. Jiang Ping'an and Xiaqing experienced a similar phenomenon. Upon perceiving the pattern, their awareness appeared to enter another realm. In this vast expanse, a colossal 18-armed octopus floated amidst the starry sky, its massive form spanning the galaxy, akin to a divine being. Its entire body was shrouded in a gray hue, constantly contorting and transforming, exuding an aura of darkness, malevolence, and destruction that instilled terror. It slithered through the starry river, devouring stars with the ease of consuming candy. Wherever it traversed, celestial bodies were obliterated. For the first time, Lei Lan beheld such a terrifying entity. Even the ancient beings of her clan, who had transcended to the tribulation stage, did not emit such a horrifying presence. Though she was aware that this was merely an illusory image within a mural, an instinctive dread gripped her. This creature portrayed in the artwork could indeed slay her. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and she instinctively grasped the arm of Jiang Ping'an. Seeking a meager sense of security, Jiang Ping'an, equally paralyzed by fear alongside Xiaqing, questioned the nature of this monstrous being that could effortlessly swallow stars as if they were mere confections. Did such a fearsome existence truly inhabit the world? Yet, a more horrifying scene unfolded. A green claw, adorned with scales, emerged from the void and seized the enormous 18-armed octopus. The creature thrashed violently, its tentacles flailing as planets were shattered and the galaxy fragmented. However, its struggle was short-lived. The green claw tightened its grip, and the colossal octopus was obliterated in an instant. The three observers were left breathless, as if plunged into an icy abyss, their skin prickling with dread. The green claw had taken most of the octopus's body, leaving behind only a single tentacle. As the vision faded, their consciousness returned to their physical forms. Yet their bodies felt as though they had been frozen solid, immobilized by sheer terror. At that moment, the word fear could scarcely encompass their feelings. It was an indescribable horror. As cultivators at the divine transformation stage, they were regarded as masters in the realm of cultivation, yet this scene rendered them feeling no different from mere insects. After a prolonged silence, they gradually emerged from their terror. What was that hand? Xiaqing exclaimed, clutching Jiang Ping'an tightly, her exquisite visage drained of color. The 18-armed octopus was already terrifying, but the green hand was even more chilling, effortlessly crushing it. Was it an immortal? Jiang Ping'an's inner turmoil raged unceasingly. The beings depicted in the mural undoubtedly surpassed any cultivator he had ever encountered. Under such overwhelming power, even the most advanced techniques appeared feeble and impotent. Lei Lan gasped for breath, swallowing several mouthfuls of frigid seawater to regain her composure. It was utterly terrifying. Thankfully, they had not encountered such a fearsome entity. Xiaqing pondered for a moment before asking, then why would this mural be here? The moment those words escaped her lips, Lei Lan's expression froze once more. Indeed, why would such an image exist in this place? Just then, a massive 18-armed octopus charged toward them. Lei Lan and Xiaqing were paralyzed with fear. Was this not the very octopus depicted in the mural? Jiang Ping'an swiftly drew the heaven-shaking demon staff, preparing to strike as the bizarre creature approached, causing the sea to churn violently. Bang! The 18-armed octopus was obliterated, its grayish blood seeping into the surroundings. In an effort to prevent its division, Jiang Ping'an summoned his devouring power, consuming the monstrous creature. After vanquishing the octopus, Jiang Ping'an turned to the two astonished women. Can we establish contact with the outside world? The two women gradually emerged from their shock, realizing that this creature was not as terrifying as the one depicted in the mural. It was understandable that they were momentarily paralyzed with fear. The impact of the mural's creature had been too overwhelming, leaving them momentarily disoriented upon encountering a similar being. Xiaqing and Lei Lan hastily retrieved their communication talismans, attempting to reach out to the outside. However, after numerous attempts, they found themselves unable to connect. Lei Lan shook her head, It's futile. There exists an invisible force here that obstructs the use of the communication talismans. Without the means to contact anyone for rescue, their predicament felt increasingly dire. In truth, even if they could establish contact, it would be of little consequence. 7 calamity transcending sea demons armed with celestial artifacts had failed to escape. Who would dare to come to their aid? Even if one wished to help, the will would be powerless against such overwhelming odds. Did they truly have to perish here? A flash of despair flickered across Xiaqing's face. I am so sorry. Jiang Ping'an expressed his deep remorse, believing that their peril stemmed from his presence. Suddenly, Lei Lan recalled something and exclaimed, there is still hope. Perhaps we can find a way out. She produced a crystal ball, imbued with peculiar rules of power. What is this? Jiang Ping'an inquired, bewildered. If even celestial artifacts could not ensure their safe exit, it was hard to believe that any other treasures would be of assistance. This is a special secret treasure, Lei Lan explained. Once infused with spiritual energy, it allows us to perceive any scene within a certain range. Perhaps we can utilize the crystal ball to discover a safe escape route. Previously, she had used the crystal ball to eavesdrop on the exchange between Meng Jing and Jiang Ping'an, finding that even barriers could not obstruct the treasure's observation. A glimmer of hope ignited within Xiaqing. With this artifact, they might evade danger and find a way out. Lei Lan infused the crystal ball with her spiritual energy, and an image of the three of them gathered together appeared. She manipulated the image, moving it outward. Soon, the entrance of the palace came into view. A colossal 18-armed octopus was squeezing through the doorway, one of its severed tentacles morphing into an octopus that swam toward the inside. The sight of the octopus's immense size caused both women to gasp in horror. Its single eye alone measured nearly 1,000 meters. Its body was terrifyingly vast, rendering humans as insignificant as ants in comparison. Should this behemoth enter, their fate would undoubtedly be sealed. In a panic, Lei Lan maneuvered the crystal-S image to explore the area outside the entrance, seeking an escape route. However, upon glimpsing the scene beyond the palace, the hearts of the three felt as if pierced by a sharp blade, chilling them to the core. Countless 18-armed octopuses floated outside, so densely packed that they seemed uncountable. The eerie, dark power radiating from them was spine-chilling. The octopus at the doorway appeared as diminutive as an infant. The largest among them had a single small ring on its tentacle that dwarfed the octopus attempting to squeeze into the palace. As Lei Lan manipulated the crystal ball to broaden her vision, the myriad of squids outside gradually diminished in size. A scene that filled the trio with despair unfolded. It turned out that these countless squids were perched atop an even larger squid. This colossal creature was comparable to a star. The crystal ball slipped from Lei Lan's grasp, and a shadow of hopelessness crossed her face. Chapter 296, Jiang Ping'an's All Cards Revealed. She had intended to use the crystal ball to uncover a path to survival. Yet what she found was an abyss of fear. It was over. Everything was over. Lei Lan forced a bitter smile. In the face of such an overwhelming and terrifying existence, all flamboyant strategies were rendered futile. Unless they could leap across the stars and somehow evade the monster's pursuit, there remained a sliver of possibility for escape. However, they lacked such capabilities. Now, they could only await their demise. My dream of becoming an empress has shattered. Xiaqing's face mirrored a profound sense of helplessness and despair. She never anticipated that her promising future would lead her into such a crisis. I'm sorry, Jiang Ping'an began to apologize again. But Xiaqing pulled him into her embrace, reasoning that since they were destined to die, she might as well experience the joys of being a woman before their end. As she spoke, her crimson lips descended toward Jiang Ping'an's face. He swiftly pushed her away, stating earnestly, I still have a plan, but it may require time. What plan could you possibly have? Even a tribulation stage expert would struggle to survive this. What can you do? Xiaqing pulled Jiang Ping'an back into her embrace, her hands wandering restlessly. He exerted force to push her away, insisting, I truly have a way. No, you don't. Xiaqing firmly pinned him down. With a resounding slap, Lei Lan raised her hand and struck Xiaqing on the backside, exclaiming, I've known for a while that you have ulterior motives. You just want to compete with my daughter for a man. Feeling the sting of pain behind her, Xiaqing finally regained her composure and shot a fierce glare at Jiang Ping'an, exclaiming, You idiot. You squandered your chance. He is utterly useless. Releasing Jiang Ping'an, she asked in a tone laced with sorrow, So, how do we escape? We charge out, Jiang Ping'an replied. Both Leilan and Xiaqing's expressions froze, barely suppressing the urge to pummel him. They had believed that Jiang Ping'an truly possessed a solution, only to discover he was jesting. Did he not see the multitude of 18-armed squids outside? It was challenging for even them, as divine transformation cultivators, to break free, let alone tribulation stage experts. Jiang Ping'an asserted, "We have the Time Palace, which allows us to save fivefold time. With your talents, cultivating within for a few thousand years would undoubtedly elevate you to the tribulation stage." Leilan was incensed, pondering how such a clever individual could suddenly act so foolishly. The Time Palace consumes hundreds of thousands of spirit stones daily. How long can you sustain that? Even if you have enough spirit stones for the palace, what about the stones you need for cultivation? What about the laws required? The principles of the Great Tao? How could he overlook such a simple matter? Jiang Ping'an produced 2 fire lotus enlightenment seeds and handed them to the 2 women, assuring them that they could cultivate without any lack of resources. As long as the monsters outside were plentiful, he would not be short on resources. Staring at the 2 bundles of fire lotus enlightenment seeds, Xiaqing and Leilan were left speechless. How could you possess such an abundance of fire lotus enlightenment seeds? Leilan exclaimed in disbelief. Even within the vast and formidable Lei family, few possessed the means to procure such an abundance of fire lotus enlightenment seeds in one go. The fact that a cultivator at the divine transformation stage can present 2 substantial quantities is nothing short of astonishing. Moreover, it seems he is not in the least bit lacking in this resource. Jiang Ping'an handed the fire lotus enlightenment seeds to the 2 women without elaborating on the matter of the bronze basin. Although they were taken aback, they refrained from pressing further. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and since he chose not to divulge, they felt it inappropriate to inquire further. Nonetheless, even if one were not short of resources, the path to transcending to the tribulation stage is fraught with peril. Xiaqing did not feel overly elated. After all, several tribulation stage sea demons, equipped with celestial artifacts, had perished in this very place. Given that the 3 of them lacked even a celestial artifact, their chances seemed even bleaker. Jiang Ping'an declared earnestly, "I will bring you in, and I shall ensure your safe exit. This is my solemn promise." Observing the gravity in his expression, the fears harbored by the 2 women diminished considerably. Despite their lingering concerns, they chose silence for the moment. The priority now was to enhance their cultivation. Even the slightest advancement could offer a glimmer of hope. "If you can lead this princess out, I shall pledge myself to you," Xiaqing declared, embracing Jiang Ping'an. "Get lost. I warn you not to entertain thoughts about my son-in-law," the irascible Leilan exclaimed, yanking Xiaqing away. Xiaqing shrugged. Given their dire situation, she felt little concern for Leilan's opinions. Like a flash of light, she transformed and entered Jiang Ping'an's spirit beast storage pouch to commence her cultivation. Leilan cautioned Jiang Ping'an, "Be wary of these creatures. Do not be deceived by their apparent lack of cultivation. They embody the principle of destruction, which is exceedingly terrifying." Principle of destruction? Jiang Ping'an was hearing of such a principle for the first time. Indeed, it is an exceptionally unique principle, standing in stark opposition to that of creation. It surpasses the natural life principles of life and death, being the very source of all destructive power, and ranks at least as a 3rd-tier principle. Exercise utmost caution. After offering her warning, Leilan entered the spirit beast storage pouch to cultivate. They all hoped that through their cultivation, an opportunity for escape might arise, albeit one that seemed exceedingly slim. Both Leilan and Xiaqing remained skeptical of Jiang Ping'an's ability to lead them out. Yet, with no alternative course of action, they committed themselves to their training. Enveloped in the cold embrace of the dark ocean, Jiang Ping'an endeavored to maintain his composure. He understood that even enduring for millennia in this place would not guarantee an ascension to the tribulation stage. His confidence in escaping stemmed from the numerous trump cards he possessed. The first was the bronze basin. With it, he could slay monsters to replicate cultivation resources. The second trump card was the quasi-celestial artifact, the Judge's Pen, which boasted formidable offensive capabilities. The third was the 3 divine talismans bestowed upon him by the esteemed Elder Shinfeng after he was carved from the Mother Stone: the Substitution Talisman, the Exchange Talisman, and the Shared Life Talisman. The Substitution Talisman allows for a single substitution of death, while the Exchange Talisman permits a life exchange at the moment of death, provided both parties share an equal vitality. The Shared Life Talisman enables 2 individuals to share their life force. The construction of each rune necessitates several years, accompanied by a sacrifice of a century of lifespan. Previously, Jiang Ping'an had been too occupied to inscribe these talismans. However, he now finds himself compelled to create the Death Substitute and Death Exchange talismans. With these divine symbols, he might have a chance to escape. Although the Death Substitute talisman can avert death once, it is not infallible. For instance, Jiang Ping'an can seal this power through the technique of sky sealing. Moreover, when confronted with attacks that embody the principles of the Great Tao, the Death Substitute talisman proves ineffective. It is particularly vulnerable to assaults from treasures of paramount rank and above. Should such an attack strike the talisman positioned at the forehead, its efficacy would be nullified. Against unparalleled powerhouses, these talismans are rendered nearly useless. Even possessing 1,000 Death Substitute talismans would not prevent a formidable adversary from striking him down, time and again. Ultimately, the talisman merely creates a fleeting opportunity for survival. Whether one can persist in life hinges entirely on their own strength. The fourth trump card bestowed upon him by the esteemed elder of the great Xia, Ming Chun, is a tome of spatial knowledge, which contains insights into the path of space. Should he grasp its essence, he would gain the ability to traverse through space, thereby enhancing his chances of survival. A sharp and eerie sound suddenly resonated through the darkness. A monstrous squid, spanning hundreds of miles, emerged, its tentacles writhing in a grotesque dance. Its terrifying size inducing a sense of suffocating despair, exuding the dreadful principles of annihilation. More precisely, it embodied the essence of destruction. Above the third tier of principles lies the realm of essence. Human cultivators can only comprehend the essence of the Tao upon reaching the harmonization stage. Although this creature may not possess the might of a harmonization stage expert, it wields the power of the essence. This abomination is certainly beyond the capabilities of a transformation stage cultivator. Its greedy white eyes pierced through the darkness, fixating intently on Jiang Ping'an, racing towards him at an alarming speed. Jiang Ping'an, equally focused on his foe, was consumed by a fervent desire to survive. I cannot perish. I must ascend to immortality. And I must resurrect my parents. In his grasp, the earth-shaking demon rod transformed into the judge's pen. Even if you are an immortal, you cannot impede my resolve. As the bizarre entity lunged forward, Jiang Ping'an swung the judge's pen with fervor, his dark hair swirling wildly in the ocean's depths. A brilliant radiance illuminated the entire dark hall. Chapter 297. The sorrowful Meng Jing. Jiang Ping'an stood atop the colossal carcass that spanned 100 miles, his expression austere. Although the creature's size was formidable, its physical strength paled in comparison to that of an ordinary void refinement stage cultivator. Its true terror lay in its ability to infinitely divide, reproduce, and manipulate the essence of destruction. As long as he avoided its assaults, survival was almost assured. He disposed of half of the creature's body into a bronze basin, reserving it for resource replication when necessary. The remaining portion served another purpose. Jiang Ping'an retrieved 2 spirit beast storage bags, releasing a swarm of over 100,000 bloodthirsty 9 netherworms. The reproduction rate of the bloodthirsty 9 netherworms was astonishing. 1 worm could spawn 2. 2 could yield 4. 4 could become 8. Had Jiang Ping'an not commanded Xiaojiu to regulate the breeding speed of the worms, the 2 spirit beast storage bags would have been insufficient to contain them. Previously, Jiang Ping'an had contemplated selling the bloodthirsty 9 netherworms, as the resource consumption was excessively high. Even with his considerable wealth, having vanquished countless demon clans, he still found it challenging to sustain Xiaojiu. However, whether one can emerge from the abyssal forbidden zone hinges upon the prowess of Xiaojiu. Presently, Xiaojiu has grown significantly, towering at a height of 100 meters, its body cloaked in an inky blackness, with teeth as sharp as blades, glimmering with a chilling radiance, exuding an aura of darkness. Jiang Ping'an gently caresses Xiaojiu's head. The blood-devouring 9 netherworm is one of the 9 great insect tribes, holding a status within the insect realm comparable to that of the dragon clan within the demon realm, or perhaps even superior. Sensing Jiang Ping'an's affection, Xiaojiu squints its eyes in delight. Master, I am on the verge of my first evolution. It is termed the 9 netherworm because it undergoes 9 evolutions throughout its life. With each evolution, it grows more formidable. Currently, Xiaojiu possesses the combat capability to easily devour a late-stage Yuanian cultivator. Yet, it has yet to commence its first evolution. Do not fret about sustenance. Focus solely on your evolution. There is an abundance of food here. This place is replete with these colossal beasts, alleviating any concerns regarding nourishment. Xiaojiam is immensely pleased. Its master is exceedingly kind, providing an overabundance of food, far more than it could consume. Xiaojiam commands other insects to begin feasting on the massive creature. The body of the 18-clawed squid is utterly defenseless against their onslaught. The blood-devouring 9-netherworm is exceptionally unique, capable of consuming anything infused with energy. In ancient times, wherever the blood-devouring 9-netherworm roamed, no being could escape its grasp, hence its sanguinary moniker. Jiang Ping'an gazes upward, a surge of murderous intent swelling within him. Sea Demon Clan, await my return. The Sea Demon Clan has cast him into this dire predicament, and he shall undoubtedly repay them with a grand gift upon his escape. The palace is vast and sparse, devoid of many secrets to uncover. Jiang Ping'an ascends to a corner, beginning his study of the life replacement talisman. In such a perilous place, the foremost priority is survival, and the talisman's efficacy significantly enhances his chances of enduring. This divine talisman embodies profound rules, challenging to comprehend and requiring at least a century of contemplation. With the 2 additional bodies derived from the Tao avatar, he can save thrice the time, reducing the requirement to approximately 30 years. Furthermore, with the opportunity to ponder within the temporal palace, he can save an additional 5-fold of time, thus needing merely over 6 years. This palace, crafted by an unknown hand, can repel the majority of squids, rendering it relatively safe. What troubles Jiang Ping'an most is the thought of Meng Jing, who would undoubtedly be deeply worried if she learned of their transportation to such a place. Hence, it is imperative to escape swiftly. Just as Jiang Ping'an anticipated, upon receiving the news that he and his mother had been transported to the abyssal forbidden zone, Meng Jing nearly collapsed. Fortunately, Yin Huang was quick-witted, supporting her in time. I must rescue the Wooden One. I must save my mother. Meng Jing's demeanor became disoriented, as if lost in a trance, frantically rushing outward. Lei Shiqing obstructed her path. You cannot save them. That place is the abyssal forbidden zone, where countless strong beings have perished. Thousands of years ago, 7 powerful beings of the Sea Demon Clan entered, with only 2 emerging, having left their celestial artifacts behind. Your cultivation level will lead you to certain death. Lei Shiqing's expression darkened. He had not anticipated the despicable actions of the Sea Demon Clan, who had brazenly transported Jiang Ping'an to that perilous location, rendering any attempts at rescue futile. What was even more difficult for him to accept was the disappearance of the Great Summer's 9th princess and Lei Lan of their Lei family. Previously, there had been reports of the 2 entering Jiang Ping'an's spirit beast storage bag. Now, with their absence, it seemed they too had been sent to the abyssal forbidden zone. In a fit of rage, Meng Jing coughed up a mouthful of blood, her face a portrait of despair, tears cascading down her porcelain cheeks. Pull yourself together, Xiaojing. Yun Huang urged, her own sorrow matching that of Meng Jing's. Without Xiaqing's assistance, the present circumstances would have been insurmountable. With Xiaqing now also trapped in such a dangerous realm, the outlook was grim. Meng Jing wiped the blood from her lips, and the sorrow etched on her face abruptly vanished, replaced by an icy detachment, a resolute indifference, as if she cared for nothing. I shall go to the front lines. No, it is far too perilous there. If the Sea Demon Clan has dealt with Jiang Ping'an, they will surely launch a massive assault. Lei Shiqing firmly opposed. Meng Jing represented hope for their Lei family, and he could not allow her to face danger. With a blank expression, Meng Jing replied, 5th granduncle, do not force my hand. If you prevent me from going, I shall willingly abandon my talents. Lei Shiqing's countenance shifted dramatically. Xiaojing, you. Meng Jing disregarded his words entirely, soaring outward without hesitation, fully intent on not returning alive. Lei Shiqing dared not impede her. He understood Meng Jing well enough to know that any obstruction would lead her to indeed forsake her talents. I too wish to go to the front lines, Yin Huang declared. Absolutely not. You are a prodigy in the talent selection program. Any rash actions could have dire consequences. Lei Shiqing began, but before he could finish, Yin Huang had already taken flight. She no longer cared for titles or training programs. Her sole desire was revenge for Jiang Ping'an and Sister Xia. Just as Yin Huang departed, a young woman clad in a flowing green dress entered. Lei Shiqing recognized her as Li Yeye, a prodigious talent from the Piamiao sect, who had emerged as the leader of the 3rd selection program, having effortlessly defeated the invulnerable body within half an hour. An impressive feat indeed. The higher-ups had discussed her potential. Should she not fall, she would undoubtedly become a pillar for the human race, sought after by numerous powerful factions in Zhongzhou. For reasons unknown, tears glistened in her eyes. Before Lei Shiqing could inquire, Li Ye spoke. I wish to go to the front lines. Lei Shiqing was taken aback. Why the sudden desire to head to the front? A fierce battle is imminent, and it is exceedingly dangerous. Why does everyone wish to go? Li Ye wiped her tears, her fists clenched with unbridled fury. Brother Ping'an is in trouble. I must seek vengeance for him. The news of Jiang Ping'an had spread, reaching Li Ye's ears and piercing her heart like a knife. Brother Ping'an? You know Jiang Ping'an? Lei Shiqing's eyes widened in realization. Li Ye offered no further explanations, taking flight immediately, merely informing the higher-ups out of courtesy. Lei Shiqing's eyes reddened with anger. Jiang Ping'an, you troublemaker. Look at the mess you've created. 3 unparalleled prodigies were now heading to the front lines. Should any one of them encounter misfortune, it would be a monumental loss for humanity. They are all concerned about Jiang Ping'an. Chapter 298, Assault on the Front Lines. News of Jiang Ping'an swiftly spread throughout the eastern domain. Within a tea house of the Great Chu dynasty, jubilant voices echoed. Ha ha, what a delightful turn of events. Jiang Ping'an is dead. I have also heard the news. He even caused the demise of the 9th princess of the Great Xia. Truly a double blessing. Today, this young master shall treat everyone. Feel free to eat and drink to your heart's content. The residents of Chu were in high spirits, their faces adorned with smiles. Decades ago, the Great Chu was on the brink of greatness, but with Jiang Ping'an's emergence, everything changed. He had slain their crown prince, leading to a steady decline in the fortunes of Chu. Initially, a province declared independence, followed by incursions from neighboring states that seized substantial territory, resulting in catastrophic losses. This fostered a deep-seated hatred for Jiang Ping'an among the people of Chu. Recently, upon hearing of his rampage at the front lines, they were paralyzed with fear. Should this prodigy continue to grow, the Great Chu would surely face annihilation. Yet, before they could dwell on their fears, news arrived that Jiang Ping'an, along with Xiaqing and Lei Lan, had been transported to the abyssal forbidden zone. Realizing the horrors of this place, the citizens of Chu were convinced that Jiang Ping'an and Xiaqing were doomed. This revelation sparked nationwide celebrations within Chu. In the tea house, a wealthy patron generously treated everyone to food and tea. In a dim corner, a man wearing a hat heard the news of Jiang Ping'an. His teacup shattered in his grip, an unsettling aura emanating from him. The patrons, who had been laughing and chatting, abruptly fell silent, turning to gaze at him. A swordsman detected the fluctuations of the laws emanating from this individual, and his expression changed drastically. Death's law. In that instant, the swordsman dashed out of the tea house, shouting in terror, "There is a wanted criminal here. The one who wields the law of death is present." 10 years prior, within the realm of the Great Chu, a formidable figure who mastered the law of death emerged, launching a series of assassinations against their cultivators, high-ranking officials, royal science, and soldiers associated with the Chu dynasty were all targets of this individual. Over the course of a decade, more than 30 powerful cultivators had been slain, with tens of thousands of lower-tier practitioners also falling victim to his wrath. Throughout these 10 years, the Great Chu had repeatedly sent elites to encircle him, only to witness him escape death time and again. More terrifyingly, upon his return, he had deepened his understanding of the law of death, becoming even stronger. The Great Chu was oblivious to what had incurred his wrath, as this vendetta persisted for a decade. To their shock, the wanted criminal was right here. However, before the swordsman could flee, an enigmatic force enveloped him. In an instant, vitality vanished, leaving behind a lifeless husk that crumpled to the ground. The once celebratory patrons in the tea house met the same fate. The mysterious figure, donning a hat, soared eastward, declaring, "See, demon clan, you must perish." As the wind lifted his hat, a breathtaking visage was revealed, yet it was marred by an aura of murderous intent. Within a certain ancient tomb, a diviner who had just unearthed a corpse caught wind of the news regarding Jiang Ping'an. Although others declared that Jiang Ping'an was doomed, Busi understood that Jiang Ping'an would not perish now, but rather in 3,000 years. With nothing pressing, he decided to venture to the eastern seafront, convinced that following this young man was undoubtedly the right choice. Wherever he went, death would surely follow. Busi discerned a remarkable pattern. wherever Jiang Ping'an ventured. Calamity would ensue. Following Jiang Ping'an to collect the fallen was certainly a sound strategy. As Busi took a step forward, it appeared as if he was merely walking. Yet he traversed thousands of miles in an instant. The news of Jiang Ping'an's demise plunged the Eastern Domain cultivators, who had just begun to harbor hope, back into despair. With Jiang Ping'an fallen, who could withstand the mid-tier forces of the Sea Demon clan? As anticipated, after half a year of recuperation, the Sea Demon clan launched another assault against the human race. Countless sea demons blotted out the sky, shrouding the starry expanse like ominous clouds. Each sea demon bore a sinister grin, eager to avenge past humiliations. Without Jiang Ping'an, the mid-tier of the human race amounted to nothing. Haha. The scheme to transport Jiang Ping'an away was conceived by none other than myself. Are you enraged? In the depths of the starry sky, a formidable octopus demon mocked. The human warriors clenched their fists in anger, their bodies surging with the principles of the Tao. Kill, commanded the human leaders, launching themselves at the enemy. Countless human soldiers surged forward, their divine light illuminating the firmament. Fools, they dare to attack us, annihilate them, ordered the sea demon leaders. Even if these powerful beings fought for over a decade, the outcome remained uncertain, primarily hinging on how many mid-tier cultivators would be lost. The side that suffered greater losses would inevitably retreat. A thunderous roar resonated, shaking heaven and earth. Endless thunderclouds enveloped hundreds of miles, as lightning dragons coalesced, their roars echoing throughout the sky. Upon the emergence of the thunderclouds, the sea demons below halted abruptly, staring in astonishment at the heavens. The terrifying aura evoked memories of Jiang Ping'an's formidable strike decades earlier. Although this presence lacked the same overwhelming pressure, it still bore the potential for great harm. You all shall perish. Meng Jing, filled with boundless fury, summoned the full might of the heavenly thunder, unleashing hundreds of magnificent lightning dragons from the sky. The scene was both grand and terrifying, capturing the attention of all present. These lightning dragons charged into the ranks of the nascent soul sea demons, rampaging as if possessed. Ah, save me. Impossible. How could a nascent soul cultivator wield such power? Run. Flee. Where the lightning dragons passed, the sea demons could not withstand the onslaught. Turning to ashes, with the might of heavenly thunder coursing through hundreds of dragons, they were unstoppable, leading to the swift demise of tens of thousands of nascent soul sea demons. The once arrogant sea demons, now gripped by terror, fled in panic. Meng Jing single-handedly quelled the momentum of the sea demon soldiers. However, the immense exertion left her energy nearly depleted. Wood, mother, Meng Jing swayed unsteadily atop the waves, her body on the brink of collapse, tears streaming down her cheeks and merging with the ocean, her heart heavy with sorrow. Her father was dead, her mother was dead, and Wood had also perished. In that moment, she longed for her own demise. Yet, vengeance burned within her. She was determined to annihilate her foes completely. The thunderclouds and thunder dragons swiftly dissipated, and the soldiers of the sea demon tribe ceased their flight. Madness, I nearly perished. The unaffected sea demon soldiers were left in a state of terror. How can this woman be so fearsome? One strike, and she has slain tens of thousands. She has exhausted her spiritual energy. Such an imposing figure must undoubtedly be a prodigy of the human race. Slaying her would be a monumental achievement. Countless sea demon cultivators fixed their greedy gazes upon Meng Jing, their eyes gleaming with avarice as if they beheld military merit beckoning them. A throng of sea demon cultivators surged towards Meng Jing. At that moment, a colossal projection of a divine phoenix appeared in the sky, emanating a searing aura akin to a blazing sun, painting the heavens and earth in crimson. The instant the divine phoenix projection emerged, terror washed over the faces of the sea demon soldiers. This intense flame power was precisely their bane. Yuan Huang summoned the pinnacle secret art of the phoenix lineage with all her might. The divine phoenix projection unfurled its wings and, with a resounding cry, swept through the ranks. The leading thousands of sea demon elites were utterly defenseless, evaporating into ashes. Though the number was not as great as that claimed by Meng Jing, it was still sufficiently terrifying. While an ordinary cultivator might struggle against a single sea demon, Yuan Huang had annihilated thousands. The divine phoenix projection appeared with great swiftness and vanished just as rapidly. Had Yuan Huang possessed Jiang Ping'an's reservoir of spiritual energy, she would undoubtedly have felled even more foes. The sea demon soldiers gradually regained their composure from their initial fright. Haha, these two fools. Wasting their spiritual energy on the battlefield. Are they courting death? With their energies depleted, they resolved to eliminate her. The sea demon soldiers charged once more. These two women were likely the strongest among the humans. If they could be dealt with, the threat would diminish significantly. At that moment, a heart-wrenching cry echoed across the heavens. You have slain Brother Ping'an. You shall all perish. Lei surged forward, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears. Her flowing green gown dancing in the wind, ethereal and breathtaking. You have slain Brother Ping'an. You shall all perish. Upon hearing her reference to Jiang Ping'an, the sea demon soldiers quickly deduced her identity. You are Jiang Ping'an's sister? Stand aside. Jiang Ping'an has slain kin. I shall avenge my family. I too wish to slay Jiang Ping'an's sister. A group of sea demon soldiers snarled as they charged towards Lei. Although they could not kill Jiang Ping'an directly, vanquishing his sister would suffice. Wiping her tears with her sleeve, Lei declared, Brother Ping'an, I shall avenge you now. She summoned her innate power, causing the heavens and earth to undergo tumultuous transformation. The sea below surged dramatically, creating a magnificent spectacle. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of sea demons were engulfed by the rising waters. The sea demons were taken aback, yet upon closer inspection, they realized no harm had been done. It merely served as an obstruction. Is that all? They scoffed in disdain. Just as they prepared to break free, the boundless seawater suddenly froze, encasing all the sea demons within the icy depths. In a heartbeat, the vast ocean transformed into a winter wonderland, pristine and radiant. You shall all perish. Lei roared in fury. With a resounding crack, the endless iceberg shattered, transforming into sparkling fragments, while the sea demons encased within the ice disintegrated into shards. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of sea demons were obliterated. The countenance of the formidable sea demon warriors battling among the stars shifted dramatically, their expressions filled with horror, as if they had encountered an unspeakable terror, even more shocking than the sight of Jiang Ping'an. This is impossible. How could a Yuanying stage cultivator wield such power? To annihilate hundreds of thousands of sea demons of the same rank in an instant. Such might was beyond even the imprint of palm unleashed by Jiang Ping'an. Even a transformation stage powerhouse might struggle to slay so many Yuanying stage sea demons at once. Yet, at this moment, this woman had effortlessly extinguished countless sea demon soldiers, leaving the scene feeling dreamlike. The surviving sea demon soldiers stood frozen in fear, their bodies trembling with dread. The human soldiers remained in a state of shock, unable to comprehend that someone could surpass Jiang Ping'an in strength. The battlefield fell into a deathly silence, all eyes fixated on Lei. In that instant, they seemed to glimpse the invincible figure of Jiang Ping'an. A piercing scream suddenly echoed across the battlefield. Strangely, this wail did not emanate from the sea demons, but rather from the human side. Busi gazed upon the countless sea demon corpses transformed into fragments, his heart shattered. The bodies of the double-horned dragon, bloodthirsty shark, and Kuan whale, all elite among the sea demons, had now become mere debris. An immense fortune had vanished before his eyes, a loss more unbearable than any other. Overcome with grief, Busi nearly fainted. You shall all perish, Lei cried, urging forth the power of her heavenly water spirit body once more. Endless seawater morphed into sharp water swords, soaring upward. One by one, the bodies of the sea demons fell like rain. Their defenses were as fragile as paper, unable to withstand the onslaught of these water blades. This cannot be. She unleashed such formidable techniques. How could she still possess spiritual energy? The sea demon soldiers fled in terror. Under normal circumstances, casting any technique requires spiritual energy. The more powerful the technique, the greater the energy consumed. Yet, this woman had just annihilated hundreds of thousands of sea demons and still had spiritual energy to unleash such potent spells. Due to her innate talent, Lei did not require the consumption of spiritual energy to control anything related to water. She was the heavenly water spirit body. Retreat. Quick, retreat. The sea demon warriors in the starry sky finally recognized Lei's extraordinary talent, their hearts filled with dread. The first person to possess the heavenly water spirit body was the daughter of the human emperor. She had single-handedly subdued the entire sea demon race. It was she who had tamed the dragon clan, bringing them under the human banner. After many years, another with the heavenly water spirit body had emerged. In the presence of water, especially in such oceans, The heavenly water spirit body was unbeatable among peers. None shall escape. I shall avenge Brother Ping'an. Lei, upon seeing the sea demon soldiers attempt to flee, wept while channeling the power within her. In an instant, towering water tornadoes, piercing the heavens, suddenly formed above the sea, each at least 10,000 meters high, blocking the escape of the fleeing sea demons. One by one, the sea demons were consumed by the swirling waters, crushed under an overwhelming force. Their cries of agony, pleas for help, and curses melded into a haunting chorus. As the number of vanquished sea demons increased, the whirlpools transformed into a vivid crimson hue. In less than the span of a tea ceremony, among the nearly 1 million nascent soul sea demon soldiers, only a mere 100,000 managed to flee. The rest met their demise. At that moment, Lei seemed to embody the very essence of the cosmos, radiating unparalleled grace, captivating the gaze of many men. With her singular prowess, she had slain close to 1 million sea demons in the brief duration of a tea ceremony, a feat that even Jiang Ping'an could not rival. Within the entire realm of cultivation, few possessed such formidable strength at this level. Following this battle, she was destined to astonish the entire cultivation community. The sea demon clan was left in shock, their faith shattered. After eliminating one Jiang Ping'an, how could another prodigy emerge? How could Jiang Ping'an's sister be so terrifying? Who were Jiang Ping'an's parents? I no longer wish to fight. I want to return home. Many sea demons, utterly paralyzed by fear, turned and fled. Nearly 1 million nascent soul sea demons, even those at the late stage of the transformation realm, would find it impossible to obstruct. Yet this woman stood as their barrier. Even the powerful sea demons in the cosmos were filled with dread. Lei instilled a fear more profound than that brought by Jiang Ping'an. Although Jiang Ping'an was formidable, he was merely invincible among his peers, unable to transcend his self-created realm significantly. However, the celestial water spirit was different. She was destined to grow into an unparalleled powerhouse. In the future, with but a thought, she could obliterate all life within the oceans. The sea demon experts, disregarding all else, charged towards Lei. They could not allow this celestial water spirit to flourish. Otherwise, their clan would undoubtedly suffer immense repercussions. Naturally, the human experts would not permit them to succeed, intervening to obstruct the sea demons. However, these sea demon experts abandoned any pretense of defense and, regardless of their injuries, recklessly lunged at Lei. Retreat! The human experts shouted anxiously, realizing they could not hold the line against the onslaught. They had already sacrificed one Jiang Ping'an. They could not afford to lose another top-tier human prodigy. Suddenly, a sea demon expert imbued with the power of thunder, moving with blinding speed, broke through the human defenses and lunged towards Lei. Die! This sea demon expert unleashed a relentless assault, sparing no effort. Yet at that moment, a radiant white light surged from Lei, and a small tower of 9 tiers soared from within her. The power of the great Tao enveloped the entire sea, an overwhelming force that left one breathless. The Jinqian Tower of the Misty Sect. The Jinqian Tower intercepted the sea demon expert's attack, instantly drawing him within its confines for suppression. Upon seeing the Jinqian Tower, the sea demon expert's expression froze. This woman had integrated with a quasi-immortal artifact. Such treasures, the higher their rank, the more challenging they were to merge with. Once fused, they could autonomously protect their master. Typically, cultivators of lower realms find it exceedingly difficult to merge with high-tier artifacts, and even if they succeed, it requires an extensive passage of time. Particularly with secret treasures, supreme treasures, and quasi-immortal artifacts, even seasoned tribulation stage experts struggle to achieve such a union. However, the woman who had reached the nascent soul stage had fused with a quasi-immortal artifact. It is highly likely that the artifact willingly merged with her, signifying its recognition of her prowess. Lei, dragging the celestial suppression tower, shouted at the sea demon clan's stronghold, "You wicked fiends, come at me. I seek vengeance from my brother Ping'an." Having already slain one sea demon, her thirst for retribution was far from quenched. She yearned to vanquish more of their kind. The sea demons, who had previously intended to eliminate Lei at any cost, were now struck with terror and retreated in haste. With a quasi-immortal artifact in her possession, they found themselves utterly incapable of launching an attack. Retreat! Retreat! The sea demons were filled with frustration, having believed that by eliminating Jiang Ping'an, they could easily subdue the mid-tier soldiers of the human race. Little did they know, three prodigious beings had emerged. One commanded the power of thunder, sweeping away thousands of sea demons. Another wielded the divine might of the phoenix, unleashing flames that none could withstand. And the most fearsome of all, a celestial water spirit, wielding a quasi-immortal artifact, annihilated nearly 1,000,000 sea demons of the same rank, even subduing one of their elite warriors. Chapter 300. The March of History. The sea demons, who had been resolutely preparing for a counteroffensive, found themselves in retreat. More accurately, they fled. The other nascent soul soldiers, weapons in hand, glanced around in confusion, suddenly lost in thought. What were they even doing? Were they engaged in battle? Yet, before they could even strike, the war was already over. We won. We actually won. The human soldiers erupted in jubilant cheers. The speed at which this battle concluded was astonishing, with scarcely any casualties. It was a resounding victory. Yet, Li Yeye, Meng Jing, and the others were far from elated. Despite the numerous enemies they had vanquished, the loved ones they mourned could not return. Bu Si stepped forward, his face a mask of sorrow as he addressed Li Yeye. Little sister, when you slay your enemies, could you perhaps show a modicum of mercy? Leave them with intact bodies? There are so many corpses, all reduced to fragments. Not a single complete body remains. Li Yeye wiped her tears and resolutely declared, they killed Brother Ping'an. Why should I grant them complete corpses? They must be reduced to ashes. Tears streamed down her face once more. With Brother Ping'an's sacrifice, her closest companion was gone. But Brother Ping'an isn't dead. Bu Si replied helplessly. Li Yeye lifted her gaze, bewildered by his assertion. How could he say that? Even those who transcended the tribulation stage could not survive in the abyssal forbidden zone, let alone Brother Ping'an, though she was reluctant to accept it. This was the harsh truth. Bu Si continued, I used the immortal artifact of past and future to see that Brother Ping'an lives on until 3,000 years later. He certainly cannot perish in the abyssal forbidden zone. What did you say? Meng Jing interjected, her exquisite features alight with excitement. I said Jiang Ping'an will not die in the abyssal secret realm. He will thrive until 3,000 years later, Bu Si remarked, finding women rather troublesome. Corpses were far simpler, devoid of chatter and annoyance. Is that truly the case? Yun Huang, nearby, asked eagerly, when will Jiang Ping'an and Sister Xiaqing return? Bu Si shook his head. I cannot say, but through the immortal artifact, I saw Jiang Ping'an will appear in the Central State's human emperor dynasty in 100 years, contending against all the heroes of the world. By then, it seems he may have fallen into darkness, and many will seek to kill him. The specifics remain unclear. This is indeed a future scene I have witnessed at great expense. Each of you owes me a divine body. Bu Si seizes the opportunity to demand a corpse. These three women possess extraordinary talents, and slaying a divine body should be well within their capabilities. Who are you? How do you know so much? The human commanders appeared behind Bu Si without warning. The corpse-chasing sect from the western regions, Bu Si. Upon hearing this name, the expressions of the crowd turned peculiar. Jiang Ping'an often used this false identity to conceal himself. It turns out that this person truly exists. Each of you, Jiang Ping'an's women, owes me a divine body. After uttering this, Bu Si took a step forward towards the site where nearly 1,000,000 sea demons had fallen, eager to search for storage treasures. Although the corpses were shattered, there must still be a plethora of storage artifacts. While the others had yet to collect them, he aimed to seize the opportunity for a significant profit. Observing Bu Si employing the technique of spatial contraction, the commanders of several human legions were momentarily taken aback. He is also a prodigy. Is what he says true? Did he truly see Jiang Ping'an through the ancient and future mirror of celestial artifacts? There was no reason for him to deceive, for it served no purpose. Yet, the reason behind his interest in Jiang Ping'an's future remained unclear. The human warriors felt elated upon learning that Jiang Ping'an would emerge from the abyssal forbidden zone. Meng Jing and Li Yeye's sorrows were swiftly dispelled, and they wept with joy. They had assumed Jiang Ping'an would surely perish in the abyss, and this unexpected news thrilled them. However, why did Jiang Ping'an succumb to the path of darkness? They understood Jiang Ping'an's resolute heart and wondered how he could possibly fall into demonic ways. Yet, no matter his transformation, even if he became a great demon, they would remain steadfast by his side. Following this war, Meng Jing, Yun Huang, and Li Yeye achieved renown in battle, becoming the objects of admiration for many male cultivators. Talented individuals from various top-tier factions sought to pursue them. Nevertheless, Meng Jing and Li Yaya publicly declared themselves to be Jiang Ping'an's women, requesting that other men refrain from disturbing them. Other prodigies then turned their attention to Yun Huang. She proclaimed her intent to find a man capable of defeating Jiang Ping'an. Upon hearing this, countless prodigies were filled with despair, setting aside Jiang Ping'an's formidable strength. They could not even locate him. Challenging him in the abyssal forbidden zone would be tantamount to seeking death. The Sea Demon tribe ceased hostilities, and the Eastern Sea fell into tranquility. Due to Jiang Ping'an's limitation to 3 stars, portions of the Eastern Sea territory were transformed into human territory, allowing humans to uncover abundant resources and reap substantial benefits. Jiang Ping'an's name became a divine figure in the hearts of Eastern Sea soldiers. However, as time passed, his name gradually faded into the tales of veterans, and new recruits only knew of his prowess, unable to comprehend the extent of his strength firsthand. The wheel of history continued to roll forward, and Jiang Ping'an slowly vanished from public view, making way for new stories and fresh talents to emerge. Li Yaya of the Miao Miao sect held vigil over the Eastern Sea, slaying hundreds of demon challengers across ranks, earning her renown throughout the Eastern Domain. In the hallowed realm of Tianzi, the son of the sacred land, Liang Xiaohong, embarked upon the ancient path of the emperor's conquest, aspiring to challenge the prodigies of myriad races and hone his martial prowess. After 5 years, it was reported that he had faced 367 elite figures from great clans, emerging victorious in every encounter. In the northern domain, an unparalleled demon emerged, breaching the last bastion of humanity and plunging the entire region into the abyss of demonic dominion, resulting in countless casualties among the human race and a mass exodus of cultivators fleeing the north. Amidst this chaos, an extraordinary being of chaos manifested at the Tiandao Academy, devouring numerous prodigies and stripping them of their divine physiques, thus claiming the title of the Academy's most formidable contender, with none daring to confront him. The disciple of the sacred king, Shun Feng, announced his intention to accept apprentices, stirring excitement among the heroes of the realm. Countless prodigies flocked to the central continent, hoping to inherit Shun Feng's legacy. The exploits of Jiang Ping'an, akin to autumn leaves, were splendid, yet gradually overshadowed by more vibrant tales as time passed. Apart from those who genuinely cared for him, most had forgotten his existence, some even presuming him deceased. A decade after Jiang Ping'an's disappearance, in the deepest recesses of the abyssal forbidden land, Lei Lan emerged from her seclusion and sought out Jiang Ping'an. I am on the verge of a breakthrough. Please use your formation flags to shield the energy fluctuations to prevent a disturbance among the creatures outside. Wow, Aunt Lan is about to break through to the void refinement stage? That's incredible, exclaimed Jiang Xiaoxue, who was perched on Jiang Ping'an's lap, her innocent eyes brimming with admiration. According to familial hierarchy, she should have addressed Lei Lan as grandmother, yet she refrained, as it made her feel aged. Lei Lan chuckled, affectionately ruffling Jiang Xiaoxue's hair. You have much to learn. With the assistance of the Fire Lotus Enlightenment and the Temporal Palace, such a breakthrough speed is quite standard. I should have remained in the spirit transformation realm longer, but given the perilous nature of this place, advancing to the void refinement stage offers greater security. Jiang Xiaoxue, around 14 or 15 years of age, hugged Lei Lan tightly, her pure eyes sparkling with curiosity. Suddenly, she inquired, Aunt Lan, Father says children are born from their parents. But how do they come into being? I asked Father, but he wouldn't tell me. Can you demonstrate? Having never ventured beyond the temporal palace, Jiang Xiaoxue was oblivious to many aspects of the world. Cough, cough. You are still young. I shall tell you when you turn 18. Lei Lan awkwardly coughed, unsure of how to respond. Jiang Xiaoxue pouted. Does that mean I have to wait a long time? You must demonstrate when the time comes. I'm off to find Xiaobai to read. With a cheerful bounce, she scampered off to Xiaobai's room. Relieved, Lei Lan sighed, uncertain about how to explain such matters to the inquisitive little girl. Chapter 301. Lei Lan's breakthrough. Upon stepping outside with Jiang Ping'an, Lei Lan was taken aback. A swarm of at least 1 million bloodthirsty 9 nether insects, suffused with demonic energy, surrounded them. She prepared to strike, but Jiang Ping'an quickly interjected. These are my cultivated bloodthirsty 9 nether insects. They are not foes. Taken aback, Lei Lan dispelled her lightning. I never anticipated you chose not to sell these insects. With so many monsters in the abyssal forbidden land, it is indeed possible to cultivate them. She was aware of the formidable nature of the bloodthirsty 9 nether insects, which had once annihilated a sacred land, rendering them truly terrifying. Regrettably, the resources and time required to cultivate such a creature are exceedingly vast. Even esteemed families and dynasties find it unaffordable. The abyssal forbidden land is rife with monsters, and perhaps it could facilitate the cultivation of this insect to a commendable level, thereby enhancing the hope of escape. How many times has the mother insect evolved? What new abilities has it acquired? Lei Lan, being of noble lineage, possesses a wealth of knowledge, including the fact that the Jiao insect is capable of evolution. Jiang Ping'an responded, a few years ago, it completed its first evolution, enhancing its offensive capabilities. The newly emerged insect possesses a stronger attack. He raised his hand, revealing a newly born insect. This creature was entirely green, resembling the little Jiao. Yet it boasted 2 additional forelimbs akin to those of a mantis, shimmering with a unique wave of laws that could inflict damage on energy entities. Lei Lan nodded. Very well, keep them at a distance. I must break through to avoid harming them. As a body of thunder, her breakthrough would generate a far more potent disturbance than that of an ordinary cultivator. Jiang Ping'an commanded the little Jiao to instruct the other insects to vacate the vicinity immediately. He activated the 4 symbols killing array, enveloping the 2 of them within a barrier to conceal their presence. In the realm of virtual refinement, the inner primordial infant transforms into the primordial spirit, which can detach from the body and exist as a separate avatar. Much like the secret technique Dao Body, it allows for independent cultivation. Jiang Ping'an presented Lei Lan with a storage ring, containing resources for her breakthrough, an essential precaution. Breaking through requires a substantial expenditure of spirit stones, necessitating the preparation of ample resources. Lei Lan shook her head, declining the ring. No need, keep it for yourself. I still possess some resources. Use them sparingly. We do not know how long we shall remain here. Periodically, Jiang Ping'an would provide her and Xia Qing with a supply of resources. Even if Jiang Ping'an's resources were abundant, a decade had elapsed, and surely little remained. I still have plenty, he asserted, having slain numerous formidable sea demons before being transported to the Forbidden Land. Their storage treasures and bodies were within the devouring space. Aside from a few special resources requiring replication by the Bronze Basin, he was not lacking in spirit stones. I understand you feel guilty for bringing us here, wishing to compensate us to ease our burden, but I have never blamed you. Lei Lan remained skeptical of Jiang Ping'an's claim of abundance. Ignoring him, she settled into the sea, commencing her tribulation breakthrough. Jiang Ping'an, exasperated, shrugged and stored away the treasure, deciding to offer it to her when she ran low on resources. The breakthrough in the realm of virtual refinement might take several months. During this time, Jiang Ping'an would remain by Lei Lan's side. Do not stare at me. Watch the entrance instead. To prevent monsters from disturbing my breakthrough, Lei Lan suddenly interjected. Ever since learning of Jiang Ping'an's extraordinary divine eyes, which could pierce through all illusions, she felt an odd sensation whenever he gazed at her. Jiang Ping'an, unaware of her thoughts, believed she was genuinely concerned about potential monsters. As he turned away, Lei Lan began her breakthrough, unleashing a torrent of terrifying thunderous power from within. The seawater conducted electricity, and Jiang Ping'an felt his body tingling with electric sensations, compelling him to exit the barrier. As time passes, the power of thunder within Lei Lan becomes increasingly formidable. In merely a day, the 4 symbols killing formation is enveloped in thunder, causing the barrier to tremble. Jiang Ping'an's expression darkens. The fluctuations generated by the opponent's breakthrough are far more terrifying than he had anticipated. Is it due to the thunder spirit body? If the 4 symbols killing formation is breached, this power will undoubtedly be sensed by the terrifying beings outside. Jiang Ping'an hastily expands the barrier of the 4 symbols killing formation, striving to minimize the impact it endures. However, he still underestimates the phenomena caused by Lei Lan. Endless thunder roars, the sea violently shakes, and the dark space is illuminated. Observing the cracks appearing in the 4 symbols killing formation, Jiang Ping'an's demeanor becomes grave. He knows that what is destined to come is inevitable. The other 2 bodies emerge from the spirit beast storage pouch, their eyes filled with solemnity. Lei Lan is Meng Jing's mother and Meng Shu's wife. He must safeguard Aunt Lan and ensure she suffers no harm. Creak. 5 days later, the endless thunder finally shatters the barrier of the 4 symbols killing formation. Jiang Ping'an, with his 3 bodies accompanied by countless blood-devouring 9 nether worms, charges toward the entrance of the palace. Simultaneously, outside the palace, a group of slumbering 18-clawed squids suddenly open their ghastly white eyes, all of which fixate on the palace entrance, exuding an eerie presence that causes the sea to boil. In that moment, thousands of 18-clawed squids seem to go mad as they rush toward the palace doors. One by one, the ferocious squids successfully squeeze inside and spot Jiang Ping'an soaring through the air. They lash out with their tentacles, attempting to strike him, their bodies pulsating with a dark and bizarre principle of destruction. Jiang Ping'an's battle armor envelopes him, and he punches through an incoming squid, obliterating it. Yet, despite the explosion, the remnants coalesce into smaller squids, brandishing their tentacles and continuing their assault. At this moment, a swarm of blood-devouring 9 nether worms suddenly appears, brandishing their sharp mandibles and blades, consuming the smaller squids. The quasi-saint body activates its battle soul, summoning a devouring black hole. The battle reignites. Although Lei Lan is in the midst of her breakthrough, she can sense the eruption of the conflict. However, she is powerless, unable to halt her progress. Lei Lan's heart sinks to the depths. This breakthrough may last for months, and Jiang Ping'an will certainly be unable to stop it. It is all her fault. The commotion from her breakthrough is too great. She could have survived in the abyssal forbidden zone for a while longer, but now she is on the brink of perishing here. Focus on the breakthrough. Trust in me. Jiang Ping'an's mental voice resonates in Lei Lan's mind. Hearing Jiang Ping'an's steady voice, Lei Lan's heart trembles, and for some reason, she instinctively feels reassured. The most important thing now is to remain calm and break through, to become stronger in order to survive. Ping'an, hold on. If you cannot endure, leave quickly on your own. Lei Lan regains her composure and concentrates on her breakthrough. Jiang Ping'an embarks on a frenzy of slaughter, the eerie and chilling cries of the 18-clawed squids echoing in the pitch-black waters. This peculiar group of squids is exceptionally strange. Once shattered, they can rapidly reassemble into a new squid, and even 2 distinct squids can converge together. As these squids squeezed through the crevice of the door, they rapidly fused and expanded. With their amalgamation, the destructive essence they harbored became increasingly formidable. Jiang Ping'an was no less impressive. After years of cultivation, he had nearly perfected the opening of all 360 energy channels within his body. With each additional channel, the weight of a 1,000-meter-high mountain was added to him, resulting in the sheer weight of 360 peaks. Each punch he delivered sent the sea into a violent upheaval, creating tumultuous waves. Chapter 302, Guarding the Gate. Life and Death Struggles. The second realm, the Imperial Realm, was nearly complete. The spiritual energy and blood vitality within Jiang Ping'an had reached the pinnacle of this level. Coupled with his devouring power, as long as he did not exhaust his spiritual energy all at once, he would remain sufficiently endowed. One squid after another burst beneath his fists. The bloodthirsty 9 netherworms voraciously consumed the scattered smaller squids, preventing their reconstitution. As the quantity of their consumption increased, their strength grew at an accelerating pace. With an ample food supply, their reproduction quickened, resulting in the birth of new bloodthirsty 9 netherworms. Though individually weak, their sheer numbers proved advantageous, as they contributed significantly to the extermination of the smaller squids. Jiang Ping'an stood like a war deity at the gate, a solitary figure holding back countless foes. This battle raged on for a month. Behind him, Lei Lan had reached the peak of her power, her terrifying thunderous radiance illuminating the dim hall. Her overwhelming aura attracted increasingly powerful squids to surge toward her. A multitude of 18-clawed squids suddenly converged at the entrance, transforming into a colossal squid spanning several dozen miles. Bang! This giant squid crashed heavily against the stone door, causing the opening to expand several-fold. The creature frantically burrowed inside. The heaven-shaking demon staff appeared in Jiang Ping'an's grasp. With a mighty swing, demonic energy surged forth, shattering the monstrous entity. The devouring principle quickly consumed its essence, assimilating the power contained within the squid to replenish itself. The battle persisted, and as the doorway widened, more and more powerful 18-clawed squids poured into the palace. Jiang Ping'an found himself wielding the heaven-shaking demon staff with increasing frequency. Cheng Xian's anxious voice echoed from within the staff, warning him against further use. The demonic energy was becoming uncontainable. If this continued, you would be influenced by the demonic aura and fall into the path of darkness. Previously, Jiang Ping'an could wield the staff twice at most. However, with Cheng Xian's spirit infused within, he could swing it 10 times. Under normal circumstances, with his enhanced strength, he would be able to wield it even more. Yet, as it was a demonic artifact, excessive use would lead to an inability to suppress the demonic energy, affecting the wielder's mind. Quickly, Jiang Ping'an stowed away the heaven-shaking demon staff and retrieved the judge's pen. While the judge's pen was powerful, its consumption was significant, making it suitable only for use by his devouring avatar. The fluctuations of the great battle were terrifying, sending shivers down Lei Lan's spine as she continued to break through from the rear. She sensed the profound essence of destruction and various powerful principles. Alongside the tremors of quasi-immortal artifacts, her son-in-law possessed a quasi-immortal artifact. Even with the knowledge of this news, Lei Lan felt no joy, for she sensed the enemy growing ever stronger. Her breakthrough would require an additional month. Could Jiang Ping'an endure? With 25 days remaining until the culmination of her breakthrough, Jiang Ping'an's quasi-saint body had suffered injuries, his form pierced through, though his true body was clad in battle armor of formidable defense, rendering him largely unscathed. The devouring avatar wielded the judge's pen, affording some solace. As the 20th day approached, monstrous entities forced their way through the entrance, and the incoming squids grew increasingly powerful. The bloodthirsty 9 netherworms began to perish in droves, and the injuries to the quasi-saint body were severe, necessitating a merger with the true form. Jiang Ping'an commenced his assault with talismans. However, these talismans merely shattered the squid's forms, only for them to reassemble in an instant, inflicting minimal damage and serving primarily as a means of obstruction. With 15 days left until Lei Lan's breakthrough, Jiang Ping'an could no longer fend off all the 18-clawed squids and reluctantly allowed some smaller ones to slip past him. These lesser squids, though not overly powerful, would be incinerated upon contact with the lightning emanating from Lei Lan. As the countdown reached 10 days, Jiang Ping'an unleashed an array of top-tier techniques: Xiao Wuxiang skill, heavenly sealing, battle god technique, infinite fist, and star pulling technique, all of which were supreme secrets. His reserves were nearly exhausted. Yet still, Lei Lan's breakthrough remained incomplete. Bathed in blood, Jiang Ping'an found his healing arts rendered futile by the overwhelming force of destruction, which was no less than a third-tier law, while his mastery of the wood law languished at merely second tier. When the last arm of his devouring avatar was severed by the tentacles of an octopus, Jiang Ping'an wielded the judge's pen one final time. His internal energy depleted, the 18-clawed squids before him were vanquished by the power released from the pen. Seizing the moment, the 3 bodies were compelled to merge. Were it not for the battle armor procured by his master, all 3 of his forms would have sustained grievous injuries. In the dark, frigid depths of the sea, a horde of 18-clawed squids, exuding terrifying power, surged towards the palace entrance. Jiang Ping'an stood before them, dwarfed as if he were but a speck of dust. The grotesque patterns upon these creatures dwarfed him many times over. The oppressive and eerie atmosphere threatened to shatter one's resolve. Had it been anyone other than Jiang Ping'an standing there, any deity of the transformation stage would have perished long ago. With a stoic expression, Jiang Ping'an disregarded his injuries and grasped the tremor demon staff firmly in his right hand. "Are you certain you wish to continue wielding the tremor demon staff?" Cheng Xian's voice resonated from within it. There is no alternative. Prolonged use of the judge's pen would leave Jiang Ping'an, regardless of his abundant spiritual energy or the strength of his devouring power, with a gap in energy replenishment. Should this interval be allowed, powerful 18-clawed squids would seize the opportunity. Thus, during this lapse in spiritual energy, Jiang Ping'an was compelled to rely on his own strength in battle. "I hope you do not become a villain." Cheng Xian sighed deeply and ceased to suppress the demonic aura within the tremor demon staff. In an instant, the malevolent energy from the heaven-shaking demon staff surged into Jiang Ping'an's body, enveloping him in a shroud of ominous blackness, cold, formidable, and terrifying. His golden hair transformed once more into a blood-red hue, reminiscent of blood itself, exuding an aura of lethal ferocity. The totemic patterns of the barbaric tribes already rendered Jiang Ping'an quite uncanny. Now, infused with dark energy, he appeared as a veritable demon god. This was the essence of dark power. How had he not embarked on this path sooner, given its immense strength? The calmness on Jiang Ping'an's face gradually morphed into a chilling indifference. The spiritual energy within him shifted from white to a frenzied black. A multitude of 18-armed octopuses surged forward, yet Jiang Ping'an effortlessly raised his staff and swung it. Boom! A vast number of the 18-armed creatures were obliterated. The power he wielded had at least tripled, which explained why many chose to succumb to the path of darkness. Jiang Ping'an reveled in his newfound strength, releasing the same spiritual energy, now inflicting 2 to 3 times the damage of before. However, this was merely the beginning. From his storage ring, he retrieved a dragon's spine measuring several hundred meters, its overwhelming dark energy causing the entire hall to tremble violently. During his previous expedition to the Divine Island, he had found 3 pieces of dragon bone, trading one with Hua Qingyu and gifting another to Xia Qing, leaving him with this final piece. Jiang Ping'an executed the lesser formless technique, amplifying his size 1,000-fold. He activated his battle armor, thrusting one hand into his body and yanking with a forceful tug, a resounding crack echoing as he forcibly tore away half of his spine. He implanted the remaining half of the dragon bone into his body. "You are mad. You cannot do this," Cheng Xian exclaimed, attempting to intervene. Although Cheng Xian was unaware of the nature of the black bone, the immense dark energy it harbored signaled that it was undoubtedly a malevolent entity. Should such an evil artifact be integrated into his being, it would surely seize control. Jiang Ping'an paid no heed, affixing the dragon bone to his body. As the 2 elements fused, an excruciating agony compelled Jiang Ping'an into a frenzied roar, his hair thrashing wildly, his mouth releasing the sound of a dragon's chant. The roar reverberated through the abyss, shattering countless 18-armed octopuses before him. He had lost his sanity in his pursuit of power. Cheng Xian whispered in despair. Chapter 303. Entering the demon path. Jiang Ping'an's yearning for power was insatiable. He aspired to attain immortality, to resurrect his parents, to avenge Uncle Meng, to annihilate the state of Chu, and to consume the Celestial Crocodile clan and the Eastern Sea Demonic clan. He sought to slay the holy son of the Tianzi sacred land and escape the abyssal forbidden zone. There were countless ambitions he wished to fulfill, and his desire for power had reached its zenith. In the moment he was drawn into the demon path by the heaven-shaking demon staff, his inner craving could no longer be restrained. At that moment, he was willing to undertake any act to grow stronger. The dragon's chant reverberated through the abyss, awakening more 18-armed octopuses that surged towards the palace. A torrent of terrifying power surged from Jiang Ping'an as the dragon bone rapidly integrated with his corporeal form. His previously injured body miraculously healed. The battle spirit he summoned transformed from golden to dark golden, enveloped in a sinister, fearsome aura. An octopus's tentacle entwined around Jiang Ping'an. Yet before it could engulf him, a formidable dark power severed the creature's grasp. Jiang Ping'an adjusted his bones, which crackled audibly. With the dragon bone merging with his physique in its nascent stages, he felt an unprecedented surge of strength. Wielding the golden tremor demon staff, he charged through the seawater, assaulting the seemingly endless swarm of 18 tentacled squids. In that moment, Jiang Ping'an resembled a fierce demon deity, wild and merciless. Behind him lay Lan, who was striving to break through, trembled, her delicate frame reflecting sorrow. For her sake, Jiang Ping'an had succumbed to the allure of darkness. Practitioners of demonic arts were scorned by mainstream cultivators. Embracing such a path meant inviting enmity from many. Although he could have fled or hidden away, he chose instead to endure wounds and embrace the darkness, determined to safeguard her. Lei Lan was profoundly moved. Only 3 days remained until her breakthrough. As her nascent soul was on the cusp of transformation into a primordial spirit, Jiang Ping'an was engulfed in demonic energy, drenched in blood. This battle was more grueling than any he had faced before. Even when pursued by formidable foes in the early stages of his cultivation, he had not encountered such peril. Facing the adversaries alone, he did not retreat a single step. His fighting spirit intensified, the fervor of his resolve propelling his second-tier combat doctrine to its zenith, achieving perfection. His dark golden battle spirit expanded to an imposing 5,000 meters, yet it paled in comparison to the monstrous beings that spanned thousands of miles. Exhausted, drained of spiritual energy, and on the brink of mental collapse, Jiang Ping'an pressed on. His armor shattered, his palms bloodied from the tremor demon staff, his arms dislocated from the exertion, and his body riddled with wounds. Yet he fought on, his spirit unquenchable. This was the essence of the sacred body. However, The 18 tentacled squids were innumerable, an unending tide. After vanquishing countless foes, even more powerful squids surged forth, breaching defenses and closing in on Lei Lan. Jiang Ping'an fought valiantly, pouring every ounce of strength into halting their advance. A massive tentacle of an 18-tentacled squid struck him from behind, shattering the battle armor gifted by his master. He was flung backward, his body fracturing and on the verge of explosion. Had it not been for his armor absorbing the brunt of the damage, he would have perished. The squid ignored him, darting deeper into the palace. Jiang Ping'an sensed that Lei Lan's breakthrough was imminent. He could not allow her efforts to be in vain at this critical moment. Igniting the 360 vital points within his body, he fused his life force and energy, wielding the last stroke of the judge's pen. A brilliant radiance illuminated the palace, and as he swung the pen, his body began to disintegrate. With the final exertion of his power, the light swept through the halls, obliterating the incoming squids into mere ashes. Jiang Ping'an's body had entirely transformed into ashes. In that moment, a heart-wrenching cry echoed from behind. No, Jiang Ping'an had fought valiantly for 2 months, and finally, Lei Lan had achieved her ultimate breakthrough. As she sensed the extinguishing of Jiang Ping'an's life, her heart shattered. A bolt of lightning pierced through the dark waters, instantaneously arriving at Jiang Ping'an's location. The tears streaming from Lei Lan's eyes merged with the seawater as she gazed upon the dissipating form of Jiang Ping'an, her heart aching like a knife. For her sake, Jiang Ping'an had burned his life away, sacrificing himself. Silly child, why didn't you run? Lei Lan sobbed uncontrollably. Because I promised you all that I would absolutely take you out. Jiang Ping'an's consciousness suddenly resonated within her mind. Lei Lan thought she was hallucinating. How could he still communicate after his demise? It wasn't until a radiant symbol of light illuminated the surroundings, and the pure white life symbol surged forth, that Jiang Ping'an's form reappeared, confirming it was not a mere illusion. The resurrection talisman. Overwhelmed with joy, Lei Lan embraced Jiang Ping'an tightly, exclaiming, "This is wonderful. If something happened to you, I wouldn't know how to explain it to Xiao Jing." Jiang Ping'an pushed her away, his demeanor cold and indifferent. "This is not the time for conversation. I need to return to the spirit beast storage bag to heal my injuries. You must hurry and hide deep within the palace." Even with Lei Lan's breakthrough to the void refinement stage, the relentless onslaught of the 18-clawed octopuses posed a considerable threat. Jiang Ping'an collected the remaining bloodthirsty 9 nether insects and the damaged battle armor into the spirit beast storage bag before diving in himself. Observing Jiang Ping'an's detached expression, a flicker of worry crossed Lei Lan's eyes. She preferred the previous version of Jiang Ping'an, calm and amiable. The current Jiang Ping'an, consumed by darkness, had become somewhat domineering and aloof. However, now was not the time for such reflections. Lei Lan, with the storage bag in tow, transformed into a streak of lightning and charged deeper into the palace. After her breakthrough, her speed was astonishing, and the ordinary 18-clawed octopuses could not keep up with her. Upon reaching a location devoid of octopuses, Lei Lan placed the storage bag beneath a large rock and followed suit, hiding inside. Fortunately, these octopuses lacked divine consciousness and were not particularly intelligent, making it difficult for them to locate her. Upon returning to the palace, Lei Lan entered the room where Jiang Ping'an lay. Her heart tightened at the sight of his body, marred with cracks. The resurrection talisman could only save a life once. It could not mend injuries. She hurriedly retrieved a jar of ointment. As she opened the container, a fragrant aroma filled the room, infused with the essence of high-tier laws. This is a unique healing ointment from our Lei clan. It can effectively heal injuries caused by forces below the realm of profound truths. Let me apply it for you. No need, I can manage myself. Jiang Ping'an took the ointment, declining her offer of assistance. Such high-grade ointment was better utilized by replicating it in a bronze basin. He then produced 10 bone tokens inscribed with mysterious symbols and handed them to Lei Lan. These are resurrection talismans. When integrated into your body, they can grant you additional lives. Lei Lan stared in disbelief at the 10 resurrection talismans, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. How could you possess so many resurrection talismans? In this era, few possess the ability to create death replacement talismans. Even the most gifted individuals among the elite factions may only obtain a handful. Yet, Jiang Ping'an astonishingly presented 10 of them. Should these 10 talismans be offered for sale, they would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among numerous powers. Could it be that these talismans were crafted by Jiang Ping'an himself? Lei Lan learned from Meng Jing that Jiang Ping'an had received gratitude from the esteemed elder Shenfeng and acquired the method to inscribe death replacement talismans. However, Lei Lan was also aware that crafting a single talisman requires the sacrifice of a century of one's lifespan. These 10 talismans represent a millennium of vitality. Jiang Ping'an, in his desire to ensure her safety, had consumed 1,000 years of his own life. Was this not folly? Ping'an, could you refrain from being so verbose? I require healing. Jiang Ping'an furrowed his dark brows, displaying evident impatience. He had merely expended a century of his lifespan. The remainder had been replicated using a treasure pot. With the other party not departing, he was unable to tend to his injuries. Wiping away her tears of gratitude, Lei Lan chose not to voice further words. Harboring no anger toward Jiang Ping'an, she understood that he had been influenced by a demonic artifact, which had altered his character. That he could still retain his rationality without fully succumbing to malevolence was indeed commendable. Chapter 304. Seeking a way out after leaving Jiang Ping'an's chamber, Lei Lan found Xiaqing and recounted the events that had transpired. That wretched boy, he dares to conceal a trump card of quasi-immortal artifacts. Though Xiaqing was aware that Jiang Ping'an had deep secrets, she did not anticipate the extent of his concealment. The Time Palace's secret treasures, the paramount heavenly shaking demon staff, and even quasi-immortal artifacts. This rivaled the foundational strength of their great Xia. But how did Jiang Ping'an possess a complete judge's pen? Had he not given the shattered one to the emperor? Could there truly be another replica of the judge's pen in existence? Why concern yourself with quasi-immortal artifacts at this moment? The pressing issue is that Jiang Ping'an has fallen into the demonic path. What shall we do now? Seeing Xiaqing's oversight of the crux of the matter, Lei Lan nearly succumbed to the impulse to strike her with lightning. Xiaqing sighed, pondering what could be done. From my understanding of that lad, even if he has strayed into the demonic path, he will not become a ruthless madman. However, for the sake of caution, I shall test whether he still retains his former composure around women. Xiaqing rose, adjusting her attire, and deliberately tugged at her collar. A hopeful smile adorned her face. But before she could step out, a bolt of lightning struck her, sending her sprawling to the ground. Nearby, Xiaqing's doppelganger reproached Lei Lan. What do you mean by shocking me, you old hag? Do you think I am oblivious to your schemes? Behave yourself and do not cast your gaze upon my son-in-law. As a princess, should you not exercise some decorum? Lei Lan glared fiercely at Xiaqing. On the brink of death, what decorum is there to uphold? Xiaqing's voice rang out, as if she sought to unleash the pent-up despair within her. Lei Lan fell into silence. Realizing the harsh truth, they were trapped here and would ultimately perish. Even with ample resources, they could only cultivate to the void refinement stage. The powerful fluctuations would awaken even stronger monsters, leading to their demise. Moreover, they lacked sufficient resources. The oppressive atmosphere filled them with a profound sense of despair. Xiaqing took a deep breath, calming her emotions, and resumed her cultivation. In a short period, she would be able to break through to the void refinement stage. In the pitch-black abyss, they clung to life, hoping for miracles that were unlikely to occur. Jiang Ping'an spent nearly half a year recovering from his injuries. And with nothing else to do and unable to escape, he immersed himself in cultivation. Although his royal extreme realm was fundamentally stable, his comprehension of the laws and techniques had yet to catch up. As his cultivation deepened, the laws of heaven and earth became increasingly challenging to grasp. And the same applied to his techniques. In the 25th year within the abyss, which equated to 125 years in the temporal palace, Jiang Ping'an had mastered the 4th layer of the Shao Wuxiang Gong, the 3rd layer of Feng Tian, the 3rd layer of Dozhan Shinshu, and the 4th layer of Wu Ji Quan to the limits of that realm. He had also comprehended all the laws to the 2nd tier. Yet, despite this, even as he remained invincible among his peers and gained renown throughout the world, he still felt like a mere insect, struggling to survive in the abyssal confinement. Father! Xiaobai has transformed into human form. One day, as Jiang Ping'an was engrossed in his training, a graceful and charming young woman rushed in. Her long legs were straight and fair, adorned in a pristine white dress, resembling an untainted sprite, her face brimming with innocence and joy. This young woman was Jiang Xiaoxue, who had blossomed into a stunning beauty, yet remained as pure as ever due to her limited exposure to the outside world. Xiaobai has also entered the transformation stage. Xiaobai, a pure white mount captured long ago, had been content to lie within Jiang Ping'an's spirit beast storage bag, indulging in food and books. showing no desire to venture outside. Typically, when demon beasts reach the transformation stage, they can fully evolve into a human form. Xiaobai, let your father see your human appearance. Jiang Xiaoxue dragged out a petite girl from behind the wall, scarcely a meter tall and adorably plump. Jiang Ping'an was momentarily taken aback. How had Xiaobai grown so small? In her transformed state, Xiaobai was comparable in height to a 4 or 5-year-old child. Her little dress covering her entire form. Was Xiaobai still in her juvenile phase? What kind of extraordinary beast was she? Do you have any more books? I've finished all the ones you gave me before. Xiaobai gazed at Jiang Ping'an with a childish voice, yet her demeanor was surprisingly mature. As if she bore great wisdom, Jiang Ping'an tossed her a storage ring filled with various books he had collected. Upon seeing the multitude of books inside, Xiaobai's face lit up with glee. Father, let us go read. Xiaoxue smiled as she took Xiaobai's hand, and the two little ones shared a harmonious bond. Having never witnessed the outside world, Xiaoxue's understanding was solely derived from hearsay and literature. Observing Xiaoxue's retreating figure, Jiang Ping'an clenched his fists. His weathered and mature face filled with resolve. Though Xiaoxue had lived here for a century, she had never glimpsed the outside world. This was a cruel fate for her. He must find a way to escape swiftly and allow Xiaoxue to experience the true essence of the world beyond. Jiang Ping'an opened the first layer of the spatial tome gifted to him by the venerable Ming Chun. This tome, authored by one of the 9 war gods of the great Xia, the king of hell, contained profound insights into the laws of space. This tome of spatial knowledge shall be the key to his escape from this place. However, the reality is harsh. Jiang Ping'an lacks the innate talent for spatial laws. And despite 5 years of effort, he has gleaned nothing of significance. Yet, it is not entirely devoid of merit. Jiang Ping'an has acquired some understanding of spatial runes and, through the power encapsulated within the judge's pen, has transformed the non-directional spatial teleportation rune into a directional one. A directional teleportation talisman can transport one over 2,000 miles. As long as the number of such talismans is sufficient, escape is assured. For safety's sake, he must ascertain the distance from the abyss to the ocean's surface, and subsequently determine how many teleportation talismans to replicate. If he creates too few, the consequences of failure would be dire. Jiang Ping'an borrowed a crystal ball from Lei Lan that allows him to observe the outside world. As he infused it with energy, the external scenery materialized within the crystal ball. Amidst the inky blackness of the sea, a multitude of squids floated within the palace. Some of these squids spanned hundreds of miles, their size terrifying beyond measure. Manipulating the crystal ball, he extended his gaze beyond the palace, traversing thousands of miles until he beheld the palace's grand entrance. The door had been violently breached, and outside swarmed a dense mass of squids, their twisted grayish-white tentacles writhing in the darkness, a sight utterly spine-chilling. Jiang Ping'an's expression turned grave as he continued to stretch the perspective of the crystal ball, revealing an increasing number of squids within his view. Soon, the crystal ball displayed the previous heart-stopping scene, a colossal palace surrounded by countless squids, all beneath the shadow of an even larger squid. The enormity of this creature was unfathomable, comparable in size to an ordinary star. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Jiang Ping'an persisted in extending the image, hopeful of soon discovering a means of escape. As time passed, and the perspective broadened, after what felt like an eternity, Jiang Ping'an's body quaked violently, as if frozen in place. Countless squids, each as large as planets, floated around him, vast as the cosmos. The suffocating realization left his mind blank. No wonder the 7 sea demons in the tribulation stage, armed with a celestial artifact, could not escape. Any one of these squids could annihilate a tribulation stage powerhouse, and with so many gathered, who could withstand such a force? Jiang Ping'an stood in a daze for a long while, trembling hands continuing to channel spiritual energy to further extend his view. He had to find a way out. However, the expanse here was so immense that an end seemed utterly elusive. After a prolonged search, Jiang Ping'an's perspective collided with something, abruptly halting further progress. He shifted his view to behind him. In that moment, a chill enveloped him as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. The crystal ball slipped from his grasp, crashing to the ground, sweat soaking him through, his body uncontrollably quaking. He had brushed against the skin of a squid. It dawned on Jiang Ping'an that the entire dim underwater realm was contained within the body of an even larger 18-armed squid. Chapter 305. Despair and the path forward upon realizing this was within the belly of a squid. Jiang Ping'an experienced a sensation reminiscent of his initial foray into the world of cultivation, a profound revelation. The shock was overwhelming. At this moment, alongside the astonishment, there was a deeper terror and despair. To think such a massive 18-armed squid existed. He suddenly recalled the mural he had seen. The colossal green hand crushed the 18-armed squid that spanned across the galaxy, yet a solitary tentacle remained. Perhaps it was this very remnant that formed the terrifying abyssal forbidden zone. Jiang Ping'an felt despair. Despite possessing a teleportation talisman, escape was utterly impossible. The squid's bulk was too immense for the talisman to penetrate. Should he be transported within its body, the annihilating force contained within would reduce him to ashes. The prospect of being trapped here was a dead end. They would perish, never to see Xiao Jing again, nor avenge Uncle Ming. The flicker of hope within Jiang Ping'an extinguished, giving way to a tumult of violent emotions. Murderous intent, anger, and resentment surged within him. Father, father! Jiang Xiaoxue bounded in, clutching a book, radiating a natural fragrance. Father, I found a cookbook filled with so many delicious recipes. Like a child from yesteryears, she leaped into Jiang Ping'an's embrace, lifting her pure eyes to him, her voice sweetly imploring. Father, once we escape, will you take me to enjoy all the delectable treats? At the sight of Jiang Xiaoxue, the darkness that had enveloped Jiang Ping'an vanished without a trace, his countenance softening as a smile blossomed upon his face. Today, I shall roast the flesh of the sky-swallowing crocodile for you. You are the best, father, Jiang Xiaoxue exclaimed joyfully, nuzzling against him like a playful kitten. I will go call Sister Xia and Aunt Lan. Humming a little tune that Xia Qing had taught her, she skipped away, watching her retreating figure. Jiang Ping'an's eyes regained their resolute gleam. With a treasure trove at hand, what was there to fear? If he could not escape in 50 years, then 1,000 years would suffice. If a millennium passed without freedom, then 10,000 years would be his resolve. As they gathered around for the roasted meat, Xia Qing and Lei Lan, both having entered the void refinement stage, radiated an ethereal beauty akin to celestial maidens. Xia Qing glanced at the gluttonous Bai, who was voraciously stuffing her face with meat. Aren't you a herbivorous creature? Why indulge in flesh? Perpetually small, Bai raised her chin defiantly, shaking her tiny fists with an air of maturity. I am in the prime of growth. Of course, I must consume meat. Bai was dissatisfied with her stunted growth, envious of the figures of the three women. After speaking, she continued to cram meat into her mouth, hoping it would aid her in growing larger. Though the meat was delectable, Lei Lan found little joy in savoring it. She communicated with Jiang Ping'an telepathically. You've seen it through the crystal ball, haven't you? She had previously sought an escape route using the crystal ball and was acutely aware of their dire situation, but fearing it would induce despair among the group. She had chosen to remain silent. Jiang Ping'an nodded, calmly consuming the roasted meat. Lei Lan sighed. How much longer can the resources on you sustain us? She had little left for her cultivation. The quantity of resources they possessed would ultimately dictate their survival duration. It wouldn't be long before they might perish here. Jiang Ping'an extended a storage ring to her. Do not worry. It is sufficient for our continued cultivation. Stop comforting me. I know you are not rich in resources either. Lei Lan replied, having come to terms with their plight. Who would waste time comforting you? Jiang Ping'an shot her a glance, returning to his meal. Upon hearing such blunt words, Lei Lan's expression stiffened. The insufferable boy has become increasingly unlikable, daring to address his mother-in-law in such a manner. Lei Lan felt a surge of irritation. She was keen to ascertain just how many resources Jiang Ping'an was willing to bestow upon her to be so audacious. The moment her consciousness penetrated the storage ring, her expression froze, and the skewer of roasted meat slipped from her grasp. Hundreds of thousands of high-grade crystal stones were amassed like a mountain. It is worth noting that a single high-grade crystal stone is valued at 1,000,000 spirit stones. In addition to the crystals, there were 500 principles of thunder and 1,000 fire lotus enlightenment seeds. Such resources were more than sufficient for her, a formidable practitioner at the void refinement stage, to lavishly utilize for a millennium. Lei Lan remained in a daze for quite some time before regaining her composure. Could he possibly be the direct heir cultivated by the wealth source chamber from the outside world? Even she, the former divine maiden of the ancient Lei family, with her innate thunder spirit body, could not amass such wealth. This amount nearly rivaled that of the elders within her clan. Yet Jiang Ping'an had so casually bestowed upon her such a fortune. Aside from the wealth source chamber, She could not fathom which low-tier cultivator of any other faction could possess such riches. The reason Jiang Ping'an had access to such resources was entirely due to the value of the 18-clawed octopus's body, imbued with high-level destructive principles, capable of generating an abundance of resources through its treasure harvesting abilities. He handed a piece of the roasted octopus to Jiang Xiaoxue, saying, "You all eat first. I have some insights to contemplate and will return to my cultivation." Regardless, he was determined to expose Xiaoxue to the world beyond, intending to escort Xiaqing and Lei Lan away from this wretched place. Since they were within the body of the octopus, there must be a passage to the outside world, though it would require time to locate the exit. Suddenly, Jiang Ping'an's eyes lit up. In his quest for discovery, he recalled an oft-overlooked treasure. He retrieved a golden compass, upon which strange patterns ebbed and flowed. This was a secret treasure crafted by a fate master, the Qinquan compass. With this artifact in hand, one could locate the person or object they sought. Naturally, when confronted with powerful treasures or beings, the compass's accuracy diminished. However, Jiang Ping'an merely needed to find an exit, a matter not laden with too many uncertainties. As a yearning for the exit blossomed in his heart, the compass's needle began to oscillate. He adjusted the compass's orientation, and eventually, the needle pointed decisively in one direction. Hastily, he grasped a crystal ball and gazed in that direction. His vision pierced through the massive octopuses, and after a considerable time, he finally glimpsed an end. Simultaneously, he clearly discerned a deep cavern. As he peered through the cavern, he entered another expanse of ocean, where a faint light beckoned. Light. It was the outside world. Ha ha. Jiang Ping'an erupted in joyous laughter. Only those who have traversed despair and glimpsed the light of hope can truly comprehend his current elation. Indeed, the heavens do not forsake those with determination. Now that the exit had been found, everything else would fall into place. Flying was not an option. Even soaring for years might not guarantee escape. He needed to accumulate teleportation jade symbols. To amass a significant number of these symbols, a considerable offering of octopuses would be required. Jiang Ping'an took a deep breath and resolutely departed from the Time Palace, stepping outside. Xiaqing and Lei Lan followed closely behind. Upon seeing the two women emerge, Jiang Ping'an furrowed his brows with concern. "What are you doing here? It is perilous outside. You must return at once." Xiaqing cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Ping'an. "I am now a formidable cultivator in the void refinement stage, capable of easily overpowering you. If you can venture out, why can't we?" The two women were motivated by a desire to protect Jiang Ping'an from potential danger. "What are you doing out here?" Lei Lan inquired. "The outside world is fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could lead to disaster. I do not understand why Jiang Ping'an has ventured forth." At that moment, the surrounding 18-armed cephalopods sensed the presence of the three and charged at them with frenzied aggression. Jiang Ping'an advanced towards them, his dark powers exuding an aura of dread. "Have you lost your mind?" Both women gasped in shock as Jiang Ping'an took the initiative to confront the oncoming beasts. What was his purpose in emerging? Such terrifying creatures would pose a challenge even to those at the void refinement stage. Did he know that escape was impossible and had succumbed to madness? As the battle erupted, Jiang Ping'an unleashed his supreme techniques: the battle god technique, the infinite fist, the star pulling technique, the minor formless skill, the heavenly seal, and the thunder flash. One by one, the cephalopods were obliterated, their life essence devoured to fuel the replication of teleportation talismans. The two women, poised to assist, suddenly halted, their expressions frozen in astonishment as they witnessed the spectacle of Jiang Ping'an's combat prowess. It appeared his strength surpassed their own. "Lanjia, among your peers in the ancient Thunder Clan, is there anyone capable of matching Jiang Ping'an?" Xiaqing's beautiful eyes were fixed on Jiang Ping'an's figure, her astonishment evident. Lei Lan shook her head, her expression one of complexity. Xiaqing shivered at the implications. The ancient Thunder Clan was one of the most formidable factions among humanity, with unfathomable depth and numerous hidden powerhouses. If even they lacked a counterpart to Jiang Ping'an, then it seemed nearly impossible to find anyone in the world who could rival him. The boy they once knew had transformed into a being of terrifying might. Lei Lan's gaze remained locked on Jiang Ping'an as he wielded his formidable techniques. Each of his methods, be it the battle god technique, the infinite fist, or the minor formless skill, was of the highest caliber, and in their mastery, few in the same stage could stand against him. Jiang Ping'an, however, had perfected numerous supreme techniques. achieving a level of excellence rarely seen. In terms of innate talent, he possessed a quasi-saint body and devouring powers, coupled with the formidable energy within him, rendering him virtually unmatched among his peers. Not even Lei Lan felt confident in her ability to conquer Jiang Ping'an, perhaps only upon fully comprehending the third-tier laws which she pose a threat to him. In a confrontation now, defeat would undoubtedly be hers. Could he truly carve a path of his own? Rationality told Lei Lan that such a feat was impossible, yet deep within her, she harbored a fervent hope that Jiang Ping'an would forge his own path and stand atop the currents of history, gazing down upon all beings. Lei Lan and Xia Qing remained by Jiang Ping'an's side, aiding him in dispatching the lesser cephalopods. Although they were uncertain of his ultimate intentions, the specifics mattered little. In the days that followed, Jiang Ping'an continued his relentless slaughter of the 18 armed cephalopods. The massacre endured for 5 years, and Jiang Ping'an could scarcely recall the number of times he had been wounded, even succumbing to death once due to the terrifying nature of the annihilation laws. Fortunately, the death replacement talisman allowed him to survive, although it took him a year to recover. Over these 5 years, the number of squids Jiang Ping'an had slain was beyond counting. The bloodthirsty 9 netherworms beside him feasted on the small squids he had overlooked, completing their second evolution. The second evolution of the bloodthirsty 9 netherworms granted them enhanced defense and the ability to breed specialized defensive worm soldiers. With abundant food, Little Nine's evolution progressed at a terrifying pace, capable of cultivating a high-level worm soldier equivalent to an ordinary transformation realm cultivator within a year. However, despite being at the transformation realm, due to Little Nine's still modest level, the combat prowess of the offspring remained low, unable to contend with normal cultivators of the same tier. Although their combat strength was weak, their rapid reproductive rate was their most formidable aspect. This was the most fearsome trait of the insect race, relying on swarm tactics rather than individual strength. Jiang Ping'an utilized a vast amount of squid sacrifices to replicate a multitude of teleportation jade talismans, sufficient for his escape from this wretched place. Yet, he did not rush to leave, opting instead to make final preparations over the next 5 years. On the 40th year since entering the abyssal forbidden zone, Jiang Ping'an chose not to cultivate that day. Instead, he spent time reading storybooks with Jiang Xiaoxue and sharing a meal, ultimately entrusting her with the treasure basin. His last secret. Though adequately prepared, Jiang Ping'an understood that in the face of absolute power, any embellishments were futile. Any unforeseen incident would lead to his demise. By leaving the treasure basin to Jiang Xiaoxue and the others, should anything happen to him, they would still have a chance to escape. "Father, I don't want to leave. Let us live here forever, shall we?" Jiang Xiaoxue clung tightly to Jiang Ping'an, unwilling to let go. Though she had experienced little, she was no fool. She sensed Jiang Ping'an's unusual demeanor and guessed he was intent on undertaking something perilous. She was acutely aware of the dangers outside. Jiang Ping'an's actions foretold a grim fate, perhaps an impossible success. She would rather remain forever inside than see him come to harm. Jiang Ping'an tenderly ruffled Xiaoxue's hair, his face radiating affection as he softly urged, "Trust me." After speaking, he gently pushed her away. Jiang Xiaoxue's body was ensnared by a mental chain, rendering her immobile, and she could only watch helplessly as Jiang Ping'an departed, tears of sorrow cascading down her exquisite cheeks, dampening her pure attire. "Father." Upon stepping outside, the warmth in Jiang Ping'an's expression transformed into a cold ruthlessness. Regardless of the cost, even if it meant death, he must ensure their escape. He plunged into the frigid sea, and before the surrounding squids could react, he shattered the teleportation talisman, hurtling toward the palace's exterior at breakneck speed. If he were to employ Thunder Flash, given his current 4th-tier mastery, he could only manage a leap of around 100 kilometers, still less than some squid's tentacle length. He detonated 3 teleportation talismans in succession, reaching the palace entrance. Once more, he broke a teleportation talisman, emerging outside the palace, colliding directly with a slumbering squid. Startled awake, the creature opened its eyes, and Jiang Ping'an, frightened, quickly activated another teleportation talisman to flee. As the teleportation talismans detonated one after another, Jiang Ping'an incessantly traversed towards the exit. The frigid waters were teeming with terrifying cephalopods. "I must escape." Jiang Ping'an's eyes glowed with a fierce determination. Suddenly, he collided with an enormous octopus, its aura of profound laws obliterating his body into ashes. Swiftly, the The death replacement talisman reconstituted Jiang Ping'an's form, allowing him to continue his frantic journey towards the exit. In the abyss of darkness, he repeatedly collided with the cephalopods, managing to evade some by sheer luck before being shattered by others. Days turned into 10 as he utilized these teleportation talismans, each capable of covering 2,000 miles. Finally arriving at the barrier, the enormity of this place was evident. A wave of ecstatic joy washed over Jiang Ping'an. Soon, in another 10 days, he would be free. Just as he prepared to slip into the exit, a sudden mental projection interrupted him. "Young friend, please halt." Jiang Ping'an's heart jolted. Who was speaking? How could there be a mental transmission in such a place? He shattered the teleportation talisman in a bid to escape. "Do not flee. I mean no harm." From the crevices beneath the sea, a faint light emerged. A severely injured octopus, reduced to a quarter of its original form, pursued him, clutching a piece of yellowed parchment that emanated strange waves of light, concealing its presence. Jiang Ping'an's pupils constricted sharply. How could there be a sea demon octopus here? Though it was gravely wounded, its aura waning, it was still beyond his capability to confront. Moreover, the yellowed parchment it held possessed the resonance of a grand Tao. It was an artifact. Without hesitation, Jiang Ping'an activated another teleportation talisman, hastily fleeing towards the exit. "Young friend, take me with you. This page of yellowed parchment is a divine artifact. If you bring me along, I shall reward you." The injured octopus urgently transmitted its plea. Its spiritual energy had already been depleted, and it was now exhausting its life force to mask its presence with the parchment. Jiang Ping'an's pace quickened. Observing that Jiang Ping'an ignored its plea, the octopus abandoned all pretense, erupting in rage. "You wretched creature, where do you think you're going?" Chapter 307. Escape from the forbidden zone within the dark, icy waters. Jiang Ping'an's expression darkened as he frantically activated teleportation talismans to flee. Behind him, the formidable octopus relentlessly pursued him. Jiang Ping'an recognized his pursuer as a transcendent being. Could this sea demon be one of the 7 powerful sea creatures that ventured into the forbidden zone millennia ago in search of enlightenment? The octopus, depleted of energy and life force, clearly sought to consume him to restore its vitality. Fortunately, its energy was nearly extinguished, and its speed was diminished. Otherwise, he would surely be doomed. The octopus's heart was filled with more terror than Jiang Ping'an's. How could this seemingly unremarkable human cultivator appear in the forbidden zone? And why did he possess so many teleportation talismans? As Jiang Ping'an swiftly traversed the space, the formidable octopus clan warrior seethed with rage, its teeth clenched in fury. Had it possessed any remaining energy, it could have effortlessly vanquished its opponent. Its lifespan had reached its inevitable conclusion, leaving no vitality to ignite. Having entered this realm millennia ago in a desperate bid for survival as its life waned, it now found itself grievously wounded, clinging to existence through a celestial artifact. Now, even its last vestiges of strength were on the brink of depletion. "Curse this wretched pest. You shall perish." The octopus warrior channeled its final ounce of power into a piece of yellowed parchment, hurling it with ferocity. Though its strength was nearly exhausted, the weapon it wielded was a celestial artifact, imbued with tremendous power. The brilliance of its force illuminated the dim surroundings, as the parchment, akin to a divine weapon, sliced through the void, directed at Jiang Ping'an with lethal intent. Jiang Ping'an's body, fragile as tofu, was severed in an instant. "Huh, foul creature, run now?" The octopus warrior laughed maniacally, driven by insatiable greed, dragging its remaining half towards Jiang Ping'an with eager anticipation. It hoped that by consuming this man's essence, it might endure long enough to escape this cursed place. Just as the octopus lunged forward, Jiang Ping'an's form suddenly reassembled, and a golden brush materialized in his grasp. Witnessing this, the octopus's eyes widened in disbelief. This cultivator possessed a life-saving talisman. Had it known earlier, it would have aimed for the forehead. For a celestial weapon, targeting the forehead of a talisman user could obliterate the talisman itself. Jiang Ping'an, narrowly escaping death, bore an expression of fierce determination as he infused all his might into the judge's brush, wielding it with fury. The radiant light of the Tao banished the darkness. The octopus warrior was struck with horror upon sensing the immense power emanating from the judge's brush. A quasi-celestial weapon. Impossible. How could a lowly human cultivator possess such a formidable instrument? Only when the octopus's body was cleaved did it come to believe in the existence of Jiang Ping'an's quasi-celestial weapon. Yet, even after being struck by this weapon, the powerful octopus warrior remained alive. Jiang Ping'an dared not linger, shattering the teleportation jade talisman to escape. Before departing, he deftly seized the mysterious yellow parchment. The octopus, now devoid of the strength to retaliate, sank to the ocean's depths, its vengeful gaze fixated on the direction of Jiang Ping'an's retreat. It could never have anticipated that after a lifetime of dominance, having vanquished countless formidable foes and instilled terror in the hearts of many, it would meet its demise at the hands of a low-tier human cultivator and even have its celestial artifact stolen. It was an unbearable fate. Suddenly, an ancient whisper escaped the lips of the octopus warrior. I curse this child at the cost of my life, that he may be shunned by the laws of heaven and earth, despised by all sentient beings, for every being he slays. He shall be struck by heavenly lightning until he is utterly annihilated. With each word uttered, a fragment of the octopus's body ignited, and as its entire form burned away, all its power coalesced into a bizarre sigil. The curse traversed the void, striking Jiang Ping'an in the back. He felt a chill, mistaking it for the octopus's pursuit, and frantically activated the teleportation talisman to flee. Across the vast expanse of the eastern sea, a blood-soaked figure soared through the air at breakneck speed. Behind him, several formidable beings of the Sea Demon clan were in hot pursuit. Madness. To dare infiltrate the depths of our Sea Demon clan and attempt assassination. Humans truly possess an audacity beyond measure. This individual had grasped the essence of the death principle. Undoubtedly a prodigy among humans. He must not be allowed to escape. It was the first time I had encountered such a strikingly handsome man, and I had yet to experience the thrill of such proximity. Huh? A group of sea demons chased him, their laughter echoing wildly in the air. Yi Wuqing's countenance was icy as he beheld the throng of sea demons behind him. He understood that his demise was imminent. Unless by some miracle, his life was drawing to a close. Regrettably, he had not managed to slay more of the sea demons. However, if he were to perish, he wished it to be near the abyssal forbidden land, closer to that individual. Yi Wuqing ceased to conserve his spiritual energy, channeling all his strength into flight, darting through the void with unmatched speed. Days later, the pursuing sea demons suddenly grasped a horrifying realization and cried out in terror. This fellow is heading towards the abyssal forbidden land. We cannot allow him to venture deeper. The abyssal forbidden land was a realm these sea demons dared not tread. Countless ancestors had met their end within its confines. Should they draw near to this forbidden territory and encounter the fearsome 18-armed octopus, their fate would be sealed. A black thunderfish unleashed its electrical might, surging ahead to block Yi Wuqing's path. Other powerful sea demons swiftly followed suit, unleashing a frenzied assault upon him. You vile creature, keep running. 7 or 8 sea demon experts, their faces etched with fury, lamented the days wasted in pursuit of Yi Wuqing. Faced with such adversaries of superior realms, even Yi Wuqing's prowess could not stand against them. His weapon shattered, a portion of his body obliterated, blood gushed forth, staining the sea crimson. The bloodied broken sword slipped from Yi Wuqing's grasp and sank into the depths, and he knew that all was lost. He was profoundly grateful to that individual. In these final years, he had finally understood the essence of having a goal within his heart, a feeling that, even in death, would leave him devoid of regret. Perish. A colossal blade-bearing crimson crab prepared to deliver the final blow. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted not far away, and a figure burst forth from the ocean's surface. Haha. I have escaped. Haha. The exuberant laughter reverberated through the heavens, echoing across the skies. Upon seeing the face of this figure, the 7 or 8 sea demons besieging Yi Wuqing froze in shock, their expressions shifting dramatically. No, it cannot be. Am I imagining things? He was transported to the deepest part of the abyssal forbidden land. How could he possibly escape? These sea demons were rendered speechless, even after 40 years. The terror instilled by Jiang Ping'an had not waned. Jiang Ping'an had somehow emerged from the abyssal forbidden land. Their clan had sent 7 unparalleled experts equipped with celestial artifacts, and none had returned. How could Jiang Ping'an have done so? Yi Wuqing, who had already succumbed to despair, suddenly stood in stunned silence. Jiang Ping'an had reappeared at his most desperate moment. Run. Quickly report this news back. The 8 sea demons jolted in shock, regaining their senses and preparing to flee. However, as they attempted to escape, a terrifying force enveloped them, as if they were being crushed by an immense millstone. Boom, boom. One by one, the experts of the transformation stage were obliterated by the star chain technique. Yi Wuqing stood there, dazed, witnessing the scene unfold before him. The 8 formidable sea demons, which he could not withstand even at the cost of his life, crumbled before Jiang Ping'an like mere paper. Unable to endure even for a moment. Just how powerful had Jiang Ping'an become? Suddenly, the sky erupted with a deafening thunderclap, and a bolt of lightning, as thick as several meters, descended from the heavens, striking towards Jiang Ping'an. Chapter 308. The thunderous strike. The bolt of lightning crashed heavily upon Jiang Ping'an. Who dares to ambush me? Although this lightning was fierce enough to slay mid-stage divine transformation cultivators, it posed little threat to Jiang Ping'an. He was perplexed, unable to discern the source of the ambush. Extending his spiritual awareness, he enveloped a radius of 1,000 miles, seeking the enemy who had summoned the thunder. Dark storm clouds gathered in the sky, and a series of lightning strikes rained down. Boom, boom. 7 consecutive bolts of lightning descended, all striking him directly. At that moment, Jiang Ping'an finally discerned the origin of the heavenly thunder. The power emanated from his back. His mental energy enveloped his rear, revealing a peculiar pattern, an ominous black sphere surrounded by tendril-like designs, resembling a dark sun brimming with malevolent power. What is this? Why does it attract heavenly thunder? Jiang Ping'an was utterly bewildered. When had such a thing appeared on his back? Unable to deduce its nature, he resolved to consult a senior upon his return. However, there were more pressing matters at hand. Jiang Ping'an instantly flashed to Yi Wuqing's side, discovering that this individual was left with only half of his body, teetering on the brink of severe injury. He raised his hand to cast a healing spell, tending to Yi Wuqing's wounds. What brings you here? Jiang Ping'an inquired. This is near the deep-sea forbidden zone, the territory of the Sea Demon clan. I never expected to encounter an acquaintance here. To kill enemies, Yi Wuqing muttered, his long hair obscuring his exquisite face, avoiding Jiang Ping'an's gaze. Are you out of your mind? Coming to their stronghold to fight? Jiang Ping'an's face was filled with astonishment. I stumbled in by accident. Yi Wuqing's voice was barely above a whisper, devoid of his usual indifference. Suddenly, Yi Wuqing sensed something amiss. His expression shifted as he turned sharply towards the horizon. A monstrous tide of demonic energy surged, and the waves roiled violently. Run! Do not heal me! He shouted urgently. A troop of sea demons approaches. With such overwhelming presence, they must number at least several tens of thousands, including high-ranking sea demons. At that moment, a divine consciousness swept over them. Sensing the fluctuation of this awareness, despair flickered across Yi Wuqing's face. A transcendent being, he exclaimed. This sea demon of the void refining stage has locked onto us. It's over. Jiang Ping'an. A voice filled with shock rang out from the horizon. A void refining initial stage sea demon, resembling a double-horned dragon, was astounded upon seeing Jiang Ping'an. Jiang Ping'an emerged from the abyssal forbidden zone. If it had not witnessed this with its own eyes, it would never have believed it. Even a tribulation stage cultivator might not survive such a place. Yet Jiang Ping'an had done so. After the initial shock, a glimmer of delight appeared on the face of the void refining demon. Jiang Ping'an possessed an extraordinary treasure. If it could eliminate him, that treasure would belong to it. Haha, my tremendous opportunity has arrived. The dual-horned dragon, a practitioner at the initial stage of the void refinement realm, approached with a palpable excitement, traversing the void with an unstoppable momentum. Even though Jiang Ping'an possessed formidable strength, he remained merely a practitioner at the Emperor's extreme realm, equivalent to a mere nascent soul. As a powerful being of the void refinement stage, the dragon could easily subdue him, provided it remained mindful of Jiang's treasured artifacts and avoided being struck. Run! As the void refinement expert charged forward, Yi Wuqing, having just regained a modicum of strength, positioned himself before Jiang Ping'an, resolutely prepared to sacrifice himself to buy Jiang a precious moment. Jiang Ping'an was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Yi Wuqing would stand in his defense. Your pitiful realm cannot withstand a void refinement expert. Retreat and rest. He shoved a healing elixir into Yi Wuqing's mouth, tossing him aside, and ascended into the sky. Yi Wuqing anxiously cautioned, the opponent is a void refinement expert. You cannot win. He had heard of Jiang Ping'an's possession of a treasured artifact, yet the speed of a void refinement practitioner was astonishing. If they were not struck, it would surely be Jiang who perished. In that moment, a terrifying aura emanated from Jiang Ping'an, dark and frigid. Suddenly, the heavens darkened, ominous clouds gathered, as if plunging into the depths of night, and the sea churned violently. A formidable force of darkness suppressed the monstrous aura of the enemy. Upon witnessing this power, Yi Wuqing's heart raced violently. It was dark energy. Jiang Ping'an had succumbed to the demonic path. The approaching dual-horned dragon was taken aback, coming to an abrupt halt. The demonic path. If it were merely the essence of the demonic path, the dragon would not have been so fearful. What truly instilled terror was the overwhelming aura emanating from Jiang Ping'an. In just 40 years, Jiang Ping'an's presence now exceeded that of a late-stage nascent soul practitioner. When the heavenly shaking demon rod appeared in Jiang's grasp, the entire realm was shrouded in his demonic energy. His hair turned crimson, and his dark robes rustled wildly. Swirling in frenzy, the dragon's expression shifted dramatically, its eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, and it turned to flee. Damn it! Who among the practitioners comprehending the second-tier laws radiates such terrifying energy? For safety's sake, the dragon dared not confront Jiang alone. A single misstep could spell its demise. Thus, it opted for a strategic retreat, intending to summon allies to deal with Jiang Ping'an. At the speed of a void refinement expert, the dragon believed Jiang Ping'an could never catch up. Although Jiang's flight speed indeed could not match that of his adversary, he possessed a teleportation talisman. Shattering the talisman, he instantaneously appeared before the dragon, swinging the heavenly shaking demon rod downwards. With a single blow, the heavens trembled, dark clouds roiling violently, resembling an apocalyptic scene. The dragon's countenance turned to one of sheer terror, abandoning the calmness and authority typical of a void refinement expert, and fled in panic. If struck, it would undoubtedly meet its end. Jiang Ping'an unleashed his sealing heaven and star summoning techniques, ensnaring the dragon. As the heavenly shaking demon rod descended, in the fleeting moment of contact, the dragon desperately struggled to break free, immediately employing its blood escape technique to flee. The rod struck only half of its body. Oh, quite impressive to have survived. Jiang Ping'an gazed at the demon dragon looming miles away, feeling a twinge of surprise. Indeed, it was far easier to confront a formidable opponent of the void refinement stage from the outside world than to contend with the 18-clawed squid. Yi Wuqing and the members of the Sea Demon clan were rendered speechless. A cultivator who had grasped the second-tier laws was actually pursuing a dragon of the void refinement stage that had comprehended the third-tier laws. At that moment, they seemed to grasp the essence of the legendary invincibility road. Jiang Ping'an crushed a teleportation talisman and appeared before the demon dragon. Following the same procedure, he unleashed the heavenly sealing and star-pulling techniques, wielding the earth-shattering demon rod. The demon dragon immediately summoned a defensive shield to block its path. Bang! The violent collision sent towering waves crashing across the sea, and the terrifying energy shattered the clouds above. The demon dragon struggled to maintain the shield, roaring, "You must flee. I have summoned help. Powerful beings from my clan will arrive shortly." In truth, it had not summoned anyone, as there was no time. But it feared being slain by Jiang Ping'an and resorted to intimidation. The shield would not last long. A few strikes from a treasured weapon would shatter it. The demon dragon could never have anticipated that Jiang Ping'an, even before his demonic transformation, was already exceedingly formidable, and now he had become even more astonishing. "You called for help?" Jiang Ping'an suddenly lowered the earth-shattering demon rod. The demon dragon sighed in relief, thinking the adversary was finally departing. Yet, Jiang Ping'an produced the judge's pen, and to the demon dragon's shock and bewilderment, he cleaved both it and the shield in half. Even in death, the demon dragon's eyes widened in disbelief. It had never imagined that Jiang Ping'an possessed a quasi-immortal weapon. Subsequently, with a casual wave, Jiang Ping'an unleashed a powerful beam that swept across hundreds of thousands of sea demons in the distance. This legion of sea demons had no chance to escape, and in an instant, they were all bisected, falling to their demise. This exemplified the terror of supreme weaponry, a fundamental reason why humanity could stand against myriad races. Elixirs, magical treasures, talismans, and formations could empower an ordinary cultivator to unleash tremendous might. Yi Wuqing was utterly dazed, her gaze fixated on Jiang Ping'an, her heart racing. He was astonishingly strong. Alone, Jiang Ping'an had annihilated an entire battalion. Although Yi Wuqing had not enlisted, She was well aware that slaying such a multitude of sea demons was a monumental achievement. Thunder rumbled as dark clouds gathered ominously above Jiang Ping'an, casting a shadow over the skies, the overwhelming power leaving one breathless. Jiang Ping'an's expression darkened. Chapter 309. Xiaqing's actions as the thunderclouds coalesced. Jiang Ping'an sensed a peculiar pattern emanating strange power from behind him. His expression grew grave as he vaguely surmised the purpose of the pattern. It seemed capable of summoning a thunder tribulation. Boom! Bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens, transforming the entire sea into a tempestuous ocean of thunder. Yi Wuqing stared, stunned, at the scene unfolding before her. What was happening? Why were such numerous bolts of heavenly thunder targeting Jiang Ping'an? Jiang Ping'an, how are you faring? The terrifying thunder sent chills down Yi Wuqing's spine, making her reluctant to approach. Under such formidable celestial wrath, even a void refinement stage expert would not fare well. Jiang Ping'an's deep voice resonated through the thunder, commanding, quickly gather the corpses and storage artifacts over there, then leave this place. Sea demons will surely arrive shortly. From Jiang Ping'an's voice, one could discern that he was under immense pressure. Yi Wuqing understood that he could do nothing here and hurriedly complied with Jiang Ping'an's instructions. The slain sea demons were immensely valuable, not to mention the numerous storage artifacts. The accumulated resources were sufficient to drive even the void refinement stage cultivators into a frenzy, and could even entice those at the integration stage. When Yi Wuqing finished collecting the items, the ominous thunderclouds above Jiang Ping'an had not dissipated, and the descending bolts of lightning grew ever more terrifying. Yi Wuqing conveyed through sound transmission, "I will wait for you at the military camp," pausing before adding, "Be careful." With that, he vanished beneath the waves. Jiang Ping'an sat cross-legged amidst the thunder, bolts of lightning coursing through his body. Although this power of thunder could not kill him, it nonetheless exerted considerable pressure. He needed to ascertain the true nature of the peculiar pattern behind him. Perhaps Lei Lan and Xiaqing knew something. He should inquire with them, and also inform them about what had transpired in the abyss. His doppelganger dove into the spirit beast storage bag, entering the temporal palace. Upon returning to his room, he found Zhang Xiaoxue bound tightly by the ceiling chains, lying on the bed with tears streaming down her face, soaking the pillow. Jiang Ping'an released her from the chains. Zhang Xiaoxue suddenly opened her eyes wide and leaped into Jiang Ping'an's embrace, sobbing even louder. "Stupid father! Bad father!" As she cried, she pounded her little fists against his chest. For days, she had been filled with dread, fearing for Jiang Ping'an's life. Having lived together for so many years, she had developed a profound attachment to him and could not fathom a life without her father. "It's all right, you're safe now. In a few days, I will take you to see the outside world." Jiang Ping'an gently patted Zhang Xiaoxue's back to comfort her. In her presence, he showed no signs of being possessed by darkness. "Humph. One day, I will surpass my father, and he will no longer be able to control me." Zhang Xiaoxue wiped her tears, her face brightening with a smile as she returned the bronze basin to Jiang Ping'an. The basin re-entered his body. "Xiaoxue, you must never tell anyone about this bronze basin, do you understand?" Though it bore no special fluctuations, it was undoubtedly a treasure of immortal grade. If word got out, the holy lands and noble families would come to seize it. "Do you think the beautiful daughters are fools?" Jiang Xiaoxue pouted, her expression one of disdain towards Jiang Ping'an. Jiang Ping'an smiled gently, realizing he had been overly cautious. Although Xiaoxue had little experience, she had lived long enough to understand many things. Just then, the door swung open, and Xiaqing entered, clad in an elegant red robe. She had clearly put great effort into her appearance. Her lustrous black hair was styled in an intricate updo adorned with a golden phoenix hairpin, and she carried a faint scent of herbs, exuding charm with every step. "Xiaoxue, could you step out for a moment? I have something to discuss with your father," Xiaqing said, her luscious lips parting into a radiant smile. "Then I will go play origami with Xiaobai," Jiang Xiaoxue replied, drying her tears before skipping out of the room. Xiaqing casually closed the door, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Jiang Ping'an. "Sister Lan has informed me of everything here. I understand that our escape is impossible." She elegantly advanced towards Jiang Ping'an, her slender fingers deftly untying the gold-red sash at her waist, allowing her robe to cascade down. "When I first laid eyes on you, I was not particularly impressed. You merely struck me as somewhat different. Who would have anticipated that you would evolve to this extent? Over time, you have become increasingly remarkable." I find myself growing fond of you, perhaps influenced by what others have said. Yet, none of this matters now, as our escape is futile. I wish to spend the remainder of my days joyfully. With my aspirations of becoming an empress dashed, I shall embrace the role of a woman. Xia Qing cupped Jiang Ping'an's handsome face in her hands, her crimson lips inching closer, her eyes gradually fluttering shut. A fragrant aroma enveloped Jiang Ping'an, causing his heart to race. Wait, he interjected. You needn't worry about Sister Lan. She has acquiesced. Xia Qing assumed Jiang Ping'an was concerned about Lei Lan's approval. That's not it. I have already departed from the abyssal forbidden land, Jiang Ping'an clarified. Xia Qing halted mid-motion, her eyes snapping open in disbelief. What did you say? I said I have left the abyssal forbidden land, but there are some circumstances. You cannot leave just yet. In a few days, you will be able to. Jiang Ping'an stated earnestly. Xia Qing's expression froze. She understood that Jiang Ping'an would never jest about such matters. This meant he truly had escaped. However, how could he have left the terrifying abyssal forbidden land? The atmosphere grew tense. Sister Xia, please put on your clothes, Jiang Ping'an urged. It was impossible for him not to feel anything in the presence of such an extraordinary woman, yet he had to restrain himself. Xia Qing regained her composure from her shock, her chest rising and falling in anger. This foolish boy, why not seize the opportunity? Why reveal that he had already escaped now? Could he not wait until the situation had settled? Suddenly, Xia Qing pushed Jiang Ping'an down. Sister, what are you doing? He asked, bewildered. You, sister, do you still see me as that frail boy? Jiang Ping'an invoked the sealing technique, instantly binding 3 versions of Xia Qing with spiritual chains. Gazing proudly at her. Although Sister Xia was formidable, harboring many hidden strengths, capturing him would not be an easy task. Xia Qing's expression stiffened, speechless. Others who fell into darkness often did so for malevolent reasons. What was the matter with this brother? Had he truly embraced a righteous path of darkness? Sister, look at what's behind me. Jiang Ping'an suddenly turned, revealing his back. This cursed mark had drawn lightning to him, and he sensed it was anything but benign. Upon seeing the malevolent symbol radiating dark energy, Xia Qing's expression shifted dramatically. How did you become cursed? Cursed? Jiang Ping'an was momentarily taken aback. Yes. Who did you encounter before? It is likely they cast the curse upon you, Xia Qing replied solemnly. Curses are a terrifying and enigmatic force. Those afflicted often face dire consequences. Only the caster or a powerful being could discern the specifics of the curse through the laws of the universe. To dispel the curse, one must pay the same price as the caster. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Ping'an felt a weight settle upon his heart. He had surmised that the curse imprinted on his back was cast by the formidable octopus-like being, using its final breath to complete this malevolent spell. Thus, to break the curse, a powerful figure at the tribulation stage would need to sacrifice their life. Which tribulation stage expert would be willing to burn their life to lift his curse? This implied that the curse he bore was virtually unbreakable. Jiang Ping'an had a rough idea of the curse's nature. It likely triggered heavenly thunder upon the slaying of sea demons. Previously, after vanquishing 8 sea demons, 8 bolts of heavenly thunder had descended. Now, having dispatched over 100,000 sea demons, a deluge of thunder was unleashed. Jiang Ping'an felt he was close to deciphering the curse, but he sensed that its implications were far more extensive. How unfortunate it was to encounter the octopus-like strongman just before escaping the forbidden zone. Yet, had he not faced this adversary, he might not have obtained the celestial artifact. It was uncertain whether to consider himself fortunate or unfortunate. Chapter 310. The Suitors of Liaya after Xia Qing's departure. Jiang Ping'an took out the celestial artifact, an ancient piece of yellow parchment. The archaic yellow paper shimmered with the essence of the Tao, exuding an air of mystery and power. This was Jiang Ping'an's first encounter with a celestial artifact, and he was profoundly astonished. A single sheet of yellow paper, indeed a celestial artifact, surpassed even his judge's pen in rank. What powers could this artifact possess? Jiang Ping'an examined the parchment for a while. Aside from its capability to attack and conceal one's aura, he found no extraordinary functions. Logically, as a celestial artifact, it should wield formidable powers. For instance, the quasi-celestial judge's pen not only served as a weapon, but could also inscribe any energy rune, and even forcibly influence causality, showcasing immense strength. All celestial artifacts are endowed with significant abilities. What then was the purpose of this sheet of yellow paper? Unable to discern its power, Jiang Ping'an resolved to inquire about it further. The fact that such a simple sheet of paper could be classified as a celestial artifact hinted at the existence of unfathomable forces within it. In addition to investigating the yellow parchment, upon returning to the realm of humanity, Jiang Ping'an had several important tasks to attend to. The first was to repair the battle armor gifted by his master. The armor had been destroyed by the principles of annihilation, and it was a treasured gift that had saved him on numerous occasions. He was reluctant to part with it. The second task was to ascertain the specific dangers posed by the curse on his back and to explore the possibility of its removal, as bearing such a curse felt decidedly uncomfortable. The third, and most crucial matter, was to seek a path to advance to the third step. Presently, he had forged the spirit-sealing realm and the Emperor's extreme realm, yet the journey to immortality seemed distant. He was uncertain where to begin with the third step. This path was lonely. While others traversed broad avenues, he walked alone along a thorny road. This journey was destined to be arduous, yet should he persevere, he would undoubtedly behold a vaster expanse. This was his own path. Outside, on the surface of the sea, terrifying thunder continued to strike Jiang Ping'an. Time is of the essence. Lingering here poses a perilous risk as the enemies may soon converge. Jiang Ping'an summoned the power of devouring, and a colossal black hole spanning 1,000 meters materialized above him, its terrifying force swirling with insatiable hunger. The thunderclouds and lightning above transformed into a vortex, drawn into the abyss. Moments later, the storm dissipated, and the sky regained its clarity. One can only wonder what emotions might stir within the deceased octopus warrior upon witnessing Jiang Ping'an effortlessly dispel one of the curses. Jiang Ping'an shattered the teleportation talisman, vanishing in an instant. Shortly after his departure, several formidable sea demon warriors arrived at the scene. It seemed there had been a tremendous thunder tribulation here. Indeed, one mused about who had summoned such heavenly wrath. Surely, it must have been a peerless prodigy from our sea demon race, daring to attract the divine thunder for the refinement of their physique. The faces of the sea demons glowed with excitement. In ancient times, powerful sea demons relished the challenge of summoning thunder to strengthen their bodies. However, such boldness has become rare due to the inherent dangers involved, where a moment's negligence could lead to fatal consequences. Nowadays, only the most exceptional talents from mighty races dare to undertake such endeavors. One day, the human race will surely fall to our sea demon kin. This band of sea demons harbored profound animosity towards humanity. Decades ago, they should have seized the land. Yet the emergence of Jiang Ping'an, Lei, and other human prodigies thwarted their ambitions, causing them to lose 2/10 of their territory. Consequently, the sea demon race has become a source of ridicule among other demon clans, leaving them feeling quite humiliated. They yearned desperately for a peerless prodigy to arise among their ranks. The recent thunder incident ignited a flicker of hope within them, though they remained unaware of the identity of the one who had summoned the storm. Above the eastern sea, 3 stars floated in the sky, the central star known as the Ping'an Star. 40 years prior, Jiang Ping'an, constrained by the 3 stars left by the human powerhouse Qianhuanrou, boldly claimed 2/10 of the Sea Clan's territory. The name was chosen to commemorate Jiang Ping'an's achievements. The Ping'an Star was now home to a multitude of soldiers. "Yeah, I truly adore you," a handsome man named Lu Hui declared passionately as he approached the frontline post where Lei was stationed. Her brow furrowed, her expression as frosty as winter. "Lu Hui, must you pester me? I have told you countless times that I have no desire to be your partner. I await Brother Ping'an." Lu Hui, unwilling to concede, retorted, "Jiang Ping'an is already dead. You have squandered 40 years here. How much longer do you intend to waste?" His patience waned, and had it not been for the higher echelons of the sacred grounds ordering him to bring back the Tianshui spirit body, he would have departed long ago. Regardless of the Tianshui spirit body's prowess, he felt no inferiority. Brother Ping'an is not dead. I have a premonition that he will return soon. Lei gazed steadfastly at the distant sea, her starry eyes filled with determination. Lu Hui, nearly choking on his frustration, exclaimed, "You have said this for years. How could Jiang Ping'an possibly return? There's not even a ghost of him. He will never come back." This foolish woman, believing that Jiang Ping'an still lived, must surely be of unsound mind. Even the formidable beings in the tribulation phase find it arduous to emerge from the abyssal, forbidden land. What grounds does Jiang Ping'an have? "Do not disturb Xiaoya here. Begone." The valiant Meng Jing appeared, unreservedly chastising. I have uncovered your information. You have over 1,000 women in the Radiant Moon Sanctuary. Is that not sufficient? Lu Hui replied with utmost seriousness. Those individuals are merely concubines, not legitimate wives. In this realm, the powerful possess abundant resources, including women. As the scion of the Radiant Moon Sanctuary, having over 1,000 women is entirely reasonable. Meng Jing expressed her disdain, thinking of her own steadfast companion, who, albeit somewhat naive, never engaged in frivolous pursuits. Lu Hui, gazing upon Meng Jing's exquisite visage, proposed. If you would consent, you could also be my lawful wife. You are a divine maiden of the ancient aristocracy, and I am the scion of the Radiant Moon Sanctuary. We are well matched. Begone. Meng Jing retorted without hesitation, mocking, you wouldn't even be worthy to carry my companion's shoes. Lu Hui's patience evaporated, casting off pretense as he sneered. What use is Jiang Ping'an's strength even if he were alive? He is still dead. Even if he were not, with my prowess, I could vanquish him. Lu Hui had heard of Jiang Ping'an's achievements, but deemed them merely a result of employing a treasured artifact. If he possessed such a treasure, he too could attain similar feats. It baffled him how someone like Jiang Ping'an, devoid of status and influence, could capture the affections of these two women. Why not simply resort to force and claim them? Lu Hui bore no moral qualms about wrongdoing. His ascension to the position of scion was predicated upon eliminating his predecessor. The ethos of the Radiant Moon Sanctuary was one of unscrupulous ambition. Who is this fool? A dispassionate voice suddenly resonated from behind Lu Hui. Startled, he spun around to find a tall man clad in black standing behind him, his eyes as profound as the cosmos, his features mature and sternly handsome. Upon seeing this individual, Lu Hui felt an unsettling impression, as if he were facing a primordial beast. Who was this person? How had he materialized so unexpectedly without detection? Would Brother Ping'an? Upon the appearance of Jiang Ping'an, both Meng Jing and Li Yeye were momentarily taken aback, and then tears streamed down their faces as they bypassed Lu Hui and rushed forward. They had always believed that Jiang Ping'an would emerge from the Forbidden Land. After 40 years, they were finally reunited with him. It had been 50 years since Li Yeye last laid eyes on Jiang Ping'an. They had so much to convey. Yet in that moment, all their words transformed into silent tears. Jiang Ping'an gazed at the grown Li Yeye, feeling a sense of disorientation. The last time he had seen her, she was merely a teenage child. Now she stood tall and elegant, blossomed into a ravishing beauty. Her complexion was a delicate shade of pale, with a flawless oval face, and her expressive eyes sparkled with tears. Her lustrous black hair cascaded like a waterfall, reaching her slender waist, adorned in a resplendent azure gown that exuded a subtle fragrance. Meng Jing, as before, donned a fitted battle attire that accentuated her perfect figure. She had inherited her mother's physique and captivating eyes, appearing even more mature now. I am sorry for causing you worry. Jiang Ping'an gazed at them with an expression of sincere regret. Over the years, they must have been deeply concerned, even venturing into the perilous battleground of the East Sea. For mortals, 40 years constitutes half a lifetime, an extensive passage of time. Yet, they remained steadfastly by his side. Upon hearing the way the two women addressed him, Lu Hui immediately discerned Jiang Ping'an's identity. He was taken aback that this individual had emerged from the abyssal forbidden zone. Had it not been said that the depths were fraught with danger? It seemed that the forbidden area was not as treacherous as the rumors suggested. Observing the two women tightly embracing Jiang Ping'an filled Lu Hui with envy. Why was it that the woman he had pursued for several years remained indifferent to him, while she showered affection upon Jiang Ping'an? As the esteemed scion of the Haoyue sacred land, he felt he was not inferior to Jiang Ping'an. Unwilling to concede, Lu Hui challenged Jiang Ping'an to a duel, eager to prove who was the stronger. Chapter 311. Ignored. Meng Jing suddenly lifted her head, her eyes wide with anxiety as she regarded Jiang Ping'an, her heart nearly ceasing with fear of receiving ill tidings. She had almost forgotten about them. Jiang Ping'an's doppelganger summoned Lei Lan and Xia Qing. Mother, Xiao Jing. Meng Jing and Lei Lan embraced, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Overwhelmed by the longing they had felt for one another during their long separation, Xia Qing retrieved a communication jade talisman, sending a message to the Daxia royal family to report their safety. Meanwhile, Lu Hui, feeling snubbed as Jiang Ping'an disregarded him, found his expression frozen in disbelief. When had the esteemed scion of the Haoyue sacred land ever been so overlooked? Jiang Ping'an, I, the scion of the Haoyue sacred land, challenge you. Lu Hui declared, revealing his identity and emanating a powerful aura, as a luminous moon appeared behind him, shrouded in mystery. Li Ye noticed Jiang Xiaoxue, who was exceptionally beautiful and clinging to the hem of Jiang Ping'an's garment, exuding an air of intimacy. With a note of caution, she inquired, Ping'an, who is she? Hello. I am my father's daughter, Jiang Xiaoxue, she replied, feeling shy as it was her first encounter with others, hiding behind Jiang Ping'an while grasping his clothing. Father? Upon hearing this term, Li Ye's eyes widened in shock, and Meng Jing, unable to continue her nostalgic conversation with her mother, fixated her gaze on Jiang Ping'an. Subsequently, both Meng Jing and Li Ye's attention shifted towards Xia Qing, instinctively assuming that the child belonged to Jiang Ping'an and Xia Qing. As Xia Qing was contacting her family through a jade slip, she sensed the unspoken question in their gazes and casually remarked, "She is not my child." Upon hearing this, Meng Jing felt as though struck by lightning. If she was not Xia Qing's, then could it be? She raised her hand, trembling as she pointed at Lei Lan. You woman, are you actually competing with my daughter? Slap. Lei Lan lightly struck Meng Jing's head. Xiao Shui is an orphan adopted by Jiang Ping'an. Oh, Meng Jing recoiled slightly, still harboring a hint of fear towards her mother, reminiscent of her younger years. She then glared fiercely at Jiang Ping'an. You stubborn blockhead, why didn't you clarify? She had nearly misunderstood, thinking Jiang Ping'an intended to become her stepfather. You didn't ask, Jiang Ping'an shrugged, bemused by the turn of events, wondering how he could possibly be blamed for this misunderstanding. Li Ye and Meng Jing both sighed with relief, grateful that Jiang Xiaoxue was not their biological daughter. Are you even listening to this holy son? A sudden roar interrupted their warm reunion. LV Hui was infuriated. This group had treated him as if he were invisible. He was accustomed to being the center of attention, akin to a star surrounded by admirers, and this blatant disregard felt like a profound insult. Initially, LV Hui aimed merely to defeat Jiang Ping'an, but now he sought to teach him a severe lesson. Jiang Ping'an's expression turned icy. This individual had been bothersome from the very start. Could he not see they were in the midst of a reunion? Get lost. A torrent of demonic energy surged from Jiang Ping'an, his formidable aura causing LV Hui's countenance to change dramatically. The overwhelming sense of danger compelled LV Hui to flee. After retreating a considerable distance, he was filled with rage and humiliation, having been scared off by someone he deemed inferior. Nearby soldiers and powerful beings sensed the terrifying demonic energy and swiftly approached. Bold demon, how dare you come to my Ping'an star? You seek death. A soldier shouted in indignation. However, just as the soldier finished his exclamation, an old veteran slapped him on the head. What demon? He is Commander Jiang Ping'an. Salute to Commander Jiang. The soldiers clasped their fists in respect. All those without gold medals had to pay their respects, including many formidable warriors at the void refining stage and above. In the military, merit and rank were recognized over cultivation level. Jiang Ping'an, a one-star gold medal commander and the youngest to hold such a title, possessed an exceedingly high status. Some new recruits hastily followed the veterans in saluting, for this was their first encounter with Jiang Ping'an. It turned out he was the legendary figure who had single-handedly altered the tide of battle for humanity and seized vast territories of ocean. Yet, wasn't he supposed to have been transported to the abyssal forbidden zone and sacrificed? Moreover, why did the demonic energy surrounding him seem so terrifying? The 5 commanders of the anti-demon legion appeared one after another. As they gazed at Jiang Ping'an, their eyes were filled with astonishment. Although they had heard from the corpse retrieving sect in the western region that Jiang Ping'an would emerge, they were still unable to contain their shock. Countless powerful beings had perished in the abyssal secret realm, yet Jiang Ping'an had emerged unscathed. This young man must possess tremendous fortune, surviving such murderous intent. His luck was undoubtedly extraordinary, and he was destined for great achievements. However, what was the origin of this terrifying demonic energy? He has fallen into darkness. We must eliminate him. LV Hui shouted from the sidelines, elated at the thought of Jiang Ping'an's downfall. Lei Lan, fearing for Jiang Ping'an's safety, quickly addressed the commanders. Though Jiang Ping'an has fallen into darkness, he has not turned malevolent. He remains rational. LV Hui, feigning righteousness, interjected, what does maintaining rationality matter now? Who does not know that those who succumb to the dark path become bloodthirsty and commit all manner of evil, acting impulsively and with anger? Given Jiang Ping'an's strength, if he were to fully descend into darkness one day, it would surely bring calamity to others. To the commanders, he declared, "As the holy son of the Haoyue Holy Land, I advise that we immediately eradicate Jiang Ping'an before he causes any harm." Lu Hui intended to eliminate Jiang Ping'an through the hands of these commanders, as this would significantly increase his chances of obtaining the Tianshui spirit body. The commanders could distinctly sense the formidable demonic aura within Jiang Ping'an. However, they would not resort to eliminating him for that reason. They were all astute and powerful individuals, not so narrow-minded. Demonic cultivators had once contributed to the human race, but some strayed from the righteous path, devolving into evil cultivators. These malevolent practitioners arrogantly claimed to uphold the true demonic way, gradually tarnishing the reputation of all demonic cultivators. Although the latter had repeatedly asserted their disassociation from the wicked, if explanations were effective, why would there be so much prejudice and rumor in the world? Everyone believes only what they perceive as truth, adhering solely to their own convictions. Nevertheless, the path of demonic cultivation is indeed perilous and can easily lead one astray into malevolence. One of the 5 commanders, the one-eyed General Qianzhua, amiably draped his arm around Jiang Ping'an's shoulder, smiling as he remarked, "General Jiang, demonic cultivation can lead to emotional instability. Fortunately, our Dacian dynasty possesses a stone tablet inscribed by a saintly king, which can aid in stabilizing one's emotions. If you sit beneath that tablet for a few years, you will undoubtedly find your emotional balance and remain untouched by demonic influence." Beside them, the female commander of the 3rd Legion could not help but roll her eyes at Qianzhua, retorting, "That stone tablet is not as miraculous as you claim. You clearly wish to foster a good relationship with General Jiang because of his remarkable talent." Unperturbed by the exposure of his true intentions, Qianzhua replied, "General Jiang has learned the star-guiding technique created by my mother, making him like a half-disciple of hers, which aligns him closely with our Dacian dynasty." Qianzhua, the son of the current Dacian emperor, Qian Huanyo, was also one of the 5 commanders of the Eastern Sea Anti-Demon Corps. Another commander interjected, "Young friend Jiang, you should consider joining my Tianai sect. Our sect possesses an ancient demonic cultivation method that would guide you along the righteous path of demonic cultivation. I also have a friend within the demonic realm who has traversed this path for millennia and knows precisely how to navigate it." Witnessing the array of high-ranking commanders vying for Jiang Ping'an's favor, Lu Hui was rendered speechless. This was not how he had envisioned the situation unfolding. Instead of eliminating Jiang Ping'an, these formidable beings sought to recruit him. Do you not see? Jiang Ping'an has already fallen into the demonic path. Chapter 312. My emotions are quite stable, commanders. Do not be foolish. Jiang Ping'an cannot be spared. Jealousy surged within Lu Hui as he observed the commanders courting Jiang Ping'an. He, the illustrious saint son of the Haoyue sacred land, had journeyed from the southern domain to serve here, yet had never received such warm treatment from these 5 commanders. What set him apart from Jiang Ping'an? Jiang Ping'an lifted his gaze, his indifferent eyes turning to Lu Hui. "Leave before I take action." Since his return, this insufferable saint son had been incessantly prattling nearby. He had initially chosen to ignore him, but the latter had grown increasingly audacious. "Leave? Who do you think you are to command me?" Lu Hui scoffed, looking down at Jiang Ping'an with an air of arrogance, almost daring him to strike. Bang! A golden staff radiating demonic energy struck Lu Hui with tremendous force, and a vast cloud of blood mist erupted forth. In that moment, all present were rendered utterly astonished. Meng Jing's delicate face underwent a striking transformation, for he is the holy son of the South Domain's radiant moon sacred land. I am aware, as he has just stated. Jiang Ping'an, having stowed away the trembling heaven demon staff, remained unfazed. You all heard him. It was he who urged me to end his life. I have always taken pleasure in fulfilling the desires of others. The crowd murmured. He is merely putting on an act. How could you take him seriously? This situation had escalated. At that moment, brilliant divine symbols flickered, and Lu Hui's body was reconstituted. Enraged beyond measure, Lu Hui was appalled at the reckless squandering of a precious death replacement talisman. It is all the fault of this imbecile before me. Jiang Ping'an, how dare you lay a hand on this holy son? Do you have any idea who I am? The trembling heaven demon staff reappeared in Jiang Ping'an's grasp. Upon sighting the staff, Lu Hui trembled in fear, swiftly shattering a teleportation talisman and vanishing from the scene. The sky was left echoing with his furious roar. Jiang Ping'an, you shall wait. This holy son shall not stoop to your level today, but I assure you, one day you will regret your actions. With the trembling heaven demon staff in his possession, Lu Hui dared not confront him directly. Once the bothersome individual was driven away, Jiang Ping'an sheathed the staff and addressed the 5 commanders. I appreciate your well-meaning intentions, but I assure you, my emotions are quite stable, and I do not require any additional assistance to avoid becoming a dark overlord. The crowd fell into silence. To directly shatter a holy sun and yet claim emotional stability? Esteemed elders, I would like to request your assistance in examining something. As the others momentarily processed this, Jiang Ping'an suddenly unfastened his garment. The fabric slipped away, revealing his robust and well-defined physique. Li Ye's exquisite visage flushed crimson, instinctively lowering her gaze. It was the first time she had seen a man's body, and she found it rather appealing. Your physique is quite impressive, remarked the only female commander among the 5, pinching her own arm in admiration. That is not the focus. Jiang Ping'an turned to present his back to them. In that instant, the commanders, who had intended to jest, suddenly grew serious. What is this? Who has cast a curse upon you? Qians would discern the pattern on Jiang Ping'an's back at a glance. Curses such as these require the sacrifice of life, often bestowed by those who are nearing death upon others. To lift a curse, one must also expend life, rendering it exceedingly malevolent. Jiang Ping'an elucidated. In the abyssal secret realm, I encountered a dying octopus-like powerhouse. That old scoundrel attempted to harm me, but failed, as I managed to escape. It is likely he cursed me in his dying moments. A collective gasp escaped the crowd. Despite Jiang Ping'an's calm tone, they were profoundly alarmed. Even a dying octopus powerhouse was not something just anyone could withstand. Jiang Ping'an had faced such a peril and emerged alive. Xiaqing and Lei Lan regarded Jiang Ping'an with complex expressions, realizing he had encountered such danger, of which they were completely unaware. In truth, they still could not believe they had escaped. Only those who had truly entered the abyssal forbidden land could grasp its terrors. At that time, they had all been engulfed in despair, unaware that Jiang Ping'an would suddenly declare he had led them out. It felt surreal, as if they were dreaming. All of this comes from Jiang Ping'an's toil. The one-eyed commander, Qianzhua, raised his hand and placed it upon the cursed pattern behind Jiang Ping'an, examining the malevolent forces at play. After a moment, Qianzhua spoke gravely. This curse is exceedingly vile. It condemns you to be unaccepted by the laws of heaven and earth, and scorned by all living beings. For each life you extinguish, you shall be struck by heavenly lightning until your complete demise. Jiang Ping'an suddenly understood why he had been struck by lightning previously. It was the act of slaying any living being that would invoke divine retribution. He had mistakenly believed that only slaying sea monsters would incur such wrath. Qianzhua withdrew his hand, his expression somber, and continued, "To be struck by heavenly lightning is trivial for a prodigy such as yourself. It cannot slay you. The true malice lies in the first 2 curses. To be unaccepted by the laws of heaven and earth means that your comprehension of these laws will become exceedingly arduous, perhaps even impossible. This implies that you will never advance in your cultivation, forever trapped at your current level." A chill swept through the hearts of those present. Did this not imply that Jiang Ping'an was rendered helpless? With a heavy heart, Qianzhua added, "The curse of being scorned by living beings ensures that much of what you do in this life will be misconstrued, burdening you with infamy." Several commanders implored, "Please, help Brother Ping'an lift this curse." Li Ye, with tears in her eyes, pleaded for mercy. This curse was unfathomably cruel. To be unable to comprehend the laws, to be scorned by others, to face divine retribution for taking lives, such a fate left no avenue for survival. It cannot be lifted. Jiang Ping'an replied calmly as he adjusted his attire. Lifting the curse requires an equal sacrifice of life, necessitating the intervention of a powerful being who has reached the tribulation stage and possesses knowledge of the curse. What tribulation stage expert would willingly expend their life to alleviate his plight? And those knowledgeable about curses are even rarer. If one were to consider the situation from another's perspective, Jiang Ping'an would not sacrifice his own life for an outsider. With the emergence of this curse, the joy of his return faded into the ether. This curse was undeniably malicious, effectively severing Jiang Ping'an's path of cultivation. Regardless of his extraordinary talent, how could he cultivate if he could not grasp the laws? No matter how formidable his combat prowess, remaining stagnant at this level rendered it futile. A being of the virtual refinement and integration stages could effortlessly vanquish him. Many soldiers looked at Jiang Ping'an differently now, their gazes filled with sympathy, their earlier profound reverence replaced by pity. A once unparalleled genius had fallen in a different manner. Xiaqing, fearing Jiang Ping'an's despondency, offered words of comfort. Do not worry. I will reach out to Huaqing you. She holds a prestigious position within the wealth source chamber and may know of a means to lift the curse. Though Xiaqing spoke thus, she was acutely aware that lifting a curse wrought by a tribulation stage expert through the sacrifice of life would be a task as daunting as climbing the heavens. Jiang Ping'an nodded in acknowledgement and added, please also inquire if the wealth source chamber can repair my 4th-tier battle armor. With that, he suddenly ascended into the sky and called out to the territory of the sea monsters. I, Jiang Ping'an, have returned. Come forth and face me in battle. Having been transported to the abyssal forbidden zone by the sea monsters, he had endured 40 years of life and death, only to depart cursed by their formidable beings, potentially forever unable to break through. Within Jiang Ping'an's heart resided a tempestuous fury yearning for release. Only the blood of his adversaries could quell the flames of his ire. The frontline soldiers of the Sea Demon clan stood guard and practiced their skills, as they routinely did. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the direction of the human realm. I, Jiang Ping'an, have returned. Come forth and face me in battle. Upon hearing the name Jiang Ping'an, many Sea Demon soldiers trembled in fear. Could it be that I misheard? Jiang Ping'an has returned? No, it must be a mistake. The abyssal forbidden land was so dreadfully perilous that even our strongest warriors had fallen within its depths. How could Jiang Ping'an possibly emerge unscathed? Skepticism permeated the ranks of the Sea Demons as they extended their senses forward. Upon laying eyes on Jiang Ping'an, their expressions turned ashen. It is he. Truly, it is he. That man has returned.